Day in and day out, he pushes his physical limits to the absolute brink. He refuses to take a break, constantly swinging his weapon and repeating the drills over and over. There's no time to rest since he was summoned into this world as a mere one-star hero. Low-tier units like him are completely expendable, destined to be sacrificed as upgrade material for higher-ranking characters. To survive, he must outgrow and outperform every other player who got sucked into this game alongside him. With sheer dedication, he eventually surpasses even the legendary 10-star figures, effortlessly drawing in every beautiful girl in this fantasy universe. These powerful women practically go to war with each other just to catch his eye. A gorgeous fire mage literally gets a nosebleed just looking at him, while a dark sorceress begs on her knees to be his loyal servant. But how did a bottom-tier hero reach this level of absolute domination? Not too long ago, he wasn't some helpless character. He was actually the top-ranking player of this entire game. Going by his real name, Han Seo-jin, he mysteriously got transported into this luck-based RPG. The title of the game is Pick Me Up, where the ultimate goal is to conquer all 100 floors of a massive tower. To pull that off, players have to meticulously plan their strategies, grind for resources, and train their squads relentlessly. Originally, our protagonist was just an ordinary guy obsessed with clearing this challenge. In this system, heroes are ranked from 1 to 7 stars, which sets the hard limit on how strong they can get. Even after pouring thousands of dollars into the gacha system, he could never manage to pull anyone rated higher than 5 stars. Then, word got out about a fresh dungeon offering a rare book drop that could upgrade a unit all the way to 7 stars. Without a second thought, he prepared to take on the challenge. Since fallen units stay dead permanently in this game, he played it safe by deploying a scouting squad to scope out the threats first. He sent in 5 highly capable 5-star units, but the moment they crossed the threshold, sheer panic gripped the entire team. Focused solely on gathering boss intel, he brushed off their hesitation and ordered them to press on. In the blink of an eye, a dark, looming figure emerged and completely wiped out his elite squad. Seeing the entity's absurd level of 999 left him stunned, making him suspect a massive system glitch was at play. As he stared blankly at his monitor, the shadow locked eyes with him through the screen, smiled creepily, and declared that it had finally tracked him down. Suddenly, his display cut to black, replaced by a fresh account setup interface. Before long, a new profile under the handle Anytang is registered, kicking off the introductory phase. Everything occurred at such a breakneck pace that he couldn't process what was happening. Within seconds, he materialized in a flaming village overrun by hostile goblins. Without warning, a hostile creature spotted him and rushed in to attack. While the situation felt completely surreal, the immediate threat made him realize this was no illusion. Deflecting the blow with his blade, he quickly countered and put the monster down permanently. With the trial completed, he found himself standing inside the recognizable home base of the game. A notification popped up, offering the player a free extra summon to build their roster. A radiant flash filled the area, revealing a newly summoned 4-star hero. Seeing this made him realize that he was probably brought into this digital world through the exact same summoning process. The newcomer introduced herself as Shay Lathistery, a proud knight. The player quickly paired them up and sent the duo straight into a new mission. Thanks to her superior rank, the knight completely outshone him, leaving him far behind during combat. He couldn't help being weak, but it was a massive issue because the final tutorial step was synthesis, where units get merged. Han knew that if he didn't find a way out of this immediately, his journey would end right here. Out of nowhere, the guide fairy showed up and commanded him to enter the synthesis chamber. When he casually addressed her by name, she was taken aback and demanded to know his true identity. Upon hearing his name, she consulted her database only to find that his profile didn't match the registered hero data. Realizing a massive system error had occurred, she panicked and began shouting. But with no way to halt the automated sequence, she had no choice but to push him inside anyway. Forced into the chamber against his wishes, the integration sequence began. In this mode, players merge 2 units together, sacrificing one to permanently boost the other's stats. Naturally, the material unit is destroyed forever, with the choice left entirely up to the player. This reality terrified him because the other unit was that powerful 4-star knight. No sane player would choose to save a weak 1-star fodder over a rare high-tier unit. In an unbelievable stroke of luck, the player made a terrible decision, choosing him and sacrificing the knight instead. Even Han stood there completely baffled, unable to understand such a brainless move. Regardless, he was immediately warped into a staging area alongside a handful of other people. Just like him, none of the newcomers had any idea where they had ended up. They were all equally clueless about their predicament. As they tried to make sense of the situation, a small fairy fluttered over to announce that the master had activated the portal. This signaled that they needed to gear up for an impending battle. Stunned by her appearance, the confused crowd demanded to know who she was. She introduced herself as the administrator of the zone, advising them to fall in line to avoid unpleasant consequences. Paying no attention to her words, a rugged ex-mercenary stepped forward, angrily demanding if she was responsible for kidnapping them. When she ignored his questions, he drew his weapon and threatened to cut her down on the spot. With a chilling smile, the fairy instantly sliced his head off without hesitation. A prompt confirmed his demise, but hilariously listed the cause of death as self-inflicted due to excessive stress. As the onlookers stood frozen in terror, she capitalized on the moment to warn them against stepping out of line again. While she detailed their upcoming tasks, the player began organizing them into a combat party. The initial vanguard consisted of 5 completely bewildered rookies. Still, with their lives on the line, they had no option but to follow her orders. Just before they crossed over, Han stepped up and asked her if she actually intended to clear the tower. He argued that sending weak 1-star recruits into battle unarmed was a death sentence, urging her to let the player equip them first. Having already lost a higher-tier unit, it was crucial to minimize any further casualties. Acknowledging his logic, she triggered a system prompt to guide the player on how to hand out gear. Impressed by his composure, a nearby recruit asked Han if he had inside knowledge of this system. Han brushed it off, claiming he was out of the loop since it had been a very long time. Overhearing this, a red-haired girl quietly questioned if he was actually an experienced veteran. He urged everyone to pick up their weapons immediately because combat was imminent. This announcement triggered widespread anxiety, as most of them had never held a weapon before. Nevertheless, he successfully pushed them to arm themselves with whatever gear was available. Approaching the portal with hesitation, they realized the deceased 2-star unit's body had vanished. The administrator screamed at them to stop hesitating and move through the portal. Terrified, the recruits began passing through the gate in single file. Meanwhile, the red-haired girl kept a close eye on Han's movements. She noticed he was equipping nothing but a basic, low-quality wooden shield. When she pressed him for details, he deflected, telling her to focus solely on staying alive and killing whatever was on the other side. Right on cue, a flurry of system messages popped up, reporting the immediate deaths of the rookies who had crossed over. Noticing his grim expression, she asked what was wrong, but he quickly hushed her. Exasperated by the rapid wipeout, the fairy cursed their incompetence and summoned the second squad. This lineup included both Han and the red-haired girl. An elderly recruit in their group immediately began complaining about his age and brittle bones. Before the administrator could execute him for insubordination, the red-haired girl yanked him out of harm's way. The portal opened up into a temple interior, which served as a staging hub for deployment. In moments, the system cued them for transit to the very first floor. Han barked at the squad to stay sharp, warning them that things were about to get extremely dangerous. Suddenly, they materialized in an expansive plain, with a pack of goblins watching them from afar. Overwhelmed by fear, 3 members of their team panicked and bolted in the opposite direction. A prompt confirmed their panicked status, applying a massive 30% penalty to all their stats. To their horror, an impassable, invisible barrier blocked any chance of retreat. Quickly spotting the barrier, she realized escape was impossible and asked Han if slaughtering the monsters was their only ticket out. Confirming her theory, they prepared to coordinate their defense. Leveraging her archery background, she provided backline support while he advanced with his shield raised. Though he maintained a cool exterior, the reality was that he had never participated in physical combat before. He yelled for her to stay focused on target acquisition if they wanted to pull through. In his head, he figured the player had either misclicked during synthesis or was genuinely foolish enough to choose a 1-star unit. Either way, he was just grateful to still have his life. When she tried to assist an injured teammate, he shut her down, demanding she keep her eyes on the active threats. A goblin bypassed his guard and bit down on his shoulder, but he quickly bashed the creature into the dirt with his shield. He still couldn't explain this transformation, but he was certain it was connected to that level 999 entity that smiled at him. Following a grueling struggle, they managed to put down the last of the monsters. She expressed concern over his bleeding arm, but he brushed it off, knowing the lobby would restore their health automatically. In this particular title, battles are completely automated, forcing the units to act on their own instincts. Yet, it remained highly popular because players loved watching the action play out from a godlike perspective. He had spent countless hours on it himself, but he was far from a casual user. He was actually Loki, the legendary player ranked 5th worldwide. With the stage officially cleared, the girl leveled up as the completion rewards popped up. Unsurprisingly, our protagonist secured the MVP title for his stellar performance. The opening challenge had been a bloodbath, leaving only Han and the red-haired archer standing. As days passed, Han began settling into the harsh realities of this dangerous world. He recognized that whining or expressing frustration wouldn't do him any favors. So, he resolved to handle whatever came his way with absolute composure. The truth was clear. He was trapped in Pick Me Up as a bottom-tier, 1-star unit. For characters in this system, there are only 2 ways their lives can end. They either perish in active combat or get processed as upgrade material if they're deemed dead weight. Aware of this threat, he knew he had to boost his value rapidly to avoid being deleted. Motivated by the very real threat of erasure, he dedicated every waking hour to training. Since his low rank meant terrible baseline abilities and sluggish progression, he had absolutely no time to waste. Even after hitting level 5, he refused to slow down. The grueling routine brought back memories of his intense military service. He knew that getting through this required not just physical power, but unwavering mental focus. In his eyes, this environment was just another war zone to conquer. As he was wrapping up a set of push-ups, the red-haired archer walked over to him. Curious, she questioned his extreme regime, to which he replied he was preparing to face upcoming threats. She confessed that she had been reflecting on their current predicament as well. After staying up all night, she concluded that escape was off the table. Moaning about it wouldn't help, so staying alive had to be their primary focus. Handling her bow, she mentioned that her father had raised her with hunter training. This background explained why marksmanship came so naturally to her. To prove her point, she released an arrow, nailing the target dead center. Han was genuinely impressed by her raw talent. Checking her profile, he noted that she had already advanced to level 2. She possessed foundational archery traits and had already allocated her 4 attribute points from their first skirmish. Despite gaining fewer resources than Han, she possessed remarkable mental fortitude and a specialized trait. Most crucially, she had moved past the horror of witnessing death, which usually broke average recruits. Respecting her drive, he agreed to partner up and assist her development. Extending her hand, she mentioned her father's lessons on the value of solid partnerships. Han hesitated briefly before accepting the gesture. A system pop-up signaled her satisfaction with their newly formed alliance. Sometime later, he summoned the administrator fairy for a chat. She popped in immediately, visibly irritated, and claimed she had no time to waste. Han dryly noted that her response time was impressive for a busy administrator. She snapped back, declaring she wouldn't indulge any of his inquiries. He then questioned if anyone else could see the profile display hovering near her. She tensed up, attempting to play dumb, even though her floating interface clearly displayed her level as 257. When he called her out, she quickly dismissed it as a visual glitch. Unconvinced, Han felt certain that he possessed a unique perception skill unavailable to others. He then inquired about the consequences if the player decided to abandon the game entirely. Furious, she snapped that he should pray they never face such an outcome. Her sudden outburst spoke volumes, confirming his worst suspicions. His follow-up question about temporal distortion compared to his old world caused her to lose her temper once more. Treating her anger as a silent yes, he offered his thanks, which irritated her further. Throughout her tantrum, Han remained perfectly relaxed. He understood that system rules prevented her from attacking units without provocation. He planned to unravel the mechanics of this system gradually, one detail at a time. Adaptation was crucial. Failure meant ending up dead or processed as material. When the archer inquired about their conversation, he revealed that their sole exit route lay in conquering all 100 floors. The player directed operations via the guide, and any failed deployment meant instant death. She recognized that a grueling series of skirmishes lay ahead of them. Han nodded in agreement. This reality drove his obsessive training routine. He also pointed out that the player would inevitably recruit more units over time. Their survival rested entirely in the hands of an unseen stranger. By now, Han had mapped out several baseline mechanics of their environment. Supplies and rations regenerated systematically on a daily basis. Simply visualizing a basic utility item would cause it to materialize inside their storage drawer. However, actual armaments, particularly firearms, were strictly restricted from this spawning trick. He discovered that physical conditioning didn't contribute to their level progression. Instead, it sharpened their proficiency and stamina metrics. Eventually, the player would evaluate units across 3 core attributes. Specifically, mental fortitude, skill mastery, and raw physical power. Recognizing that physical prowess was his best asset, Han focused on maximizing his conditioning. For 72 hours, he worked out without taking a single break. By the time the player logged back in, Han was confident after securing 2 brand new skills through sheer effort. The player summoned 3 additional 1-star units to fill out the 5-man squad. The fresh recruits lost their composure the second they materialized. They couldn't accept that they were being deployed to face beasts immediately. At the player's behest, the administrator activated the deployment portal. When the rookies hesitated, she casually knocked them cold and tossed them through the gate. The group materialized on the second floor with a simple objective: wipe out all hostiles. The sight of level 4 wolves and level 3 goblins sent the recruits into a state of panic. Their mounting anxiety instantly triggered a status debuff, reducing their stats. Even the usually composed archer showed signs of tension. Han snapped her back to reality, assigning her the goblins while he prepared to intercept the wolves. With the rookies frozen in place, the duo had to handle the entire vanguard themselves. A pair of wolves immediately lunged in his direction. He absorbed the impact with his shield and struck back, though his low-quality weapon failed to secure an instant kill. Undaunted, he gathered his strength and successfully cleaved the beast in 2. Just then, his instincts warned him of an ambush from the rear. He raised his guard to absorb the strike, but the agile beast evaded his counteroffensive. Capitalizing on its airborne trajectory, he lunged forward to execute a fatal blow. The intense exchange left him catching his breath, doused in sweat. Turning his attention to his partner, he saw she had completely dominated her targets, leaving them riddled with arrows. He called out, advising her to conserve her energy since the monsters were already finished. A system alert confirmed their victory, marking the stage as complete. Both combatants advanced in level, with Han securing another MVP title before receiving their loot. With the mission accomplished, the system warped them back to the staging area. Without warning, a prompt for the third floor appeared as the entire lobby began to tremble violently. As she looked around in panic, Han clarified that they were transitioning directly to the next stage without any downtime. Glancing at the terrified rookies, Han questioned the player's judgment in pushing an unready squad into a higher difficulty zone. Right when he begins questioning if they can actually pull this off, the player abruptly logs out of the game. As soon as he notices this, a huge weight lifts off his shoulders. A moment later, the fairy pops up, whining about how completely exhausted she is. He realizes the third floor is next, but since the master is offline and time in the lobby flows 3 times faster, they'll likely get a solid 3-day break before he logs back in. Opening his status window, Han discovers that he has successfully reached level 6. With his strength stats up, he can feel his body becoming much more agile and powerful. While sheathing his weapon, his attention is drawn to the 3 rookie heroes yelling at the archer girl, aggressively questioning why they are forced to fight and where they even are. He quietly observes that these 1-star heroes are nothing more than regular citizens who have never been in a real fight. Seeing their pathetic reaction, it completely makes sense to him why high-rank heroes treat them like garbage. When danger strikes, these 1-star rookies immediately lose their minds, whereas elite heroes are combat-ready in a heartbeat. He recalls how composed the knight was, even flashing a smile right before her departure. Looking drained after trying to handle the hysterical rookies, the archer girl walks over and begs him for assistance. He flatly declines, dismissing the newcomers as useless trash who are bound to perish shortly. In his mind, since they are totally worthless, the player will probably just fuse them to upgrade a better hero. Suddenly, one of the fresh recruits named Toby storms over and grabs Han by the collar. Infuriated, Han delivers a brutal punch that leaves the guy collapsed and in agonizing pain. He points out that while he was out there shedding blood in battle, they were busy doing absolutely nothing, and their day of reckoning is fast approaching. By the following morning, he and the female archer are back at it, training hard. Thanks to his relentless weapon drills, both his sword and shield skills successfully upgrade to level 2. Meanwhile, the other 3 rookies refuse to train, wasting their entire day looking for an exit out of this place. To practice her aim, the girl shoots arrows directly at Han, who uses his blade to deflect them. When a stray arrow pierces his leg, she instantly panics, but he calms her down by explaining that physical damage mends rapidly here. Together, they observe as the bloody gash magically seals itself shut. By repeatedly subjecting himself to this agonizing process, he unlocks a brand new pain tolerance skill. As their sparring session continues, his intense dedication causes his separate sword and shield abilities to fuse into a single, advanced, basic sword shield technique skill, instantly jumping to level 3. The next day, the player finally logs back into the game. The fairy spawns in and screams at the group, warning them that they need to retreat into the lobby the moment monsters show up, or they will face certain doom. The archer girl quietly confesses that she's actually relieved, since practicing non-stop was starting to wear her out. At the same time, the 3 lazy recruits are making a scene yet again, whining about wanting to go home and complaining about their endless diet of potatoes. This endless whining finally snaps the fairy's last nerve. Flying into a terrifying rage, she delivers massive punches to 2 of them, sending them crashing across the room. Fuming, she screams that she's going to report their annoying behavior to the player, maintaining her beatdown while they desperately cry for mercy. Right after, the master deploys the squad to the 3rd floor once more, where a pack of even fiercer goblins awaits. While our main duo instantly draws their weapons, the other 3 cowards shrink back and refuse to lift a finger. Thanks to his brutal preparation, he effortlessly cuts down the incoming goblins like they are nothing. The archer girl is equally impressive, dominating the battlefield and securing the MVP title for this floor. Glancing over at the useless trio, she points out that they clearly have zero intention of contributing. He shrugs it off, explaining that he actually prefers it this way since he has no desire to split the precious experience points with dead weight. In this game, if a hero stays idle during combat, they don't get a single scrap of XP. Acting on a helpful suggestion from the fairy, the master decides to force them back to the 1st floor to force the lazy rookies into action. With a flash of light, the entire party is sent back to the starting level. A group of basic goblins charges forward, but the archer girl snipes them down one by one with ease, claiming yet another MVP award. Without wasting a second, the player orders them to run the exact same floor again. Our protagonist sighs, noting that because they cleared it so effortlessly, the player is going to grind them to the bone. On this subsequent run, he takes charge, wiping out the enemies to secure the MVP slot for himself. But after grinding through consecutive stages without a pause, both he and the archer are totally drained. Slumping over, she groans that she's hit her limit, questioning how many more times the player is going to keep repeating this endless loop. Once the grueling, exhausting day finally wraps up, they are allowed to return to the safety of the lobby. Still, they are highly annoyed by the fact that they have to basically carry these 3 useless freeloaders. Luckily, the master decides it's time to activate the synthesis chamber, signaling a permanent farewell to the dead weight. He remembers that just days prior, he was standing in that exact terrifying position before being granted a miraculous lifeline. He notes that the player has a god-eye view from the outside, monitoring exactly who is putting in work and who is slacking off. The fairy appears, commanding the archer girl along with an older recruit named Elson to step into the fusion room. Realizing this is the end of the line, the older man begins screaming frantically at Han, shouting that they were kidnapped and this whole system is sick. Despite his desperate protests, he is pushed inside the chamber anyway. The heavy doors seal shut as the player hits the confirmation button to initiate the synthesis. From inside the pod, the man's terrified screams echo as his physical form dissolves into glowing particles. Once the ritual finishes, the sacrifice pays off, boosting the archer girl's level and unlocking a powerful new skill called Eagle Eye. Stepping out of the chamber utterly bewildered, she looks around and asks where the older man went. Han bluntly tells her that this is the dumping ground where the incompetent are recycled. He adds that his own upgrade is next, musing aloud which of the surviving cowards will be fed to him. Overhearing this chilling statement, the remaining 2 men freeze in absolute terror. Sure enough, the fairy steps up and declares that the next pair to undergo synthesis is Han and the bearded guy, Toby. Toby looks completely paralyzed with fear, having no clue what horrific fate awaits him. As soon as they are locked in, Toby completely loses his mind, hysterically yelling and asking if this machine is sending him back to Earth. Han decides to play along with the delusion, allowing the poor guy to pass away in blissful ignorance. Moments later, the fusion wraps up, successfully absorbing the bearded man into Han's body. This sacrifice triggers a level up for Han, granting him a handy new passive skill called Composures. Strolling past the sole remaining rookie, Han calmly tells him that today happens to be his lucky day. The reality of their situation finally sinks in for the archer, as she realizes that those who fail to contribute are simply wiped from existence. A chill runs down her spine as she wonders if she'll face the same fate if she ever falls behind. Han bluntly points out that the enemies will only grow more formidable, meaning they have no choice but to scale up accordingly. She has to keep upgrading her power, or her head will be on the chopping block next. He gently reminds her of her own father's wisdom, to always align herself with the winning side. Upon hearing this, it clicks in her head that sticking close to Han is her absolute best chance at survival. The following day, she walks up to him in the training arena, bows deeply, and formally requests his guidance. Recognizing her raw potential, Han reassures her that as long as she stays focused and does what is required, she won't be dying anytime soon. While they are talking, the blonde-haired rookie cautiously approaches and begs to join their circle. He deeply apologizes for his previous cowardice, expressing regret for leaving them to fight on their own, and desperately begs them to train him. When Han coldly asks why he should place any trust in him, the blonde guy instantly drops to his knees in submission. Satisfied by this display of desperation, Han decides to throw him a bone and tosses him a spear. He confesses that while he's no spearmaster himself, it remains the absolute simplest weapon for a novice to pick up quickly. He then breaks down the fundamentals of combat distance, explaining that blades and daggers are for close combat, spears cover mid-range, and bows are meant for long distance. He notes that with a spearman on board, their squad now possesses a perfectly balanced lineup covering every combat range. Drawing his sword, he commands the rookie to step up and attack him. The blonde-haired boy instantly breaks into a sweat, nervously asking if he truly has to duel. Without warning, Han lunges forward, stating that since he never mastered the spear, he can't actively teach it anyway. He figured out the blade on his own, and expects the rookie to figure out his weapon through raw experience. Spurred by these words, the guy musters up some courage to strike back, though he foolishly shuts his eyes in the process. Han easily sidesteps and plants a heavy kick right into his gut, scoffing that fighting blind is pure suicide. The blow is so punishing that the recruit collapses, instantly throwing up on the floor. Our protagonist coldly points out that if this were a real battle, he would already be a corpse. The archer girl steps in to mediate, suggesting that he might want to ease up a bit on the guy's very first day. But Han has absolutely no intention of dragging useless weight along with him. Turning his gaze back to the fallen rookie, he asks if he has anyone waiting for him back home. The blonde guy weakly replies that he has a younger sister who is surely waiting for his return. Han places the cold edge of his sword against Aaron's throat, forcing him to picture the grim reality of never going back. He demands to know who will protect his sister once he gets torn to shreds by a beast. Faced with this brutal truth, a sudden spark of resolve ignites inside the rookie. Noticing the fierce determination now shining in his eyes, Han grins, admitting he likes this attitude much better. Back inside the lobby, a system alert pings, announcing that the player has unlocked the weapon inventory and established a blacksmith forge. As various crafting materials begin materializing in the repository, it becomes clear that they can now forge their own customized gear. Spotting this new feature, Han immediately summons the fairy. She spawns in completely irritated, snapping at him for having the nerve to order her around like a servant. Han fires back with a sharp retort that pushes her buttons further. She tries to strike him, but he easily shrugs it off with a totally bored look. With a completely composed look, he asks if she's the one leaking hints to the player, which would mean she has direct access to the web. She shyly confesses that browsing the web is actually one of her favorite pastimes. He points out that every single piece of advice she feeds the player is blatantly lifted from the online strategy forums. Stunned, the fairy gasps, demanding to know how a mere unit could possibly possess such meta-knowledge. He nonchalantly shrugs, explaining its basic knowledge published in an official guide by the game's legendary top player, Loki. She snorts in disbelief, mocking him by saying he's just a low-rank pawn while Loki is an absolute legend, basically a deity of the gaming world. It is incredibly obvious that she is a massive fangirl of this legend. When Han asks what makes this Loki so special, she swoons, replying that he's the only one capable of turning absolute impossibilities into reality. With a sigh, Han simply remarks that he genuinely pities her. The fairy freezes in her tracks, snapping at him to repeat whatever nonsense he just muttered. Our protagonist locks eyes with her and plainly drops the bomb. He is the legendary Loki himself. She stands completely paralyzed, but to prove his claim, Han calmly recites his unique player account ID. As the numbers leave his mouth, her jaw drops and she falls into absolute silence. Since security protocols are incredibly tight, those account credentials are strictly confidential, known only to the genuine account owner. To put her remaining doubts to rest, he even offers to log into his actual Google profile right in front of her. Muttering that it has to be a fluke, she frantically runs a back-end check on the ID. But the moment the verification clears, her attitude flips 180 degrees and she begins squealing with pure excitement. She instantly begs him for an autograph, squealing that owning Loki's actual signature would instantly make her the president of his official fan club. Scribbling his name for her, he casually inquires what kind of weird fan club she's even talking about. She enthusiastically explains that there is an entire global community of players dedicated solely to worshipping his profile. Though amused by the news, Han admits he had absolutely no clue people had formed a whole club for him. Suddenly, panic sets in as she remembers just how incredibly disrespectful she's been to him this entire time. Han reassures her to take it easy, reminding her that in this current lobby, he's nothing more than a basic one-star unit. As a sudden thought strikes her, she cuts in to ask what became of Niflheimer now that he's trapped in this low-tier world. He simply shrugs, admitting he has no clue about its current status. Niflheimer was his legendary custom lobby on his main account, a sprawling home base where all his unlocked characters resided. It features a massive 13-floor layout, capable of housing nearly 2,000 elite units. Most of the internal facilities there had already been upgraded to levels between 18 and 22. Wide-eyed, the fairy wonders what will become of the massive army of 20,000 troops left under his banner. He counters by saying that if she's so worried about them, she should just use her admin powers to warp him back. With a sigh, she confesses that such an action is completely beyond her capabilities. Han nods, already fully aware of why she is powerless to help him escape. She's merely a mid-rank administrator, meaning she lacks the high-level clearance to override system code. Deciding to change the subject, Han shifts his questions to the current player running this specific lobby. He demands to know if this master is an actual human being, and if the units summoned into this game are just programs or real living souls. The fairy nods solemnly, confirming that both are indeed true. The player controlling them is a human, and every single hero summoned into this world is a flesh and blood human being ripped from their home. He pieced together that the current player is likely completely oblivious to this fact, treating them like expendable virtual assets. When he inquires if conquering the 100th floor will grant him a ticket back to Earth, she can only respond with a helpless shrug. He then presses her about the identity of the person who dragged him into this world, but she sadly apologizes, explaining that the information is strictly classified. Han shrugs it off, telling her not to sweat it because he intends to reach the summit of this tower regardless, where he'll uncover the truth himself. Curious about her limitations, he asks what actions she can execute without needing the player's approval. She details that her role is strictly limited to supporting the player with fundamental lobby tasks like opening menus, organizing inventory, and keeping the instance running. Han goes on to ask if every player's private lounge features the exact same structure. She confirms that almost all player lobbies are carbon copies of one another. This revelation sets off a train of deep thought in his mind. If every single gamer possesses their own personal hub, it means there are likely millions of parallel worlds, each harvesting its own batch of innocent humans. For all these years, the player base operated under the assumption that these units were mere code, completely blind to the fact that they were sacrificing real human lives. A heavy realization hits him. Back when he was dominating the leaderboards, he had been manipulating actual human destinies. A single slip-up or tactical blunder on his part could have permanently ended someone's life. Turning to the fairy, Han declares that he is going to help her conquer this tower, on the condition that she follows his orders from now on. Cut to the training grounds, where the female archer is working hard to hone her skills. Watching her form, Han can't help but admire her innate, natural talent. Her rate of improvement is so astonishingly rapid that nobody would ever guess she's just a common one-star class hunter. Despite never having gripped a blade in her life prior to today, she is already wielding it with impressive confidence. On the other hand, the blonde-haired recruit is failing miserably to keep up. Looking at him, Han silently worries that the poor guy won't last a single floor at this rate. The archer girl quickly defends herself, pointing out that she barely put any pressure on him before he suddenly face-planted. Han tells her to pay the slacker no mind and focus entirely on keeping pace with him instead. Out of nowhere, the fairy materializes and snaps at the archer for acting so cozy around Han. She proudly announces that she is officially Han's top-tier assistant. Refusing to back down, the archer girl fires right back, claiming that she's the one who earned the title of his primary subordinate. Their petty bickering rapidly spirals into a full-blown screaming match. The moment the fairy begins throwing out curses, Han quickly steps in and tells her to put a lid on it. They continue to trade barbs all the way down the corridor until they arrive outside the vault. Arriving at the entrance, he commands the fairy to unlock the heavy storage doors. Stepping into the room, he surveys a pile of basic, C-grade crafting supplies. Next, he directs her to initialize the crafting forge. When the curious archer asks what he has in mind, he simply grins and replies that he's going to use up all these resources. During his earlier chat with the fairy, Han had picked up on a vital loophole in the system. Because of his unique circumstance, he exists as a hybrid, half playable unit and half lobby master. This duality tricks the system into obeying his inputs, granting him access to high-level administrative functions normally reserved for players. Stepping inside the forge chamber, Han approaches the main workbench and carefully inspects the interface. Since the interface is set to automatic crafting by default, a stream of system warnings alerts him to a dismal success rate. The baseline probability of successfully forging any decent gear is absolutely pathetic. Without hesitation, he toggles the system over to manual mode and selects the crafting difficulty level. In this game environment, high difficulty translates to massive risks, but it also unlocks far superior gear ratings. Never one to play it safe, our protagonist cranks the difficulty, setting all the way up to extreme hell. The fairy's jaw drops in horror, knowing that failing a craft at this tier triggers severe system penalties. She stammers out a frantic warning, but he simply chuckles and tells her to sit back and observe. Manual crafting in this world forces the user to complete incredibly precise minigames. Most standard players skip manual crafting entirely because these challenges are notoriously frustrating. This specific puzzle requires assembling a complex sword outline using tiny blocks under a tight 3-minute time limit. Staring at the jumble of abstract shapes, the fairy has absolutely no clue how these mismatched pieces could ever fit together. Han locks his focus in and begins snapping the micropieces together with blinding speed and flawless precision. In utter awe, she watches his fingers blur across the interface, whispering that his dexterity is nothing short of divine. In a matter of moments, the legendary blueprint is fully assembled. A golden system notification chimes, declaring the craft an absolute critical success. Despite using garbage materials, Han manages to pull off a solid C- rank weapon. The fairy is ecstatic, pointing out how incredible the weapon looks despite being forged out of absolute garbage tier components. But our protagonist has no plans of stopping at just one piece of gear. He keeps going, cranking out an extra sword, a custom spear, and a reinforced shield, maintaining an impossibly high success rate through sheer skill. When the fairy asks if he's going to forge more gear, he shakes his head, noting that flooding the inventory with top-tier equipment will make the player highly suspicious. The action shifts once more to the challenges of the 4th floor. The archer girl unleashes a rapid volley, sending a sharp projectile straight through a goblin's skull. She marvels at the incredible handling of her newly forged bow, adding that other players would probably kill to steal it from her. Han reassures her that she has nothing to worry about, provided she activates the system's character-exclusive weapon lock. As they push forward, they realize this floor introduces a new threat: airborne monsters. The hero assigns her to target the flying beasts, while he holds the line against the goblins, rushing them on the ground. He commands Aaron to keep her safe, and Aaron swears he'll do everything in his power. Out of nowhere, flying beasts launch an ambush. Losing his mind with fear, the blonde fighter screams and swings his spear in blind panic. His overwhelming terror triggers a massive 30% penalty to all his attributes. His hysterical breakdown continues until the girl rushes over and delivers a brutal slap across his face. That sharp blow instantly breaks his panic loop. She barks a harsh reminder. A single slip-up means a death sentence for all 3 of them. Reality hits him hard, forcing his mind to clear as he regains his composure. Combining their efforts as a team, they manage to conquer the stage. Afterward, the spearman is left completely drained and looking utterly pathetic. He laments his uselessness, terrified that staying weak means facing a synthetic merger with another hero. Right then, a system alert pops up, revealing he's just been added to the Master's favorites. Han reassures him that this status guarantees his survival for the foreseeable future. Overjoyed, the blonde fighter bursts into ecstatic cheers. The archer remarks on the leader's track record, noting both his first and now second recruits are thriving. Confused by her phrasing, he questions what she's implying. It appears she has internalized the role of being his personal underling. Sheathing his gear, he walks away while silently noting that his true first subordinate is far from this place. She resides in Niflheimer, and her name is Cirrus. Back during his gaming days, she and 4 other legends formed his core squad. He contemplates whether fate will bring them back together down the road. Following his departure from the game, she likely assumed control of the entire main lobby. Yurnath is present there as well, fully capable of running operations. With their combined intellect, maintaining order across the entire zone would be effortless for them. Mid-thought, the perspective transitions over to the realm of Niflheimer. Up on the highest level of the lobby, the 2 women stand side by side. Approaching her comrade, Yurnath questions if Cirrus is genuinely preparing to depart. Cirrus counters that they are operating on borrowed time and every moment counts. With a heavy sigh, Yurnath promises to oversee the ongoing investigations personally. Cirrus nods, urging her to prioritize locating their master's whereabouts without delay. She then exits, placing the full burden of running the lounge onto her partner. Back at base, our protagonist's lobby successfully upgrades to level 2. One after another, the surrounding infrastructure begins a massive transformation and expansion. Taking in the sudden glow-up, the archer remarks on the vast improvement of their surroundings. The spearman is left wondering if their master possesses actual wizardry to remodel the place instantly. Our main lead sets him straight, clarifying that it's not magic, just the master pouring real cash into upgrades. Privately, he chuckles thinking the player is likely spying on them, smugly believing his digital units are happy with the DLC. Yet, the clueless player remains completely unaware that his digital assets are living, breathing humans. With each sequential stage cleared, their living quarters and the main hub continue to evolve. Right on cue, their guide fairy makes her appearance. He points out to her that the master likely works a corporate 9 to 5, given his highly predictable online intervals. Flashing a massive hoard of currency, she cheers that they lucked out by not getting a broke student player. He's fully aware this specific gacha title doesn't hand out premium currency via events. If you want gems here, you have to break out your real-world credit card. Suddenly, a system pop-up flashes, announcing a 10-fold summon in progress, which implies 10 fresh souls are about to materialize right before their eyes. The entire group shifts their focus toward the main portal. He preps the group for the fresh meat, explaining the distinction between the banner types. Gold pulls reward basic 1-star fodder, whereas gem spenders net high-tier elite champions. A cluster of dazed individuals steps through the portal, disoriented and demanding answers about their location. Stepping into their path, our protagonist silently gauges the quality of the new batch. Without warning, he draws his blade and aims the tip squarely at one newcomer's throat. The targeted man immediately freezes, trembling in sheer terror. Our lead demands absolute silence from the panicked crowd. Skipping the gentle orientation, he delivers a single, brutal truth. Survival is entirely their own problem. Details will only be given to the ones who don't end up dead. Right on cue, the fairy floats in, shouting for any skilled labor like smiths, tanners, or chefs. Leaning in, the archer whispers to find out what kind of sorting process is happening. He clarifies that she is merely filtering them by occupational utility. Those with practical trade skills get pulled aside to staff the base's crafting stations. As the fairy finishes filtering, a secondary squad of roughly 4 combatants is assembled. A handful of these fresh recruits happen to be armed with swords. Our protagonist notes that the master typically throws the unskilled units straight into battle to gauge their raw value. Without wasting time, the fairy deploys the newly formed second squad right into the first stage. The moment the barrier drops and they step through, one recruit is immediately slaughtered. Observing the quick casualty, the hero dryly remarks on the speed of the deletion. While the archer feels a tutorial was warranted, he counters that anyone dropping this early was pure garbage anyway. Shortly after, another rookie named Teddy meets his grim demise. Witnessing the wipe, the fairy unbothered, begins drafting the next lineup. Given the immediate massacre, the remaining recruits are shaking in their boots. The blonde spearman steps up to the fairy, volunteering to deploy with the rookies. She tries to deny him since it's not his deployment, but our lead intervenes, noting the guy desperately needs real battle mileage. Nodding, she pings the player interface, requesting Aaron's addition to the current raid party. The protagonist corners him with a final warning. Assist the team, but make sure you keep yourself alive first. The spearman nods seriously, confirming the message is received. Meanwhile, the archer stretches her arms, complaining about their bleak diet of endless potatoes provided by the player. He gestures upward, warning her to watch her mouth since the master is actively looking down on them. She panics slightly, though he quickly clarifies that the player's view is strictly visual, with no audio feed. Any communication they make is heavily processed into generic system text on his screen. In short order, the rookie squad manages to pull through stage 1 with 0 casualties. Our lead interrogates the spearman on his body count, to which he sheepishly admits to clearing just a single goblin. Nonetheless, the result is acceptable since he strictly adhered to his tactical assignment. With the run concluded, our lead signals for the group to return to the hub. Stepping into the mess hall, they are caught off guard by its sudden, luxurious overhaul. The archer's eyes light up, convinced that a fancier room guarantees actual meat on the menu. Our protagonist observes their wild celebration, thinking their standards are hilariously low. But the mood plummets instantly when the chef serves up a highly questionable, unappetizing dish. The chef quickly defends himself, blaming a severe lack of raw ingredients for the disaster. Sensing a fraud, the hero pulls up the man's character sheet, discovering his name is Dolph and his culinary skill level is exactly 0. Dolph's face goes pale as he realizes his bluff has been thoroughly blown. Walking past the fraud, our lead points to a girl named Chloe, appointing her as the new kitchen head. The fairy relays the reassignment to the master, who instantly signs off on the role change. Though visibly anxious about the sudden promotion, Chloe quietly accepts her new duty. While the discredited chef pleads for mercy, the hero cuts him off with a chilling warning against future deceit. Taking over the stove, Chloe works miracles, turning those same boring potatoes into a stunning, delicious feast. As the group digs in, our lead begins lecturing them on the operational realities of this base. Following his stern talk, the archer softens the blow, comforting the rookies by admitting she was clueless at combat when she first arrived. She explains that the system requires non-combat personnel just as much as frontline soldiers. He adds that while support roles are safer, complacency is fatal because the master will instantly swap them out for better assets. The following morning brings a fresh pull, resulting in a squad composed entirely of young lads. The protagonist puts the boys through immediate drills, while the veterans practice with their signature loadouts nearby. Though the workout leaves the kids bruised and battered, our lead notes their grit makes them far superior to any cowards. As the days roll on, the master's summoning streak continues to bring in fresh faces. Eventually, the archer grows impatient, questioning why they're delaying their assault on stage 5. Our protagonist calmly replies that the player is merely taking his time structuring the ideal squad. He notes that stage 5 represents a massive, vertical spike in difficulty, serving as a brutal gatekeeper level. The dark truth he keeps to himself is that even his own current build might not be viable enough to survive it. So instead of rushing to their doom, they recycle floor 4 to build up muscle memory. Acting as commander from the rear, the hero directs their movements, shouting to maintain the shield wall. Individually, they are fodder, but unified, they can actually form a competent fighting force. His investment in their growth is purely pragmatic. He knows he'll need meat shields and support for the trials ahead. The exact map parameters remain unknown, and there are certain scenarios he simply cannot solo. The rookies erupt in cheers upon victory, prompting a warm smile and praise from the archer girl. Breaking his usual cold demeanor, the hero actually nods in silent agreement. As the days progress, the player's offline intervals become noticeably longer. Fortunately, the latest summoning pool yields a skilled smith and a veteran tanner. The duo immediately collaborates to churn out basic E-rank weaponry for the barracks. These low-tier blades are handed down to the rookies, ensuring high-grade C-rank gear remains exclusive to the core squad. During this downtime, 3 disposable units, including that lying fraud of a chef, are fused away. With preparations complete, the fateful day arrives to cross the threshold into floor 5. Our protagonist double-checks with their guide, receiving a tense confirmation that the deployment is set. Rallying the troop, he delivers a brief pep talk, ordering everyone to keep their eyes peeled. Within seconds, a flash of light deposits the squad amidst the rubble of a devastated city. The eerie absence of any immediate targets leads our protagonist to conclude this isn't a standard search and destroy map. The heavy silence breaks as one rookie spots a rotting skeleton and loses his composure. Given the grim warnings regarding this floor, the entire unit is wound tight as a drum. Seeking high ground tactical awareness, he instructs the archer to scale a nearby watchtower. Upon reaching the peak, the sight that meets her eyes leaves her utterly paralyzed. Spotting her sheer panic from below, the crew frantically demands an update on what she sees. Finding her voice, she stammers out that an endless army of goblins is descending upon their position. Right on cue, the HUD flashes their objective. Hold the line against an onslaught of exactly 1,086 goblins. Realizing clock management is vital, our lead barks for her to get down immediately. He calms the panic, reminding them total eradication isn't the goal. They just need to run out the clock. Finding the primary structures barricaded shut, the squad reroutes into a narrow, adjacent alleyway. The survival countdown finally initializes, displaying a grueling 30-minute timer. They scramble to find a choke point as the seconds melt away. They ultimately anchor themselves in a tight corridor to prevent getting flanked from multiple angles. The position leaves them vulnerable from exactly 3 approach vectors. Our protagonist claims the left flank. Aaron anchors the right, while Geed and Hansen form the rear guard. Furthermore, he establishes a rotation cycle to preserve vital stamina bars. The archer girl takes up a central position, ready to provide covering fire wherever the line thins. The hero commands them to construct an impromptu roadblock, and the team scrambles to compile debris. Studying the clock, he notes with dread that it ticks in real time, meaning there are no shortcuts through this half-hour nightmare. The tension breaks instantly as the vanguard goblin emerges from the shadows. The clock begins its countdown as the creature roars and sprints forward. Their defensive barrier is half-baked, but tactical adjustments have to wait as steel meets flesh. With the horde thickening, the hero bellows to use the freshly dropped goblin carcasses to plug the gaps. Han falls into a flawless rhythm of parry and strike, maintaining a highly disciplined defense. Meanwhile, the spearman is already flailing, desperately asking for confirmation that they only have to hold out for 10 minutes. With 26 minutes staring them in the face, the hero flat out feeds him a comforting lie, claiming his word is gold. Regardless of the odds, our protagonist has zero intention of letting his journey end in some filthy ditch. As the pressure mounts, he barks an order for Guy to rotate out with Hansen. The warrior tries to argue he's fine, but our lead brooks no insubordination and forces the swap. He can clearly see the fatigue setting in due to the rookie's low-tier stats and wasteful, unpolished movements. He's putting way too much muscle into every single swing, burning through his energy tank. In stark contrast, Han operates like a surgeon, dropping enemies with minimal movement. His mind is locked into a singular, robotic mantra. One stroke, one fatality. Conserve energy, maximize lethality. Yet the Green Horde flows in relentlessly, showing a suicidal lack of self-preservation. Sensing the line buckling again, he commands another immediate rotation. Geed scrambles to rearm with his shield, while Hansen slides into the most pressured vector. He alerts the archer to provide immediate cover fire for him while recovering whatever ordnance she can salvage. A fierce grin crosses her face. She'd been itching to join the fray anyway. He assigns her role: locate and execute any stragglers that slip past the frontline wall. The spearman keeps thrusting wildly, his patience fraying as he gasps out to check if his imaginary 10 minutes have elapsed. Drenched in sweat and panting, the hero shatters his delusion, revealing that a mere 5 minutes have ticked by. The archer keeps her drawn-release fluid, shouting for him to keep his head down and stay mobile. In a split second, a stray, rusty dagger slices deep into the rookie's forearm, opening a geyser of crimson. A flashing red alert signals a severe bleeding status condition, draining his health pool rapidly. Our lead roars for an immediate backup to step into the breach, telling the wounded boy to ignore the pain for the moment. Geed whimpers in agony, trembling, but the hero's harsh shout cuts through his shock, demanding if he wants to be responsible for a total party wipe. Shame washes over the young fighter as he stammers out a frantic apology. He commands the archer to apply immediate first aid to plug the wound. She wraps the laceration at lightning speed, allowing him to grit his teeth and stand tall once more. With the line unstable, our protagonist stops conserving energy and goes completely all out. He tears into the green ranks like a natural disaster, obliterating waves the fraction they cross his path. However, the AI behavior adjusts, driving the horde into an even greater frenzy. Disaster strikes as the frontline tank screams that his primary weapon's durability stat has hit rock bottom. The hero queries the bleeding rookie if he can take point again. Despite the agony, the kid nods gamely. He barks at Hansen to disengage immediately and use an item to restore his edge. This equipment failure was something our lead had already calculated into the script. Though a slight upgrade from the default trash F-rank blades, their current gear was still baseline junk. Snatching a discarded shield, he uses the iron rim to bash skulls, yelling that missing weapons are no excuse to stop swinging. The entire squad enters a frantic, non-stop musical chairs rotation to keep active bodies at the front. Locking his jaw, he shouts out that a mere 3 minutes remain, though the stretch feels like an eternity. Barely 10 seconds lapse before the spearman and the archer are forced to rotate roles yet again. Concurrently, he directs the incapacitated boy to rotate back into the defensive line. To ease the immense load, he gives the archer full clearance to dump her entire remaining quiver. He's fully aware that a single leak on that specific flank means immediate game over for the team. She snipes a cluster of threats, but before the rotation can execute, a rogue goblin drives a blade clean through the injured boy's torso. Coughing up a torrent of blood, the young warrior drops to his knees and faceplants into the dirt. A flashing system alert warns that his state has shifted to critical deficit. Death is imminent. The archer completely locks up, her pupils dilated as pure horror paralyzes her nervous system. The system text pulses aggressively, acting like a literal digital countdown to his demise. She reaches for the embedded steel but recoils, knowing extraction will cause fatal internal hemorrhaging. Simultaneously, his partner is drowning under green bodies, begging for just a 30-second breather. Even our elite protagonist is visibly reaching his limit, burning every cooldown to anchor the line. Seeing the line fracture, he barks at Hansen to forget his dying comrade and rotate to his position immediately. Suddenly, a stark cold system chime echoes. Geed's life signs have officially terminated. Absorbing the loss instantly, he snaps at the weeping archer to drop the mourning and focus on the living targets. Forced back into action, her panic-driven strikes trigger a skill proficiency level up to rank 3. She screams to know how much time is left on the clock, but he bellows back to shut up and keep swinging rather than wasting brain cells on the timer. Our lead earns several combat skill upgrades as well, though the notifications bring zero joy since dead men can't use talent points. Tragedy compounds as the remaining rookie takes a nasty slash, triggering yet another bleeding status effect. The green wave converges on his position, instantly burying him under a flurry of rusted blades. Accepting that the bottleneck position is completely compromised, the hero commands a full tactical retreat to his coordinates. Abandoning the corridor, they sprint out into the open structures, desperately trying to kite the horde and milk the clock. Spotting an intact structure nearby, the hero points to its perimeter wall, ordering the archer to ascend. She pauses, terrified he's sacrificing himself to let her flee, but he barks that he's right on her heels. No longer protected by walls, single targets are a luxury, forcing him to shift to massive, sweeping AoE cleaves to clear breathing room. The archer successfully reaches the roof level, and he scales the bricks immediately after her. Next up is the spearman's turn to scale the wall, but a sneaky goblin stabs him right in the leg before he can make it. Acting on pure instinct, our protagonist leaps down and hacks away at the monster responsible. Realizing there's no other choice, he declares that the leg has to go and slices it off right then and there. As blood gushes out and the poor guy shrieks in pure agony, our MC remains cold, focusing entirely on keeping them alive. Meanwhile, the girl tries to fend off the climbing hordes using the spear, but panic overtakes her, causing her to drop the weapon and scream in terror. The MC barks at her to use her feet and kick them down, reminding her that they just need to hold out for 30 more seconds. But this momentary distraction is all it takes for a stray goblin to slip past and reach the ledge. He swings his sword to strike it down, but another beast blindsides him, driving a blade straight into his gut. With blood pouring from his wound, he tries to swing back, only for the creature to slash him once more with a dagger. Over on the flank, the archer girl isn't doing any better, taking heavy damage and watching her health bar drain rapidly. Time seems to stand still for our protagonist as critical questions flood his mind. What is going to happen next? Is this really how he goes out? He can't believe he might actually meet his end on a miserable 5th floor. This realization makes him incredibly bitter. He feels the entire setup is profoundly rigged. Back on Earth, he never had to deal with such absolute madness. This toxic blend of rage and hopelessness triggers a sudden shift within him. His eyes glow a crimson red as a terrifying pressure erupts from his body. With a surge of unchecked power, he lunges forward, screaming that they aren't done yet and refuse to die in this place. He starts tearing through the goblins at an insane pace. Tapping into a savage instinct, his appearance turns wild, his hair growing out like some sort of beastly demon. In this mode, those scary goblins look like nothing more than pathetic bugs to him. Our main lead has successfully unlocked his berserker skill. Numb to the agonizing pain racking his body, he fights with reckless abandon, completely devoid of fear. Breaking past his human limits, he keeps hacking away at those damn monsters without pausing for even a breath. He strikes with such violence that his blade literally snaps, but that doesn't slow him down for a second. Armed with nothing but a shattered hilt, he charges right back into the fray. Just then, the clock finally hits 0. Every single monster instantly freezes in place. A terrifying goblin was inches away from skewering him, but the world grinding to a halt saves him at the last possible millisecond. The archer girl stands there paralyzed with shock, completely surrounded by statues of monsters. Even the spearman, who was literally at death's door a moment ago, is saved by the buzzer. Against all odds, the 3 of them emerge victorious from this bloodbath. The system showers them with loot, including gold, iron ore, leather, and some rare crafting materials. Shortly after, they are teleported right back to the safety of the waiting room. For once, even our cool-headed protagonist looked genuinely terrified of dying. With the life or death struggle over, the group can finally catch their breath. The archer girl lets out a relieved laugh, glad to be breathing, and asks our MC to pull her up. He helps her up as she asks, almost disbelievingly, if they are actually safe now. The protagonist nods, pointing out that their return to the waiting room is proof enough. She nervously wonders if the upcoming floors are going to be just as brutal. Our MC clarifies that this was an exception, being a survival quest tailor-made for full parties. Because those 2 guys and the rest of the team lacked the necessary power, they ended up staring death in the face. The archer girl looks away with a quiet nod, though deep inside, a pang of guilt lingers over the teammates they couldn't save. Once they arrive, the friend of the deceased duo greets them warmly, eagerly asking where his buddies went. Without sugarcoating it, the MC delivers the cold, hard truth. They didn't survive. The poor guy stands there in absolute disbelief, but sadly, that is the brutal reality of their situation. Without a moment's hesitation, the master orders the next squad to step up. Meanwhile, our protagonist collapses onto his bed, quietly reflecting on the chaotic events of the day. He has already grown somewhat desensitized to people dying in this place. Serving on the front lines of the tower, he understands that casualty is just a regular part of the job. Still, a nagging question remains, did he actually manage to awaken the berserk skill? He notes the irony, considering how a calm composure and blind rage are polar opposites. One keeps him analytical and calm, while the other grants insane strength at the cost of his sanity. He speculates that this weird paradox might be due to him existing as both a master and a hero simultaneously. Ultimately, he shrugs it off, deciding not to dwell too much on it. With another hectic day waiting for him tomorrow, he decides to just get some shut-eye. When he heads to the training field the next morning, he is surprised to see the archer girl already there, practicing with her daggers. Amused, he asks why she's up so early, considering she is normally a chronic latecomer. She simply replies that she has no desire to end up dead. Our lead observes that yesterday's brutal fight earned her a brand new ability. Meanwhile, the spearman didn't get any new perks, despite putting in just as much sweat and tears. As for himself, his growth cost is locked at 5, which is typical for a solid 3-star hero. Since he is nearing the level cap for a 1-star unit, he sets his sights on ranking up to a 2-star status next. As he's in the middle of some handstand push-ups, she casually walks up and pokes his abs, completely throwing him off. He instantly tells her to back off and quickly pulls his shirt over his chest. She pouts, claiming those abs look like they can take more, but he insists he's exhausted. This girl never fails to amaze him. Just a day ago, they were nearly slaughtered, and here she is, acting completely carefree. She notes that their usual errand runner probably won't show up today, but he tells her to let it go. He figures the poor fellow is locked in his room, grieving over the tragic loss of his 2 close comrades. Looking around the courtyard, Han feels a slight pang of remorse for losing 2 dedicated heroes. He realizes that Geet and Hansen could have become great assets with a bit more training, briefly wishing they were the ones standing here instead of the underperforming survivors. Hearing him out, the girl suggests they block out the noise and just stick to their exercises. Just then, their grieving friend finally walks onto the field, offering a quiet apology for his tardiness. Our protagonist notices the heavy guilt written all over his face. The boy softly confesses that if he had been a bit more capable, his friends might still be alive. Our MC bluntly shuts him down, stating that they met their ends solely because they lacked strength. At this point, he has spent roughly a month in this fantasy world, which translates to about 10 days back on Earth. Based on his observations, he has already mapped out their master's daily login routine. The time dilation factor is exactly 3-to-1 compared to Earth. The player logs into the system about 3 times a day. However, inside combat stages, time syncs up perfectly with the real world. If that wasn't how it worked, they would have probably ended up as goblin meat. Suddenly, the fairy pops into view, urging the rest of the crew to take notes from our protagonist. She is genuinely blown away that he dragged such a useless team through the 5th stage. When the girl whispers to ask why she's being so unusually nice, he casually replies that it's a trade secret. The fairy then starts throwing a tantrum, complaining that she's doing all the heavy lifting while everyone else just relaxes. Our MC retorts that it's irrelevant, since those heroes will spawn in the moment they are summoned regardless. Right on cue, the master sets up a new team, putting him and the archer girl alongside 3 freshly summoned heroes. The girl feels slightly uneasy about working with total strangers. The MC tells her to relax, promising that things are going to go much smoother this time around. While waiting in the lobby, he notices that the daily dungeon option has finally unlocked. One of the newcomers approaches him nervously, admitting they probably won't be of much help compared to his high level. He puts him at ease, telling him not to sweat it since there won't be any combat anyway. With that, the group steps into the portal on a basic gathering quest. A system pop-up explains that the layout and resources of the dungeon change depending on the day of the week. The girl looks around in confusion at the lack of monsters, but he clarifies that this zone is strictly for gathering. Their only task is to locate resources and throw them back through the portal. These materials can later be used to craft gear and other useful items. Hearing this, the archer girl perks up, asking if she truly gets a free pass from fighting. He smiles and tells her that her task is a bit different, leading her deeper into the woods to secure some game. They soon spot a deer, which she easily drops with a single, clean shot. Eagerly running over, she puts her hunting skills to work and harvests the meat. Our protagonist tells her to send the haul back through the portal while he goes off to find something else. Pausing near a waterfall, he checks the timer and realizes they only have 30 minutes remaining. Luckily, he spots the exact target he was hunting down. It's the Queen of the Forest, a rare creature that only spawns inside this particular daily zone. Defeating it will net him a low-grade attribute stone, the key ingredient he needs for his 2-star promotion. Wasting 0 time, our lead quickly disposes of the 2 smaller monsters guarding the Queen. Though the Queen towers over him, he simply grins, fully welcoming the challenge. In no time at all, he returns to the group carrying her severed head, causing them to panic and scream. The archer girl's jaw drops at the sheer size of the giant deer head. He asks about her haul, and she proudly mentions she bagged 2 deer and a wild boar. Plenty of food for the team. She still can't wrap her head around why he only brought back the skull. He explains that the tough horn was too difficult to saw off out there. To his surprise, she slices through the horn effortlessly, unlocking a new skill called Hunter of the Forest in the process. Meanwhile, our MC obtains an elemental stone, useful for both gear enhancement and promotion. Once they are back in the lobby, the group is thrilled to finally have real meat after so long. With their bellies full, the protagonist drags the archer girl off to a different daily dungeon. Because a day has passed, the layout has shifted to the Sinmeal Plateau. The girl raises doubts, wondering if just collecting basic ingredients can actually make them stronger. He points out that the elemental stones are what give them power, and that's precisely what they are farming today. Standing by the edge of a cliff, she can't help but marvel at the stunning view of the landscape. Ignoring her romanticizing, he hyper-focuses on a nearby herb perfect for brewing healing potions. After they bring down a massive wolf, he urges her to skin it quickly before the rest of the pack smells the blood. Their efforts are rewarded with a handy water elemental stone. Meanwhile, the archer girl is genuinely enjoying herself, getting to do what she does best. She wistfully says she wishes things could stay peaceful, hunting and gathering without a master breathing down their necks. This comment hits close to home for our MC, who was once a master himself. Wondering if his own summons back then felt the same way, he asks her if she is tired of the battlefield. He subtly reassures her that with her skill set, she can handle other tasks in the lobby without ever having to worry about being fodder for synthesis. She playfully asks if he is carving out a special spot just for her, and he smirks, saying he might consider it down the road. When she asks why he doesn't cut himself the same slack, it brings a rare smile to his face. A few days later, the master puts together another party to tackle the 6th stage. This time, they are teamed up with Dika, who happens to be a friend of the 2 boys they lost on the previous floor. Realizing it's a scouting mission, Han immediately tells the squad to hit the dirt. When they hit the ground in a panic, he chuckles and clarifies he just meant for them to take cover. He reassures them that as long as they meet the basic quest objectives, they can wrap this up and head home safely. Up ahead, they spot a patrol of goblins, and one of them is carrying a horn. This instantly puts our lead on guard, since a horn means reinforcements are close by. Peering from a high branch, the archer girl spots a massive village housing over 100 goblins. After a moment of silence, the protagonist cooks up a plan. His idea is to wipe out this scout patrol before they can blow the horn and alert the main camp. The newcomer is assigned to backup duty, ready to step in if things go south. Initiating the surprise attack, the archer girl snipe kills the goblin on the far right. As the remaining ones panic, another is instantly pinned by a spear. The last remaining beast desperately tries to blow its horn, but our MC cuts him off, cleanly taking its head. The moment the dust settles, a system notification announces the floor has been successfully cleared. To no one's surprise, our protagonist grabs the MVP spot, earning himself 5,000 gold. In an instant, the party is teleported back to base. The rookie is left scratching his head, assuming the run is done, but the MC snaps that they aren't finished yet and dashes forward. Believing that this exploration phase holds vital clues for the floors ahead, he charges deeper at full speed to uncover what lies in wait. Even if dungeon layouts are mostly randomized, he knows that tiny, predictable patterns eventually emerge if you pay attention. Soon, he stumbles upon a heavily reinforced goblin settlement where the beasts are attempting to break chained wolves. Peeking at the massive compound through gaps in the wooden fence, he is taken aback by its sheer scale. Suddenly, a guard goblin senses an intruder, but when it looks over, only fading blue particles remain in the air. A brief moment later, the entire squad is pulled back to the waiting room. The archer girl questions his sudden sprint, to which he casually replies he was just scouting out the perimeter. Reflecting in silence, he notes that primary dungeons frequently drop breadcrumbs once interconnected chain quests activate. This exploration phase acts as the prelude to what is known as a stream, though whether the master picks up on it depends entirely on how observant they are. He gets annoyed, unable to verify if their summoner caught the same clues he did. Furthermore, a stream appearing this early suggests that the timeline is progressing much quicker than he anticipated. Out of nowhere, the cook rushes up to him in a sweat, yelling that a major issue has come up. She pants, explaining that some suspicious strangers have just shown up. He shrugs it off initially, since new summons are a dime a dozen in this lobby. But she quickly adds that these newcomers are heavily armed and carry an unusual vibe. Our lead immediately puts 2 and 2 together, realizing they must be high-tier elite heroes. A second later, a system notification alerts the master that a mercenary band known as the Pulverizing Wolves has been summoned. The system details that these 5 recruits share a unique synergy, explaining that heroes with existing bonds receive a power boost when deployed together. Our MC glances at the fairy, who pops up with a smug smile to confirm the master has swiped his card again, purchasing a premium beginner pack containing 2,500 gems and 50,000 gold. Noticing the archer girl shivering nearby, he is certain these newcomers are top-tier powerhouses. He muses that, if he were the player, he would have summoned these heavy hitters earlier to breeze through that brutal 5th floor. He reassures the girl and instructs the rest of the lobby to return to their normal routines. Outside the hall, we see a stunning girl with jet black hair standing calmly. The archer girl runs up to her in excitement and waves happily. The newcomer, Edis, seems slightly taken aback by the enthusiasm, but politely nods back. The archer girl introduces her to Han, mentioning that even though he looks unapproachable, he is actually very kind inside. Our lead pulls up her stat window and instantly notes that she is a certified 3-star unit. Her class is a thief, possessing low physical power and vitality, but possessing exceptionally high speed. She also clearly favors daggers over archery. He asks her a few quick questions before ushering her inside for a proper chat. Once inside, she asks if he is familiar with the rules of this strange dimension. He admits he knows a fair bit but doesn't have all the answers, asking her what she remembers instead. When questioned about how she got here, she looks down with a melancholic expression, admitting her memory is fuzzy, though she knows she was summoned to battle. Any attempt to force those memories only triggers a massive headache. Intrigued, he asks how much she understands about the concept of synthesis. She quietly explains that synthesis is a brutal process of merging, where one hero consumes another to grow stronger. This makes him realize that the extent of a summon's memory and knowledge varies depending on their rank. Examining her gear, he asks if she earned her living as a mercenary prior to arriving. She confirms her membership with the Pulverizing Wolves, adding she was on duty in Halsey right before opening her eyes in this place. This tells him that she wasn't just a low-tier grunt, but one of the elite fighters in her guild. The archer girl chimes in, calling her story absolutely fascinating, which makes the new recruit blush and ask if she really means it. She finally confesses that their current situation is nothing like before. Just then, a voice echoes across the area, summoning her and several other heroes because the master has called for them. Gesticulating toward the window, our protagonist informs her that she and her companions are being summoned to the plaza. A beefy, muscular guy emerges from his room, muttering in annoyance about who dared to disturb him. Rising to her feet, she explains that since the master requires their presence, they cannot afford to delay. Munching on a piece of meat, the brute remarks that it's been ages since he had such a delicious meal, which makes him quite eager to see who this master is. As soon as he stomps away and bangs the door shut, the terrified chef rushes out into the corridor. She gasps out that the man demanded meat and gathered a massive pile, easily enough to satisfy 5 grown men. This news infuriates the archer, who demands that they track him down and force him to give it back. Getting to his feet, our hero suggests that it's time for all of them to head down to the main square. Meanwhile, the fresh recruits assemble and agree to call their newly formed group the Pulverizing Wolves. A prompt from the system pops up to validate their alliance, automatically assigning each hero to an available slot. This team is packed with 3-star champions, namely Jackin, Wave, Banyan, and Eddies, with Avant taking charge as their leader. Back in the plaza, a resident grumbles that these newcomers seem highly suspicious, particularly because of the weapons they carry. With a shrug, our hero points out that he is carrying a weapon as well. The resident stammers to find an excuse, but then asks if those guys really strike him as villains. The crowd quickly sides with him, noting how intimidating and powerful the newly summoned warriors look. Turning to the archer girl next, he asks for her honest opinion on the matter. She replies that while the female member looks decent enough, the rest of them give off a sketchy vibe. Addressing the worried townspeople, he asks if they are looking to him for protection. When they nod in agreement, a smug grin creeps onto his face as he asks if they really expect his services without giving anything in return. Shaking with fear, the resident stammers that they only turn to him because of his immense power. Giving them a condescending look, our hero reminds them how they constantly slack off on training, only to run to him begging for help the moment danger arrives. His brutally honest words leave the entire crowd completely speechless and stunned. To himself, he notes that not a single one of these cowards measures up to Dika, and their only goal in life is to dodge being used for synthesis. He coldly advises them to beat it before his patience completely runs out. Scared out of his wits by the warning, the man quickly retreats alongside the rest of the group. Addressing the spearmen, our protagonist explains that while he was fighting for his life against goblins, these freeloaders were sleeping soundly and stuffing their faces, meaning they deserve absolutely zero pity. Spotting a fresh recruit with a bruised face, our hero asks if he ended up getting into some sort of brawl. The young warrior explains it was merely a friendly match, prompting our protagonist to tell them to go get some rest. Right on cue, the newly formed squad strides out of the dungeon, looking incredibly relaxed and stress-free. By the looks of it, clearing the zone was an absolute walk in the park for them. The squad leader spots our hero lounging outside and demands to know his identity. Our protagonist shoots back with a cheeky, dismissive answer, instantly rubbing the group the wrong way. The leader formally introduces himself as Avant de Jacques, which prompts our hero to finally reveal his own name. Sensing a rival, the leader asks if our protagonist is a fellow mercenary, only for the hero to casually claim he's merely a humble farmer. Hearing this, the leader pulls a disdainful face, clearly writing him off as weak, before asking if these weaklings are the only residents left in this lobby. Without warning, their master triggers another summon, calling forth 10 brand new heroes. At first, our protagonist is puzzled by the sudden move, but the puzzle pieces click together when the master activates the synthesis chamber. These poor newcomers aren't meant to fight. They are merely fodder to level up the higher tier champions. While the recruits stand there completely lost, the fairy aggressively herds them toward the chamber. Seeing how hesitant and terrified they are, the hulking mercenary steps forward and drags 2 of them inside himself. Watching this unfold, our protagonist silently questions whether these premium heroes actually believe they own the place. Next to him, the archer girl whispers that this treatment is deeply unfair, since these new recruits aren't even getting an opportunity to prove themselves. The protagonist reflects in silence, concluding that the master is making a colossal error. While many one-star units are admittedly trash, there are always hidden gems among them, yet the master is sacrificing them blindly without even inspecting their potential. Just then, the upgraded 3-star hero steps out of the chamber with a smug look, bragging about his newly boosted power level. When the fairy announces the next batch of targets for synthesis, the crowd descends into absolute panic, with people weeping and pleading for their lives. The mercenary captain draws his blade, commanding his crew to execute anyone attempting to flee, and his lackeys immediately raise their weapons in agreement. Spotting the silent, dark-haired girl lingering in the back, he snaps at her, demanding why she's slacking off when she's part of their squad. Under pressure, she hesitantly unsheathes her dagger and begins pursuing the terrified new summons. Out of nowhere, our protagonist instructs the fairy to pass on a piece of critical advice to the master. He suggests that instead of blending units randomly, the master should at least evaluate their skills beforehand. Pulling up her holographic interface, she inputs the warning that valuable assets might be accidentally destroyed if they continue this way. Annoyed by this unsolicited advice, the hulking fighter stomps over, warning our hero to keep his nose out of their business. Remaining completely unfazed, the protagonist replies that he's merely sharing pointers with the boss, not meddling. Wearing a provocative smirk, he gazes at the brute and asks if he's got a personal problem with that. Enraged by the attitude, the brute hurls, insults, and swings his heavy axe, but an arrow suddenly whizzes inches past his ear. The archer girl smugly calls out, letting him know that the near miss was entirely intentional. This taunt pushes him over the edge, and his comrades immediately step up to back him up. Aiming his sword directly at our protagonist, the party leader demands to know if he has any clue who they are messing with. Without batting an eye, our hero fires back, stating they are simply worthless garbage. The system instantly registers this confrontation, logging the protagonist's hostility toward the newly added squad. The mercenaries burn him with furious glares, but before blows can be exchanged, the fairy steps in. Raising her hands, she warns them that infighting is strictly prohibited, and violators will face the master's wrath. Our hero quickly calls her bluff, pointing out that no such rule exists, leaving her flustered and struggling for an excuse. He then looks back at the squad and tells them to drop the act, since they aren't mercenaries at all. Stripping away their cover, he reveals that they are actually nothing but a pack of highwaymen. Seething with rage, the leader snaps, declaring he won't be disrespected by a low-level peasant and asking if he has a death wish. Ignoring him, our hero turns back to the fairy, arguing that keeping trash like this will only slow down development and ruin the master's long-term efficiency. He adds that these thugs are destined to spawn disorder and drag down production, meaning they are absolute deadweight that needs to be purged. Hearing his logical breakdown, the fairy stands utterly dumbfounded, unable to counter his points. Flashback to his cunning grin, our hero raises his hand, proposing they settle their differences through an official duel. Before anyone can object, a system prompt broadcasts that he has officially challenged the enemy captain. The leader stares back in utter confusion, demanding to know what they did to earn his intense wrath. Our protagonist tells him to just view him as a rabid dog that lashes out at anyone who crosses his path. He explains that he read through their cheap tricks immediately, pointing out how they gathered everyone in the plaza just to scout for potential threats. And once they realized the village was full of weaklings, they shed all their caution and acted like they owned the place. He proposes that their duel should serve as the ultimate decider of their fates. The stakes are simple. The victor earns the right to absorb the loser through synthesis. A wicked smirk spreads across the leader's face, obviously thrilled by this incredibly favorable wager. The system registers the agreement, confirming that the opponent has accepted both the challenge and the unique synthesis terms. Up above, the system prompt requesting duel approval flashes brightly on the master's smartphone. The master hesitates, holding his finger over the decline option for a few tense seconds. This hesitation makes our protagonist wonder if their orchestrator is actually getting cold feet. He instructs the archer to move the spectators to a safe distance, assuring her that he has everything under control. Noticing his absolute confidence, the master changes his strategy and hits the accept button. They establish that the fight will carry on until one of them formally yields. The mercenary captain is fully aware that he needs his prey breathing for the synthesis to work, rather than a lifeless body. Throwing a quick look at the fairy, our hero tells her to ensure nobody interrupts their clash. Seething because our hero hasn't even unsheathed his blade, the captain lunges forward in a rage. Scanning his opponent, our protagonist notes that the man possesses a physical strength score near 20, combined with level 3 sword proficiency. With a sudden surge of power, our hero triggers his berserk state, causing his eyes to flare with a crimson light. Even with all his combat experience, the mercenary has severely miscalculated the monster he is up against. The hero's actual combat capacity dwarfs anything the mercenary has ever faced. As soon as the battle begins, our hero blurs out of sight, moving with unbelievable velocity. Evading the slash effortlessly, he materializes behind the leader, locks his arm, grips his skull, and drives him face first into the dirt. The brute's face collides violently with the jagged gravel, shredding his skin and forcing a painful scream from his throat. Without wasting a single microsecond, our protagonist presses his advantage. He draws his blade, twirling it with effortless finesse as an ultimate display of absolute control. Plunging the cold steel directly into the mercenary's flank, he coldly commands him to stop squirming. The leader shrieks in agony, his body trembling from the unbearable sensation. Leaning over his broken opponent, our hero demands that he utter his surrender loud and clear. The mercenary tries to speak, but his voice cracks into pathetic whimpers, rendering his words completely illegible. Unable to witness the brutality any longer, one of his allies rushes forward and begs our hero to show mercy. Glaring back with an icy stare, the protagonist points out that their group showed no such mercy to the helpless villagers earlier. The underling stammers that it's a completely different scenario, but our hero dismisses his cheap double standards. He reminds them that this is a sanctified one-on-one duel, and all the leader has to do is say the words to end it. Before his opponent can squeeze out a word of surrender, our hero clasps a hand tightly over his mouth, declaring that since Diego remains silent, the fight goes on. He looks at the companion and declares that this man is now his exclusive prey, and his fate rests solely in his hands. The remaining team members stand frozen on the sidelines, their faces twisted in absolute horror and helplessness. Turning his gaze to the dark-haired girl, our hero asks if her companions are genuinely professional mercenaries. When she avoids eye contact, he bluntly states that they are nothing more than a gang of petty robbers. He questions why a skilled person like her is running with trash, extending an open invitation to join his squad instead. The girl stands paralyzed, torn between fear of her current group and the hope of a better future, unable to speak. Her teammate erupts in anger, screaming at her that betrayal will not be tolerated. Taking advantage of the shouting match, the pinned leader slowly inches his hand toward his fallen weapon. The moment his fingertips brush the hilt, our hero drives his blade down next to his hand, pinning him firmly in place once more. He turns his eyes back to the girl, softly reminding her that there is only a single vacancy left in his faction. Despite her furious partner's screams, she shuts her eyes tightly, takes a deep breath, and makes her ultimate decision. Turning her back on her old teammates, she walks over to stand beside our protagonist. Her old allies burn her with glares of betrayal, but our hero scoffs, telling them their business here is done and they should beat it. Simultaneously, he increases the pressure on the pinned leader, asking if he's ready to yield knowing what awaits him. The leader snarls, spitting out a final threat that our hero will pay dearly for this humiliation. Without warning, one of his lackeys attempts to jump into the fray, but the fairy blocks his path. Encouraged, the rest of the thugs join the charge, recklessly launching an assault against the referee herself. A split second later, agonizing screams echo through the plaza as they are forcefully blasted away in every direction. She coldly notes that she gave them a fair warning, which they chose to foolishly ignore. The defeated captain watches this display in sheer terror, realizing too late that he picked a fight with the absolute worst crowd. Acknowledging his complete defeat, he yields, prompting our protagonist to deactivate his berserk mode. As his hair falls back into place, a dull throb in his temple reminds him that the form exacts a heavy toll on his stamina. A prompt appears on screen, confirming that because he lost the match, the leader is slated to be consumed in synthesis. Up above, the master is clearly displeased with this turn of events and starts tapping furiously to halt the execution. But our hero just grins, remarking that the master shouldn't have authorized the high-stakes match in the first place. Emerging from the synthesis chamber, our protagonist successfully boosts 2 of his core skills. The fairy worries that the client might rage quit the game entirely, especially after spending massive cash on fresh heroes only to lose them instantly. Our hero reassures her, noting that if the master was a quitter, he would have abandoned ship long ago, specifically when he fused that 4-star knight into him. Yet another screen flashes, signaling that our protagonist has hit his level cap and is now eligible for promotion. Our hero feels a tiny pang of guilt for wasting all the master's expensive 3-star summons. Still, he rationalizes that it's a solid long-term investment, considering those thugs would have only caused chaos in the lobby. Now resting comfortably at level 10, his base attributes are practically identical to a natural 3-star unit. If their player made the foolish mistake of fusing him off now, they'd have 0 chance of beating the upcoming levels. Feeling incredibly smug, our protagonist glares skyward, daring the player to see if they actually have the guts to sacrifice him. When he steps back into the shelter, the surrounding crowd erupts into wild cheers for their champion. He playfully pinches the archer girl's cheeks, asking if she was the one who went around blabbing about his victory. The other heroes express their gratitude, relieved that those toxic newcomers have been taken care of before they could cause real issues. Sighing deeply, our protagonist crushes their warm feelings by stating he didn't do any of this for their sake. He clarifies that he only acted to spare the newly arrived summons, and his intervention had absolutely nothing to do with the old residents. Stunned by his harsh attitude, the resident stutters as he asks for clarification. The hero grins widely, revealing that the master is currently throwing an absolute fit. Right on cue, the fairy's voice rings out, summoning 6 specific individuals to step forward. The archer girl raises an eyebrow, noting that typical exploration squads only consist of 5 slots. He explains to her that this isn't an exploration party, they are simply being lined up for the slaughter. While the targets complain, Our hero turns to the spearman and Dika, asking if any of these whiners ever lent a hand while they were busting their humps. The archer girl points out that they did help lug back the meat and hides from her hunts, but our hero dismisses it as bare minimum effort. He openly refers to them as mere livestock, and when an offended resident steps up to challenge him, he delivers a swift kick straight to his jaw. Simultaneously, the fairy hovers over, commanding the designated sacrifices to proceed without delay. The archer girl wonders aloud which high-tier unit is going to absorb these poor souls. He theorizes that it's likely the newly added 3-star female warrior, given her relatively low starting level. His hypothesis proves spot on, as the weeping victims are funneled straight into her synthesis chamber. Consequently, her level skyrockets, unlocking a handy new utility skill called Trap Disarm. Once the dust settles, our hero addresses the crowd, declaring that seniority means absolutely nothing in this survival game. He tells them bluntly that if they wish to stay breathing, they must prove their worth. An elderly resident whines that his age makes his hands tremble too much to wield a blade properly. Hearing this, our protagonist turns to the non-combat personnel, instructing them to train anyone willing to learn utility crafts. He advises that those unfit for direct combat should take up hunting, gathering, or carpentry instead. He reminds them that swinging a sword is far from the only way to make oneself useful in this camp. Right as he finishes his speech, a global alert announces that the master has officially disconnected from the server. The archer girl teases him with a warm smile, pointing out that his detailed advice proves he is actually soft-hearted. He dismisses her claim with an annoyed wave, though deep down, he admits she has a point. If these people actually follow his instructions, they might avoid becoming useless fodder for the next merger. As they approach the crucial 10th milestone, they desperately need to construct a highly competent secondary squad to support the main team. Bright and early the next day, Chloe approaches him offering a fresh batch of bread. Curious, he inquires about the food, and she reveals she teamed up with a resident who has background experience as a baker. Learning that they are running dangerously low on wheat, he proposes a run through the daily dungeon to farm resources. Stepping into the courtyard, he spots the dark-haired recruit and signals for her to tag along. The duo makes their way to the training field, where they find the archer girl already deep in her practice routine. Stopping her, he commands her to spar with their new recruit, restricting them both to using only daggers. Though she protests that archery is her only strong suit, he leaves her with no choice but to comply. Despite her protests, she handles the twin blades beautifully, pushing the newcomer entirely onto the defensive. The recruit struggles to evade the relentless flurry of strikes, quickly running out of breath as the spar drags on. Catching her breath, the new recruit wonders in amazement if these two belong to some legendary martial arts lineage. She brushes the compliment aside, pointing out that she was merely a hunter, and even our main guy wasn't born with this kind of power. The sole secret to reaching this level of strength was relentless practice and hard work. Our protagonist notes that if her squad had spent less time making trouble and more time actually training, they might have actually been a serious threat to him. Even though she is currently lagging behind, her potential for growth easily outclasses theirs, considering they both started as basic 1-star units. With enough dedication, she will be able to catch up to him before she knows it. Hearing this gives her spirits a much-needed boost. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she stands up and promises to take his advice to heart. By the following morning, the training grounds are packed with a fresh crowd of heroes desperate to avoid being used as fusion material. Surveying the crowd, our hero notes that a few faces are still missing from the lineup. He realizes that even if these guys are aiming for backline support jobs, there aren't enough open slots, meaning combat is unavoidable for them down the line. Spotting a particular recruit, standing further away, he approaches the man and asks who he is. The man introduces himself as Usher, admitting that he fully recognizes how vital training is to stay alive. Intrigued by the newcomer's solid battle posture, our lead asks about his background before he ended up in this place. It turns out he was merely a porter carrying gear for mercenaries, with virtually zero actual combat experience. Despite that, he still held onto his dream of becoming a true warrior. This response brings a smile to our main guy's face, prompting him to challenge the recruit to a duel to test if he truly has the grit of a combatant. Later that night, the master sacrifices yet another batch of rookie units. Despite his relentless dedication to training, the spear wielder was fortunately skipped over as synthesis bait. Instead, Usher was selected for the upgrade, successfully pushing his level up to 3. Meanwhile, the remaining squad members kept grinding through their everyday dungeon runs. However, the specific dungeon containing the fire attribute stones remained locked. That very day, our protagonist gathers all the core characters outside, asking if they can guess the reason for the meeting. They all look at him blankly until the young kid chimes in, guessing that they are about to form official team parties. This leaves the archer girl puzzled, as team organization is usually the master's responsibility, but our main guy reassures her that the master is open to his recommendations. He then produces a cup containing 4 folded paper slips. Everyone will be divided into 2 separate teams based on the colors they draw. With 6 heroes available in total, they will need to designate 2 leaders to head these parties. He assigns leadership roles to himself and the black-haired girl. She protests, suggesting that the archer girl is far better suited for the job, but he cuts her off, explaining why the archer is not an option. He explains that dividing their strength is necessary, as putting all of their top fighters into a single group is simply too risky. During the 5th stage, the massive power disparity among the members proved fatal, costing them 2 lives. To stop history from repeating itself, they must split up and form multiple operational teams. From here on, they are going to face challenges that will require coordinated efforts from several parties and hundreds of combatants. Showing them the slips, he explains that anyone drawing red joins his squad, while drawing blue places them in Team Edis. Ultimately, though, both factions will be evenly matched, so it makes no difference which side they land on. In an interesting twist, both of our veteran squad members pull red slips, while the fresh recruits get assigned to the second team. Noting their uneasy expressions, the black-haired leader asks if they doubt her capability. She admits she gets their skepticism, acknowledging that she is still a newcomer with very little experience. Our lead challenges her, warning that if they do not push themselves to match his squad, they will simply be left in the dust. She accepts the challenge head-on, confidently declaring that she has no intention of letting that happen. The moment the master logs on, the new squad suggestions pop up on his screen, and he approves them without a second thought. Shortly after, the primary party is dispatched to clear the monsters on the 7th floor. Since they are dealing with goblins once again, the squad feels entirely relaxed about securing an easy victory. However, Han signals for them to hold their positions and just observe. Stepping to the front line, he instantly unleashes his berserker ability. His movements become wild and beastly as he tears through the enemy ranks, leaving absolutely no survivors in his wake. He intentionally spares a single goblin, who is left trembling in sheer terror as he looks at him. When the archer queries his odd behavior, he casually tells them it's time to begin scouting the area. Our protagonist is determined not to finish this zone without uncovering some clue about their upcoming obstacle. Just before finishing off the last goblin, he spots a rushing stream, which hints that the nearby dam might have burst. Armed with this crucial piece of intelligence, the party heads back to the safety of the waiting room. Mid-conversation, a sudden alert window pops up, revealing that their master is preparing to summon a fresh batch of characters. Just like before, these are paid summons, indicating that the incoming units are likely to pack a serious punch. Anticipating what is to come, our hero instructs the archer girl to dash to his quarters and grab the selection slips. Meanwhile, he directs the spear wielder to go fetch the black-haired team leader. The master finalizes the transaction, and the high-tier heroes materialize in the summoning circle. Our lead isn't surprised at all, knowing the master's established habit of spending real money on the game. This game has a hook to it, letting players watch their units navigate diverse environments and micromanage their existences, with more gameplay features unlocking as they progress further. Right on cue, 2 fresh faces materialize in the waiting area. Roderick, who looks every bit the seasoned warrior, and Iolka, who carries herself like a classic fairy tale princess. Both of these newcomers happen to be powerful 3-star units. Naturally, being pulled into this strange lobby out of nowhere leaves both of them completely disoriented. The princess-like girl is so clumsy that she immediately trips and falls flat on her face upon taking her first steps. The archer girl arrives back with the slips, taking one look at the clumsy newcomer and asking about her identity. Our protagonist tells her not to bother, assuring her that the girl will manage to stand up on her own eventually. Taking in the scene, the black-haired girl walks over and points out that the newcomer appears to be high-born nobility. Essentially, she comes from a royal lineage, making her look completely unsuited for the brutal realities of the battlefield. On the other hand, the warrior newcomer used to be a high-ranking city guard, possessing a highly disciplined sense of responsibility. He states that he feels a driving instinct to combat his foes, questioning if fighting is indeed their purpose here. Our lead calmly replies that they will discuss the details as soon as they finish drawing their team assignments. The rules are simple. Drawing the blue slip wins the veteran guard, while the red slip gets the fragile princess. Just by sizing the 2 newcomers up, it is blindingly obvious to everyone that the veteran warrior is the jackpot prize. As the archer races over holding the cup, our protagonist's keen eyes catch a quick flash of the red slip inside. Spotting a subtle smirk on the black-haired girl's face, he suspects that she might have clocked the position of the slips as well. The second the cup touches the dirt, both leaders instantly lunge forward to grab the blue designation. But in the nick of time, the newly summoned girl casually casts a flame spell, forcing both leaders to pivot midair and snatch the red slip instead. Our hero immediately puts 2 and 2 together. This delicate princess is actually a highly coveted fire mage. Suddenly, both leaders are desperate to draft her into their respective squads. While you can easily secure basic physical classes like warriors and rogues by grinding up common 1-star units, a proper mage, on the other hand, is extremely rare and can only be acquired through premium, paid summons. Even if you swipe your card, the actual pull rates for magic users are notoriously low. Watching the chaotic scramble, the archer girl quickly figures out that both leaders had cheated by looking at the slips, forcing a reshuffle. Overly confused by the dramatic scene, the newly summoned mage asks what they are fighting over. He responds bluntly, stating that they are currently deciding which team gets the privilege of drafting her. The veteran guard urges her to use her head and look closely at the situation unfolding around them. Pondering for a moment, the realization of what is happening hits her, leaving her thoroughly repulsed. Just then, the archer steps forward with the reshuffled slips, warning both of them to play fair this time. This time, the selection is conducted fairly, and our protagonist pulls the red slip. This seals the deal, securing the newly summoned mage girl for his squad. Out of nowhere, a harsh sound echoes nearby, and they watch as the guide fairy drags an unfortunate hero toward the fusion chamber. The recruit desperately screams for assistance, but his pleas fall on completely deaf ears. Our protagonist notes that this is the fate of those who fail to pick up even basic utility skills. He coldly advises the new mage to step into the chamber for her own upgrades unless she fancies a similar outcome. Once she emerges, he lectures her on the importance of absolute effort, reminding her that sweat is the only currency that buys survival here. Next up is the veteran warrior, who undergoes the same upgrade process to boost his combat capabilities. With the upgrades complete, the master immediately deploys them to clear new zones as a live combat trial for the newcomers. Team 2 is the first to be summoned, and they promptly step into the portal. In the meantime, our lead faces the new mage girl, asking for a rundown of her magical abilities. She demands to know why he is interrogating her, but he firmly cuts through her attitude and demands a straight answer. It is clear she is highly reluctant to risk her neck in a strange land under the command of people she doesn't trust. Flashing a chilling, menacing look, he reminds her that she is fighting solely to keep herself breathing, before demanding to know her magical affinity once more. Backing down, she slumps onto a nearby bench, explaining that her specialty is fire attribute magic, with her peak spell being a third circle flame. Crossing his arms, he probes to see if she possesses any utility spells, like teleportation or general support magic. She boasts that basic support spells are child's play for anyone with 3 runes, acting as if her vast talents are far beyond his comprehension. Observing her closely, our protagonist's expectations are thoroughly deflated. He quietly hopes her actual power can back up her massive ego, fully aware that defensive utility magic is infinitely more versatile than pure offensive firepower. He specifically inquired because her status currently lacks a visible skill tree, and he is curious if she has the potential to unlock one later, even if the odds are slim. Adopting a deadpan, serious gaze, he asks if she fully comprehends that she has to stand on the front lines with them starting immediately. A short while later, the black-haired girl's team steps back through the portal, looking completely relaxed and sporting easy smiles. Reading her smug expression, our protagonist gathers that the veteran guard turned out to be far more powerful than she had anticipated. He waves over the archer and the spearman, signaling that it is time for their group to step up. Walking into the portal, he assumes they will head to the 4th floor since 5 is still barred, noting that testing her against flying foes would be a great way to gauge the mage's capabilities. He instructs the veterans to ease up on the combat, allowing the new girl plenty of opportunities to cast her magic. Since any of them could easily solo the floor, this run should be a walk in the park for her. This sends her into a mini panic, and she stammers out excuses, insisting she can handle herself, but claiming her style is unique. When pressed on what she means by special, she cryptically claims that he will have to see her in action to understand. Just before the gate triggers, the guide fairy flashes him a deeply anxious glance and offers her sympathies. This red flag immediately puts him on high alert, sensing that something is terribly amiss. Shaking his head in utter disbelief, he curses their master under his breath and barks orders for everyone to prep for a fight. They have been dropped directly onto the dangerous 8th floor instead of the easy 4th. Gritting his teeth, he wonders if this sudden spike in difficulty is the master's petty revenge for their earlier antics. Taking in the grim surroundings, the new mage mutters that the landscape looks suspiciously familiar to her. Out of nowhere, the lead bellows a desperate command for everyone to hit the deck. She hesitates in confusion, but before she can process the warning, a projectile comes hurtling straight toward her head. Reacting instantly, our protagonist tackles her to the floor just as the arrow whizzes harmlessly overhead. Scowling as he pushes back up, he already has a grim realization about the identity of their attackers. A holographic system prompt materializes, confirming their placement on floor 8 and tasking them with eliminating 27 level 9 goblin raiders. A massive, screaming pack of goblins begins thundering directly toward their position. The archer acts swiftly, releasing a shot that knocks one of the riders clean off his mount. Concurrently, our protagonist commands Aaron to hold his ground and strike hard once the enemies close the distance. Turning back to check on the mage, he is forced to hoist his shield in a split second to absorb a sudden, fiery blast. Before he can even process the shock, another goblin attacker pounces at him through the smoke. Sidestepping the attack, he unleashes a swift counterslash, cutting the monster cleanly down the middle. Seeing a wave of reinforcements bearing down, he bellows for the spear wielder to cover him. Our ally intercepts just in time to impale the rider, but the dying creature still manages to raise a loaded crossbow and aim it point blank at him. Our protagonist throws himself forward to intercept the bolt with his shield, yelling at the mage to finally start firing some spells. She stands completely frozen, looking entirely clueless about how to handle the pressure. He reminds her of her proud claims of being a powerful mage, demanding she blow their attackers to pieces. To his horror, she reveals that her incantation requires a full 60 seconds of uninterrupted preparation. He knows defending her for a whole minute in this chaos is a nightmare task, but they have absolutely no alternative. Slicing through yet another attacker, he glances back to find her finally shutting her eyes and beginning her incantation. Turning back to the front line, he barks orders at Aaron to intercept any stray arrows targeting Jenna, ensuring their archer can maintain suppressing fire. The spearman twirls his weapon expertly to shield her, even as a fresh pack of monsters shifts their aggro toward the chanting mage. Realizing the enemies are smart enough to prioritize spellcasters, our hero dashes back to form a defensive line around her. He aims to hold the line, but trying to tank a dozen fast-moving attackers simultaneously is a nearly impossible feat. Sensing their defense is about to buckle, he yells over his shoulder to ask if her flame spells can pierce through the enemy's defenses. The girl, however, remains completely locked in her trance, ignoring his questions as she focuses entirely on her incantation. Watching the horde breach their perimeter, the archer girl screams at the mage to retreat before she gets overwhelmed. Regrettably, she is completely immobilized while channeling her mana, leaving her a sitting duck as the monsters swarm in to finish her. Our protagonist braces himself, absorbing the impact of the lead rider's charge, but additional monsters slip past his guard. He battles like a man possessed, hacking at riders while dodging snapping jaws, but the waves of enemies show no signs of slowing down. Spraying blood as he puts down another beast, his attention is abruptly caught by a terrified shriek from the mage. A goblin is mid-swing to cleave her in two, but our lead lunges in at the absolute last microsecond, snatching her out of harm's way. He furiously berates her for recklessly channeling a heavy spell without taking any measures to protect her own blind spots. The remnants of the squad sprint at full tilt toward the tree line of a nearby forest. The archer anxiously yells that this particular woodland zone was sealed off recently, but our protagonist retorts that they will cross that bridge when they get there. Yanking the trembling mage along, he orders her to prepare her casting sequence the second they hit the tree cover, instructing her to obliterate the entire pursuing zone with fire. She nods weakly, her face completely pale with fear as the heavy breathing of the beasts closes in on them. Leading the charge, the archer hollers back that she has spotted a viable entry path through the thick brush. Upon hearing the good news, our protagonist commands the mage to scramble inside immediately. Instead of moving, she wastes precious seconds complaining about his rough handling, prompting him to boot her forward and point out that he won't have to worry about treating her well if she ends up dead. He abruptly plants his feet and initiates his transformation, shouting for the rest of his crew to keep running. Within an instant, his deadly fangs begin to elongate. A volatile, crimson energy erupts around his body as he triggers his berserker transformation for the second time in a single day. Although crushing physical exhaustion threatens to collapse his muscles, he stands resolute before the charging wave to buy his team precious time. A rider discharges a heavy bolt directly at him, but he easily deflects the missile with a raise of his shield. Simultaneously, another high-speed raider attempts to run him down. Ducking low, he struggles to maintain his balance as a barrage of strikes begins descending upon him from every angle. His limits push to the edge, his footing slips, and he crashes hard onto the muddy ground. Swarming him like locusts, the beasts strike from all directions while he steels himself to weather the brutal onslaught. Spotting another rider preparing to run him through, our hero steels his resolve for another fast-paced engagement. He tears through their ranks like a localized hurricane, intent on stripping away the agility and movement advantages they depend on. Crashing his heavy shield into a nearby foe, he continues to swing his sword with absolute fury despite being completely cut off. Seeing him take on the horde solo, Aaron screams his name in panic, just as a crushing blow slams into our hero's exposed back. A glowing system notification flashes in his vision, alerting him that his berserker state has officially expired. A triumphant goblin looms over his fallen form, raising its spear to finish him, but our hero swiftly rolls and drives his sword deep into its chest. Fresh blood coats the forest floor as he wrenches his weapon free from the snapping jaws of the dying mount. Despite his efforts, even more reinforcements continue pouring in from all directions. Deeply concerned for his safety, the spearman prepares to charge back into the fray, but Han barks a strict order for him to remain within the safety of the tree line. His objective is to gather the entire hostile force into a tight cluster and draw them away from his squad. Weaving through a flurry of incoming blades, he casts a hurried glance back to check if their mage has finished preparing her attack. Just then, the archer bellows out that the spellcasting is complete. Hearing the signal, our protagonist immediately bolts, dragging the massive, angry tail of goblins right behind him like a lure. Vaulting into the sky, he bypasses a series of attacks, uses a goblin's head as a stepping stone, and dashes forward with blinding speed just as the sky begins to warp with the mage's magical energy. Wind whips through the air, lifting her hair as a menacing crimson energy begins to wrap around her. Beneath her feet, the earth starts to vibrate and the surrounding grass rustles violently. Our protagonist distracts the horde, keeping them occupied until she finally snaps her eyes open and casts her ignite spell. A torrent of blazing fire shoots from her palms, completely engulfing the entire battlefield. The roaring inferno rushes right past our main character, triggering a massive, earth-shattering blast. Surveying the damage, he stands completely speechless at the raw power of her spellcasting. Without missing a beat, the mage unleashes a second energy beam, obliterating everything in its path. Crouched behind a nearby trunk, the archer can only watch in absolute terror at this level of devastation. Just then, our hero notices a group of goblins pushing through the fire and shouts for backup. As he battles on, he feels his muscles stiffen, knowing his stamina is hitting rock bottom. Determined not to go down, he pivots from raw power to tactical skills to take down the remaining beasts. Deflecting a strike with his shield, he instantly retaliates, cutting down a goblin in one smooth motion. Suddenly, a stray arrow whistles by his shoulder, landing straight into a monster's chest. With a proud grin, the archer checks in to see if she is finally proving her worth. The spearman leaps into the fray next, taking down another rider and offering to take the lead so the hero can rest. Our protagonist chuckles, teasing him about letting his sudden confidence get to his head. More arrows rain down, forcing Jenna to leap upward just as a beast takes a massive swing at her. Dodging the blow midair, she plunges her dagger straight into the goblin's head. An untamed wolf slips past the battle lines, sprinting directly at the mage, who remains motionless and blind to the danger while prepping her next spell. Just as the beast is about to pounce, a perfectly placed projectile pierces its skull, dropping it instantly. The archer screams at her to wake up and get out of the way, but she is completely locked in her spellcasting trance. Fire swirls around her forearms as glowing ancient runes illuminate her features. Seeing the slow cast time, the archer begins to panic, but the mage's eyes snap open at the perfect moment. Recognizing the danger, the hero and the spearman quickly fall back, pulling the monsters into the strike zone. Squeezing her fist tight, she releases yet another massive shockwave of pure fire. The earth underneath the beasts superheats, splitting apart before violently exploding upward. A scorching shockwave blasts across the landscape, turning everything it touches into ash. Bracing himself behind his shield, our protagonist realizes that they are standing way too close to her destructive range. As the smoke clears over the scorched earth, he scans the area, hoping the threat is finally taken care of. To his dismay, another wave of goblin riders bursts through the lingering haze. Reacting instantly, the mage conjures a massive, swirling vortex of flame. The rotating firestorm sweeps forward, ripping the remaining hostiles to shreds. Jenna clings desperately to a nearby tree to avoid getting swept away by the intense pressure. The environment turns into a literal oven, with fire consuming every single corner. She stands there completely drained and motionless, while the hero stares down at the gigantic crater her spell just left behind. At last, a system window pops up with the welcome news that the floor is cleared. She secures the MVP title, earning level ups for both herself and the spearman. The team heads out of the dungeon floor, their minds still processing what they just witnessed. Erin notes with awe that she wiped out over 20 mounted goblins in the blink of an eye. She lets out a boastful laugh, bragging that fire magic is supreme and that her skills exist solely to blow minds. Thumping her chest, she begins to declare her noble title as the Witch of Count River's spirit, but is abruptly cut short as her nose bleeds and she faints. Our protagonist rushes over to inspect her, realizing she is completely burned through her mana reserves. He notes her complete lack of support spells, alongside physical stats, strength, defense, and speed, that match a basic 1-star unit. In his past life as a high-ranking player who commanded countless mages, he's never encountered anyone quite like this girl. It's not that these glass cannon builds are unheard of. They are just incredibly hard to find. He visualizes her as a heavy tank with its armor stripped away, but carrying an absurdly high-caliber cannon. In short, she is built purely for absolute battlefield destruction. The archer sighs and hoists the unconscious mage onto her shoulders. Our protagonist notes that they will have to build their future strategies entirely around this massive damage output. With the victory secured, they head through the portal in high spirits, while the protagonist realizes he won't have to carry the entire team by himself much longer. The next morning, the master's immediate priority is to construct a magic center using the game's interface. Opening up the town interface, the main map expands, prompting him to select their next construction project. A state-of-the-art research lab materializes in the city, which unlocks new research upgrade paths. An alchemy workshop is set up next, giving them the ability to fuse and create different items. Then, a massive library pops up, giving spellcasters a designated space to study. A system alert reveals that these 3 structures near the training field have combined into a massive facility called the Magic Hall. Meanwhile, the exhausted mage is drenched in sweat, whining about why an elite noble like her has to do such brutal physical training. She insists that her true talent lies in intellect and spellcraft, not physical labor. However, the protagonist insists that her life depends on learning how to dodge attacks while chanting. Running past her, he tells her to pick up the pace, shaking his head at her constant whining. Her magical power is great, but basic physical stamina is mandatory if she wants to survive actual combat. Defending herself, she points out that her dress is a custom family heirloom designed to amplify her spell output. Regardless of her gear, the training schedule he set is actually incredibly basic. Just 3 casual laps a day without any added gear is a joke compared to his own past routines. Teasingly, he warns her that she might get stuck with plain potatoes for dinner before kicking into high gear. Sprinting forward, he also throws a sarcastic remark toward the master, who is just observing from the sidelines. He notes that landing a mage right before tackling the notorious 10th floor is incredibly lucky. On top of that, they now have the magic hall up and running. Plus, they managed to secure a fire attribute stone from their runs. This means they can finally start brewing crucial survival items like health potions. Suddenly, a system pop-up signals that the master has signed off for the day. Over on the sidelines, the archer cheers loudly, cheering the mage on to keep pushing. While potion making usually requires top-tier alchemists, this system lets you bypass those rules through a crafting minigame. Staring at a massive spellbook inside the magic hall, our protagonist realizes the mystic runes are completely unreadable to him. Shifting his focus to the brewing pot on the table, he decides to get straight to work. It turns out the crafting process is a basic rhythm game, and thanks to his fast reflexes, he easily whips up a low-grade health potion. Looking over the glowing glass vials, he tallies his haul: 6 healing mixtures and 2 mana restorers. He worries that this sudden crafting success might raise the master's suspicions, but decides having items is better than facing a game over. When night falls, he gathers his companions around the crafting station to formally welcome their new magical powerhouse. He points to a burning metal coal basin he set up, calling for everyone's complete focus. With a dark, knowing grin, he instructs them to keep their eyes glued to him. The team gasps in pure horror as he plunges his bare hand straight into the red-hot embers. Unfazed, he explains that with a fire mage on their squad, the entire front line has to build up a high resistance to heat. He leaves his hand in the coals, counting aloud, before slowly drawing back a heavily charred limb. Despite the gruesome burn, he shrugs it off, pointing out how rapidly they recover while standing in the safe lobby area. Deeply unsettled, the archer stammers, questioning if they really have to jump into this painful exercise tonight. The spearman stares down anxiously, dreading the duration of this agonizing training. Our protagonist cold-bloodedly replies that they can only quit once their bodies physically reach their breaking point. Internally, he knows this insane drill is the only shortcut to unlock the critical fire-resistance skill. He bluntly reminds them of the disaster on the 5th floor, which was caused by their lack of preparation. As the spearman nervously reaches for the heat, the hero halts him, whispering that he should practice privately because he hates listening to other men cry. Clenching her hands, she shivers and protests, arguing that as a backline fighter, she shouldn't have to suffer through this. Maintaining his creepy smile, he gently coaxes her hand toward the embers, joking that shared pain feels much cooler. He points out that freezing up during combat is a death sentence, especially with an active fire mage on the field. Since the mage lacks any defensive barriers or escape spells, a single slip-up on their part means her instant death. With the mage struggling to evade basic strikes, Jenna has to master fire adaptation before they hit the 10th floor. Drawing a sharp blade, our protagonist offers a quick apology to Aaron before introducing his next ordeal. With a quick flip of the knife, he shallowly slices his own palm without flinching. Flashing his trademark sinister grin, he passes the weapon over, instructing him to mimic the cut to build up pain tolerance. The weapon itself isn't the point. The main goal is conditioning his brain to handle physical trauma. He casually slides over a bottle of alcohol to help take the edge off. He acknowledges the brutality, but stresses that fighting alongside him requires unlocking the pain resistance trait. Listening to the horrific requirements, the archer timidly asks if she has to cut herself too. He reassures her that it isn't mandatory for her build, though it wouldn't hurt to have. With a shaky sigh of relief, she asks if she can postpone that particular lesson. However, he clarifies that her actual priority is mastering the weapon switching skill. This talent will let her swap instantly between melee blades and her bow, making her lethal at any range. He declares that they are abandoning their standard linear range formations. Instead, they are adopting a tight triangular formation designed to keep Iolka protected in the center. Starting tomorrow, mandatory group practice begins, as he and the spearman cannot safeguard the mage on their own. It feels like they're playing royal guards to a fragile princess, but they don't have any other option. In a perfect scenario, a balanced high-tier party would feature 2 mages, ideally with one dedicated to utility spells. Unfortunately, they have to work with what they've got, and she is their only option. With the 9th floor still ahead, he decides to deploy the secondary team first to get them some much-needed experience points. Later that night, he reviews the quest details and analyzes what challenges await them on the milestone 10th floor. The trials include eradication, endurance, escorting, defensive standoffs, sieges, and high-speed escapes. Anticipating a massive quest that demands 2 entire squads, he realizes this raid is going to be incredibly brutal. Tossing a fresh match into the coals, he plunges his hand back into the heat, resolved to get as strong as possible. Thick black smoke quickly fills the chamber, causing him to break into a violent coughing fit. As he pushes through the pain, a pleasant ding echoes with the news that he has unlocked the fire resistance trait. The following morning, he instructs Ioka to focus on minimizing her spell delay and conserving her magic bar, even if that compromise reduces her total destructive potential. This offends her deeply, and she angrily demands to know why he is disrespecting her art. In response, he locks eyes with her, giving her a cold, terrifying glare that immediately silences her complaints. Intimidated by his expression, she squeaks out that she will comply and quickly retreats. Based on his analysis, her arsenal is split into 3 main spells: Ignite, Scorching Burst, and Targeted Detonation. The more devastating the tier, the quicker it drains her reserves. Drawing his blade as he walks toward the archer, he acknowledges that while the mage has raw power, they need to optimize her spell efficiency. He loudly reminds the team that time is ticking away before they face the milestone floor, meaning training is about to get twice as brutal. Jenna flashes a cocky grin, confidently releasing a fast arrow. Instead of playing defensively behind his shield like usual, he tosses it away to up the challenge. She praises his incredible growth, but he shuts her down, coldly telling her to focus on the drill, and that they aren't there to flatter each other. Swinging his sword, he slices her arrow cleanly in 2, immediately triggering a system prompt for the projectile block skill. Using the distraction, she sprints at him, brandishing her dagger. He bends backward to dodge, but she seamlessly transitions to her bow mid-stride, executing the weapon swap flawlessly. Defending against her line of fire, he watches her closely, realizing that despite her humble 1-star origins, her ceiling is incredibly high. The rate at which she adapts and masters new mechanics is downright scary. When he praises her execution, she fires his own rule right back at him with a smug, sarcastic grin. In contrast, his spear-wielding ally is developing at the standard, sluggish pace of a 1-star unit. His single saving grace is his level 3 proficiency with the spear. He's been locked away, putting himself through grueling drills just to unlock the pain resistance trait. At the same time, the wizard is practicing in the magic hall, shifting her focus from raw damage to high efficiency. A few other low-tier recruits are idling in the background, but none of them have any real combat value. With both 5-man squads still short on numbers, the master seems reluctant to open his wallet for premium currency. Our protagonist worries that the master might actually force him to carry these useless low-tier recruits into battle. The following afternoon, the backup squad emerges from the portal, successfully completing the 9th floor. They look significantly more battered and exhausted than usual. When the protagonist presses for details, the dark-haired fighter explains they were tasked with wiping out an entire goblin settlement. Intrigued, he asks if she noticed anything unusual or out of place during the raid. She recalls that the terrain was unusually marshy, as if there had been a massive downpour, but nothing else seemed off. With the backup team done, he gathers his main squad for their turn in the dungeon. Because they are sticking to the easier lower tiers for practice, the run is a total breeze. As it stands, our protagonist has hit level 10. The archer is at 8, Aaron is at 6, and their new mage sits at level 4. This is the absolute experience cap given the floors they currently have unlocked. Thankfully, the gear workshop has kept them outfitted with some solid high-grade equipment. 2 fresh recruits, Shern and Meekin, have filled the remaining slots in both squads. While they aren't exactly top-tier talent, the team had to make do with what they had. Suddenly, the fairy flutters over, eagerly asking if his tactical mind has already figured out their next objective. He chuckles, admitting he isn't some all-knowing mind reader. Despite his status as a legendary former player, it still took him 2 grueling years to reach the 88th floor, and that journey was paved with countless defeats and total team wipes. But in this reality, a single defeat means permanent death. The entire squad assembles in the town square, preparing to step through the portal. The protagonist wonders if the master is hesitating, given that he's been online for 30 minutes without making a move. The master is currently weighing whether to risk the 10th floor or play it safe and wait. Our protagonist feels their composition is still weak, compromised by the raw recruits and his own unfinished skill upgrades. A second later, the master finally hits the confirmation button, and the massive portal roars to life. He reminds himself that while this is a mere game to the person behind the screen, it's a matter of survival for them. He tells the raw recruit to find a safe corner once the fighting begins, warning him not to become a distraction. At the same time, a tutorial prompt alerts the master that he can call in free backup units if his roster is empty. Furthermore, he can issue real-time orders to his fighters via the tactical command screen. Our protagonist assumes the master is clueless about this advanced feature, as it's typically reserved for experienced players. He passes a suggestion through the fairy guide, prompting the master to distribute their newly brewed potions. With 6 vials available, he divides them equally, giving 3 to each team. Turning to the dark-haired fighter, he warns her that they might get split up upon entry, advising her to make a run for the map's center to regroup. Meanwhile, the fairy loudly warns the rest of the group not to drag down their leader. He gives her a reassuring nod, promising that he will drag them all to the absolute peak of the tower. Stepping onto the floor, they encounter a panicked citizen screaming about an impending disaster. Approaching from the rear, our protagonist delivers a solid kick, but the civilian completely ignores his presence. He quickly identifies the man as an untouchable non-player character and notices the surrounding town feels oddly familiar. Dika agrees, mentioning that the architecture is identical to a place they visited, just in a much cleaner state. Suddenly, it clicks. They are standing in the exact same city they fought through on the 5th floor. The crucial distinction is that this version of the city hasn't been reduced to rubble. Our protagonist quickly learns that this situation is way more twisted than they initially anticipated. He points out that the real threat isn't the upcoming battle, but the suspicious circumstance of everyone being dragged into this space together. To make it out of here alive, their absolute priority must be wrapping up this quest. Since the countdown to the quest hasn't officially started, they've got a brief moment to catch their breath. However, they can't afford to waste this tiny window. They need to collect as much intel as possible. He instructs the group to spend exactly 5 minutes scouting the surroundings, warning that anyone who runs late will be abandoned. Once the team disperses, he climbs up a high watchtower to get a bird's eye view of the entire landscape. Right beside him, a shell-shocked soldier is curled up on the floor, shivering uncontrollably and whimpering about not wanting to lose his life. It's immediately obvious to him that this poor guy has completely abandoned any hope of survival. Looking out toward the northern woods from his high vantage point, the protagonist spots a massive horde of goblins advancing on the city. His interface counts exactly 2,213 of them, even though their power levels are completely masked. The beasts are wheeling along massive siege ladders designed to scale the city defenses. Shifting his gaze to the eastern riverbank, he spots a separate detachment of 899 goblins. Unlike the northern group, these ones only have standard gear and lack any specialized climbing equipment. He also notes that about half of the eastern goblin force has assembled just outside the castle, while a mere 353 human defenders are stationed to hold them off. At this rate, every single defender is going to be swarmed by over 10 monsters. Taking all of this in, the sheer scale of the looming disaster fully sinks in. The odds are overwhelmingly against them, and the official quest hasn't even kicked off yet. He reasons that if this turns out to be a pure survival quest like the 5th floor, they might actually stand a decent chance. If they just need to outlast a timer, they can definitely pull it off. In fact, this stage might prove slightly more manageable than the 5th floor since they aren't burdened by an incredibly weak teammate this time. This time around, they can use local NPCs as decoys and leverage a powerful mage capable of devastating area of effect spells. Regardless, the true nature of their task is about to be revealed. With these thoughts in mind, he descends from the tower and heads back to the rendezvous point where the rest of the group has gathered. Just as he begins to explain that survival might be their main objective, 3 flashing warning prompts abruptly pop up before him. Normally, a single warning is bad news, so getting hit with 3 consecutive alerts means they are facing maximum difficulty. This sudden escalation catches him completely off guard. A new system prompt materializes, declaring that their actual quest is to prevent the city from being overthrown. He immediately understands that their assumptions were completely off base. They aren't just hiding out to save their own skins. They have to defend a whole settlement. Between the two teams, there are only 10 players, while the garrison consists of barely 350 guards. That translates to roughly 360 fighters standing against a relentless army of thousands. He calls the group to order, suggesting they pool their gathered intel before doing anything else. Once they have the full picture, he'll start delegating specific duties. The archer steps forward first, reporting that her attempts to communicate with the local NPCs were completely ignored. It looks like these entities can't hear their voices at all, despite being physically solid and visible to the party. The spearman chimes in next, noting that the terrified townsfolk are all fleeing toward the city square. He adds that the enemy is focusing their assault strictly from the north and east directions. Since there are no gates on the southern or western walls, there is absolutely no way to escape. The dark-haired girl then turns to the protagonist, asking for their next move. He reiterates that their sole objective is keeping the city standing. When she asks for clarification, he bluntly explains that they have to slaughter the invaders before they break past the perimeter. Simply put, there is no avoiding a massive clash. She immediately protests, pointing out that the plan sounds completely suicidal. The warrior speaks up, suggesting a hit-and-run approach where they slip outside and pick off the goblins individually. However, the protagonist immediately shoots down that strategy. He points out that victory requires wiping out the entire invading force, not just taking potshots. He guesses that the enemy's victory condition revolves around destroying the twin statues located in front of the main tower. As he stares at the twin goddess monument in the city center, the structure suddenly begins to emit a strange light. Having encountered this exact monument in earlier trials, he knows it plays a crucial role. No matter how many monsters they slay, if that statue crumbles, it's instant game over. The old man grumbles in frustration, complaining about having to babysit a glowing landmark while fighting off thousands of green pests. He then demands to know the exact penalty for failure. Han delivers the grim reality with absolute composure. If the quest fails, they will drop dead right where they stand. Roderick chimes in, asking if running away would still result in their deaths. Han confirms that fleeing is not a viable option. Regardless of how far they flee, the second the defense crumbles, they will die. Though the stakes are incredibly high, he reassures himself that the system operates on logical game mechanics. Even the most absurd quests always have a loophole or a hidden gimmick to exploit. He briefs the team, explaining that the real danger isn't the sheer size of the horde, but the siege ladders the northern detachment is pushing. Those contraptions will let them scale the parapets, so taking them out is their best bet to buy some desperately needed time. He posts Edis and her group on the northern perimeter to support the 300 human defenders stationed there. Our primary objective is to sabotage those siege ladders by any means necessary. Sensing that she is being ordered around, she looks visibly displeased. Spotting her frown, he asks if she has any objections to the plan. She points out that adding her 5-person squad to a garrison of 300 won't really move the needle. While acknowledging her logic, he privately estimates that her elite team actually packs the punch of 50 regular guards. He reassures her that the invading beasts lack heavy siege equipment. The ladders are their only way over the top. If her squad can secure the northern ramparts and neutralize those carts, the city's survival odds will shoot up. However, the girl clarifies that he's missing her broader concern. She emphasizes that merely delaying the onslaught won't hand them a win. Even with a delay, the sheer numerical disparity makes their eventual defeat almost certain. He doesn't dispute her logic for a second. Even if they combine forces, the math is completely against them. The sheer mass of the swarm means the walls will inevitably be overrun. He recalls how the monsters back on the 5th floor kept charging forward regardless of their casualties. Fear or tactical retreats simply aren't in their nature. This horde will undoubtedly operate under the exact same relentless programming. From a purely tactical standpoint, clearing this stage seems utterly impossible. While a straightforward brawl is a losing battle, he is convinced the system always provides a hidden clue. A memory from the 7th floor flashes in his mind: the Eastern River and a collapsed dam. Back then, he simply figured the structure had given way to intense water pressure. But connecting the dots between the 5th and 10th floors, he realizes that the dam is the key link. It's located far from the city gates, leaving him to wonder what actually triggered its collapse. He tries to puzzle it out, but time is running short. The archer interrupts his thoughts, recalling the sound of galloping horses coming from beyond the river earlier. She suggests they might have been allied soldiers from the local garrison. This sparks an idea in his mind. Could those riders have been destined as backup? The dark-haired girl quickly grasps the implications of his theory as well. He spins to face her, urging her to stall the enemy for as long as humanly possible. He tells her to retreat to the inner defenses if the perimeter wall falls. He even advises her not to hesitate to use local guards and fleeing refugees as distraction bait. Her sole objective is maintaining the line until his squad returns. Steelings themselves for the task, the girl and her teammates vow to give it everything they have. With their plan set, the protagonist party sets off. As they walk side by side, Jenna voices her concern, questioning if the strategy is too basic and asking for the real play. Han playfully dismisses her worries, noting that their ally is plenty smart and prompts her to prep her gear. Their current path leads straight toward the eastern exit of the settlement. Aaron objects, wondering why they are taking such a massive gamble with thousands of monsters waiting outside. Han counters that huddling behind the walls guarantees death anyway, making this high-stakes risk necessary. He notes that on the 7th floor, the dam was already breached, and the archer had spotted the backup forces isolated on the far bank. Piecing it all together, it's obvious the stronghold fell because the reinforcements were blocked from arriving. The flooded river from the broken dam completely cut off their path. This means they have to storm out of the east gate, fight through the horde, and secure that dam before it breaks. They have to prevent that structure from giving way at all costs. As the weight of the plan dawns on her, she starts to speak, but he cuts her off with a confident grin, declaring they are going to wipe out the beasts. The camera pans to the city gates, where a massive tide of panicked citizens is pouring into the city. The party finds it incredibly difficult to navigate through the dense, panicked crowd. The mage grumbles about the chaotic squeeze, but Han points out that this struggle is nothing compared to the meat grinder waiting outside. Breaking away, he, Jenna, and Aaron sprint toward the perimeter wall. He directs the archer to scale the ramparts and scout the immediate threat level outside the gate. Simultaneously, he orders the spearmen to move quickly and start raising the heavy gates. He then turns to Ioka, instructing her to begin chanting her high-tier spell immediately. He wants her to unleash her Stage 2 fire magic the exact second the barrier goes up. She nods, confirming she's ready for the trigger. His eyes then drift over to the 5th, newest recruit in their ranks. This fresh addition is standing by, but since Han has no real task for him, he simply pays him no attention. The blonde youth grabs the heavy winch rope and begins hauling it to hoist the massive portcullis. With a heavy groan, the barrier starts its slow ascent. Alerted by the grinding gears, nearby guards rush toward the mechanism, unable to see the invisible intruders. The party tenses as the guards mutter fearfully, convinced that the massive gate is being raised by some invisible force. Meanwhile, the archer reaches the top of the rampart and peers down at the fields below. Seeing a sea of green monsters pressed against the entrance, she shouts a warning that they will flood the city the second it cracks open. He remains unfazed, telling her to slide back down to the ground without delay. He assures her that Iolka's combustion spell is going to clear a path right through them. Meanwhile, he steps in to incapacitate the guards, trying to stop Eren from working the winch. Blind to his presence, the guards focus on the self-moving rope and attempt to grab it. Additional guards swarm the area, shouting in panic about ghosts and malevolent curses. The archer helps keep order by sweeping their legs, leaving them tripping over each other in confusion. During the scuffle, the mage finally completes her spell preparations. As her aura ignites, the massive iron gate grinds further upward. Out of nowhere, a stray arrow zips directly toward her position. Reacting instantly, the protagonist snatches the projectile out of the air, recognizing it as an attack from the outer vanguard. With only a narrow gap visible, the rabid monsters are already pressing their faces against the opening. Our hero chucks the intercepted arrow right back, pinning the lead beast before it can squeeze through. The archer keeps the garrison occupied in the background. Incapable of spotting her, they wail about invisible phantoms and lament that their goddess has forsaken them. A sudden downpour begins, making him worry if the dampness will suppress their mage's combustion magic. The blonde fighter continues hauling on the heavy line single-handedly, gradually hoisting the massive barrier open. Finally, the opening is wide enough for the ravenous horde to begin spilling inside. They instantly lock eyes on the mage, positioning herself at the forefront. Before they can reach her, she finishes her incantation and unleashes a massive wave of fire. A massive wall of flame erupts outward, engulfing every creature in its path and triggering a violent detonation at the entrance. The initial strike completely vaporizes every monster clustered around the threshold. Seizing the moment, the protagonist commands the party to press the attack. At the same time, he hands the mage a mana potion, telling her to keep her energy topped off as she casts. She smirkily replies that she knows what she's doing and can keep this up all day if needed. Meanwhile, their fifth member is frozen in place, visibly trembling with fear. A system alert flashes, revealing his stats have plummeted by 30% due to a panicked state. The protagonist tells him to regroup with the other team, where he'll be given structured tasks to handle. Surviving with that squad will be his chance to prove his worth. Relieved, the guy nods and scrambles away as fast as his legs can carry him. With the path cleared, the protagonist finally steps beyond the city threshold. The guards attempt to slam the barrier shut, but he ignores them and advances straight into the burning chaos. Hearing the gate latch behind them, he knows there is no turning back from this point. The only path left is to fight straight ahead. He forms a defensive pocket with Eren and Jenna, keeping the mage shielded as they advance behind her explosive spells. He tells her to scale back and conserve energy with Stage 1 combustion spells. Even if the downpour weakens the flame, she just needs to cover as much ground as possible. As the rain intensifies, he urges them to pick up the pace before the monsters realize they can bypass the damp flames. The mage still needs another 20 seconds to prepare her next heavy offensive spell, but the green swarm is rapidly closing the distance. Out of the blue, a beast leaps directly at him. Prepared for the strike, he cleaves it in two with a single fluid motion while keeping the countdown going in his head. Enemy archers begin target firing the spellcaster, but he quickly raises his shield to intercept the incoming projectiles. The party maintains a tight perimeter around their key asset as the timer ticks down. Jenna fluidly swaps between her bow and blades, dropping any beast that breaches their guard. The countdown is nearly finished, with just 5 seconds left on the clock. She unleashes a rapid volley to keep the swarm at bay while the blonde warrior holds the front with raw power. In the chaos, a sneaky monster slips behind his blind spot. Although the warrior misses it, our protagonist spots the danger instantly. He hurls his blade with pinpoint accuracy, pinning the beast's skull, and sprints ahead to retrieve his weapon. Just as he recovers his weapon, the 20-second preparation window expires. By now, the monster horde has fully enclosed around Iolka. He commands the team to immediately fall back behind her position. She snaps her eyes open and unleashes her explosive fire magic once more. The wall of fire erupts with the exact same fury, incinerating dozens of attackers in an instant. As the smoke clears, he spots an opening and signals the party to push ahead. Sprinting through the charred corridor, he silently thanks their good fortune for recruiting such a powerful spellcaster. Without her massive firepower, they wouldn't have stood a chance of breaking out. However, the heavy downpour quickly dampens the flames, allowing the next wave of monsters to close the gap. He yells at her to start preparing her next spell while the rest of them hold off the front lines. Once more, the 20-second timer begins ticking as they fight tooth and nail to maintain their ground. With each passing second, the pressure on the party mounts. They are forced into a relentless rhythm, striking down enemies while ensuring they don't break formation. Right before the spell is ready, a beast lunges at him from his blind spot. Sensing the draft just in time, he spins on his heel and cuts it down midair. The party coordinates their fallback perfectly right before the mage clears the path with another blazing explosion. Using the residual heat and embers as cover, they press deeper into enemy lines. Eren leads the charge with Jenna right behind him, pushing her limits to keep the flanks clear. He clarifies that they will maintain this steady rotation all the way to the water's edge. Right then, we catch a glimpse of the massive horde's commander, standing majestically atop a giant boulder, radiating pure menace. This leader looks noticeably larger and far more intelligent than his common minions. Drawing a crude blade, he raises his arm and bellows a harsh war cry, organizing his troops. The mage unleashes her ignition magic once more, evaporating another cluster of attackers. As the protagonist charges, a beast lunges straight through the fading heat to intercept him. The ambush is so sudden he barely evades, but his muscle memory kicks in just in time to dodge the blow. He thrusts his blade forward, skewering the beast through the chest. He notes a sudden, chilling shift in the monster's tactics. Even with the blazing fire before them, they stop hesitating entirely. They willingly plunge straight through the barrier of flame to close the distance. As two more beasts close in, he dashes forward and cleaves them both in a single clean sweep. Shifting his focus, he finally locks eyes on the leader perched atop the boulder. The beast is shouting guttural phrases, likely barking out tactical orders or channeling some buffing spell. Han realizes that this leader is smart enough to time the gaps between Iolka's spells, coordinating his forces to strike during her cooldown. This discovery cranks the threat level up significantly. They aren't dealing with mindless beasts, but an intelligent tactician. He keeps swinging his sword while taking a quick mental inventory of his companion's stamina. While they are managing to keep the line for the moment, they are rapidly reaching their limit. The constant wall of flame is rapidly burning up the oxygen in their immediate area. Even though they possess passive elemental resistances, the stifling heat is still taking a physical toll. Recognizing the deadlock, he decides they need to shake up their strategy immediately. Just as he is planning their next move, a small cluster of beasts drops down on him from above, but he quickly unleashes his power to cleave them in one sweep. Our protagonist rounds up the squad, demanding their undivided attention while reminding them that failure isn't an option, and they only get one shot at this. When his ally asks for clarification, he points out that they have exactly one window to take down the goblin commander perched up on the boulder. Right then, the goblin chief commands his troops to attack, just as our mage girl begins chanting her spell. She conjures up a blazing barrier of flames to hold back the horde, though some of the monsters manage to breach the fiery wall. One goblin leaps straight through the fire to ambush our boy, but he quickly counters with a brutal knee strike that shatters its teeth. While the monster is collapsing, he grips its skull and drags the body over toward Yoka. When enemy archers rain arrows on her, our protagonist uses the struggling goblin as a human shield to absorb the impact. He calls out to see if her spell is primed, and once she nods, she unleashes a devastating sea of flames. The massive wave incinerates a huge chunk of the goblin vanguard in an instant. Stunned by the loss, the goblin leader barks out fresh commands, pushing his remaining forces into a desperate, chaotic charge. Realizing a single spell won't seal the deal, our protagonist grits his teeth, thinking that they've barely even started. A follow-up blast rocks the entire area, summoning a colossal circle of fire around their position. The sheer scale of the inferno leaves even the goblin chief visibly shaken. Seeing their opening, Jenna and Aaron spring into action without wasting a single second. Aaron holds up the hero's shield to cover the archer while she draws her bow, aiming high towards the sky. The arrow arcs down flawlessly, piercing the goblin commander's skull and putting him down for good with one shot. Once their leader falls, the remaining goblins descend into absolute chaos without any leadership. At the same time, the wizard girl's legs give out as her mana reserves are completely drained. Our hero lunges forward just in time, catching her before she hits the dirt. Glancing at the horde, he notes that her powerful spell didn't wipe out every last monster. Should they manage to bypass the wall of flames, they'll still pose a major threat to the group. But as it turns out, the monsters are actually aiming for the fortress walls in the background. Our heroes were basically just an annoying speed bump along their invasion route. He waits to observe how the horde behaves now that they are leaderless. Sure enough, the surviving goblins completely bypass them and sprint straight for the town, leaving the party in the dust. Our protagonist exhales in relief, thankful that the creatures prioritize the city over a fight with them. Slipping away from the chaos, the squad finally manages to enter the relative safety of the woods. They have put plenty of distance between themselves and the horde, with no pursuit in sight. Our hero is well aware that taking out the commander was the sole reason they made it out alive. If the leader were still breathing, he would have undoubtedly ordered his army to crush them before moving on. He advises the team to catch their breath and use their healing draft resources wisely. At this moment, another skirmish is raging at the north gate, but since the outer defenses hold, they have a temporary breathing room. As he heads toward the river bridge, he spots another wave of incoming monsters. A system alert pops up, warning him of 19 level 9 goblins marching towards their position. Realizing their break is officially over, he orders the group to prep for another round. Suddenly, a giant tree shudders violently, unveiling a terrifying presence hidden behind it. The blonde companion stares ahead in sheer panic, pointing out the threat to our protagonist. As it turns out, their next opponent is a colossal level 23 ogre warrior. Quickly coordinating the defense, our hero tasks the wizard with keeping the standard goblins at bay while the blonde swordsman acts as her guard. In the meantime, he plans to handle the giant beast himself. The moment he closes the distance, The beast slams its weapon down with monstrous strength, fracturing the earth. Our protagonist knows that taking a direct hit from that club would mean instant death. The monster launches another strike, but he nimbly slips out of the way. Considering the massive disparity in strength, he has to play it safe and bide his time, or he's history. Concurrently, Yoka erects a towering wall of flame to keep the lesser monsters out of the way while our lead and the archer tackle the giant. The beast reaches out to snatch him, but he leaps backward, slashing its arm to draw first blood. Positioned behind the brute, Jenna lets loose a volley of arrows right into its back. As the monster roars in discomfort, she gets the impression that her shots are hitting home. But the giant simply tenses its muscles, popping all the embedded shafts right out of its skin. Even though its massive size makes it easy to hit, normal arrows won't do much unless she targets a critical weak point. To complicate matters further, a second giant unexpectedly stomps onto the field. Our protagonist gets annoyed, knowing his teammates are already pushed to their absolute limits. Deciding to play a dangerous hand, he charges head-on at the first beast. The giant swings its massive armaments at him. This time, our protagonist braces behind his shield, absorbing and redirecting the brunt of the heavy impact. Pushing past the agonizing shockwaves racking his limbs, he steps closer to the beast. He drives his blade straight into the giant's leg, targeting a vulnerable joint. Driven mad by the pain, the monster begins thrashing about and attacking without any caution. Using the creature's blind rage to his advantage, our protagonist leaps onto its shoulder and plunges his sword into its neck. Noting the shallow wound, he jumps again, slamming his shield down like a hammer to drive the steel deeper. As a fountain of dark blood erupts, the giant goes rigid and crashes to the earth. Having neutralized the first threat, he immediately locks his sights onto the second beast. But to his dismay, the second giant seems to be charging straight toward the spellcaster. He quickly gestures to Jenna, prompting her to draw its attention away with a well-placed arrow. She lands a hit on its back, but the creature ignores the sting and keeps stomping ahead. Aaron steps up to intercept the beast, only to be casually swatted away like a fly. Our boy yells at her to dodge, but before she can even blink, the giant charges right past, ignoring her presence entirely. Our protagonist watches in shock as the puzzle pieces finally click together in his head. Remembering the level 7 dam, he realizes those weak goblins couldn't have destroyed it on their own without heavy siege tools. He bellows to his teammates, explaining that the giant's true objective isn't the wizard, but the reservoir dam. Understanding the stakes, the archer leaps onto the beast's shoulders, repeatedly plunging her dagger into its neck. Our protagonist rushes over as well, hell-bent on stopping the monster in its tracks. He lunges forward, delivering a devastating slash across its back that leaves a massive, gaping gash. Howling in unbearable pain, the creature loses its footing and tumbles straight into the rushing river. Panting heavily, our protagonist stares from the riverbank, realizing just how close they came to failing their objective. Right when he thinks the danger has passed, a massive hand erupts from the water's surface. The giant drags itself back up, unleashing a devastating blow right into the structural support of the dam. The entire barrier gives way, crumbling into pieces in an instant. Across the way, Aaron happily shouts that they've cleared the goblins, but our hero stays quiet, knowing they've already failed. The much-needed support troops waiting in the forest beyond the river are now completely cut off from crossing over. Even if they fight to their last breath, their small squad cannot possibly halt the thousands of monsters marching toward them. For once, real panic sets in as our protagonist frantically tries to brainstorm an escape route. Aaron places a hand on his shoulder, snapping him out of his downward spiral of thoughts. Clutching his hilt, he decides they need to fall back and draft a backup plan, even if he has absolutely no idea what that plan is yet. Just as they prepare to withdraw, the wizard girl halts him in his tracks. She lifts her arm, manifesting a bright magical aura as she channels a telekinesis spell on a massive boulder close by. He looks on in disbelief as she hoists the heavy rock and launches it into the gap, sealing the bridge flawlessly. Rather than thanking her, he snaps at her for keeping this trick up her sleeve until the very last second, pointedly reminding her that they were a hair's breadth away from failing the entire mission. She shrugs it off nonchalantly, saying it wouldn't have made a difference anyway. He lets out a breath, admitting that at the end of the day, their survival is all that truly counts. Unfortunately, their brief moment of peace vanishes in an instant. An even larger swarm of goblins begins rushing their position once more. One of them lunges at our protagonist, aiming a spear straight for his face. He ducks beneath the thrust and slices the monster clean in two. As the clash rages on, our protagonist begins to reflect on the nature of this objective. The conflict has been going on for ages, yet there is still no sign of the support troops. He starts questioning everything, doubting if any help is actually on the way. He orders the wizard to down whatever potion she has remaining and prepare a powerful Tier 2 spell. Before she can even uncork a bottle, a stray goblin jumps straight towards her. Our boy spots the danger, but is positioned too far away to intervene, leaving him with nothing but her name to scream. Yoka stands frozen and defenseless, staring right into the eyes of her impending doom. But at the absolute final moment, a magnificent steed bursts onto the scene at breakneck speed. A mounted knight charges through, cutting down the leaping goblin with a single, flawless slash. The rider pulls to a stop ahead, drawing the attention of every monster on the field as our panting protagonist watches. The newcomer looks incredibly badass, concealing his identity behind a fierce lion mask. Judging by his commanding presence, it's clear he's the commander of the incoming reinforcements. Instantly drawn to this new threat, the horde shifts their focus and charges him, completely ignoring our party. He raises his arm high and bellows a command, calling forth the Iron Lion cavalry. Moments later, the ground trembles with the rumble of hooves as a wave of cavalry pours out of the woods. Every single rider looks just as formidable as their leader, fully armed and ready to tear through the enemies. A system alert pops up on our protagonist's screen, confirming the arrival of the Iron Lion cavalry. He immediately orders the team to fall back toward the spellcaster rather than cluttering the battlefield. They fall back as instructed while the mounted soldiers begin carving a bloody path through the monster ranks. Despite numbering only 500, their combat prowess dwarfs that of the standard town militia. The unit presses their advantage, sweeping away the monsters and securing a safe zone. The archer remarks that after clearing their immediate sector, the knights are now advancing toward the main fortress. An updated system counter shows that 458 riders are still active. While she suggests they might as well sit back and enjoy the show, our protagonist knows they can't afford to lag behind the advance. Spotting 2 riderless mounts nearby, he asks his team if anyone knows how to ride. The archer confirms she can, which prompts him to acquire the skill on the spot. He notes that even though the commander back home can't fight directly, they can still supply crucial aids. Our protagonist quickly purchases a equestrian skill manual from the master, spending 500 gems. While advanced combat arts are restricted, utility skills like riding are cheap to acquire and incredibly practical. Within moments, he masters the skill and mounts up, pulling Yoka up onto the saddle behind him. With this boost in speed and mobility, he feels their odds of success have significantly risen. Now, they are fully equipped to bring the fight back to the invading horde. As they gallop toward the keep, he analyzes the movements of the eastern goblins they encountered near the banks. He reasons that these units won't pose a threat as long as they are kept away from the inner perimeter. The true menace lies in the northern sector, where the enemy is deploying massive siege towers and scaling ladders. The support forces have deduced this as well, which explains their headlong charge toward the northern sector. He contemplates trailing them, figuring it might make completing their objective a whole lot simpler. But his gamer instinct warns him that the system would never make things this easy. Suddenly, he turns to his squad and announces a change of destination. Aaron feels a pang of guilt, pointing out that their primary assignment was to defend the northern entrance. Our protagonist scoffs, asking if they honestly believe this represents the entirety of the invasion force. He orders them to pick up the pace and follow his lead toward the eastern woods. As they ride out, the downpour finally subsides, giving them a much-needed tactical advantage. As the tree line comes into view, our protagonist confirms that his suspicions were entirely spot on. A hidden division of goblin riders is already waiting in ambush under the canopy. They look poised for a strike, capable of easily breaching the eastern defenses if left unchecked. If he can choke their advance using Yoka's spellcasting, they can derail this entire flanking maneuver. But as they scan the ranks, giant, heavy footsteps shake the ground behind the smaller monsters. They instantly realize these incoming shapes are definitely not run-of-the-mill goblins. They are ogres, the exact same high-level brutes they struggled against earlier. Except this time, they aren't dealing with just a pair of them. There are roughly 23 of these lumbering giants waiting in the wings. He barely scraped by defeating just 2, and now they are outnumbered by a massive margin. He knows that if this vanguard reaches the front lines, even the elite cavalry will be completely overwhelmed. Our protagonist checks in with the spellcaster regarding her remaining energy reserves. She admits she has enough juice for a spell, though it won't pack much of a punch. He tells her to forget about raw damage, instructing her to simply spread the spell over as wide a radius as possible. His strategy is to ride along the perimeter of the woods while she sets the entire zone ablaze. Meanwhile, things aren't looking any better back at the northern wall defenses. Goblins are swarming the defenses using ladders, forcing Edis's squad into a relentless, exhausting defense. A defender nearly gets pulled over the edge by a climbing monster, but she drags him back in the nick of time. As more of the creatures climb over the ramparts, she continues slicing through them without hesitation. In the midst of the chaos, she spots movement on the horizon, realizing the legendary cavalry has arrived. Upon their arrival, the mounted knights tear through the goblin forces with terrifying, unstoppable force. She keeps an eye on their devastating charge from her high vantage point while defending her post. Another monster climbs up to challenge her, but she reacts instantly, striking it down before it can make a move. Back in the woods, the wizard has finally finished gathering her magical energies. With a single incantation, she triggers the spell, sending a wave of fire expanding through the trees. The inferno sweeps rapidly across the woodland, sealing every exit and trapping the monsters inside. The concealed forces are consumed by the blaze, screaming as they run blindly with nowhere left to flee. But the effort leaves her completely drained, with almost no magical reserves left. Our protagonist reassures her that she did an incredible job, telling her to rest and hold back on any further casting. The whole forest is going to ash, But it's a worthy trade since the enemy was using it as their staging ground. Reducing the entire area to cinders is honestly the best possible solution. With their task complete, the squad begins their journey back to the city. Out of the 500 defending the northern sector, nearly 400 had perished before the knights made landfall. Later on, half of those newly arrived support troops were wiped out by the rampaging ogres. However, once the cavalry fully engaged, only a scattered handful of monsters remained standing. The remaining soldiers systematically hunted down and eliminated the survivors. The elite knights operated on a completely different level, with each rider easily racking up 10 to 20 kills. Their overwhelming power allowed them to completely sanitize the entire combat zone. The bloody plains are now littered with the remnants of both the defenders and the invading horde. Every single hostile force has been decisively neutralized. The surviving defenders and the elite riders raise their voices to celebrate their hard-won triumph. Peering down from the ramparts, the dark-haired ally spots our protagonist's squad returning from the blazing woods. She catches his eye, and the two share a quiet, relieved smile from across the distance. Scanning his interface, our protagonist is relieved to see 0 casualty alerts, confirming his entire squad made it back alive. Jenna nods in agreement, remarking on how much more formidable they've grown since their days on the 5th floor. But then she questions why the system hasn't teleported them back yet, considering the objective is fully cleared. That single question sends a sudden chill down our protagonist's spine, freezing him in place. He frantically reviews every event of the raid in his head. They cleared the horde, slew the commander, beat the ogres, met the cavalry, scorched the forest, and flushed out the ambushers. By all logic, the scenario should have successfully concluded by now. So what on earth is keeping the exit protocol from triggering? Before he can form a theory, a Crimson System warning flashes before his eyes, reading, "Now loading." In an instant, the entire world around him grinds to a complete standstill. He is the sole entity left with the ability to move. Looking around in absolute terror, another message appears, briefly stating, "Recovering." He has absolutely no clue what kind of system glitch is playing out. Then, a final system alert pops up, notifying him of a critical system error, and he has been abruptly disconnected. Looking around, he confirms that everyone else remains completely locked in time like statues. As he struggles to comprehend the situation, a new instruction appears, telling him to look back. With his heart hammering against his ribs, he quickly spins around to face whatever is behind him. Standing in the distance is that exact same terrifying level 999 entity that watched him before he entered this world. Our protagonist recognizes the ominous figure in an instant. During their first encounter, just seeing a fraction of its face had chilled him to the bone, and that same raw dread grips him now. He lets out a bitter curse under his breath in sheer frustration. Back in his glory days, he conquered the 88th floor with a high-tier team loaded with 6-star heroes. He was literally ranked as the 5th best player on the global leaderboard. The game, Pick Me Up, is heavily driven by gacha luck and pay-to-win mechanics. Players can issue broad commands to their units, but they have zero control over how those units execute their combat moves. Even so, pure luck isn't the only deciding factor in this world. If a commander possesses enough skill, they can easily outplay a bad hand of RNG. Returning to reality, he stares at the enigmatic specter, whose level is far beyond anything possible, save for a legendary 7-star unit. Just as he prepares to speak, he catches sight of something even more bizarre behind it. Positioned right behind the giant entity is yet another mysterious silhouette. It's a shadowy figure, with a floating name tag above reading, Dark Disciple, level 15. The disciple stares directly at him as if locked in eye contact, sending a chilling telepathic message that he'll be waiting for him. Han stands frozen in absolute shock, his mind racing to comprehend the meaning behind those words. Without warning, both the Titan and the Shadow Disciple vanish into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Slowly, the surrounding space begins to stitch itself back together, like fragmented pixels falling back into alignment. Suddenly, a fresh system notification pops up, offering an apology for the recent server glitch. Right after that, the Archer girl finally snaps out of her frozen state and starts moving. Confused, she questions him about what went wrong and why he looks so deeply shaken. Without giving her a chance to say another word, he abruptly orders her to get back to the castle immediately. Although his sudden panic catches everyone off guard, he doesn't stop pushing them to hurry because he knows the danger is far from finished. While they speed away on horseback, his mind is completely consumed by thoughts of the Dark Disciple. An entity of that caliber has absolutely no business being on a lower floor, and its sheer strength is nightmare-inducing. That terrifying fact by itself is plenty of motivation to get out of there without wasting a single second. Out of nowhere, they spot the limp hand of a fallen soldier starting to twitch. A guard standing close by catches the movement, utterly baffled by what he's seeing. The corpse begins to mutate as though some dark infection is hijacking its flesh, rapidly transforming the dead man into a hideous beast. The surviving guard beside him loses his mind in terror, but before he can even flinch, the newly risen zombie pounces on him and begins devouring him raw. Simultaneously, every single dead goblin scattered across the battlefield starts to mutate, rising up as the exact same kind of monster. Staring in absolute horror, the blonde guy screams out, completely unable to process the nightmare unfolding before his eyes. Our protagonist snaps at him to stop looking and focus entirely on retreating along the path they came from. In every direction, every single lifeless body has successfully reanimated as a vicious beast. A system alert flashes, warning him that there are now 2,436 active undead creatures swarming the battlefield. As he retreats, our main lead's thoughts drift back to the terrifying nature of the Dark Disciple. This massive resurrection is actually one of its core powers. Once specific requirements are met, it has the ability to raise the dead and transform them into a brainless army. And these creatures won't stay down unless their heads are completely crushed. Destroying the brain is the sole method to put them to rest for good. Up on the castle walls, the girl spots the team riding back and frantically yells at the guards to raise the gates. The heavy doors swing wide, allowing the riders to rush inside safely. However, our protagonist halts his horse right at the entrance, refusing to cross the threshold. He hauls the mage girl down from the saddle and passes her off to Jenna. He instructs her to keep her safe and protect the goddess statue alongside the dark-haired girl. Declaring that he needs to head back out to fight, he commands them to lock the gates behind him and not open them until he gets back. His teammates plead with him to remain inside, frantically asking how he expects to make it out alive or what his plan even is. In response, our lead coldly asks Aaron whether he wants to survive this night or become zombie food. That harsh reality check instantly quiets the man down, and he mutters that he wants to live and make it back safely alongside him. With worry in her eyes, the girl asks him if he can promise to return in one piece. Giving her a reassuring smile, he gives his word and turns to face the battlefield. The massive castle doors slam shut, sealing him outside all by himself. As soon as the undead catch sight of him, they lose control and sprint towards him in a rabid frenzy. Though he is thoroughly repulsed by them, he is confident he can handle the threat. His strategy is simple: slice them down, one target at a time. He leaps into action without delay, hacking through every zombie that dares to cross his path. He's well aware he'd be overwhelmed if they swarmed him all at once. But as long as they attack in fractured waves, he can definitely keep them at bay. Suddenly, a giant, muscular arm tears through the air, the limb of a massive ogre. The monstrous beast starts pounding its massive fists heavily against the city's main gates. Our protagonist groans in pure annoyance upon seeing that even a powerhouse like this has been brought back to life. He is certain that the wooden barrier won't be able to hold out against that kind of brute strength for very long. But before he can make a move to stop it, a pack of mutated wolves lunges from behind. The beast snaps fiercely at his horse's hooves, almost taking a chunk out of its legs. Just in time, a pair of sharp arrows fly through the air, piercing their skulls before they can sink their teeth in. The beasts whimper and drop dead on the spot. It was Jenna who shot those arrows, covering his blind spot and saving his skin. Looking back, he feels a wave of relief knowing she has his back from the ramparts. Meanwhile, within the city walls, the terrified soldiers listen to the deafening bangs shaking the gate. In a matter of seconds, the main outer doors shatter into splinters. Panicked screams fill the air as hulking ogres and a tidal wave of undead swarm into the streets. Complete anarchy breaks out as everyone scrambles frantically to save their own lives. Our boy notes with grim concern that the outer defense fell much quicker than he had anticipated. To put an end to this slaughter, his top priority is to hunt down and eliminate the Dark Disciple immediately. He's confident his target retreated into the flaming woods and is lurking there, expecting his arrival. But no matter what, our protagonist has zero intention of letting him pull off his scheme. He knows these mindless corpses only have two primary directives. They will either hunt down any living flesh in sight or focus on demolishing the statue of the goddess. While their actual fighting technique is sloppy compared to when they were alive, their sheer bloodlust is off the charts. To make matters worse, their massive, endless numbers make them a massive pain to deal with. Cutting his way through the horde, he mentally commends the dark-haired girl for performing far better than he anticipated. She has managed the crisis exceptionally well, ushering the surviving guards and townsfolk safely toward the inner defenses. He can only hope she keeps the goddess statue secure until he can finish his end of the job. The outer defenses have completely crumbled by now. Given their experience from the 5th floor, his allies should be capable of setting up a solid fallback line at the inner wall to safeguard the monument. Anarchy continues to consume the city streets. Unfortunately, not all the citizens are fast enough to make it behind the inner gate. Scores of people are left stranded outside, crying out and begging for entry as the heavy barriers slide shut. The ravenous monsters close the distance immediately, ripping the helpless crowd to shreds. Deep inside the blazing forest, the hero tells himself to ignore the events in the town for now. The ultimate outcome rests solely on how quickly he can hunt down and slay the Dark Disciple. Pushing through the inferno, his flame resistance level jumps to rank 2, taking some of the sting out of the heat. Even the charred remains of the goblins reanimate, leaping wildly at him from the midst of the flames. He quickly puts them down with his dagger before gulping down a health potion to mend his wounds. Arriving at the very edge of the zone, he halts and calls out for the disciple to show himself. The silence remains unbroken for a moment, But then alarming notifications start flooding his view. An alert shows that a member of Edis's squad has succumbed to panic, slashing their overall stats by 50%. A second notification reveals that his own team's fifth member is paralyzed with fear, suffering a 30% stat penalty. Shortly after, a grim update confirms that the panicked soldier from Edis's team has died. Another alert warns him that Edis is bleeding heavily, causing her HP bar to drop rapidly. He absorbs the bad news in silence, keeping his focus sharp as he detects rustling in the immediate area. Out of nowhere, a shadowy bolt of energy pierces through the smoke, aiming straight for him. He snaps his shield up in defense, but the corrupt energy blasts right through the metal, slicing deep into his shoulder. Normally, the Dark Disciple isn't built for head-on brawling, but on a low-level floor like this, he is an absolute monster. A barrage of follow-up spells rains down on him. Realizing his shield is completely useless against this magical assault, he relies entirely on evasion. Moving with blinding speed, he bats away several incoming strikes with his blade. Despite his quick reflexes, a couple of the dark blasts still find their mark. Within moments, his remaining shoulder is also torn open. He's well aware that without his specialized defensive traits, he would have been a goner already. A warning message pops up on his screen, reporting that he is suffering from severe blood loss and continuous health decay. Thick smoke from the forest fire fills his lungs, making every breath an agonizing struggle. With his vision blurring, he worries he might lose consciousness and succumb to his wounds before finishing the target. Just as despair begins to creep in, a mysterious voice echoes through the noise, proposing a conversation. Facing the direction of the voice, he demands to know what the disciple is after. The voice chuckles, noting that he is far more unique than the usual prey. Before it can finish its thought, our protagonist hurls his blade directly at the origin of the sound. The steel cuts through the blazing heat, finding its mark with a satisfying impact. In immediate retaliation, a deadly counterattack is launched at him. Just split seconds before the impact, he triggers his berserk state. Fueled by pure adrenaline and fury, he sprints headfirst towards the foe. As the disciple unleashes another strike, our hero's arm is cleanly severed. Ignoring the blinding agony, he grits his teeth and continues pushing forward. Though his face is contorted in utter suffering, his resolve remains unshaken as he presses on. With his sole remaining hand, he tightens his grip on his dagger. As he closes the distance, the disciple unloads a barrage of dark arrows that riddle his torso. Even so, our protagonist refuses to slow down and cleanly decapitates the enemy. Like a rabid animal, he relentlessly plunges his blade into the foe, who struggles in vain to shield himself. He doesn't cease his frenzy until the creature grows cold and motionless. Slowly, the adrenaline of his berserk status wears off. His physical form is riddled with wounds, and blood begins to pool from his lips. Even in this critical state, what worries him most is the absence of any stage-cleared alert. Fearing that their efforts might have been in vain, his eyelids grow heavy and slowly shut. As he slumps against a tree contemplating his end, back in the city, another hero falls in battle. Noticing the death log, he swears silently, realizing the entire operation is falling apart. First, he was forced to abandon the castle due to the disciple's threat, and now, despite putting his life on the line to defeat him, he might still perish in these woods. Meanwhile, the brutal battle continues unabated back inside the fortress. Jenna is completely running on empty. Aaron's muscles are locking up after swinging his heavy polearm relentlessly. Ioka has completely drained her mana reserves and looks ready to pass out. The supplementary fifth members of both teams are now lying lifeless on the ground. Drenched in crimson, Dika continues to desperately resist the oncoming horde. Just as despair reaches its peak, the monument of the goddess starts to emanate a strange power. A gentle glimmer erupts into a brilliant azure radiance, expanding across the area and enveloping our protagonist. His physical form begins to dissolve into glowing cubes as the system officially records the victory. All survivors receive a massive level boost as the entire warzone pixelates away, confirming a successful mission. Naturally, our protagonist is crowned the most valuable player of the trial. Moments later, the user receives an alert explaining that heroes can now advance from 1-star to 2-star rank using specialized stones. Furthermore, the Adventure Dungeon feature is unlocked, and their home screen lobby is rebranded as Tanya. Although both squads lost a minor member, all the key players managed to make it through. When dawn breaks the following day, he flutters his eyes open, greeted by the pleasant realization that he survived. Sometime later, Aaron is spotted in the cafeteria, looking incredibly pensive. Our protagonist walks over and asks him what's weighing so heavily on his mind. He confesses he is struggling to find meaning in their struggles, especially after witnessing the fallen slaughter their home in his absence. Our hero comforts him, pointing out that in a scenario like this, some casualties among the townspeople were simply bound to happen. With a small, weary smile, the blonde warrior heads off to rest, hoping a good night's sleep will clear his head. Watching him walk away, our protagonist can't help but notice the heavy mental burden his friend is carrying. He remains seated in silence for a while, processing the chaotic events of the trial. At the same time, the mood in the dining hall is surprisingly bright and lively. The archer girl is thrilled by the massive spread of food, questioning why they've been treated to such a feast. Chloe, the chef, clarifies that the main lead requested a special meal prepared using whatever quality ingredients they had left. Hearing this, the archer happily digs in, finding comfort and normalcy in the delicious meal. Glancing around the hall, our boy is pleased to see that the overall tension among the crew has finally begun to dissipate. As the master boots up the game, he's immediately greeted by a prompt showing that a hero upgrade is available. For this upgrade, a brand new promotion chamber is constructed right above the synthesis room. The recipe for the upgrade is displayed, requiring 3 standard stones to be merged into a refined promotion catalyst. Once the player clicks confirm, a pulse of energy flows through the screen, finalizing the creation of the stone. The guide fairy drops by to hand over the newly minted stone, officially informing him that his path to 2-star rank is clear. She cheerily adds that if he keeps this up, he might even reach the legendary 7-star tier in the future. He remains skeptical, remembering his own old unit, Cirrus, whom he failed to max out to 7 stars despite countless attempts. He deduces that there are likely hidden requirements for maximum limit breaks that he has yet to uncover. He makes his way over to the newly erected chamber resting above the synthesis facility. Once the reagents are loaded, the system will process the upgrade and release the newly advanced unit. The user's camera is locked out, preventing him from viewing the actual process taking place inside. Our protagonist steps up and slides the glowing stone into the activation slot. The gemstone flares to life, casting bizarre, glowing patterns along the chamber's interior. A radiant magical circle illuminates the floor, sending a blinding pillar of light straight up that forces him to shield his gaze. When the blinding light finally recedes, he is greeted by absolute silence. Suddenly, a soft voice breaks the quiet atmosphere. He spots a woman resting in a chair, cradling a young child in her lap. Startled, our protagonist immediately puts his hand on his hilt, demanding to know her identity. As he tries to approach, an unseen wall halts him in his tracks. He is left baffled by the kid's presence. He expected to view his own past memories, but he never had a family of his own. Taking a closer look at the toddler, it clicks that this is Han Ailat, the actual individual destined to be summoned in his place. Since they shared the exact same name, a system error occurred, resulting in him getting trapped in this virtual world instead. Wasting no further time trying to decipher the vision, he exits the chamber. He steps out into a completely vacant lobby, with the waiting room portal and the level selectors positioned behind him. The portal flashes open, and the guide fairy appears, waving at him to step through. Observing that her avatar looks unusually tiny, he asks if she really wants him to enter the portal. Before him looms a portal to a dungeon labeled with an absolute nightmare difficulty setting. He is acutely aware that whatever lies beyond that door is incredibly lethal. Before he can make up his mind, the dungeon gate forcefully activates on its own, flashing red hazard warnings all around. Instantly pulled inside, the overwhelming aura inflicts a fear debuff, cutting his combat stats by 30%. The oppressive gravitational force within the zone continues to intensify. He is forced to let go of his weapon just to brace his weight against the floor, gritting his teeth to withstand the crushing weight. By triggering his rage active, he stabilizes his heartbeat and manages to counter the gravity penalty. The suffocating aura eventually dissipates, leaving him gasping for air as he tries to catch his breath. Looking up, he is greeted by the familiar sight of the level 999 entity from his past encounter. The beast grins, pointing out that fate has brought them together once more. Our protagonist grips his blade, putting 2 and 2 together that this powerful entity was the one who pulled him here. He's fully aware that a head-on duel is impossible, considering the massive level gap. The creature goads him to take a single swing, but he declines, asserting that if there's no point to this battle, he should be returned immediately. Amused, the beast claps at his discipline, noting that a single rash action would have cost him his life. Still nursing a massive headache, he wonders if every single unit undergoes such an ordeal during their rank advancement. The entity steps closer, clarifying that his circumstances are entirely unique. This domain is a customized reward created exclusively for the top player of Pick Me Up. The towering beast begins to warp, morphing its body into the shape of a young girl. Our protagonist is absolutely dumbfounded because she shares the exact face of the guide fairy. As she opens her mouth to introduce herself, he bluntly interrupts, telling her he already knows she's a nuisance. Pouting at his rudeness, she explains that the guide fairy he knows is merely one clone out of millions modeled after her. She tosses an identification card, his way displaying her stats and serial number, though her actual name remains scrambled. Squeezing the card into dust, he grumbles, asking if she's simply wasting his time. With a playful smirk, she remarks that her alias changes depending on who she is dealing with. Our protagonist dismisses her chatter, getting straight to the point and demanding to know if she was the mastermind behind his summoning. She pleads for him not to hold a grudge, confessing that his arrival was a complete system glitch rather than a deliberate choice. Brushing off her excuses, he coldly demands she return him to his world if she values her own safety. She chuckles, reminding him that he's merely a low-ranking unit harboring goals far too grand for his current standing. He counters with confidence, stating that given a little more breathing room, he'll be the one calling the shots. Amused by his confidence, she muses that it might be safer for her to just put him out of his misery right here. With a simple tap of her foot, she summons a spear of condensed shadow that rockets toward him. The attack is far too swift for him to evade. The dark weapon punctures his chest, shattering his breastplate before coming to a sudden halt. He glares back at her with unwavering hatred, earning her praise for his guts, as the spell was only inches away from threading his heart. With a quick snap of her fingers, the dark weapon dissolves into thin air. Relieved of the immediate threat, he lowers his weapon slightly and asks what her actual objective is. She possessed plenty of opportunities to end his journey, yet chose to spare him. The fact that she brought him to this space suggests she has a specific use for him. Rising to her feet, she casually replies that her request is actually quite simple. Her primary goal is simply to have an honest conversation. Her demeanor suddenly shifts, mimicking the guide fairy's bubbly personality perfectly. She reveals she knows his identity as Loki, the world's 5th-ranked veteran master, confessing that she is actually a major admirer of his. She admits to studying his runs thousands of times, finding his strategies absolutely brilliant. At her main office, the guild name Niflheimer is on everyone's radar, making it impossible for a top-tier player like him to fly under the radar. She then announces her actual purpose is to unveil the deep secrets of this reality to him. She questions his thoughts regarding the lore and plot lines of typical mobile games. Our protagonist remains quiet, uncertain of where she is going with this line of questioning. She points out that the vast majority of users skip the narrative entirely, focusing solely on the mechanics and gameplay loop. She admits that her own preferences are no different. The lore of Pick Me Up is actually quite generic, featuring very shallow world building. The average player has no idea who the top-ranked accounts are simply because the community doesn't pay attention. With a quick click of her fingers, the entire backdrop warps into a brand new landscape, and she asks if the setting feels familiar to him. Though he shows no interest in finding out, she presses on regardless. Pointing ahead, she reveals that they are looking at the continent of Tanya, specifically the city of Nelsa, the very place he visited on the 10th floor, though now it lies in absolute ruins. One after another, she projects images of other cities: Silchia, Kaya, Idola, Phaionia, and Madian, all reduced to nothing but rubble. Every single one of these ruined places belongs to the Tanya continent, which happens to share its name with his own lobby. She then questions whether he truly believes his home continent, Niflheimer, will somehow escape this exact same fate. In reality, nearly every single continent in this world has met a similar tragic end. According to her, roughly 100 million worlds have already been wiped out of existence. She mentions a specific book within the game that acts as a prophecy, foretelling the ultimate demise of their world. No matter what happens, the narrative is bound to reach a devastating conclusion. Regardless of their struggles, every single person brought into this world is destined to perish. Every champion who stands up to fight ultimately falls short. This hopeless cycle is exactly why they require an outsider. Someone just like him, to break the narrative and change things. She clarifies that her ultimate objective is to have him rewrite the tragic destiny of this world. Although the situation looks utterly bleak, individuals from superior dimensions possess the unique perspective needed to alter reality. And that, she reveals, is the sole purpose behind the creation of the Pick Me Up game. As the pieces begin to fall into place for our protagonist, a subtle smirk appears on his face. He remarks dryly that he was anticipating some grand, epic tale, then demands to know why she is sharing all of this secret information with him. Extending her hand, she formally invites him to team up and cooperate with her. But before she can even blink, he drives one of his daggers straight into her face. Our protagonist is thoroughly convinced that every word out of her mouth was nothing but a massive deception. Blood begins to trickle from her head as her digital form starts to pixelate and glitch. Even so, she maintains her smile and advises him to think things over very carefully before giving his final response. All she is looking for is a straightforward agreement or rejection. Rather than answering, he lashes out and curses her, pointing out the sheer nerve it takes to drag him here, make him suffer, and then expect him to play nice. He shuts down the offer with an absolute refusal. He dares her to go ahead and execute him if she wants, warning that he won't go down without landing a few solid hits of his own. Pulling the weapon out of her face, she reprimands him, complaining that his sudden attack actually hurt. Though he seriously contemplates finishing her off right there, he knows a mere level 10, one-star hero stands absolutely no chance. If he ever hopes to take her down, his only option is to level up and gain massive power. Ending the conversation right then, he firmly demands that she return him to where he belongs. She sighs in disappointment, noting the immense energy she spent just to summon him, especially since she placed more faith in him than any other master in the game. In her eyes, even the top 4 rankers are completely outclassed by his sheer talent and superior performance. Bringing up a system notification, she highlights the line, "Master, trust the bond with the hero," pointing out that every player receives this advice right after the tutorial. Out of hundreds of millions of players, he was the sole master who actually took those words to heart and acted on them. Suddenly, the scenery transforms once more. bathed in a bright golden hue. A bizarre and unfamiliar chamber begins to materialize in front of him. While it resembles the very first floor at first glance, this is actually the notorious 80th floor, the exact arena where he deployed his champion half a year ago. Worldwide, only 5 individuals have ever managed to conquer this stage, and he stands as one of those few. Back then, tackling the 80th floor turned out to be far more brutal than he had ever anticipated. Remembering how the ordeal almost drove him insane, he questions her motives for displaying these painful memories. Conjuring a pair of chairs out of thin air, she gestures for him to take a seat and simply observe. He stubbornly remains on his feet, but she urges him again, promising that they are about to watch a highly entertaining spectacle. Giving in, he takes a seat while she carries on with her explanation. She asks him what it feels like to witness this reality with his own eyes, rather than just staring at a flat display. Even to this day, ordinary players remain clueless about the exact strategies required to beat each floor. Pick Me Up is designed so that every single stage presents vastly different levels of challenge. Even when facing the exact same stage, the difficulty can swing wildly depending on pure chance. One run might be a total breeze, while the next could feel entirely unbeatable. But since our protagonist has already conquered this nightmare, he knows the solution inside out, leaving him puzzled as to why she is making him rewatch it. A small fairy serves him a beverage while the girl smiles warmly, telling him to just relax and keep his eyes on the screen for a bit. He recalls his own recklessness. Flushed with victory after beating the 79th floor, his ego took over and he rushed straight into the 80th without a second thought. That single mistake ended up costing him more than half of his entire army. If he had to sum up that entire floor in a single word, it would be hell. A deadly environment hostile to any form of life. The zone crawls with waves of high-level threats, boasting over 2,700 level 113 fragments of chaos, over 3,100 level 108 fragments of despair, and more than 2,300 level 121 fragments of greed. It is this absurdly massive army of shards that transforms the 80th floor into a literal death zone. She explains that in this game, every single account has a personalized difficulty scaling system, which also dictates what kind of summons you get. Hearing this truth completely catches him off guard. She challenges him to think about why he never managed to pull a single 5-star character during his entire playthrough. It certainly wasn't some random stroke of bad luck. He couldn't summon a 7-star unit either. Not due to poor odds, but because his Niflheimer account had completely run out of pool units to summon. On screen, the situation worsens as higher level threats emerge. Level 322 Crystals of Chaos, level 315 Crystals of Despair, and level 311 Crystals of Greed. She reiterates that the challenge level of each stage is directly tied to the individual account's hidden parameters. The system flagged his home continent as S rank, meaning he was saddled with the absolute harshest settings possible. Despite facing such ridiculous handicaps, the fact that he climbed all the way to the 88th floor is nothing short of amazing. Right then, a brilliant flash of light illuminates the battlefield. Through the glow, he watches as 5 figures begin to materialize, his elite squad of top-tier heroes standing side by side. They hold their ground, drawing their weapons to face the approaching horde. But just as the beasts begin their charge, the entire horde suddenly locks up and halts in their tracks. A system alert flashes, indicating that the status effects of strategic outposts have been activated via a special perk. More pop-ups display a master layout, showing someone carefully analyzing the battlefield and mapping out the engagement. He watches intently as the screen replicates the exact combination of maneuvers and tactical commands he used to guide his units through this nightmare. She praises his ingenuity, noting how clever it was to capture all key tactical nodes before engaging the main enemy force. She prompts him to look closely, suggesting he see what kind of leader he truly represents to his followers. The holographic projections show the team huddled around the briefing map, studying the tactical route they are about to execute. Confident in the layout, the heroes declared a great plan, with their commander asserting that failure is simply not an option. With the stage timer ticking down, we get quick profiles of his elite 6-star roster, featuring Yernith, known as the King's Eyes, and Cirrus, the devastating King's Flames, who stands as the powerhouse of the group. As the gate opens, the vanguard lunges forward, diving headfirst into the monster pack without a single trace of hesitation. Giggling, she remarks on how astonishing it is that his units place such absolute, unwavering trust in him. Excluding the mythical 7-star units, this squad represents the absolute peak force on the server. Our protagonist sighs, asking her why any of that even matters now. She explains that raw technical ability is secondary when it comes to leading and managing a roster. What truly makes a difference is earning their genuine allegiance. Typically, as forces scale higher floors and face worse horrors, they begin to lose faith in their commanders. But his approach set him completely apart from every other player out there. He succeeded in securing the genuine, heartfelt devotion of his characters. Back in his lobby, his units hold him in such high regard that he might as well be their sovereign. She reveals that even to this very second, his Niflheimer squad is tirelessly scouring the game world just to find him. She challenges him to name any other player whose characters would actively hunt for their lost commander in such a manner. His methodology may be unconventional, but it yields incredibly precise results. Even with all her knowledge, she confesses she could never replicate his unique playstyle. Remarkably, he completely avoided relying on the synthesis chamber. Almost every other master uses the synthesis chamber as their main tool of control. They freely feed weak units to beef up their favorites, ruthlessly disposing of or executing any hero who dares to step out of line. Yet, our protagonist never had the luxury of high-tier units, failing to secure even a basic 5-star character. The peak of his roster was a humble 4-star named Suraz. While the community laughed at his terrible pulls and urged him to delete his account, he simply ignored the noise. Growing up amidst bias and hardship had taught him to tune out the critics and forge his own path anyway. A brief flashback reveals him as a lonely child shivering in the cold, watching another boy share a warm moment with his dad. A bond he never knew. Correcting her, he notes that he actually did utilize the synthesis system, but only on rare, absolutely necessary occasions. She counters by pointing out that most players abuse the system constantly, treating their living heroes like disposable action figures to be thrown away when they lose interest. In contrast, he recognized the latent talent in his units and treated them with genuine dignity. He made sure to praise and reward their victories while keeping punishments light and constructive when they fell short. Looking at him intently, she asks if he had somehow figured out from the very beginning that these game characters were actually real people. To her, his uniquely compassionate management style makes absolutely no sense otherwise. He concedes that the in-game units always behaved with an astonishing level of realism. Even though each unit reacted in their own distinct way to his orders, the idea of them being living human beings never crossed his mind. He asks dryly if this trip down memory lane was the only reason she brought him here. Nodding, she expresses regret that she never had the chance to cross paths with him back on Earth. Smirking, he responds that it's probably for the best, because if she had showed up on Earth, he would have buried her right then and there. He flatly states that he belongs to Earth, meaning the struggles of Niflheimer or any other fantasy town are absolutely none of his business. Declining to shoulder any of their burdens, he spins around, ready to walk away. She calls after him, warning that his loyal soldiers would be heartbroken to hear his apathy, but her words fail to move him. He realizes that if her true priority was simply getting the tower cleared, she never would have brought him into this world in the first place. He had climbed to the 88th floor with minimal casualties, putting him right on the heels of the top-ranked player on the 90th floor. He adamantly repeats his refusal, ordering her to get out of his face before he completely loses his temper. She counters that she expects him to reach her personal floor, adding that she is willing to put up with his hostility until that day comes. Shrugging off her comments, he shifts focus to ask about the Dark Disciple, demanding to know if she pulled the strings behind the entity he fought on the 10th floor. With a mysterious nod, she confesses to her involvement, but promises to completely step back once he clears the 15th floor. She warns him that the profile created by his current master is loaded with incoming trials. The challenge scaling matches the S-rank difficulty of his previous Niflheimer account. She points out that despite his own stellar capabilities, his current master might end up abandoning the game altogether. But if they form an alliance, she guarantees she will keep the master engaged and prevent him from quitting. She vows that once he scales the summit, she will personally escort him back to Earth and transfer half of her corporate dividends to him, turning him into an incredibly wealthy man. With those terms laid out, she formally extends a contract for him to sign. But all our protagonist desires is for her to vanish from his presence immediately. He quietly notes that regardless of her grand promises to return him home and make him rich, he has absolutely zero faith in her words. Sensing his hostility, she remarks that she knows he despises her and wishes to learn the root of his anger. Before she can finish her thought, he draws another blade in a flash, driving it directly into her skull. He reminds himself that he doesn't need her charity or help to achieve his goals. He intends to conquer this tower and unravel the mysteries entirely on his own strength, charting his own path back to Earth. That blade in her head serves as the only response she'll be getting from him. Even as her digital form glitters and glitches from the wound, she voices her admiration for his fierce resolve. Overlooking his violent outburst, she decides it is time to reveal the authentic history of this virtual world. Summoning her mystical power, she conjures a massive, ancient portal that begins to creak open. The vision transports them to Tanya, displaying a bustling, prosperous community where citizens live in absolute harmony. Various species and factions live side by side without conflict. Out of nowhere, mysterious invaders wielding corrupt magical energies descend on the land, reducing everything to ashes. Overwhelmed by the dark forces, the entire continent falls in battle. She clarifies that the game is so brutal because players are tasked with winning a war that has already been lost in reality. Yet, a glimmer of salvation remains. The Master. Snippets of past lives flicker by. Jenna wandering the woods with her dad, Aaron laughing with his little sister, and countless others enjoying quiet days. She stresses that their sole path to victory relies on the bonds of heroes who remain loyal to their commander. Their survival, along with the future of this entire realm, now rests squarely on his shoulders. Pointing out that he holds the keys to their salvation, she asks him one more time if he is ready to conquer the tower. He gazes at the projections in silence, mentally dismissing the entire speech as theatrical garbage. When she begs him to make the climb, stating that countless allies are waiting for his arrival on the higher tiers, he simply rolls his eyes and tells her to get lost. Following his dismissal, her presence fades completely, replaced by a system alert congratulating him on his promotion to a 2-star rank. He remains motionless for a moment, wondering if his encounter with her has actually concluded. Stepping out of the Ascension room, he spots the blonde warrior waiting for him in the corridor. The warrior asks what took him so long, explaining that he himself was just in there for an upgrade, an experience he promises our boy will undergo shortly. Thinking back to Aaron's history and his bond with his little sister Nina, he finally understands the man's desperate urge to get back home. Retiring to his private quarters, he reminds himself that his ultimate mission remains absolutely unchanged. He is going to conquer every floor of this structure and find his way back home. However, his encounter with that lunatic has left a bitter taste in his mouth. His mental state is completely sour right now. Wearing a deadly serious expression, he vows to pay her back for everything she has put him through. The next morning, a notice pops up on the master's screen, explaining that the server experienced an unexpected crash during active play. Players grinding on the entry floors ran into this issue, prompting the development team to issue an official apology. But our protagonist is well aware of the true culprits, that strange girl and her dark disciple. As compensation, the master is awarded 500 gems, 50,000 gold coins, miscellaneous resources, and free access to the open dungeon for 3 days. Elsewhere, the little fairy cheerily celebrates his recent rank up, though she quickly notes his gloomy expression. When he casually mentions that he just had a conversation with her original template, she looks at him in utter bewilderment. He adds that her creator is actually the co-CEO of Mobius, the studio behind the entire game, sending the little guide into a frantic spiral of worry about what secrets were leaked. Our boy calms her down, assuring her that he won't take his frustration out on her and that their dynamic remains unchanged. He reiterates his promise to scale the tower for their mutual benefit, asking only that she continue to assist him whenever he calls. Relieved, she nods eagerly in agreement. Handing over a voucher, she explains that their master sent a custom gift card that can be redeemed for any item of his choice. In this world, receiving such gifts is a direct indication of a master's trust and high regard. Noting that the limit goes up to 10,000 gold coins, he realizes the player is now placing massive expectations on his shoulders. To her surprise, he thrusts the voucher back into her hands, rejecting the offering entirely. A system alert chimes notifying her of the refusal, causing her to shriek in pure irritation. She argues that he could have upgraded his meals, wardrobe, or living space, but he flatly responds that none of those cosmetic upgrades matter to him. In his eyes, 10,000 gold is far too low to purchase anything of actual tactical value. Leaving the card behind, he turns on his heel and walks away without another glance. Still buzzing around him, she catches up and presents him with a tactical warhorse figurine that the master purchased on his behalf using the credit. Our boy swats it aside, pointing out that if their commander wants to hand out rewards, he needs to distribute them equally among the entire squad so no one feels left out. The figurine smashes into pieces on the floor, but he doesn't lose sleep over it since it was nothing but useless junk. Restless in his bed, he reflects on how clueless this current player is about what he actually needs. During his own reign in Niflheimer, he had made sure to memorize every single preference and quirk of his crew. He wonders if the master is currently sitting behind his screen, feeling shocked, irritated, or utterly baffled by the rejection. A short while later, the system sounds an alert ordering the whole squad to assemble at the portal gate. Keen to get this over with, he mutters that their leader is making a massive strategic blunder here. Having barely survived the challenges of the 10th floor, the party desperately needed a grace period to recover. Visibly frustrated, the female mage demands to know what horrible place they are being deployed to next. He keeps his thoughts to himself, assuming they are headed to the 8th or 9th floor for safety, as their current condition makes tackling the 11th entirely suicidal. But as the portal materializes, he is stunned to discover that the player has actually queued them up for the lethal 11th floor. He realizes the player must think this game is a walk in the park. It is a classic pitfall for novices to overestimate their strength early on. A red warning blares, indicating that the gateway will activate in just 10 seconds. Suppressing his anger, Han barks out orders for everyone to brace themselves. He is convinced the player has completely lost their mind, throwing them into high-level combat without letting them grind the easier tiers first. Like it or not, they have no power to reject the deployment. Burdened with such an incompetent commander, he begins to seriously question if he will ever live to see the peak of this tower. They step through the portal, finding themselves in a desolate, grave-filled cemetery that marks the 11th floor. Their objective this time around is to neutralize 14 level 11 skeleton warriors. The party quickly adopts a defensive formation, keeping their fragile magic user safely in the middle. Deciding to put his anger at the master on hold, he focuses entirely on surviving the active battle. Charging ahead, he initiates the clash by slamming his heavy shield straight into the nearest skeleton. The game relies heavily on luck because pulling high-tier units early on makes clearing stages a total breeze. On the flip side, if you are stuck with trash units, every single level becomes an agonizing struggle. As his allies keep trading blows with the undead, he reflects on his master's decision to fuse their units, securing a 4-star character at the cost of sacrificing all their valuable 3-star options. The player wasn't entirely talentless and actually put in some genuine effort early on, but his entire approach took a turn for the worse after beating the 5th floor. Overflowing with unearned confidence, he began pushing his team into high-difficulty zones without any preparation. The master likely believes their victories are a result of his genius strategies, when in reality, he doesn't have a single clue. After wrapping up the stage, our main guy takes home the MVP title for racking up the highest skeleton body count. With the battle over, they warp straight back to the waiting room. Checking his status screen, he sees he's hit level 11 and unlocks some fresh abilities. A bit later, he calls forth the fairy to get some answers to a few burning questions. She immediately cautions him that certain topics are strictly classified. Since he already remembers most of the details from her true form, he simply asks for a few minor clues. Though hesitant, she eventually gives in and agrees to help. To start, our protagonist asks for the true name of her original persona. The fairy pauses before explaining that she goes by countless names across different worlds. But in this specific realm, her name is Tell. This strikes him as odd, realizing she must have gone by a completely different name back in Niflheimer. Once a master successfully beats the 10th floor, the system automatically names their lobby. Their active lobby is called Townia, whereas his old account was registered under Niflheimer. He recalls that the 4th place player hailed from Regransid, while the 3rd place ranker belonged to Ezekiel. Brushing those thoughts aside for now, he moves on to his next question concerning Mobius. He makes sure to clarify that he's not talking about some corporation, but something far bigger. This completely catches the fairy off guard at first. She then reveals that Mobius is actually a massive galaxy holding infinite worlds. Now it clicks for our protagonist why every game account features entirely unique quests, heroes, and settings. Ultimately, each master rules over a completely distinct universe. Piecing the clues together, our boy finally figures out the girl's true identity. His next question to the fairy is whether their current master is actually a human being. She nods, explaining that the game only allows humans to take on the role of a master. He then presses further, asking if Tell might have done something suspicious to the master. The question instantly sends the fairy into a panic, and she quickly teleports away to investigate. Left alone, he sits in silence and decides to put these heavy thoughts on hold. While he's still taking a break, she pops back in to confirm that their master is indeed just a normal human. He feels a bit skeptical, but decides to believe her after she mentions checking it with her own eyes. Cut to the training grounds, where Dika is busy sparring with our protagonist. Our main guy defends effortlessly, but out of nowhere, a surprise attack comes from behind. It turns out to be the old man, lunging forward with a wooden staff aimed right at his head. Using some slick boxing-style movement, he slips and blocks, though the old-timer keeps up the pressure. Even mid-fight, he can't stop worrying that their master's arrogant choices are going to lead them all to an early grave. Suddenly, the kid rushes in from another angle, forcing him to bring up his shield once more. But before he can even reset, the dark-haired girl sneaks up behind him, completely catching him off guard. Despite his quick reflexes, her weapon grazes his cheek, leaving a minor scratch. Our protagonist quickly realizes that handling a 3-on-1 assault is no walk in the park. On the bright side, the master's illness appears to be in its early phase, meaning there's still a chance to find a cure. Right on cue, his teammates jump into the sparring match to level the playing field. He reasons that the best way to snap the master back to reality is to eliminate his absolute favorite hero, which happens to be him. Once their practice wraps up, the master signs back online and summons everyone to the gate. The archer is caught off guard by the abrupt command to tackle the 12th floor, and the blonde guy shares her concern. It hasn't even been 24 hours since they managed to beat the 11th floor. As the portal swings open, our main character hesitates. Pulling the fairy aside, he asks her to confirm exactly which floor the master has queued up. With a shaky voice, she confirms it is indeed the 12th floor. In this system, heroes actually have the agency to speak up and decline specific commands. Knowing this loophole, he flatly and calmly announces he won't be setting foot on the 12th floor. The fairy is stunned, and the game automatically pings the master with a notification of his insubordination. Losing her mind, she asks him what on earth he thinks he's trying to pull. Jenna, clueless that saying no was even an option, asks if he's actually serious. He points out that while they have the right to decline, they also have to face whatever fallout comes next. When the fairy protests that this move is incredibly risky, he retorts that marching onto the 12th floor unprepared is just as suicidal. She grudgingly concedes the point, but still begs him to change his mind. Our main guy reassures her that he's fully prepared for the master's wrath and potential punishment, but his stance remains unchanged. The mage girl wonders how the squad is supposed to survive if he stays behind. He calmly replies that the choice is entirely up to them, and he won't stand in their way if they want to go. Without hesitation, Aaron steps up and declares he isn't going anywhere without his bro. Immediately, a second refusal ping lands in the master's inbox. Sensing the vibe, a frustrated Jenna declines too, triggering a third notification. When Iolka joins the protest, a fourth alert confirms that all of Party 1 is officially in rebellion. The system prompt notes that the master now reserves the right to discipline the team. While he reviews the warning coolly, the frantic fairy swears she had nothing to do with sending that alert. He simply tells her not to sweat it, letting her know he gets it. The archer looks at him, asking what their next move should be. After a brief silence, he suggests they just kick back and observe how their master handles this situation. Faced with a full-blown mutiny from Party 1, the master pivots and starts barking orders at Party 2. As soon as the fairy summons them, the second squad quickly gathers in the lobby. The lead girl spots our protagonist and his crew, asking why they're still lingering around. He bluntly replies that they simply refuse to enter the gate. She stands frozen, utterly shocked that anyone could actually disobey an order like that. A bit later, he sits down and lays out the whole scenario for her. Once she processes his explanation, she points out the sheer recklessness of his actions, to which he calmly agrees. She questions whether he honestly believes the master is just going to let this kind of rebellion slide. The protagonist shoots back, asking if she'd jump off a cliff just because the master commanded her to. He points out that every hero here is fighting for survival, not some blind sense of devotion. His reality check completely shuts her down, leaving her speechless. As she retreats to consult her team, our protagonist reflects on how none of these heroes are actually loyal. They're just running from death. A moment later, Edis approaches him to let him know they've decided to head inside. They are eager to gain power, but aren't willing to risk being fused or synthesized as punishment like he might be. With that settled, the second squad heads into the waiting room to advance to the next floor. Meanwhile, the archer approaches him again, anxious about what the future holds. He confesses he's in the dark too, since their fate rests entirely on the master's next move. But he advises that if he does end up getting synthesized, they should immediately fall back in line to save their own skins. Upon hearing this, his teammates confidently declare that there's no way he's going down, no matter what. A smile creeps onto his face as he realizes just how much his companions have matured. Out of nowhere, a system alert flashes, reporting that 2 members of the second party have been seriously injured. This proves to him that the 12th floor is indeed a massive spike in difficulty, just as he suspected. Some time passes, and the battered, completely exhausted squad limps back through the gate. When he asks for an update, the lead girl looks him dead in the eye and asks how she can join his strike against the master. He cracks a grin, telling her that rebelling is actually the easiest part. Soon, another ping lands on the master's screen, showing Edis has gone on strike, rendering Party 2 completely unusable. This sends the fairy back into a tailspin as she watches the situation spiral completely out of control. With both of his main squads sitting out, the master is completely locked out of progressing through floors or running dungeons. Despite the standoff, our boy tells his team that their daily grind goes on as scheduled. He plans to utilize this downtime to stock up on potions and grind for levels. Anxious, the fairy asks if he's not worried. The master might just rage quit the entire game if they keep this up. The protagonist shrugs it off, arguing that if the master can't handle a basic setback like this, they stood no chance of surviving the higher floors anyway. He's even made peace with the idea of being synthesized, as he'd rather take that risk than be slaughtered by monsters. While punishing him might tank the morale of the rest of the roster, it would definitely make the others think twice before rebelling. Our main guy doubts the master possesses the brain cells to think that strategically, leaving their fate completely up in the air. The following day, he teams up with his companions as usual to raid the weekday dungeon for elemental stones. By the end of the run, they successfully secure a basic fire elemental stone. Back at the training ground, he keeps grinding until his sword and shield proficiency hits level 6. But this also means he'll need to face far tougher adversaries if he wants to push his skills any higher. At the same time, he instructs the mage girl to keep honing her telekinesis spells. Days roll by in this fashion, with their master remaining completely offline. Right when the fairy starts sweating over whether he abandoned the game for good, the master finally signs back in. While the dark-haired girl holds out hope that he's had a change of heart, our protagonist remains highly skeptical. He predicts the master will simply burn his remaining gems to summon a batch of paid heroes and form a brand new squad. True to form, the master does exactly what was anticipated, summoning 3 new 3-star heroes. Edis brings up the new arrivals, suggesting they figure out how to draft them into their current lineups. He quickly dismisses her concerns, stating there's no way those rookies will be joining their squads. Outside, the newly summoned heroes are already at each other's throats. A crusty old-timer named Tasir is seen throwing threats at the red-haired girl, Mazel. Right in the middle of their scuffle, they spot our main guy casually strolling up. The third rookie, Stein, dashes over to ask if he's one of the veteran heroes. Introducing himself as an apprentice knight, he begs our guy to help break up the fight. But the girl cuts in, mocking him as a spoiled brat who only got this far thanks to his family's wealth. Enraged by the insult, the kid loses his cool and dives headfirst into the brawl. Watching this absolute train wreck, Edis wonders what is wrong with these newcomers. Our protagonist knows that solid team chemistry is critical, especially when maintaining a battle formation. Just before they can tear each other apart, The fairy finally intervenes and bellows for them to knock it off. She lets them slide with a strict warning, though the red-haired girl flatly refuses to team up with the other two. Pointing directly at our main guy, she demands to join his squad instead. The fairy snaps back that she doesn't get a say in the matter, as the master calls all the shots. Sure enough, they are thrown into the same squad against their wishes and commanded to head straight into the dungeon. Watching this play out, our protagonist simply walks away, knowing these fresh summons are heading straight to their graves. It doesn't take long before system notifications start popping up, reporting friendly fire among the rookies. The old man is the first casualty, with the red-haired girl close behind him. Moments later, the knight in training drops as well, marking a complete team wipe. Suddenly, the fairy bursts into his quarters, sobbing and in a complete state of panic. Yet another system alert flashes, showing the master is signing out and abandoning the application. She's terrified that he's going to walk away and abandon this account for good. If a master stays inactive for 6 months, the entire lobby and account are automatically wiped out. The fairy grows increasingly hysterical, crying that the lobby can't exist without a master and she'll cease to exist. Our protagonist calms her down, noting that if the master were truly a quitter, he would have thrown in the towel long ago. This manages to ease her worries slightly, and she chooses to take his word for it. Curious, he asks why she's so terrified, wanting to know if her life truly depends on climbing the tower. To his surprise, she confirms that a failure to clear the tower means absolute erasure for her. He falls silent, suddenly realizing that if he doesn't access his old account within 6 months, his beloved Niflheimer will also be lost forever. It is clear that his own clock is ticking fast. The very next day, a series of system pings show the master opening his wallet. The master forks over 90,000 won to purchase 5,000 gems and 3 gift vouchers. He finalizes the transaction. Our protagonist eyes these alerts while continuing his daily training regimen with the team. Following a flood of transactions, the summoning portal begins to glow with blinding light. Just like before, 3 fresh 3-star heroes materialize, and once again, they don't look very promising. Watching this with a grin, Han turns to his buddy and asks if he wants to handle their training. The guy immediately panics and flatly declines. One of the newcomers with a bizarre haircut struts over, demanding his identity and threatening to gut him if he doesn't clear the path. Our protagonist calmly notes that he sure talks a big game. Before another word can be exchanged, the loudmouth lunges at him with his sword drawn. Anticipating the strike perfectly, our protagonist doesn't even flinch. The moment the blade closes in, he swiftly pivots and rains a barrage of brutal punches onto the guy's face, leaving him bloodied. Simultaneously, the dark-haired girl delivers a single, devastating gut punch to another rookie, leaving him howling on the floor. The protagonist realizes the master intends to build a new unit around these 3, likely filling the gaps with cheap 1-star trash. Right on cue, the master forms Party 3, grouping the 3 newcomers with 2 low-tier 1-star units. Han lets go of Noken, mockingly welcoming him to the lobby and apologizing for the rough first day of training. With the squad assembled, the master boots up the waiting room to send them to the next floor. Sometime later, the rookies return from their run with only minor scratches. Our protagonist admits that this group is already a step up from the idiots who slaughtered themselves last time. The fairy rewards the team's top performer with a bonus of 10,000 gold coins. Fast forward a few days, and we catch our main guy jogging around the training field alongside the mage girl. Seeing the rookies practice, she voices her concern that they might eventually replace them. Hearing this, their self-proclaimed leader whips around and glares at our protagonist. Our boy locks eyes and stares right back, instantly breaking the guy's resolve and forcing him to look away. He quickly retreats back to his own crew. Our protagonist tells the mage girl not to pay them any attention. As time ticks on, Party 3 begins finding their groove. They even manage to clear several floors without suffering a single casualty. For once, it actually looked like the master's strategy was paying off. Chilling inside a building with his feet kicked up, Noken boasts that the master has thrown the veteran squads in the trash, leaving them with no missions. He's convinced that with just a little more effort, they'll completely overshadow the senior teams. The guy even schemes to recruit the mage girl to their roster while dumping the deadweight 1-star units. Overhearing the whole conversation, our protagonist chimes in, praising his lovely little scheme. Startled by the voice, Noken jumps and nervously demands to know how long he's been standing there. The protagonist calmly states he just dropped by for a glass of water, telling them to carry on with their chat. With his voice shaking, Noken mutters that they were done talking anyway and announces he's hitting the sack. Watching them retreat, our protagonist sighs, realizing these guys don't have an ounce of cooperative spirit. They treat their low-ranking companions like absolute garbage. But since the master is pleased with them, he has no reason to interfere. More time flies, and Party 3 successfully conquers the 14th floor. Despite none of them even hitting level 10, the master is already preparing to push them onto the 15th floor. Our main guy is well aware that if Party 3 clears floor 15, his squad will be dissolved and integrated into theirs, which spells doom for his crew. Just then, the mage girl runs up to him, visibly anxious. She urges him to take action before Party 3 completely overtakes them. He dryly responds that he's already handling his end of things. He adds that if she's so eager, she's welcome to pack her bags and join them. She quickly objects, reiterating that she has absolutely no desire to team up with those jerks. He advises her to keep her cool and wait for the perfect opening. He then changes the subject, asking if she's fully mastered her telekinesis training yet. She proudly claims she has, showing off her skills by lifting several items into the air before setting them back down. Though her mastery is still rudimentary, he's genuinely pleased with her progress. As he continues his run, he reflects that while she is growing fast, their master remains as stubbornly foolish as day one. Even though clearing the previous floor unlocked new lobby upgrades, the master hasn't built a single one. The roster is starting to overflow, causing some serious overcrowding issues. The master urgently needs to upgrade the rest area to level 3, but he's completely ignoring the warning signs. All his time and energy are hyper-focused on Party 3. We catch Party 3 practicing, though it looks far less like training and much more like bullying their low-tier teammates. Since the master is spoon-feeding them everything, they know they are the favorite children. Emboldened by this favoritism, they have started showing their true, ugly colors. They order the weaker heroes around and take over whatever space they want in the lobby. Our protagonist knows that if this squad successfully beats the 15th floor, the lobby will become a living hell. The day of the raid finally arrives, and the fairy commands everyone to assemble in the main square. The master has gone out of his way to prep expensive potions for their run. They look fully geared up and brimming with arrogance. Sitting quietly on a bench with his crew, our protagonist observes the circus from afar. Even though the rookies are wasting the veterans' hard-earned resources on their gear, our main guy couldn't care less. A second later, the gates to the waiting room swing wide open. Once they step inside, Party 3 will be sent straight to the challenges of the 15th floor. On his way in, Noken throws one last sneering insult over his shoulder at our protagonist. He leaves with a threat, vowing to return and make Han pay the moment he clears this floor. Our main guy just smiles to himself, thinking that's only going to happen if the loudmouth actually makes it back alive. Shortly after, the spearman approaches, wondering about the consequences if Party 3 somehow manages to beat the 5th floor. Success means they'll once again be bound to obey every command from the master under the threat of death. In this game, the underdogs sometimes pull off miracles, while the teams that look unstoppable get wiped out in the blink of an eye. Han warns him that if Party 3 succeeds, the master won't have any use for them, stripping away their leverage to ever say no again. Ultimately, though, everything comes down to pure luck. A moment later, Party 3 gets warped directly onto the 15th floor. They land in a stunning, peaceful-looking city, but instead of relaxing, the party leader starts freaking out, desperately trying to map their surroundings. Meanwhile, tension builds in the waiting room as everyone waits for news. Nearly 5 minutes have ticked by, and Han hasn't seen any system alerts pop up. He assumes that no news is good news, and they must be handling things fine. Out of nowhere, a system alert flashes, declaring that the mission has ended in failure. And everyone present instantly understands the grim reality of that message. In this game, a failed mission equals instant death for everyone deployed. Just like that, Party 3 is completely erased in the blink of an eye. Even Han is stunned by how fast it happened. 5 minutes is incredibly quick, leading him to suspect they got thrown into a special mission. Right then, a violent tremor rumbles through the ground, making everything shake like a major earthquake. Jenna struggles to keep her footing, panicking about what could be causing this chaos. Simultaneously, the frustrated master logs straight out of the game. Suddenly, the fairy comes running toward Han, crying her eyes out. She reveals that the master threw his phone in frustration, and she's terrified he might delete the game for good. Standing up, Han tells Jenna they should head out, as there's no point in lingering around any longer. Confused, she wonders why they are leaving before Party 3 returns, only for Han to bluntly state that they're never coming back. He laments that their tragic end was completely pointless, as they likely failed to gather even a single shred of useful information about that floor. Following this massive disaster, the master vanishes, staying logged out for an extended period. The scene cuts to the quiet training grounds late at night, where Han is tirelessly practicing his moves all by himself. The fairy wanders in, still clad in her pajamas and looking completely drowsy. Filled with anxiety, she asks him what their next move should be since she's totally lost. He casually replies that he's busy training, advising her to just go back to bed. For him, maintaining their strict daily schedule is non-negotiable. It's the same endless cycle. Wake up, eat, train, grab lunch, train more, and keep training even after dinner. She whines that 10 days have gone by, and he's literally the only one putting in any effort. With the master gone, the other one-star heroes have turned incredibly lazy, no longer fearing being fused together or deleted. Nobody is training, and absolutely no one is willing to step foot inside a dungeon anymore. Right on cue, a sudden system notification blinks to life. The master has logged back online. Even Han is slightly taken aback that the master returned much sooner than expected. Suddenly, a blinding beam of light pours down from above, so intense that Han has to shield his eyes. A system message alerts him that a screenshot was successfully captured and saved to the gallery. Squinting through the glare, Han wonders what kind of weird play the master is up to now. But the moment the shot is captured, the master instantly disconnects and logs out once more. This sends the fairy into a mini rage, complaining that he showed up for a split second only to vanish without taking any action. She starts spiraling again, convinced that he is definitely going to abandon the game. Han patiently points out that the master's brief visit wasn't entirely pointless. He specifies that the master's sole purpose was to snap that quick screenshot. When she curiously asks why he'd bother, Han merely chuckles and tells her to use her own brain. When she blankly admits she has no clue, he pivots and asks her about her favorite pastime. The fairy cheerfully replies that her favorite thing to do is surf the web. With a grin growing on his face, Han asks if she can hook him up with an internet connection. Shortly after in his room, Han notices her dragging her feet and asks why she's being so hesitant. The fairy whines that bridging the gap between dimensions is incredibly difficult. Since she has to tap into another dimension, doing so carries a heavy system penalty for her. If he just plans to read through stuff, she can keep the connection open for about an hour. However, if he decides to post or interact with anything, her limit drops to just a few minutes. Despite the tight constraints, Han decides it's a risk worth taking. Her anxiety spikes, but she tries to steady her shaking nerves. Gearing herself up, she decides that this is the least she can do to help Loki. Suddenly, she's pumped up and ready to make it happen. She vows to channel all her fairy magic to establish the network link. Right on cue, a floating digital screen and keyboard materialize right before his eyes. The fairy urges him to move fast, warning that she can't hold this gateway open forever. Han nods, but can't help but ask if that ridiculously awkward posture is absolutely necessary to maintain the link. Blushing, she snaps that the awkward pose helps her concentrate, begging him to just hurry up. Han gets to work, navigating straight to the game's official community site, which is loaded with fresh gameplay uploads. Since it's been ages since his last visit, he heads straight to the player help boards. After clicking around, he successfully tracks down the job strategy forums. A smile spreads across his face as soon as the page loads. A user had uploaded a screenshot of their lobby begging for advice, and Han immediately recognizes the interface as his own master's. Staring at another image featuring his personal stat card, he has to admit he makes a pretty convincing game asset. Reading through the comments, he sees other players ruthlessly mocking his master. They laugh at his awful setup, questioning how a total noob managed to stumble his way to the 14th floor. They bluntly tell him he has no business playing at that high level. While Han meticulously digests the comments, the fairy beside him starts running out of steam. Noticing her struggle, Han realizes he needs to wrap things up quickly. Logging into his legendary Loki account, he attaches a detailed guide and fires it over to his master. This critical file lays out his personal tactics, meta strategies, and optimized playstyles. The moment he leaves a comment, the community goes wild since he forgot to hide his official ID. He instantly kicks himself for not using an alt account, but there's no taking it back now. Suddenly, the fairy shrieks at the top of her lungs, completely drained of energy. Flopping face first onto the bed, she weakly asks if her performance was up to par. Han praises her effort, reassuring her that she did a fantastic job and that everything is taken care of. Now, their future hinges on how the master processes that massive info dump. Curious, she asks about the payload, and Han reveals he sent over his complete historical play records and guides compiled over the last 2 years. Hearing this, her exhaustion vanishes as she bolts upright, calling it the legendary Book of Heaven. Han looks puzzled until she explains the persistent rumors that the official tutorial is flawed, and only Loki possessed the true walkthrough, and that only Loki possesses the complete guidebook. She gasps, wondering if he just handed that legendary guide straight to their master. Han tells her to calm down, correcting her that her theory is only half right. It wasn't some official game guide, but rather an exhaustive collection of his personal analysis over his playing years. In short, it was basically a master's thesis on how to break the game. The fairy gets teary-eyed, deeply moved to realize that the legendary knowledge is actually real. Han admits it doesn't cover every single aspect of the game, but it does bottle up every drop of wisdom he has acquired. Still, he highly doubts their lazy master will bother reading through all that text. The sheer volume of material could easily span 4 separate novels, but if the master actually digests it, his game sense will skyrocket. And that's when the real fun begins. The following day, a login prompt lights up, showing that the master is entering the lobby again. Han sits on a bench, casually flipping a dagger as if he'd been anticipating this very moment. Right on cue, the fairy bursts in with wild news. The master just bought a warhorse statue specifically for Han. She holds back, worried he might just smash the expensive item, but Han snatches it away regardless. With a smirk, he confesses that he snuck a tiny note at the very end of his guide, advising the reader to gift a warhorse statue to any hero they liked at least twice. Holding the statue, Han grins, knowing this proves the master actually read his entire guide. He has zero interest in serving a clueless, incompetent leader. If anyone wants to conquer this tower by his side, they need to match his wavelength. If they can't do that, he won't hesitate to ignore their commands. While he doubts the master has mastered every concept, it's clear the guy is finally getting serious. Rejoining his squad, They assemble and strike an incredibly epic pose. A system notification confirms that active control over Party 1 has been restored to the Master. The fairy remains skeptical, questioning if the Master will just slip back into his old ways, but Han reassures her that those days are gone. He then shifts his focus back to their secret access, asking when they can boot up the connection again. Realizing he's talking about the internet, she explains that the connection relies entirely on intervention points. These valuable points accumulate whenever the Master is actively playing on his phone. The longer he remains logged in and the more floors he beats, the more gems and points they generate. In their world, these points are essentially as good as hard cash. With a clear plan in mind, Han steps out to meet his awaiting party. He announces that their vacation is officially over and it's time to get back to work. The screen flashes once more, signaling that Party 1 is ready for action. He looks at his team, asking if they're ready to start smashing some monsters. The archer shrugged, acting indifferent but admitting she didn't mind a good scrap. The mage complains about having to fight, but the second Han glares at her, she quickly confesses she's actually eager to slay some beasts. Aaron points out that even with a better master, they're still short-staffed and desperately need a fifth member. Han confidently reassures him that their missing link will arrive shortly. Right on cue, the fairy approaches the dark-haired girl, delivering the master's orders for her to temporarily join Party 1. Walking up to Han, she questions if he's genuinely planning to jump straight into battle. Han looks at her, telling her she already knows what the play is. She hesitates, wondering if this move might end up upsetting the master. Han assures her there's nothing to worry about, promising she'll see the logic behind it soon enough. Accepting his words, she nods in agreement. A system message confirms that her squad is now fully integrated under the master's direct control. With her roster slot filled, the entire team is instantly warped into the prep room. She makes it clear that her stay in his party is strictly temporary. Han nods, explaining that he has no intention of keeping her forever. She's free to leave once they clear the 15th floor. But since they haven't beaten that stage yet, she's locked in with them for now. Glancing at the prep room display, Han notes they're being deployed to the 8th floor. The gates part with a brilliant flash of light, and when the glare subsides, they're standing on floor 8. Han views this as the ultimate test to see how far their brutal training has brought them. Once more, they're confronted by the annoying level 9 Goblin Riders. As the monsters charge, Iolka acts instantly, unleashing her telekinetic magic. The goblins freeze in terror as massive chunks of earth and rock float high into the sky. The massive debris crashes down on top of them, shattering their ranks and throwing them into pure panic. Seizing the opportunity, Jenna lets loose a barrage of arrows, taking down groups of goblins with every shot. Following up, the mage activates her Ignite Fire spell. Towering walls of fire erupt around the battlefield, completely trapping the surviving beasts. Han is impressed, noting she managed to pull off the spell in just 10 seconds instead of her usual 40. Dashing into the disoriented crowd, Han slices through multiple targets in rapid succession. Watching the slaughter from the rear, the dark-haired recruit grumbles to herself that she's basically dead weight here. Right as she sighs, the system screen flashes, announcing a perfect stage clear and 2 level-ups. Observing Jenna's growth, Han realizes he can finally rely on her to watch his back in a fight. Though the new girl is still struggling to blend in, he's confident she'll adapt soon enough. Shortly after, the team teleports back to the main lobby. The exhausted mage whines, claiming her mana is totally depleted. Out of nowhere, Han grabs her by the scruff of her neck and hauls her off, declaring that their workday isn't over yet. She complains that casting spells takes too much out of her, but Han promises he won't push her to her absolute breaking point. He drags her to a brand new facility packed with bubbling potions. It's either a research lab or a magic hall that the master had set up earlier. Confused, she demands to know why she's been brought here. Han explains that she needs to train her mind just as much as her body, and research is the perfect tool for it. While she struggles to see the point, they soon discover that any breakthrough here benefits the entire lobby. Completing research upgrades, facilities, boosts reaction times, and unlocks deeper sections of the dungeon. A system prompt recommends her for the task, and the master quickly clicks accept. Suddenly, the fairy pops into existence right in front of them, making the mage scream in fright. Iolka snaps at her, but the fairy casually tells her to get used to the sudden entrances. Pointing to a desk piled high with paperwork, the fairy tells the girl she needs to solve all the equations. Picking up a sheet, the mage notes that the problems resemble the coursework from her academy days. Han flips through one of the research texts, but just like a lost engineering student, not a single word makes sense to him. Meanwhile, the mage sits down and gets to work on her assigned problem. She eventually cracks the first equation and drops the paper into a magical pot, yielding 1 research point. The system reveals her processing speed is a painfully slow 10 hours per question. Han thinks her speed is pretty garbage, but reasons it's normal for a complete beginner. The master officially schedules her for 3 hours of mandatory research daily. Hearing the news, the girl throws a fit, yelling that 3 hours of brain work will absolutely ruin her. Her endless whining constantly triggers spam notifications on the master's screen. She weeps that solving even a single puzzle leaves her exhausted, complaining that she's being treated like cheap labor. To himself, Han agrees that her new workload is indeed pretty brutal. With such a packed routine, she's running on empty with almost zero downtime. To keep her from revolting, Han tells the fairy to ask the master to buy her a nice fur coat. The master happily spends 3,000 gold to purchase a gorgeous coat. The moment she wraps herself in the luxury coat, her anger completely melts away. She quickly catches on to their carrot and stick routine, calling them incredibly shameless for bribing her. When Han jokingly reaches to take it back, she hugs it tight and promises she'll get right back to her studies. Bit by bit, the master continued overhaul operations across the lobby. He dispatched teams to weekly dungeons, upgraded the armory to manufacture weapons, and summoned enough fresh recruits to assemble a brand new Party 3. Later, Ioka chats with Han, bragging that while fire is her specialty, she's actually pretty versatile. Impressed by his abilities, she asks if he'd ever be interested in picking up some spellcasting skills. Han looks at her, skeptical if someone like him can even learn to cast. She notes that while tutoring him from scratch is tough, they have more than enough spellbooks in the lobby to make it work. Hearing this, Han reminds himself that he's currently just a classless 2-star hero. Once he ranks up to 3 stars, he can finally select a specialty class. Given his current stat trajectory, he's on track to become a standard warrior. However, if he manages to unlock certain secret achievements, he might trigger a hidden hybrid class, becoming a magic swordsman. But dismissing the magic path as too weak for his goals, he declines her offer. She accepts his decision, letting him know the invite stands if he ever has a change of heart. Han silently guesses she's just incredibly bored and looking for a study buddy. Blushing furiously, she stammers and claims he has completely misread her intentions. Once she cools off, her curiosity takes over and she asks about his life before all this. Han deadpans that he was a humble farmer, a claim she immediately laughs off as a lie. Chuckling, he tells her to stop digging and focus on her paperwork instead. As she gets back to work, Han quietly reflects on her tragic history. She used to belong to a prestigious noble house that was completely torn apart during the war. While he's deep in thought, a strange anomaly begins to unfold in the room. An eerie light materializes between them, slowly condensing into a single point. Recognizing the phenomenon instantly, Han warns her that the process is starting. Sure enough, a system alert flashes, announcing that their research breakthrough has raised all heroes' reaction stats to level 1. The light breaks into tiny particles, and one of the glowing embers merges directly into the mage. It turns out she had successfully accumulated 30 research points during her study sessions. Upon reaching that milestone, the master was prompted to choose one of 3 perks, opting for hero reaction research. And everything unfolding right now is the direct result of that upgrade. Terrified, the girl asks what's happening, complaining about an uncomfortable sensation coursing through her. Han calmly tells her to try chanting the phrase status window. The moment she utters the words, a brilliant, glowing interface materializes before her eyes. It's her personal stat panel, and the sudden revelation absolutely petrifies her. Han explains that she can now view her complete character build. Within this panel, she can track her attributes, stats, and all the magical skills she's mastered. He reflects that Party 3 likely perished on that floor simply because they lacked access to this crucial system window. Flying completely blind, they panicked and were wiped out instantly. Thanks to the recent hero reaction research, all the heroes can finally check out their own stats. He explains that her strength, intelligence, health, agility, and skills are now completely visible to her. Staring blankly at the glowing panel, she whispers that she can spot intermediate flame magic and telekinesis listed under her abilities. Confirming those are indeed her skills, he instructs her to stand up and tag along. They still need to break down how all of this works for the remaining heroes. Just as he leads her outside, a sudden, frantic scream echoes from the distance. It's Eren, yelling at the top of his lungs that some kind of ghost is hot on his heels. He dashes straight toward our protagonist, desperately pleading for his life. Our MC grabs him and tries to assure him it's no ghost, but that only fuels Eren's panic. Right then, a fragment of that mysterious light sinks into his body, and the guy gets completely overwhelmed by the sudden sensation. At that exact moment, the Archer girl walks up, her eyes glued to her newly opened status screen. She remarks to our protagonist that this must be the very thing he kept staring at up in the sky. He wonders if she had already figured it out, but she clarifies that she was actually clueless. She'd simply caught him talking to himself on multiple occasions, put 2 and 2 together, and just repeated his words. Later that evening, the entire group assembles as he walks them through the mechanics. Jenna admits she finally gets all those terms like skills, levels, and stats he kept bringing up, realizing they are the key to unlocking their true strength. Curious, she asks how he managed to obtain all this knowledge when none of them had ever heard of such concepts. He shrugs it off, claiming he merely stumbled upon the information by accident. This vague response annoys Ioka, who immediately accuses him of hiding the truth with cheap excuses. However, the other girl defends him, pointing out that since he arrived here first, it only makes sense that he has a head start on this knowledge. The protagonist offers a smug smile and nods in agreement, but the mage remains highly skeptical. Before long, the conversation completely devolves into a petty bickering match between the 2 girls. Watching them squabble, our MC silently decides that if they manage to make it through to the very end, he'll lay all his secrets on the table. A faint smile plays on his lips, accompanied by the bitter realization that he'll eventually have to part ways with them anyway. By the following morning, word about the status windows has spread to everyone, all thanks to the Archer girl sharing the news. While the majority can now access their screens, a handful are left out because the system's research level hasn't progressed enough yet. Moving over to the training grounds, we find Jenna locked in a heated sparring match with our protagonist. She lets loose a rapid volley of arrows directly at him, but he casually deflects every single shot with his blade. Slightly frustrated by how effortless he makes it look, she asks if arrow parrying is just another one of his cheat skills. He gives her a non-committal answer, hinting that she's on the right track. Passing her another bundle of arrows, he suggests there might be a specific skill out there designed to bypass his defenses. As she pauses to process his words, he bursts forward with incredible speed, instantly appearing behind her to launch an attack. Sensing the incoming danger, she quickly ducks, narrowly avoiding the lethal swing. The sheer intensity of his strike makes it look like he's genuinely trying to end her life, but he reasons that without pushing past her limits, she'll never level up. Besides, they are still within the lobby safe zone, meaning they can afford to go all out without any real risk. He maintains a relentless offensive, forcing her to push her reflexes to the absolute limit to stay alive. Leaping high into the sky, she hooks an arrow onto her bowstring while still airborne. The protagonist determines they won't stop this training session until one of them is practically gasping for breath on the brink of death. Onlookers watching from a safe distance can't help but marvel at the protagonist's sheer combat prowess. They find it impossible to believe that this monstrous fighter was once just a simple farmer. Meanwhile, the intense clash between the two continues at a dizzying pace. In a sudden move, she hurls a concealed dagger right at him, but he effortlessly slaps it away. Ignoring her frustration, he jokingly asks if she wants to tap out, noting that the blonde guy is eager to take her place. Stubbornly refusing to back down, she readies her stance to charge right back into the fray. Spotting a brief opening where her focus slips, our protagonist moves in swiftly for a finishing blow. Suddenly, his survival instincts flare as a dagger comes flying directly toward his eye out of nowhere. It nearly hits its mark, but he barely manages to deflect it at the very last millisecond. Seizing the moment, she locks onto him like a predator onto its prey, releasing an arrow aimed perfectly at his blind spot. This flawless focus triggers a system alert, granting her a brand new skill, weakness detection. Dodging by the skin of his teeth, our protagonist looks at her in surprise and asks when she acquired such an ability. She explains she was just deeply visualizing what kind of power would allow her to bypass his defense and shoot unblockable arrows. In the midst of that intense visualization, the system reacted and awakened the skill naturally. Impressive as always, our MC marvels at her talent for unlocking such high-tier skills so casually, urging her to shoot another volley. Drawing her bowstring tight, she cautions him that he won't get off so easily this time. Though he evades her shots swiftly, he can feel the pressure mounting with each passing arrow. Analyzing her tactical pattern, he notices she fires a bait arrow to force a reaction, then instantly targets his vulnerable openings with a follow-up volley. To make matters worse, she constantly blends fake shots into the mix, making her actual trajectory incredibly unpredictable. Out of nowhere, a system alert pops up, confirming her basic archery skill has upgraded to level 6. Even our seasoned protagonist is genuinely caught off guard by this sudden growth. Before he can even process the level up, she unleashes a volley of 5 arrows simultaneously. A cold sweat breaks out on his neck as he realizes he might actually get defeated if he doesn't lock in. Meanwhile, the spectators looking on are left completely speechless, questioning if they are witnessing actual humans sparring. Watching the spectacle unfold, Aaron remarks that the talent on display is nothing short of pure, innate genius. Anxiety grips him as he clutches his spear tightly, frustrated by his own slow progress and wondering why he can't match their rapid growth. She keeps up the relentless barrage using her newly awakened skill, forcing him onto a desperate defensive. Unable to close the distance due to her rapid-fire barrage, he intentionally refrains from using his shield unless it's a matter of life and death. Since the sole purpose of this grueling sparring match is to awaken a new skill, relying on a shield would defeat the purpose. He understands that he must focus completely and read the exact flight paths of the incoming projectiles. Just as a deadly arrow is about to pierce his eye, a sudden rush of clarity hits him, unlocking a new ability, insight. With his perception dialed to the maximum, he easily deflects every single arrow, reading their trajectories like open books. In a flash, he closes the gap between them, catching her completely off guard. A moment later, she is pinned to the ground with his sword resting dangerously close to her neck. This grueling exercise paid off, netting him a few valuable new skills. Meanwhile, in the background, Jenna inquires about Aaron's current skill set. He dejectedly replies that he only possesses 3: basic spearman, pain tolerance, and flame resistance. When he asks about hers, she rattles off basic archery, basic dagger, switching, rapid fire, weakness detection, nimble movement, and several others, totaling around 7 or 8 skills. Frustrated by the massive gap, the poor guy shuts her down, saying he's heard more than enough. The protagonist steps in to advise him, explaining that quantity doesn't necessarily translate to combat efficiency. What truly matters is how effectively those skills align with your overall level. In fact, certain skills can be more of a hindrance than a help if used incorrectly. He points to his own berserker and composure skills as prime examples of this conflict. He notes that the archer girl's high combat power stems from having 9 synergy-rich skills in her arsenal. Switching locations, we find the master carefully trying to craft a basic promotion stone. The intricate steps of the crafting process unfold one after another. He aligns all the necessary materials precisely and proceeds with the synthesis. Unbelievably, despite a mere 13% failure rate, the upgrade fails, shattering the promotion stone and wiping out his materials. Our protagonist takes a look at the system logs, reading through the failure alerts. Jenna looks up at him, wondering if she will eventually get promoted to a 2-star rank just like him. The master attempts the crafting process once more, and luckily, this time a complete promotion stone is created. The setting transitions over to the synthesis center. This is the very place where the high-tech promotion chamber is housed. Approaching the massive pod, she nervously asks if she will make it through the procedure alive. He offers a reassuring nod, promising her that everything will go smoothly. With our MC sitting at level 12, Aolka at 8, Aaron at 9, the Archer Girl's recent level 10 achievement finally qualifies her for this upgrade. She steps into the chamber, and the upgrade sequence initiates without any hitch. Emerging from the pod, she looks visibly shaken and admits she just experienced a horrifying dream. He gently reassures her, brushing it off as nothing more than a meaningless hallucination triggered by the system. His comforting words put her at ease, and she offers a small, relieved smile. He inquires if anything else felt out of the ordinary, but she simply remarks on how light and relieved she feels now. Reflecting on her feedback, he concludes that the transition was a standard one, likely triggering fragments of her long-lost memories. He is well aware that none of them will fully recall their previous existences until they climb to the 4 or 5-star ranks. Once they attain that level of power, their memories will fully return, revealing who they used to be and how they got dragged into this reality. Several days later, we see Aaron undergoing his own successful ascension to a 2-star status. Though his upgrade goes smoothly, it seems to spark a fire under him as he immediately throws himself into brutal, relentless training. As they sweat it out together, Aaron wonders why the protagonist never seems to rest, pointing out that his dedication puts everyone else to shame. Our MC simply urges him to head back and rest before he destroys his muscles, stating he can push a little further himself. As for himself, he still has plenty of stamina left in the tank to keep grinding. Taking a deep, stabilizing breath, he centers his mind before deliberately activating his berserk state. He begins practicing under the influence of this violent rage, determined to master full control over the skill. Aaron observes him from the shadows with a heavy heart, eventually slipping away in silence, his face clouded with worry. Inspecting the jagged marks on the training dummy afterward, our protagonist notes that his precision is still severely lacking. While the boost in raw power is immense, it comes at the cost of tactical efficiency. He hoped to merge it seamlessly with his composure ability, but the two powers seem to repel each other entirely. As he stands lost in thought, the dark-haired girl approaches, genuinely startled to find him practicing at such a late hour. When he questions her presence, she simply replies that she was hoping to have a quick word with him. She points out his teammates, noting that not a single member of his squad has experienced actual, high-stakes combat. More importantly, none of them have ever had to take a human life. Our MC instantly reads between the lines, realizing she's questioning if his team truly has the resolve to survive at any cost. He coldly reminds her that his very existence is built upon sacrifice, having already absorbed the lives of 3 other heroes. Hearing his blunt words, she casts her gaze downward, acknowledging his point since he was the one who decimated the pulverizing wolves. He assures her there's no room for doubt. Anything that spawns on a floor is merely a target, and slaying it is their only ticket to survival. She confesses her anxiety is geared more toward his companions, but he brushes it off, stating he trusts them completely. Later on, as the group of 5 steps through the portal, the Archer Girl asks if they are heading back to the 11th floor. Since they've run that layout multiple times, our protagonist expects it will likely be the 12th floor this time. Offering no grand strategy, he simply tells her to focus on executing her role flawlessly. Nodding confidently, she confirms she's fully prepared as they cross the threshold onto the floor. Although the system designates this as a standard subjugation mission, there isn't a single monster in sight, or at least, that's the illusion the environment presents initially. Suddenly, the Archer Girl gasps in disbelief as she spots a brigade of human soldiers closing in on their position. It becomes clear that their designated targets this time aren't wild beasts, but flesh and blood humans. A wave of unease washes over the group as they realize they are expected to slaughter fellow human beings. When Aaron voices his hesitation, our protagonist bluntly asks if he still has the stomach to put them down. Aaron insists on attempting diplomacy first, a sentiment quickly backed by the mage, who suggests extracting intel before drawing blades. Turning his attention to the archer girl, he asks if she shares their reluctance, but she remains dead silent. He understands that since these hostile forces are locking eyes with them, they aren't simple NPCs. They are the actual threat designated by the floor. Seeing their collective hesitation, he draws his own blade and asks if any of them intend to stand in his way. The party is torn between their moral aversion to killing humans and their loyalty to their leader. After a brief pause, he exhales a heavy sigh, giving them the green light to handle the situation as they see fit. Offering a quick word of thanks, Aaron steps forward to open dialogue with the approaching troops. He announces his name and state, pleading for a peaceful, non-violent discussion. Surprisingly, the soldiers nod along, agreeing that talking things out is the best approach. They explain that a mysterious force dragged them here, but since the story is too complex to shout across the field, they beckon Aaron to step closer. Before he gets near, however, they insist he disarm himself, claiming his weapons make them deeply uncomfortable. Naively trusting their words, the blonde spearman doesn't hesitate and prepares to drop his gear. At that critical moment, our protagonist grabs him, asking if he's completely lost his marbles. Turning his attention to the armed force, he commands them to make the first move and approach instead. When he insists they drop their blades first as a sign of good faith, the soldiers immediately start making excuses. He barks back at them, pointing out the blatant hypocrisy of demanding disarmament while holding on to their own steel. Conceding to his logic, 3 of the soldiers cast their swords aside and begin walking toward the group. To maintain a semblance of mutual trust, the protagonist disarms himself of his sword and shield as well. As the lead soldier draws near, he mutters that a strange, persistent voice has been echoing in their minds. Our MC offers a cold smile, casually asking what exactly that voice is instructing them to do. Without warning, the soldier whips out a concealed blade and slashes at him, screaming that the voice is commanding their execution. It's instantly obvious that these men are under the influence of some malevolent, corrupting entity. With their eyes glowing blood red, they begin lumbering forward like mindless zombies. Having witnessed this exact scenario during his previous run as a master, he knows how this story ends. He knows all too well that those who waver in executing human-shaped enemies are always the first to be sent to the grave. Drawing a backup blade he'd secretly kept on hand, he ruthlessly begins slicing through their ranks. Spotting an archer, trying to line up a shot on him, he flings his sword with pinpoint accuracy right into the man's skull. When survival is on the line, he understands there is zero room for hesitation, regardless of who or what stands before him. As another brainwashed soldier draws a bead on him, the dark-haired girl hurls a throwing knife, dropping him instantly. Mid-battle, the protagonist glances at his spearman ally and dryly asks if he still feels like having a friendly chat. Snapping out of his stupor, Aaron grips his weapon tightly and declares that combat is indeed their only option. Jenna jumps into the fray as well, acknowledging that if they want to live, taking lives is a price they must pay. She unleashes a rapid barrage of multiple arrows on the incoming ranks while the mage provides heavy support, engulfing them in blazing torrents. To our protagonist, the biological nature of the threat is entirely irrelevant. When assembling this squad, raw numbers and innate talent were never his top priorities. He sought out individuals with unyielding willpower, people who would do whatever it takes to survive the grind. In a way, his own companions' cold resolve makes them far more intimidating than the beasts they hunt. And with that shared understanding, the fully synchronized squad prepares to wipe out the opposition. As the brainwashed military unit charges, the party quickly notices these soldiers are far more coordinated than mindless beasts. They maintain a disciplined tactical formation as they coordinate their strikes. Spotting the mage girl completing her heavy incantation, our MC quickly yells for the squad to scatter. An immense wave of scorching fire erupts, completely incinerating everything caught in its linear path. With our protagonist leading the charge, the rest of the group quickly mops up the surviving forces. While cutting down the stragglers, he notes that while their equipment is top tier, their execution is completely sloppy. Eventually, they eliminate the entire enemy force, sparing only a single survivor. The cornered survivor begs desperately for mercy, weeping about his wife and young daughter waiting back home. When our MC asks how exactly he intends to return to them in this dungeon, the soldier is left utterly speechless. Suddenly, a violent mental backlash seems to grip the soldier's brain, causing him to collapse and cough up dark blood. Ioka remarks on how utterly bizarre and twisted the behavior of these soldiers is. The dark-haired girl clarifies that they are victims of deep mental conditioning, noting she's run into this phenomenon before. Since her previous party had already conquered this floor, she was already familiar with these brainwashed targets. The unsettling detail, however, is that these appear to be the exact same soldiers they had previously slain. Kneeling to inspect the puddle, the protagonist notices that the spilled blood has a distinctly pitch-black hue. The strange black substance instantly brings Tell to mind, though he lacks the concrete evidence needed to confirm her involvement. The stage clear alert finally flashes across their vision, with our MC securing the MVP honors once again. Before they teleport out, he advises his squad to grow accustomed to these grim tasks, as he won't hesitate to do what must be done. Even if their opponents wear human faces, taking them down is no different than hunting wild beasts. Just as they anticipated, the subsequent floors continued to pit them against human opposition rather than standard monsters. While their tactics and weaponry varied from level to level, their murderous intent toward the party remained entirely identical. Though combat became somewhat predictable, the psychological toll of killing humans was clearly weighing heavy on the team. Observing their mental fatigue, their master wisely permitted them to take brief breaks after clearing each level. A few days later, they had fully recovered and were geared up to challenge the 15th floor. Though the 3-star rankers found it difficult to grind experience due to their high tier, the squad's overall condition was solid. To support their run, the master even goes so far as to supply them with high-grade healing and mana potions. Right off the bat, our little fairy ends up dropping and shattering a bottle, immediately pinning the blame on the master for giving her way too much work. Even with that minor hiccup out of the way, the party gets ready to step through the gate. As he stands right before the massive portal, our main guy starts wondering what kind of challenge awaits them on the other side. He's well aware that this won't be a linked quest like the one they tackled back on the 10th floor. Glancing back at his companions, he casually tells them to just stick to their usual routine and play it cool. The archer girl shrugs and agrees, pointing out that since his plans almost always work, she'll just follow his lead. Even though our protagonist is officially rated at 2 stars, his actual power levels and stats easily rival those of a top-tier 3-star hero. Right before they dive in, the master drops 300 gems to unlock a handy replay feature. Our lead gives him props for this, knowing how crucial it is to study and analyze the layout of each floor beforehand. While the master can't step in and help directly just yet, that restriction is going to change as they climb to the upper levels. With that settled, our main guy gathers everyone around for one last breakdown of the situation. He warns them that because this is a unique scenario, there's bound to be a very specific condition they must meet to succeed. Remembering their earlier observations, he points out that the 3rd team entered and got completely wiped out in less than 5 minutes. This implies they didn't fall in battle, but rather triggered an instant failure condition that killed them. Because of this, their absolute top priority upon stepping inside is to figure out their exact objective. Worse yet, they are on an extremely tight schedule, especially considering how fast the previous group kicked the bucket. Ultimately, this leaves them with a measly 15 minutes of lobby time to work with. If they just stand around doing nothing after entering, the system will execute them on the spot. Aware of the looming deadline, he tells the team to dedicate the very first 3 minutes solely to intel gathering. And just like that, the team is warped onto the 15th floor. At first glance, the area resembles a quiet, ordinary town with locals going about their day. Scanning his surroundings, the hero quickly notices that the locals are completely oblivious to their presence, confirming they're just NPCs. Moments later, the system ping alerts them to their official mission objective. Initially, the task appears straightforward enough. They just need to keep a target safe. The real headache is tracking down this specific person in a massive crowd with only 15 minutes to spare. Our lead realizes that the 3rd team probably lost their cool the second they landed and saw the overwhelming crowd. They likely couldn't distinguish the bad guys from the person they were actually supposed to rescue. In their sheer panic, they might have even started striking down innocent civilians. He figures their demise boiled down to one of 2 clear mistakes. Either they got wiped out for turning hostile on the townspeople, or their target was killed, resulting in an instant game over. To keep from repeating that disaster, he insists they must immediately identify who is in the greatest danger. The archer girl looks around, pointing out that with no monsters in sight, it's hard to tell who needs saving. Thinking fast, our protagonist asks if this location looks familiar to anyone. Aaron speaks up, mentioning he knows this city well from his days traveling as a merchant. He identifies it as Adolf, a massive commercial center situated on the continent of Tanya. When the hero asks for any key landmarks, his buddy points out the White Silver Hall Temple at the city center, known as one of the most prominent holy sites around. The name instantly rings a bell for the young girl, who reacts with surprise. She remembers hearing tales of this temple back in her home world. Our boy asks Aaron if the rushing crowds are going that way, prompting Aaron to guess that some major public ceremony or announcement must be happening. Turning to the dark-haired girl, he tells her they're heading straight to the temple and will rely heavily on her backup. Nodding, she quickly scales a high spot to get a clear view and scan the streets. From her elevated perch, she spots the grand white silver hall looming in the distance. We cut back down to the busy streets below. Vigilant soldiers keep a close, suspicious eye on the citizens flooding toward the temple. One guard spots our protagonist and steps up to block him, but the hero instantly knees him right in the face, shattering his nose. Before his partner can even process what happened, the hero bashes him with his shield, knocking him out cold. The blonde guy looks on in shock, asking why he's suddenly attacking the guards. The hero reasons that since regular civilians can't even see them, any guard who can actually perceive them is definitely a hostile threat. Unlike the clueless guards on the 10th floor, these guys know exactly where he is, making it critical to neutralize them immediately. The mage points out they can't be absolutely certain they're hostiles, and the hero nods, explaining that's exactly why he only knocked them out instead of finishing them off. Shortly after, the party navigates their way into the heavily congested temple grounds. He turns to his companion to confirm if the building ahead is indeed the White Silver Hall and gets a firm nod. At the front, an old wizard-like figure stands elevated on a platform, watching the massive gathering below. Slamming his staff onto the stone floor, he uses magic to amplify his voice and commands everyone to quiet down. Ioka instantly identifies the specific voice-amplifying spell he's cast. Whispering to his crew, the hero signals that they are making their move into the inner sanctum. Jenna hesitates, questioning the move, but our lead pushes ahead, convinced that the key figure of this gathering is the very target they need to safeguard. As they draw closer, guards step in to bar their path, shouting at them to halt. Without missing a beat, our boy draws his blade and delivers a cold ultimatum: step aside or lose your lives. The guards visibly freeze, thrown off by the sudden threat of his unsheathed sword. One of them screams at him, labeling him a blasphemous heretic who dares disrespect their sacred faith. Amused, the hero simply smirks and delivers a massive kick to the nearby goddess statue. The sacred monument falls over, smashing into a million tiny pieces. He casually asks if this is what they consider true heresy, showing he couldn't care less about their holy rules. Furious at his blatant disrespect, the guards draw their weapons and rush him. Just before the clash, he casually asks his party members if any of them actually worship this deity. They all brush it off, making it clear that their loyalty lies solely with him. He urges them to keep pushing ahead, noting their rescue target is definitely waiting deeper inside the structure. Without wasting a second, he throws himself right into the enemy line. A guard lunges with a downward axe swing, but the hero raises his shield and blocks the heavy blow with ease. In a flash, he drives his sword straight through the guard's throat, ending him on the spot. Another soldier thrusts a spear at him, but he sweeps it aside with his shield and keeps his momentum going. Closing the distance, he delivers a brutal slash that slices the man completely in two. He begins tearing through the guards one after another, calling out for his team to follow his lead. As they draw near the entrance, the guard captain screams desperate commands to protect the holy site. But the ordinary grunts are absolutely no match for our overpowered crew. Weaving past several guards, our boy presses on, fully aware that their target will perish if they don't locate them in time. Reaching the threshold, he kicks the heavy doors open, reminding everyone that they are down to their final few minutes. If they can't secure the objective in the next 2 to 3 minutes, it's an immediate mission failure. With the path now open, they sweep inside, their eyes peeled for the VIP they are destined to rescue. Strangely, the system window doesn't display any countdown timer. The hero shouts to the mage girl, who catches his drift instantly without needing any explanation. She uses her telekinesis to levitate a bunch of heavy chairs, barricading the entrance to keep the pursuing guards out. Deep in the hall, a startled man spots them and demands to know how they managed to bypass all the security. Our protagonist realizes that despite making contact, this guy is definitely not their VIP. Almost immediately, another squad of guards pours in from a side door, cutting off their escape route. The hero smiles, taking this heavy resistance as a clear indicator that they are heading in the right direction. With hostiles closing in from both left and right sides, they are completely surrounded. Quickly delegating, he commands his squad to hold down the right flank while he takes on the left side alone. Dashing forward, he systematically cuts down the guards, making steady progress deeper into the complex. Sprinting past another entryway and up the stairs, he starts to ponder where exactly their VIP could be tucked away. Why on earth haven't they spotted them yet? He remembers that confronting the elderly priest earlier didn't trigger any notification, confirming he wasn't the target either. However, since the old man spoke of a successor of the sun, the hero deduces that this figure must be their true objective. Suddenly, a door swings open, and an angry knight charges out, determined to punish him for desecrating the goddess's image. The knight screams a war cry, but our protagonist completely ignores him, casually running right past. Our boy literally treated him like a skippable side quest. He kicks open yet another door, only to find a different old man enjoying a peaceful meal. Slamming the door shut behind him, he locks out the pursuing knight in the process. With only a select few guards able to sense him, most of the inhabitants don't even register him sprinting by. As he runs, his eyes catch some tiny window-like shutters, and knowing time is ticking away, he realizes he has to move. Leaping toward one of the windows, he pushes it open to reveal a quiet, beautiful garden blooming with flowers. There are absolutely no guards around, and the entire area is dead silent. Scanning ahead, he spots a door that likely hides the very individual they are searching for. Peering closer, he spots the shadows of 2 or 3 figures moving behind the glass, probably guards. Suddenly, a unit of much more imposing, elite-looking guards cuts him off. These guys are decked out in heavy armor and top-grade gear, clearly on a whole different level compared to the regular grunts. 3 of these holy-looking knights seem to have expected him, though their motives are anything but sacred. One of them raises his weapon, declaring that anyone who denies their god deserves nothing but death. His blade is aimed squarely at our protagonist. Meanwhile, just outside the temple walls, a crowned girl with stunning hair stands alongside the elderly wizard. The wizard informs her that a massive crowd of citizens is eagerly awaiting her arrival. However, the princess catches some strange commotion coming from the garden behind them and senses something is off. The wizard quickly calms her fears, promising that his men will take care of whatever is happening. Back in the fray, our protagonist raises his shield just as a blade grazes his cheek, drawing blood. A few drops of blood fall onto the pristine flower beds below. Stranded all by himself, he finds himself locked in a fierce duel with 3 elite knights. To make things worse, these opponents are exceptionally skilled fighters. Thinking on his feet, he spots a gap in their defense and targets one guard's leg, pinning him in place. Seizing the opening, he drives his sword deep into the leg, making the man howl in agony. Leaving his own blade embedded in the guard, he lunges forward and snatches the soldier's own razor-sharp sword. With one swift, clean motion, he decapitates the guard. Enraged by their partner's swift demise, the remaining 2 knights launch into a furious assault. Defending against their strikes, he hurls his shield straight at the face of a knight trying to sneak up from behind. After retrieving his original sword from the fallen guard, he now stands ready with a blade in each hand. Using one sword to parry, he drives the other straight into the second knight's face, delivering a lethal blow. With only one opponent left, things get simpler, though this last guard proves incredibly agile, dodging every single strike. Our protagonist unleashes a relentless flurry with both blades, but the guard dances away from every swing. Suddenly leaping high into the air, the hero pulls back both swords and brings them down with maximum force. The clash of steel shatters one of his blades, but without pausing, he instantly presses the attack with his remaining weapon. Caught completely off guard, the knight fails to react as his head is sliced off. And just like that, the entire elite guard is neutralized. Out front, the young girl, who clearly looks like royalty, contemplates the grand path laid out for her. The old sorcerer nods in agreement, assuring her that her choices will highly please the goddess. Suddenly, the double doors behind them burst open, and our blood-spattered hero steps out. The old wizard is stunned to see him alive after facing 3 elites, but quickly brushes it off to channel a devastating spell. The hero notices that the wizard isn't aiming at him at all, but is actually targeting the girl they need to save. Sensing the imminent threat to their mission, he bolts straight toward the old man. The wizard panics, unable to redirect his spell in time, and our boy delivers a clean, decapitating slash. Even without his head, the magician's body remains active as the spell continues to build above the magic circle. Moments later, the spell discharges, blasting through the walls and causing the crowd outside to scatter in sheer terror. The hero completely ignores the fleeing crowd, keeping his focus locked entirely on saving the young girl. She turns around to check on him, but he coldly brushes her off, telling her it's none of her business. Confused, she wonders out loud if he's actually an assassin sent to take her life. Before he can reply, he hears the whistle of incoming arrows and tackles her to the ground just in the nick of time. The projectiles zip right over them, barely scraping by. He sternly commands her to keep her head down and stay absolutely quiet. Up ahead, a squad of shadow assassins steps out, clearly tasked with finishing the princess off. They unsheathe concealed daggers, some of which are dripping with deadly poison. The hero leaps into the line of fire, using his heavy shield to absorb the incoming projectiles. He notices right away that the enemies are solely gunning for the girl, completely ignoring him. One assassin tries to sneak in close, but Edis instantly snipes him with a perfect shot from her bow. Capitalizing on the distraction, our lead drives his blade straight through another attacker's chest. The last assassin lunges with a venomous blade, but the hero blocks it cleanly and finishes him with a counterstrike. With the area secured, the dark-haired girl drops down, apologizing for her delay since the temple wall was incredibly tall. She notes that she already handled 2 more hostiles waiting outside before asking the princess for her identity. Fuming, the girl snaps back, demanding to know their names and why they dared trespass on holy grounds. Just then, a stray arrow whistles past her head, the sheer air pressure slicing off a few locks of her hair. Terrified, she lets out a scream, prompting the hero to smirk as he asks if she'd still prefer they mind their own business. He points out that staying close to them is her only shot at surviving, demanding a quick decision. After hesitating for a moment, she reluctantly agrees to tag along. Right on cue, a system notification alerts them that the rescue was successful and that a special NPC named Friatsis Al Langer has joined their squad. But the trial isn't over just yet. The system updates with a new objective. They must now escape the city in one piece. Quickly pivoting, our lead tells Edis to prep their escape route downwards while he holds off the approaching guards. Within moments, the rest of his crew catches up with them. Jenna warns that they need to hurry, as a massive army of soldiers is already assembling downstairs. The hero tells the team to take a good look at the girl, emphasizing she's the VIP they must keep alive. Offended by how they talk about her, she angrily retorts that she is definitely not a child. Intriguingly, both the mage and the archer girls seem to recognize the young princess's face. When she demands to know how they recognize her, the hero cuts her off, saying they don't have time for a Q&A session right now. Their main concern is escaping, so they need to focus on securing their descent using ropes. The dark-haired girl chimes in, noting she already scouted a path to the left that has fewer guards, making it perfect for a stealthy escape. Approving her plan, he lays out the order of descent. She goes first, then Aaron, followed by Iolka and Jenna. He tells the mage to conjure a barrier of flames to stall any pursuit, while the blonde guy and Edis secure the ground floor. The team instantly springs into action to carry out their assigned duties. The mage summons a massive firewall, completely cutting off the pursuing guards. Meanwhile, the other girl slides down the rope to secure the landing. When it's the hero's turn, he grabs the princess to carry her down with him. Though she hesitates initially, he carefully carries her down to safety without any trouble. Arrows rain down on them during their descent, barely missing them by inches. They make it to the ground unscathed, but unfortunately, their buddy isn't quite as lucky. During the chaotic skirmish with the guards, he gets slashed by a venomous dagger. Our protagonist panics upon seeing the damage notification and shouts his name in concern. Despite the searing pain, the guy claims he's perfectly fine, even though blood is clearly gushing from his injury. The archer girl is the last to make the jump, sliding down so fast that the friction causes her gloves to smoke. She winces, complaining that her palms feel like they're on fire. The hero notes that while the VIP is secured, they are left with an injured blonde comrade to worry about. He grabs the princess's hand and urges her to run if she wants to keep living. Right behind them, the guards close the distance, screaming to capture the intruders and execute the witch. Frightened by the label, she nervously asks if they are referring to her, and our lead confirms it. She tries to protest, utterly baffled as to why anyone would call her such a thing. When a lone guard steps out to block their path, the hero and the dark-haired girl sink their strikes to finish him instantly. Unfortunately, even more soldiers pour in, completely boxing the group in. At that critical moment, the dark-haired girl pivots and commands everyone to follow her lead. While the hero questions her choice of path, she assures him that this shortcut leads straight to the city's outskirts. Meanwhile, the mage uses her telekinetic powers to drop heavy boulders, blocking their rear and stalling their pursuers. The party continues their frantic escape until Edis finally signals that it's safe to take a breather. Totally drained of energy, the girl suddenly collapses, forcing our protagonist to call for a quick 5-minute breather before they push on. As he gets a health potion ready, he can't help but stress over whether those stone walls will hold up against the pressure. If they don't get moving immediately, they're going to end up cornered by the enemy all over again. He contemplates having Iolka unleash her level 3 fire magic to blow a hole through the barricades, realizing that clearing just one path out of this town would simplify their entire mission. Turning his attention to his buddy, he can easily tell from his expression that the guy is in absolute agony. Even after chugging down 2 healing elixirs, the toxic venom continues to creep through his injury, putting him through pure torture. He tries to play it cool and claims he's alright, but his physical state tells a completely different story. A desperate Jenna begs the main character for a solution, prompting him to wonder if their newly rescued companion can do anything about it. He keeps his fingers crossed that she possesses some unique NPC recovery magic capable of neutralizing this deadly venom. Staring silently at the injured blonde warrior, she reluctantly confesses that she doesn't have any powers like that. A heavy quiet settles over everyone as the harsh truth finally hits home. Even our usually level-headed protagonist can feel the looming dread of their current predicament. It becomes painfully obvious to the entire party that standard health potions are completely useless against this specific toxin. Lacking an antidote or a dedicated healer, their companion has maybe 10 minutes tops before the paralysis sets in completely. With a tense expression, Aaron brings up the protagonist's old rule about leaving behind anyone who holds the team back. He admits that it looks like his own time has run out, and that rule is now pointing directly at him. The promise was clear: lag behind, and you get left to fend for yourself. Hearing this, the protagonist is left completely speechless. Dragging his battered body upward, the wounded warrior struggles to his feet and orders the team to advance without him. He offers to remain behind, to act as a distraction, and buy them whatever precious seconds he can. While the main character remains quiet, their female archer flatly rejects this plan, demanding that they drag him along regardless of the cost. The injured blonde points out the harsh reality of his fatal condition, but she simply shuts her ears to the idea of abandoning him. He recalls their grueling days at the training ground, remembering how he was always struggling to catch up to their level. Even at this crucial moment, he is convinced that his weakness is nothing but a heavy anchor dragging the whole team down. After listening to the debate, the protagonist turns to their mage companion to see where she stands. In a soft voice, she replies that she'll support whatever choice he ends up making. He weighs his options. Their primary target is completely defenseless, and dragging Aaron along means babysitting 2 fragile assets simultaneously. Doing that would basically turn an already difficult mission into an absolute suicide run. Making up his mind, he pops open his own health potion, swallows half, and tosses the rest over to his wounded comrade. Snatching it out of the air, the confused warrior asks why he's wasting resources on something that can't cure the poison anyway. The protagonist acknowledges the fact, but explains it'll at least keep his vitals from dropping any faster. He then pulls out a pouch and demands that everyone hand over whatever healing supplies they have left. Stuffing every single vial into the bag, he hands it over to his buddy, instructing him to take a dose every 10 minutes on the dot. Although his friend protests that this is a massive waste of items, our protagonist's mind is firmly set. Without wasting any time, he divides their squad into 2 separate units. The primary vanguard will feature himself, the dark-haired warrior, and the young princess. Their singular objective is to make sure this kid gets out of the hot zone safely. Meanwhile, the secondary team is tasked with guarding and escorting their injured blonde companion. Since the opposition is hyper-focused on capturing the girl, the second group should have an easier time staying under the radar if they relocate. The dark-haired fighter speaks up, pointing out that the city's perimeter gates are likely crawling with enemy troops. Realizing she has a point, the protagonist announces a complete shift in their strategy. Now that they have successfully retrieved their target, the main goal is strictly survival and extraction. Rather than taking on the guards in a direct clash, they'll slip into the nighttime crowds to sneak out unnoticed. With their forces divided and depleted, engaging in open combat is out of the question. However, a downsized team has its perks, allowing them to slip past sentries without making a sound. Since stealth is the priority, they won't be needing any flashy explosive fire spells from Iolka. Keeping the archer with the secondary team gives them enough firepower to adapt if things take a turn for the worse. He orders both female fighters to make their way to the opposite side of town before the perimeter is completely locked down. Their only priority is ensuring that the wounded blonde comrade lives to see another day. When his friend starts apologizing for being a drag, the main character cuts him off, telling him not to flatter himself because this isn't an act of charity. He turns to the girls and delivers one final, ruthless reminder. If their own survival is ever threatened, they must abandon the wounded warrior immediately. Staying alive is the priority, and a compromised mission isn't worth dying for. But the girls absorb his harsh advice in silence. And with that, the team officially parts ways, heading off toward their respective goals. The protagonist asks the dark-haired fighter if she knows of any solid hiding spots nearby. She nods, explaining that this town is a maze of tight back streets packed with abandoned structures they can slip into. They navigate through the shadows until they arrive at a rundown slum populated by the city's poorest residents. The infrastructure here is completely decaying, and the streets are lined with sketchy joints designed to bait gullible young men. I'm pretty sure you all get the picture of what kind of places these are. It's no surprise that their young companion feels incredibly uneasy walking through such a sleazy neighborhood. To make matters worse, some sleazebag approaches and tries to drag the kid away, only to receive a swift kick to the kneecap from Edis. She mutters about how revolting the area is, though she admits its terrible reputation makes it the perfect cover. While she scouts ahead for a safe house, a system alert pops up for our protagonist, detailing the mechanics of prolonged missions. Glancing at the prompt, it clicks that they've been dragged into one of these long, drawn-out survival quests. Observing the princess, he realizes she is far from average. She's remarkably composed and chose to tag along because she knew it was her best shot at survival. Eventually, they track down a secluded, empty room and agree to lay low until nightfall. To secure their temporary hideout, the dark-haired warrior begins setting up a defensive trap near the doorway. She then excuses herself to take care of some quick business, leaving our protagonist alone with the young princess. He silently regrets not assigning Jenna to babysit duty instead of himself. Breaking the awkward silence, the kid introduces herself as Phriasis Al Langer, the second heir to the Empire's throne. To her surprise, the protagonist barely reacts to her grand title, showing absolutely zero interest. When she inquires about his origins, he brushes it off, knowing she wouldn't grasp the concept of other dimensions anyway. During their conversation, she wonders aloud if his squad is the very same group of warriors that rescued the city of Nelsa. The mention of that name makes his face stiffen, as Nelsa was indeed the settlement they cleared back on the 10th floor. Spotting his sudden change in demeanor, she instantly knows her hunch was spot on. She explains that she once envisioned a vision of elite warriors fighting desperately to guard that city from ruin. Even though their features were obscured, she is certain that Nelsa would have been utterly wiped out without their intervention. But that wasn't the only premonition that plagued her sleep. For over a year, she's been haunted by recurring nightmares of the Empire and the entire continent being reduced to ashes. She sensed that these nightmares were warnings of an impending apocalypse, and time has proven her right. All across the land, dark and unnatural phenomena have started popping up. The sudden assault on Nelsa was likely just the beginning of this chaos. The protagonist bluntly questions why she is sharing such deep secrets with a total stranger. Looking at him with absolute resolve, the girl states she wants to acquire the strength needed to prevent the world's destruction. The protagonist remains skeptical, pointing out that she already has an entire order of royal knights at her beck and call. She admits her title is nothing but a hollow shell, and she possesses absolutely no real authority over the military. She formally requests to hire his services as her personal champion, but he instantly shoots her down. She explains that since he was the only person who didn't mock her visions, she knew he was the right one to trust. This persistent recruitment pitch is starting to grind our protagonist's nerves. He is well aware of the game's mechanics, knowing that any long-term arrangement with her is fundamentally impossible. This royal girl is ultimately just another scripted NPC who will vanish into thin air the moment they complete this stage. He lays it out clearly. explaining that they literally belong to entirely different realities. Confused by his vague statement, the princess asks him to clarify. Seeing how they have several hours of downtime before daybreak, he decides there's no harm in sharing a few details. He admits that they were summoned from a brutal environment to carry out high-stakes objectives. If they mess up and fail to deliver, the consequence is instant death for the entire squad. Their current directive was simply to keep a specific individual alive. They started the mission completely blind, only to discover that she was the target they were ordered to safeguard. Simply put, if she ends up dead, their own lives are forfeit as well. Stunned by this revelation, the girl asks if they crossed dimensions solely to execute this dangerous assignment. The protagonist nods, confirming that the moment this quest wraps up, he'll be yanked back to his home turf, making it impossible to join her cause. Suspecting this might just be an elaborate excuse to reject her, she looks skeptical, but he simply shrugs and tells her to believe whatever helps her sleep at night. Offering a faint smile, she decides to trust his bizarre story and promises not to get in the way of his objective. Even so, she stresses that she still has her own duty to fulfill. When he pushes for clarification, she explains that she is determined to stop her apocalyptic nightmares from turning into actual reality. This revelation prompts him to ask if she was the mastermind behind assembling everyone at the Silver Hall. She nods, explaining that she was scheduled to address the crowd with a crucial declaration. When he asks about the content of her speech, she admits it was a political play to consolidate her standing and power. He reminds himself that without their timely intervention, she'd currently be a corpse. He muses that if this cruel trial has any hidden purpose, keeping a significant NPC like her alive might actually be worth the hassle. Having weighed these thoughts, he decides to finally introduce himself by his actual name. A grateful smile spreads across her face as she thanks him for keeping her alive. He stops her right there, noting that they aren't out of the woods yet, and asks if she has any clue who wants her dead. The princess looks genuinely clueless, unable to offer any explanation. Stepping out and returning with a bundle of ragged garments, he tells her to swap outfits because her royal attire makes her stand out like a sore thumb. She hesitates to wear such filthy rags, but once he threatens to toss them into the trash, she relents and requests some privacy to change. He steps outside the door, but hearing soft sounds from within, he can't help but wonder if she's secretly sobbing. After all, royal heritage aside, she's just a 15-year-old kid forced to endure a terrifying ordeal. Surprisingly, she emerges looking quite composed, though she immediately complains about the rough, uncomfortable fabric. He deadpans a joke about insects nesting inside the threads, causing her to freak out instantly. Settling back down, he advises her to get some shut-eye since they'll be resuming their escape in 3 short hours. Meanwhile, his thoughts drift to his injured companion, knowing that the system will alert him instantly if the worst comes to pass. He just needs his buddy to survive a little while longer. The dark-haired fighter finally slips back inside, prompting our protagonist to ask if she mapped out an escape path. She confirms she did, but warns him that they have a serious obstacle in their path. A high-ranking level 21 human knight is blockading the exit, backed up by a squad of 21 soldiers. Our protagonist quickly calculates that taking on an army of that size by themselves is a massive risk. She suggests scouting a different gate or taking a detour, but he immediately dismisses the idea due to the tight schedule. While he could easily slip past them on his own, his entire mission hinges on dragging the royal heir out along with him. Unless she crosses the finish line alive, all their efforts are completely worthless. The absolute biggest roadblock here is that formidable knight. Although he's clashed with similar foes, this particular warrior possesses nearly 5 times the power of his previous opponents. Feeling the pressure, he asks if she still has a read on where the other half of their team is located. She hesitates, but he reminds her that her knowledge of the local layout is key to his upcoming plan. The royal dress they discarded is still sitting back at their previous hideout. He instructs her to retrieve those clothes, track down Jenna, and have her wear them as a disguise. Bewildered by this bizarre command, she asks what kind of scheme he's cooking up. Looking her dead in the eye, he explains that they are going to employ Jenna as a diversion. Given her earlier scouting report, this guarded passage is their only viable way out of the city. If time were on their side, they could search for alternatives, but Erin's life is ticking away by the second. If their archer charges through the streets in royal attire, she'll draw the bulk of the patrol away, leaving their exit wide open. Grasping the brilliance of the strategy, she nods in agreement and departs to set the stage. Examining his gear, our protagonist notices that his polished shield reflects too much light in the dark. He opts to ditch it right there, ensuring he doesn't accidentally reveal their location to the patrols. He instructs the young girl that they'll make their move within 60 minutes, and she must keep out of sight until he gives the word. Once she gets the green light, she needs to bolt for the exit without looking back, regardless of his fate. She hesitates, clearly terrified for his well-being, but he sternly tells her that her escape is the only thing that matters, even if it costs him his life. She gives a heavy nod, haunted by the quiet dread that she might never see him again. Offering no false hope, he calmly acknowledges that she might be entirely correct. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Erin is pushing through unimaginable pain just to stay conscious. With his health rapidly declining, his companions try everything they can to keep him from passing out. At that moment, Edis slips back into the hideout, snatches up the princess's old dress, and takes off. Simultaneously, our protagonist leaps from roof to roof, absolutely committed to securing an exit before sunrise. Keeping low near the enemy encampment, the protagonist studies the guard rotation with focused eyes. He notes that Jenna shares a very similar build with the young princess they are guarding. Dressed in those royal robes under the cover of night, she'll easily pass as their high-value target from a distance. Out of nowhere, a system alert flashes, warning him that his friend's toxic affliction has reached a critical, life-threatening stage. He bolts forward instantly, knowing that if Jenna gets cornered while acting as the decoy, she'll be completely swarmed by hostile forces. But they absolutely need this dangerous gamble to work if they want to clear the gates and save their dying comrade. As he navigates the shadows, a system prompt rewards him with a brand new skill, stealthy movement. This handy ability allows him to slide past the guards without raising even a whisper of suspicion. Cut back to the wounded blonde warrior, whose vitals are dropping dangerously low. The female fighters realize that the clock is rapidly ticking down on his survival. Out of breath, the dark-haired warrior bursts in, shouting Jenna's name while tossing her the royal dress for a rapid wardrobe change. Meanwhile, the protagonist remains in position, keeping a watchful eye on the blockaded gate. Tallying 22 targets in total, he wonders how many will take the bait once the diversion kicks off. If the guards ignore the distraction, he'll be forced to take on the entire squad single-handedly. With the stage set, there is nothing left to do but wait for the signal. Without warning, a massive pillar of fire spirals into the night sky like a blazing tornado. The sudden inferno throws the nearby sentries into an absolute state of chaos. Their commanding officer spots the brilliant blaze illuminating the horizon. A scout rushes over to report a girl clad in a white gown and a gold crown moving right near the source of the flames. Falling hook, line, and sinker for the ruse, the captain commands 18 soldiers to follow him in pursuit, leaving a mere skeleton crew behind. Though only 4 targets remain, the high-level knight is still guarding the post, keeping our protagonist on high alert. Still, this is the absolute best opening he's going to get. He strikes like lightning, executing the first guard in the blink of an eye. The second sentry tries to retaliate, but our protagonist is faster, taking his head off in a fluid motion. The third guard begins to freeze up in pure terror, but before he can even scream, he is put down as well. Time seems to dilate, emphasizing the raw impact of his blade as severed heads slice through the night air. In less than 10 seconds, 3 elite sentries have been completely wiped out. Shaking the fresh blood off his blade, he locks his gaze onto the remaining knight. He gives him a cold ultimatum: move out of the way if he values his life. The silent seconds tick by, but the armored warrior refuses to budge an inch. Our protagonist tightens his grip on his hilt, tracking his opponent's center of gravity. He is painfully aware that his friend's life is slipping away with every wasted moment. Penetrating that thick steel armor with brute force is out of the question. He'll need to target the seams, which is easier said than done. After a tense delay, he abandons further planning and rushes headlong into battle, intending to locate a vulnerability mid-clash. He aims a swift thrust at a small gap near the warrior's gauntlets, but the knight parries the blow with blinding reflex. Seeing his opening gambit shut down, he doesn't lose momentum and keeps pressing the offensive. He unleashes a barrage of heavy slashes, but his opponent deflects every single strike with flawless precision. Leaping into the air, he brings down a crushing blow toward the helm, only to have it casually parried away. The countershove is so intense that he has to perform a quick backflip to keep his balance and avoid hitting the dirt. He realizes that the defender is intentionally playing passively to run down the clock, making this encounter incredibly frustrating. It's as if the knight knows that simply delaying the battle secures a total victory for his side. He glares at his opponent, preparing his next move, when a sudden status alert flashes. Jenna has been wounded and is actively bleeding. Right then, a critical warning flashes on screen, revealing that Aaron is on the very brink of death. Seeing his pathetic state, the enemy knight just stares down at him and lets out a mocking laugh. Backed completely into a corner, our protagonist goes all out, triggering his ultimate berserker mode. Enveloped in a fierce crimson aura, he lunges recklessly at the knight with a barrage of non-stop strikes. Realizing his strength stat is sitting around 40, he figures if his blade can't pierce the knight directly, he'll just have to shatter the armor instead. Right in the middle of this intense clash, another pop-up warns him that Iolka's mana pool has run completely dry. They are literally down to the final seconds. Desperate, he screams at the princess to turn around and run for her life. Getting the message, she blocks out everything around her and bolts forward at full speed. To buy her time, he keeps the knight busy, delivering a powerful kick to knock him back and keep him from pursuing her. But the knight quickly wises up. He halts his attacks and darts toward the princess, knowing that catching her means game over for our heroes. Just in time, our hero throws himself directly into the path of the charge to intercept the blow. To make matters even worse, a sneaky assassin suddenly materializes and hurls a deadly dagger straight at the princess. Without hesitation, our main lead dives right behind her, taking the hit with his own body. She shrieks in horror, but he desperately tells her to keep moving because her survival is their only way out of this nightmare. Back at the controls, the Master gets a flashing alert warning him that his entire squad is on the brink of a total wipeout. With a blade literally buried in his spine, our main guy refuses to back down and continues swinging. Seeing his weakness, the knight attempts to finish him off with another heavy strike, but our protagonist barely manages to block it with his remaining strength. Reacting quickly, the knight adjusts his grip and drives a devastating elbow right into his chest, audibly cracking his ribs. Gasping in agony, our lead lets out a painful cry and collapses to his knees. Even while bleeding out, a smirk appears on his face. He actually managed to jam his dagger right into the knight's eye socket. Out of nowhere, another status update flashes, revealing that the dark-haired girl has taken heavy damage and is bleeding out. It sinks in that everyone is at death's door and they are rapidly running out of time. Taking advantage of the chaos, the hidden assassin fires off a deadly arrow aimed straight at the princess. Thinking fast, our boy kicks the knight directly into the arrow's path, using the enemy's own body as a shield. He then rips the dagger from the knight's bleeding eye and hurls it with pinpoint accuracy, taking down the assassin on the spot. The knight swings wildly at his blind spot, but our protagonist leaps over the blade, pulling off a mid-air spin to deliver a brutal double kick straight to his helmet. Blood spatters everywhere as the massive knight is sent crashing hard onto the floor. Retrieving his weapon, our hero slowly limps toward his fallen foe to deliver the final blow. At the exact same time, the princess is pushing herself to the absolute limit, sprinting toward the city gates. Just as safety seems within reach, our protagonist feels his strength entirely fade, bracing himself for the worst. He shuts his eyes in pure exhaustion, but before darkness takes over, a brilliant blue glow wraps around him, initiating a recall. Meanwhile, back with the rest of the squad, the situation is absolutely chaotic as they fight for their lives. The girls are scrambling to evade the pursuing guards, while the blonde guy has downed his very last health potion. Beyond the city walls, the princesses are running for dear life, refusing to slow down for even a second. With no destination in mind but a clear directive to escape, she heads straight for the dense forest ahead. Just then, the crown resting on Jenna's head slips off and goes rolling into the dirt. A sudden, powerful gale whips up around her as she looks down at the discarded crown. A moment later, that familiar blue energy envelops her from head to toe. A system alert pops up, confirming that the target has successfully made it out of the city. And just like that, the stage is cleared, with our main guy taking home the MVP title. Instantly, the entire team is warped straight back to the safety of the waiting room. The second they land, the archer girl loses her temper, venting about how that ridiculous outfit nearly got her killed. Our hero simply shrugs it off, pointing out that she made it back in one piece and everyone is still breathing. Over in the real world, the Master's recording session automatically cuts off as the mission wraps up. Han takes a look at his beaten-up squad and commends them for pulling through such a brutal boss battle without any casualties. Satisfied with what he just witnessed, the Master observing the feed finally logs off. He makes sure to give a special shout-out to Edis, noting that she was the real lifesaver here. If she hadn't stepped up, their backup strategy would have fallen apart entirely. Being humble, she brushes off the praise, claiming she was merely doing her job. But since her placement was only temporary, it's time for her to return to her original squad. With a quick farewell, she takes her leave. Watching her go, our protagonist silently admits that she was the one who truly earned that MVP title. The mage girl stumbles to her feet, whining about how he manages to drag them to the absolute edge of death every single time. Utterly drained, she heads off to get some much-needed sleep. Meanwhile, Aaron is standing there looking completely devastated by the day's events. The archer girl tries to cheer him up, telling him he wasn't a burden and that they just had a bad run. She gives him a reassuring pat and heads out. As our hero turns to leave as well, the blonde guy calls out, offering a sincere apology. He takes full responsibility for nearly ruining the entire mission. Our lead tells him it's good that he recognizes his flaws, but bluntly warns him that there won't be a second rescue. Distressed, the blonde guy asks how he can be sure he won't mess up like this in the future. He feels that no matter how much effort he puts in, he'll never match their skill level and is destined to be left in the dust. When our protagonist asks him to explain, the guy just mutters another apology and walks off, claiming he's just talking crazy. Watching his retreating figure, our lead reflects on how the guy really did make things incredibly difficult today. Without his injuries dragging them down, getting through the stage would have been a breeze. Yet, he made the conscious choice to shield him, fully aware that it put the entire squad's survival on the line. Even though their levels are similar, his raw stats are severely lacking due to a terrible growth curve. Because he only grasps the bare minimum of combat, he almost never unlocks advanced skills. Without higher-tier battle tactics, there's simply nothing in his arsenal to help him survive tougher dungeons. He can carry him for now, but down the line, the power gap is going to widen drastically. If he doesn't change his ways, he's just going to end up dead. He will have no other choice but to kick him out of the squad. That's the harsh reality of the system they live in. If you can't keep up, you either end up in a grave or abandoned by your team. Staring at his friend from afar, he reminds himself that you can't build a winning team on pure sympathy. One fragile link threatens the safety of the entire group. If he fails to evolve, he'll eventually have to cut him loose. Cut to the lobby, where the mage girl is absolutely ecstatic about finally getting a vacation from her grueling training. Our boy informs her that she gets a full 4-day pass since they aren't scheduled for any missions. As she skips away in joy, he turns to the remaining two and asks about their plans. The archer girl mentions she'll take it easy today, but will probably jump back into training soon out of pure habit. He reminds her that this is supposed to be some downtime, but she smirkily points out that he's already working up a sweat himself. Our lead kicks off his routine by strapping 10-kilogram weights to his ankles, jogging to push his stamina limits. He knows he's pushed his body past normal human capabilities, yet he's convinced there is still room to grow. It probably helps that this entire world operates on video game logic. He looks around, noting how much the lobby's vibe has improved since the master implemented his tutorial tips. The whole place feels completely rejuvenated. Where low-tier rookies used to live in constant terror, they now look relatively at ease. This positive shift is all thanks to his advice to the master to put a halt on the synthesis chamber. Mid-workout, a duo of heroes walks up to him, prompting him to ask what they're after. With a smug grin, the guy recalls hearing upon arrival that a person's history doesn't count here. The only thing that matters is proving your utility and showing what you're made of. That philosophy really fired him up. He actually relished the combat, even when his neck was on the line. But recently, things have taken a turn. It bugs him to see a bunch of lazy freeloaders sitting around and laughing. Our lead recognizes that the guy actually has some real talent. Even though he arrived in a later batch, he started working hard without needing the threat of execution hanging over him. Standing beside him is a female companion named Narissa. The guy asks our lead for permission to whip the lazier heroes into shape, hinting his methods will be brutal. But our protagonist bluntly tells him to keep his nose out of other people's affairs. He backs it up with a terrifying glare that instantly forces the guy to take a step back. Apologizing, the guy still questions if everything he said to the crowd earlier was just a bunch of lies. Is there actually no requirement to show value anymore? Can just anyone survive here now without pulling their weight? He notes rumors of a system called synthesis meant to weed out the weak, but points out the master seems to have abandoned it. Han coldly replies that he can do whatever he wants, but he'll soon see the consequences of his choices. And with that warning, the guy and the girl make their exit. Left alone, our protagonist ponders the true purpose of the synthesis chamber. He is well aware it shouldn't be operated recklessly, a standard he strictly enforced during his reign in Niflheimer. When his strategies went global, other leaders tried copying his style, but they all crashed and burned. A touch of fear is vital to keep soldiers sharp and driven. Without that looming threat, they lose focus and stop obeying orders, which is precisely the problem starting to brew in this lobby. A lot of these recruits have gotten lazy and are completely ignoring the master's directives. Strolling further, he notices Enoch the carpenter, laboring all by himself. Sensing a problem, he asks why he's hauling items to the storage room without any help. Enoch sighs, explaining that getting anyone to pitch in has become impossible. The other recruits do the bare minimum before immediately slacking off to go play. The entire system has experienced a massive shift in record time. Before, lazy behavior meant a quick death, but the master's lenient approach has made life way too comfortable. Our lead deduces that the master must have clocked this massive drop in productivity. And there are only two real ways to fix this. The first is to execute a massive purge of the second-gen recruits through synthesis. While sacrificing them would boost discipline, it would send anxiety levels skyrocketing for the survivors. The alternative is finding a way to motivate them without resorting to sheer terror. Right on cue, the master opens up the development tab. He starts drafting a fresh layout, opting to upgrade the lobby infrastructure. Initiating the expansion research costs him a solid 150 research points. In just a few moments, the lobby successfully completes its level 1 expansion. Alerts pop up, indicating that residential buildings will soon support second-story upgrades. A flood of options appears, showcasing several new facilities ready for development. The master goes all out with the customization, making massive structural changes to the hub. Our lead continues his workout, keeping a close eye on the unfolding changes. He realizes the next party assembly is scheduled to begin shortly. Just then, the spear-wielding hero walks up to him, requesting a sparring match. Our protagonist declines, pointing out he's completely spent from his clash with the dark-haired girl and would fold in seconds. The friend tries to push it, but he warns him that overexertion won't yield any actual growth. Before their chat goes any further, the fairy's voice rings out, summoning everyone to the central plaza. The crowd is curious, noting it's been a while since they've had a sudden assembly like this. Flapping in, the fairy takes a head count to ensure everyone is present. Though a few are still clearing dungeons, she demands that every idle hero gather in the lobby immediately. She emphasizes that skipping this meeting will lead to some heavy penalties. Chloe, the cook, nods, verifying that everyone currently off duty is present. Satisfied, the fairy directs the entire crowd to head inside the storage facility. The group follows her instructions, whispering in confusion about what's going down. When someone asks what's up, she hypes them up, revealing the master is about to execute a massive lobby redesign. Right on cue, a massive tremor hits, shaking the floor violently and knocking people off balance. The master is actively tweaking parameters and rebuilding the hub in real time. The residential quarters and the training grounds are both boosted up to level 3. Jenna remembers a similar quake during the previous upgrade that welcomed the new recruits. This accommodation upgrade boosts their maximum capacity, paving the way for more summons. When the dark-haired girl asks what remodeling entails, Jenna explains that the master periodically introduces fresh structures. The master continues fleshing out the dorms, adding lounge spaces and other neat perks. The blonde guy leans over, asking our lead what kind of upgrades he expects this time around. Simultaneously, their dining hall receives a massive level up. A giant system banner then flashes, declaring the main plaza has hit level 3. As the world reshapes around them, our hero shrugs, saying he has no clue but doubts it'll be anything predictable. Surprised by his response, the blonde guy asks him to explain. Our lead just flashes a knowing grin and tells him to be patient. Jenna brightly reassures the crowd, telling them there's no need to panic over some harmless new renovations. Her optimistic words instantly lift the heavy tension in the room. The heroes begin daydreaming about comfier beds and tastier meals. The fairy finally declares the renovations complete and invites everyone to step back out. The moment they step outside, the entire crowd stands frozen in sheer disbelief. A system pop-up confirms that the entire hub has officially reached level 2. Because of the upgrade, the residential zone has been split into 2 distinct tiers. Modest shacks pack the lower ground, while 2 grand staircases climb up to a premium tier of luxury houses. The level 3 training grounds are now open, allowing heroes to grind and level up way faster. On top of that, the master has built a premium bathhouse, a lounge, and a brand new cafeteria. The archer girl's eyes light up at the mention of a hot bath, and she immediately bolts toward it. Edis beams, totally awestruck by how a complete transformation happened in a matter of minutes. A few heroes suggest they go inspect the new sleeping quarters, but stepping inside, they are greeted by nothing but a bare wooden table and a single chair. All of their previous cozy furniture has vanished into thin air. Panic erupts as people start yelling, asking what happened to their rugs and couches, and why there are absolutely no beds left for the newcomers. They grumble, realizing they are basically expected to sleep on the cold, hard floor. Amidst the confusion, our protagonist smirks, noting this is exactly what he foresaw. He points out the grand staircase to the 2nd floor and urges the girl to head on up. Her eyes widen in excitement as she gazes up at the premium tier. The upper level is a complete contrast to the barren ground floor. Every luxury imaginable is laid out. Plush beds, thick rugs, decorated tables, heaps of food, and even personal bathtubs. Seeing this clear disparity, the crowd immediately descends into bickering. Naturally, nobody wants to be stuck sleeping on the dirt floor downstairs. Every single hero wants a spot on the premium 2nd floor. The fairy flies over to quiet them down, asking why they're all throwing a tantrum. A hero shouts back that they need to figure out who gets assigned to which room. She directs everyone to head up to the 2nd floor courtyard, explaining the master has already pre-assigned the rooms. As they pack into the upper plaza, the master is busy inputting assignments into the system. Everyone waits with bated breath to see who gets the luxury upgrades. They also spot that 2 heroes have already been detailed to kitchen duty. Snapping her ledger shut, the fairy prepares to read out the official names. She announces that all 4 members of Party 1 are getting private rooms on the 2nd floor. Hearing that his entire squad secured the top tier, some murmurs arise about how obvious that call was. The fairy continues, confirming that Party 2 has also locked down spots on the premium level. With plenty of spaces up here, they are free to divide the remaining rooms among themselves. She adds that key staff like Chloe, Enoch, Alter, Patrick, and Amarin are also granted 2nd floor residency. As for anyone whose name wasn't called, they are relegated to the bottom tier. Naturally, the left-out rookies start shouting, complaining that this system is completely rigged. Right then, the 2 members of Party 3 return to the lobby. Having been out on a hunt, they look around completely baffled by the chaos. A bystander fills them in, explaining that room assignments are being handed out by Master's decree. The archer girl feels a bit uncomfortable with the tension and whispers to our lead about it. He calmly shrugs it off, assuring her that this is just business as usual. Meanwhile, the angry mob points out that barely 13 elite slots have been handed out for the top floor. One smart recruit notes that even Party 3 got demoted to the lower tier, realizing the master must have a strategy in mind. People keep screaming that there are still plenty of vacant rooms upstairs and demand to be let in. Up until this point, all recruits enjoyed the exact same level of comfort regardless of effort. You got the same food and beds whether you were risking your life or just slacking off. You can keep them in line by executing them via synthesis, but fear-based motivation eventually loses its edge. The better alternative is a class split. Shower the achievers with perks and leave the lazy with nothing. And that is exactly the psychological game the master is playing now. Jenna leans over to our lead, whispering that this class division feels a bit cruel. The mage girl chiming in disagrees, saying it's just basic economics and she honestly loves the new setup. She points out that she's the one waking up early, grinding hard, clearing dungeons, and bringing back resources. She's pulling her weight while the rest of the lobby is just leeching off their hard work. The master is simply sorting everyone into clear performance ranks. Contribute and you get VIP treatment. Slack off and you get the bare minimum on the floor. Despite their reasoning, the protests around them only grow louder and more chaotic. The master used to treat customization like a cosmetic game, but he's finally realized that his soldiers need actual functional upgrades to survive. He ended up building this layout based on the A3 model, which was a setup our main lead had actually used in his personal lobby a long time back. Super annoyed, the fairy taps the ground lightly, but even that gentle hit shatters the floor and sends the surrounding crowd flying. She points out that if this were just a month earlier, they would have been instantly thrown into the synthesis process. They should consider themselves incredibly fortunate to have shown up this late. And if anyone has an issue with the master's rules, she invites them to line up their faces with her fist for a quick reality check. Hearing this, the whole crowd shuts up and looks down in fear. She then announces that Chloe and Aaron will serve as cooks, but exclusively for those on the second floor. Naturally, someone asks who is supposed to prepare meals for the first floor if both cooks are moving upstairs. The fairy cold shoulders them, saying she doesn't care at all and mentions that the first floor won't be getting any meat anyway. They have a massive supply of potatoes instead. They can just boil them, roast them, and eat in silence. This pushes one guy over the edge, and he snaps, demanding to know if potatoes are the only thing they get to eat now. He hurls insults at her, complaining that on top of being forced to sleep on the hard floor, they aren't even getting decent meals. He warns her that he is absolutely done putting up with this treatment. The fairy steps closer, challenging him to show her exactly what he plans to do about it. Glaring at her with pure rage, the man unsheathes his sword and leaps at her, clearly aiming for a lethal strike. But before he can even get close, blood suddenly sprays out from his flank. His arms are cleanly severed from his body, spinning into the air. He lets out a horrific shriek of pure pain and disbelief. Right next to him, another guy is standing there holding one of those freshly chopped arms. Enraged by the interruption, the fairy demands to know what on earth he thinks he's doing. As it turns out, the culprit is none other than that psychopath, Velkist. He just chuckles, pointing out that everything is fine since he didn't actually kill the guy. Before we can witness the aftermath, the scene suddenly transitions to a flashback. A guy is sitting at a table, explaining that in this brutal environment, status doesn't mean a thing. Rich or poor, you have to prove your worth if you want to stay alive. He warns his companion to steer clear of Party 1 and Party 2, describing the members of those teams as absolute beasts. The one quietly listening to this advice is actually Velkist. He mentions that he has already witnessed their training sessions firsthand. He reasons that if they reach that level through sheer effort, he can rapidly train himself and eventually take down Aaron. He then asks just how powerful the hero actually is. The guy admits he has no clue since he's never actually been in his squad. When Velkist asks where all this intel is coming from, the guy admits he got it from the Archer girl. He then inquires if the man has ever witnessed the synthesis process with his own eyes. The man shakes his head, explaining that he showed up right after the master stopped using synthesis on humans, which is the sole reason he's still breathing. This gets the crazy guy thinking deeply. In this environment, you can be synthesized, grow stronger after fighting, unlock new abilities, and boost your stats through rigorous training. And the mastermind pulling all these strings is Han. Standing up, he thanks the guy for sharing all this helpful information. As he heads out, the guy tries to introduce himself, but Velkist flatly tells him he has zero interest in learning his name. Returning to the present, the irritated fairy once again demands an explanation for his actions. He reiterates his logic. The guy isn't dead, so there's really no harm done. What truly matters is how the system operates. The master utilizes it to weed out the dead weight. But ever since the master paused the practice, all sorts of useless slackers have started piling up here again. He tosses the chopped off arm back to its owner, telling him to just press it against his shoulder to stick it back on. With everyone watching in utter disbelief, he mockingly asks if the guy was clueless about this trick just because he's never been in a real fight. Flashing a deeply unsettling grin at the crowd, he announces his boredom and welcomes anyone else who wants their arms detached. Though the crowd mutters that he's completely insane, he takes pride in it, figuring a madman is still better than a useless slacker. Just then, the hero steps in and questions why he's acting out like this. The psycho apologizes, claiming his brain just couldn't handle hearing so much garbage, causing his body to act on autopilot and slice the guy's arm. Privately, our lead notes that the injured man is actually very lucky. If Velkist hadn't stepped in, the fairy would have ended him right there. Moving closer to Velkist, she asks if he understood the ultimate decision. He nods, acknowledging that the floors are now split up. The first floor is basically a dumping ground, while the second floor gets all the premium perks. She confirms his assessment, but pointedly reminds him that he's still stuck on the first floor. Even after being put in his place, he remains highly confident, boasting that he'll make his way to the top floor in no time. The fairy then lays out the rules one more time for everyone. Out of their entire group of 35, only 13 get to reside on the second floor. The remaining group has no choice but to stay downstairs. While second floor residents have full access to all facilities, Any first-floor inhabitant caught sneaking upstairs to use those perks will be executed on the spot. Standing beside our protagonist, she emphasizes that climbing to the second floor requires unlocking a vast array of skills. She gestures to him as the prime standard, singing his praises and hyping him up just like she always does. Cutting her off, he addresses the crowd directly, telling them they simply need to prove their value. If they perform exceptionally, the master will take note and personally promote them to the upper levels. This explanation prompts the crowd to whine about how unreasonably difficult the system is. They grumble that they were dragged here against their will, and now they're being burdened with all this extra struggle. The psychopath glares menacingly at the complaining man, subtly flashing his sword as a warning. The hero instantly turns stern, commanding him to back down, which successfully gets him to sheath his weapon. Addressing the complainer, the hero points out that they are all in the same boat, having been brought here against their will. In truth, things were significantly worse when they themselves first arrived. They didn't even have access to basic food, and a single slip-up could get them synthesized instantly. They only made it through by training relentlessly day and night, regardless of how exhausted they were. Growing anxious, the complaining man stammers, asking if they are expected to go out and fight, just like the hero's squad. The hero confirms that combat is indeed mandatory. While the non-combat and gathering roles are already fully occupied, there are plenty of spots left in the vanguard. Anyone who exhibits skill in battle will easily secure a ticket to the second floor. About half the group resigns themselves to this harsh reality, though the rest keep grumbling. Our protagonist silently notes that these people have grown incredibly soft, pampered by comfortable living. Because this massive systemic overhaul was dropped overnight, pushback was practically inevitable. Suddenly, an outraged man shouts, hurling curses at the entire setup. He barks that the whole arrangement is complete garbage. First they treat them like dirt, and now they expect them to risk their necks in battle. He flatly refuses to cooperate with any of these demands. The psychopath points out that they refused to fight even when they were being fed proper meals, but the rebel completely tunes him out. The rebel then claims he knows Han's big secret, that he holds influence over the master's decisions. He argues that they can force the master to change his mind as well, successfully rallying several others to join his strike. Remaining perfectly composed, the hero quietly observes that these guys really don't know their place. With a dull thud, he drops his sword onto the floor right in front of them. Seeing this, the leader of the protest starts breaking into a cold sweat. Our protagonist kicks the blade over to him, telling him to chop off his own hand if he wants to play the rebel, just like the other guy did. If he can manage that much, he'll let the group off the hook. Terrified, the ringleader stammers, asking if the hero has completely lost his mind. The hero coldly responds that defying direct orders means there is no other path left. They need to learn a lesson. An example must be made. Despite the tense atmosphere, the instigator still thinks the hero is just playing mind games. He smugly repeats that they already know they can decline the master's directives without consequence. Therefore, they cannot be forced to do anything against their will. Amused, our protagonist smiles, agreeing that they are technically correct. The fairy indeed cannot harm them directly for disobeying. Before things can escalate further, the dark-haired girl cuts in, urging everyone to put an end to the bickering. She reminds the crowd that the last time they tried to go against the master, their lives were put on the line. The circumstances back then were entirely different. The rebel snaps back, arguing that their lives are in just as much danger right now. She tries to tell him he's completely missing the core issue, but the hero raises his hand, stopping her before she can elaborate. Turning to the rebel, the hero admits he admires his sheer audacity and invites him to go ahead and test his theory. Defiant, the man snaps that he doesn't need any more of his warnings. Right on cue, the fairy raises her voice, calling out 3 specific names: Velkist, Alan, and Leslie. She barks orders for them to step through the gate without delay. To the shock of the onlookers, the heavy doors of the synthesizing chamber slide open. Standing right by the chamber, the psychopath curiously inquires if this is how the legendary synthesis process actually goes down. The fairy nods in confirmation, telling them to move their behinds because time is ticking away. She snaps at the 2 remaining recruits who are frozen in place, threatening that if they don't walk in willingly, she will personally throw them in. The hero internally marvels at how incredibly clueless these guys still are about the reality of synthesis. Losing her patience, the fairy grabs the 2 hesitating targets and tosses them directly into the chamber. Inside the pod, the 2 recruits cower in absolute terror on the floor while Velkis stands over them with smug confidence. He mockingly tells one of them that he is thrilled to cross paths again, noting that the intel he shared earlier was extremely helpful. He mentions he still had plenty of questions left, though he doubts there will be any time to ask them now. Terror-stricken by those words, the man screams at the top of his lungs as his physical form begins to dissolve. Both targets are completely consumed, resulting in a level up and a brand new ability for our resident psycho. As the process concludes, he emerges with a deeply unsettling look, complaining that just 2 sacrifices weren't enough to satisfy him. As he steps out, the hero calls out from the overlook, informing him that his session is finished. The guy grumbles that it's a pity, sharing how incredible it felt inside the pod, and expresses hope that the master will keep feeding people to it. Hearing his twisted desires, everyone nearby shivers in utter dread. The fairy wastes no time, shouting out the next set of names: Nerissa, Oliver, and Walter. The resident blacksmith panics instantly, mishearing Walter as his own name. The man honestly thought he was about to break bad. The fairy quickly sets him straight, allowing him to exhale a massive sigh of relief. One of the terrified recruits grabs the heavy-set instigator of the protest, blaming him entirely and shouting that he fed them lies. The rebel frantically defends himself, arguing that he never lied and was only doing what seemed right. Naturally, the fairy couldn't care less about their drama, and both men are quickly synthesized into Nerissa. As she steps out of the chamber, she radiates newfound strength, flashing a dark, menacing smile. Seeing this, the ringleader who sparked all this resistance completely loses his mind. He desperately begs the master, crying out that he'll withdraw his refusal, but the fairy simply proceeds, calling out Jenna and Lawrence. While the archer girl prepares herself for the boost, the frantic rebel continues to shriek in the background. Our protagonist understands that the master is intentionally orchestrating this display to set a stern example for the rest. As the next duo is called, it turns out to be the dark-haired girl's turn to receive the upgrade. When the fairy tries to shove the frantic rebel toward the chamber, he slips past her grip and dashes straight to the hero. Throwing himself at the hero's feet, he desperately begs him to step in and save his life. The hero agrees to help, but on one brutal condition: he must sever one of his own hands first. The man is left speechless, but our protagonist bluntly reminds him that he had already given him a fair warning earlier. The guy scheduled to be merged with Jenna shouts in horror, asking how he can possibly demand something so gruesome. Our lead simply replies that they were the ones crying about how their lives were already in danger, just like everyone else's. If they are willing to gamble with their lives, then losing a mere hand shouldn't be that big of a deal. The weeping troublemaker on the floor begs the hero to do the deed for him, whimpering that he lacks the nerve to do it himself. The hero flatly declines, knowing these instigators have pushed past the point of forgiveness. Even so, he adds that if any of them possess the sheer resolve to amputate their own limbs, he might consider sparing them. Even though self-mutilation is incredibly daunting, a few desperate recruits actually try. They exert every ounce of strength, causing blood to splatter everywhere, but none of them can slice through the solid bone. Without proper swordsmanship training, cutting through bone is virtually impossible. One after another, they dissolve into nothingness, leaving only the leader of the strike behind. The instigator keeps hacking away at his own arm until the very final second. Trembling uncontrollably, the man asks what his fate will be. The hero softly assures him that the process is completely painless, causing the man to burst into tears. Moments later, the synthesis wraps up, and our lead is rewarded with a handful of bonus stat points. He finds the small reward a bit underwhelming, and as he turns back, someone mutters that their numbers have dwindled to just 25. The voice goes on to whisper that they are absolute monsters. Velkist immediately demands to know who had the guts to say that, but the hero signals him to drop it. The psycho argues that several recruits still have severe attitude problems and need to be put down, but our lead firmly declines. He chuckles at the response, noting that if he were calling the shots, he would have wiped them out without a second thought. As he walks away, the master initiates a fresh summon of 10 new recruits. Thanks to the lobby's recent upgrade, the summoning mechanics have shifted. Standard summons are now relegated to the first floor, while premium, paid summons spawn directly on the luxury second floor. With a brilliant flash of light, 5 fresh faces materialize inside the waiting lounge. Observing them from the balcony, the hero contemplates the grim reality that absolutely no one is secure in this place. The moment someone exhibits the slightest vulnerability, they risk being demoted to the bottom tier. He notes that with the second floor now fully functional, additional levels are bound to open up down the line. And with those new levels, the entire roster will find themselves strictly categorized by rank. The following morning, we find the archer girl comfortably savoring a delicious breakfast on the second floor. When the hero sits down with her, she happily points out that the food tastes exceptionally good today. He reasons that when you have fewer mouths to feed, the quality of the cooking naturally shoots up. This makes her realize how incredibly difficult it must have been for that one girl to prepare meals for 35 people daily. Our lead guesses she must have possessed specific culinary skills that streamline the workload. But now, he points out, the first floor is completely devoid of cooks, meaning those downstairs are likely choking down plain, unseasoned potatoes. He gazes out the window, looking down at the various training areas and amenities. Since the lower-tier residents can see all these perks clearly, the hero hopes the view will serve as perfect motivation for them to grind harder. A bit later, he visits the gym to find the spear wielder sweating it out all by himself. When asked if he got any shut-eye at all, the warrior admits he only managed a measly 3 hours of sleep. The training grounds have undergone a massive overhaul following the lobby's level up. What was once a giant open space is now neatly compartmentalized into specialized sectors. They even have a dedicated sparring arena now. Now, everyone can hop into their own private chamber, lock the door, and train in absolute peace. This setup is perfect for our protagonist, as it allows him to test out his highly volatile berserker skill without any prying eyes. Since the arena is designed to mimic life or death battle scenarios, the lobby's standard auto heal feature is completely disabled inside. Regardless, these major quality of life updates guarantee their core squad will develop much faster than before. Standing at the overlook, our lead ponders over who will ultimately fill the vacant slots in Party 1 and Party 2. By his estimate, Velkist and Nerissa stand out as the most promising contenders. The crazy guy behaves exactly like a savage, untamed barbarian. He's fearless, highly gifted, and managed to secure a rare skill during synthesis that has a meager 1% drop rate. This talent lets him convert raw rage into physical might, and if he can successfully pair it with his other abilities, his ceiling is limitless. While the girl might lack brute force in a head-on clash, her composure and top-tier stealth make her incredibly dangerous. He believes she possesses immense untapped potential as well. Even as he observes, the resident psychopath easily dispatches 3 sparring partners simultaneously. Sensing his gaze, the psycho looks up and gestures for the hero to descend to the arena. The hero lets out a faint smile, amused by his classmates' persistent arrogance. While the bruised fighters slowly recover thanks to the zone, our lead makes his way down. The madman invites him to a duel, complaining that everyone else is too fragile and terrified of his sword to give him a real challenge. He even goes as far as to dismiss the rest of the recruits as nothing more than pigs and dogs. The hero calmly replies that, in this environment, they are all basically beasts struggling to survive. Amused by the comment, the psycho takes a stance, declaring that physical punishment is the only language beasts understand. With that, both fighters lunge ahead, their blades clashing with a violent ring. The psycho pours pure brute force into his strikes, but the hero casually evades each blow with perfect timing. Spotting a momentary gap, the hero delivers a heavy kick straight to his gut, sending him crashing backward. The warrior grinds his feet against the floor, trying to arrest his slide. Far from annoyed, his eyes light up with pure, unadulterated excitement. He lunges forward once more, ramping up his speed and energy. At present, our lead doesn't have to break a sweat to keep him at bay, but he is well aware that things won't remain this simple forever. Sometime later, the fairy summons all members of Party 1 to the central plaza. The mage is the first to show up, eagerly asking if they are gearing up for a dungeon run. Stepping into the plaza, our lead clarifies that their roster is still too small to tackle a proper dungeon. Right at that moment, the fairy chimes in, announcing that the master has mapped out a special exploration quest for them instead. While the girl stands there, completely confused by his words, the hero remains perfectly calm, acting as though he knew this was coming all along. At this point in the game, they have access to a few distinct types of dungeons. This includes the primary multi-layered dungeon, a weekly version that rotates daily, and an exploration-focused dungeon. Although conquering the 10th floor unlocked this exploration feature, the master hadn't actually bothered to try it out until this moment. The fairy then steps in to let them know the exploration gateway is active, directing everyone to head down to the first floor. Our archer questions why they can't just access the gate from their current spot, but the protagonist quickly shuts down the idea without giving a real explanation. He points out that while this journey is optional, it could easily drag on for a couple of days. Right before their departure, the fairy prompts the master with a notification, suggesting he grant the team a little spending money for their travels. Sure enough, the following pop-up confirms a gift of 3,000 gold coins for each member. But the moment they accept the offer, a massive pile of 33,000 gold magically materializes in each of their hands. While Jenna is absolutely thrilled by this sudden windfall, our MC warns them to keep their guard up, as danger could still be lurking. While waiting in the lobby, he spots the destination name on the screen, a region known as Heimer. Based on the details, this excursion is going to take about 48 hours. With a sudden, blinding flash of light from the gateway, the whole party vanishes instantly. They materialize in a scenic landscape, surrounded by lush green pastures and vibrant forests. It turns out they've landed in Nelsa, the exact same city they fought to protect back on the 10th floor. Yet, everything here is incredibly serene now, a massive contrast to the charred, ruined woods they saw during their battle. Our blonde companion scratches his head, wondering what their objective is and whether they need to hunt down monsters again. But the leader puts those worries to rest, explaining that combat isn't on the agenda. In these exploration instances, there are no specific targets, so their only objective is to sightsee and look around. With that cleared up, the group makes their way toward the town gates. Unlike before, the local NPCs are fully aware of their presence and can interact with them directly. When a guard halts our main character demanding to see some papers, he smoothly slips the man a shiny gold coin instead. The guard looks startled, stammering that he wasn't asking for a toll or bribe. Just as the MC shrugs and prepares to walk away, a second guard quickly steps up and snatches the coin with a greedy smile. Walking through the gates, the protagonist reflects on how this very city was on the brink of destruction during their last visit, yet now, there isn't a single scar of war left. Checking the system interface, they see exactly 47 hours and 48 minutes remaining on their timer. When they ask what their target should be, the leader tells them they are completely free to spend their time however they please. This sudden freedom leaves the party stunned, as they've grown accustomed to strictly executing his strategic plans. He reassures them that this trip is meant to be a vacation, so they should go ahead and spend their gold coins on themselves. The moment she hears this, our mage doesn't waste a second, announcing she's headed out past the city walls. The MC shrugs and lets her go, but gives a stern warning. Once this vacation is over, there will be absolutely no resting until they conquer floor 20. She dismisses the threat easily, saying she's okay with that as long as she gets to see the sea first. As the rest of the crew begins to scatter, the archer girl lingers behind, offering to keep the hero company. However, he politely declines, making it clear that he wants to look around by himself. As he strolls down the busy streets, his ears pick up nearby whispers of mercenaries grumbling about a failed raid attempt. This makes him question why such a massive number of bounty hunters and soldiers of fortune have suddenly flooded the town. Walking further, his gaze lands on a notice board plastered with wanted posters, and he instantly recognizes the face staring back at him. The notices depict the princess, painting her as a monster accused of murder, theft, unspeakable crimes, demon summoning, and torture. It hits him that they've thrown literally every crime under the sun at her to ruin her reputation. Despite her noble bloodline, her royal family is completely powerless to shield her from this hunt. Suddenly, a local kid approaches him, assuming he's just another hunter tracking down the infamous witch. The boy comments that even the nation's elite fighters haven't tracked her down yet, pegging our hero as a visiting bounty hunter. Our protagonist raises an eyebrow, asking if the kid actually believes she's a witch. The kid admits he only knows the rumors, like her sacrificing children and practicing forbidden dark arts, though he doesn't have any real facts. When the MC tries to dig deeper, the kid brushes him off, claiming he's got better things to do. But the moment a shiny gold coin is held out, the boy's schedule magically clears up and he sings like a bird. He reveals that the princess was originally next in line to inherit the emperor's throne. As it happens, those bounty posters have been in circulation for a whole year. This makes no sense to the MC, since it hasn't even been 7 days since his group helped her break out of the capital. He spots a bizarre emblem stamped on the poster, identical to the sigil worn by the hostiles who ambushed them earlier. He pieces together that once they cleared floor 10, the girl managed to flee, triggering the massive manhunt. Which means there's a very good chance she is still out there surviving. He shifts the topic, asking the young guide if there have been any local monster invasions lately. The boy thinks back and mentions a goblin raid from 2 years ago, which the public easily blamed on the so-called witch. Usually, beasts don't organize in such massive numbers, but on that specific day, they swarmed the area. A lot of weird incidents have been popping up, but the most bizarre phenomenon is the sudden emergence of dungeons. Hearing the term dungeon catches our hero completely off guard, making him wonder how they materialized in this world. The kid explains that years back, strange pocket dimensions known as dungeons manifested across the land, accessible only to selected individuals. Rumor has it that some of these labyrinths house magical stones at their depths, giving immense power to those who find them. The MC immediately recognizes these as Advent stones, which are vital for upgrading a hero's capabilities. Connecting the dots with the mercenaries he saw earlier, he deduces there must be an active dungeon close by. Since he doesn't know its location, he asks the boy to point him in the right direction. Cut to the next moment, where wounded adventurers are being carted off on stretchers. The kid grumbles, muttering that this bloody scene is precisely why he was hesitant to lead him to this spot. Observing the direction the casualties are coming from, our protagonist deduces the dungeon entrance must be deep within the inner city. The boy points toward a structure right beside the temple, explaining it popped up right after the monster raid years ago. Heavily armed guards are posted around the gate to control access. Filled with gold, gems, and rare gear, the place is basically a massive cash cow for those brave enough to enter. Adventurers line up to present their official permits to the sentries before being allowed inside. The guide adds a warning that government officials will seize a cut of whatever loot they find as a tax. With his side of the bargain fulfilled, the boy pockets the gold coin and bids him farewell. When the MC asks how he's supposed to contact him later, the kid just shrugs and bolts, yelling that it's his problem to figure out. Han studies the entrance, noting that the challengers queuing up are geared to the teeth. Most of them are carrying supplies with plans to camp out inside for an entire day. He watches as the gate's barrier rejects the vast majority, with barely 10% successfully crossing over. Interestingly, if just the party leader manages to breach it, the whole squad gets dragged along with them. Analyzing the ward, Han is confident he can walk right through it with zero effort. A few moments later, the kid surprisingly jogs back, catching Han off guard. He explains he ran to a local jeweler to appraise the gold coin, only to discover its worth is astronomical. The boy insists on offering some sort of payback, but Han waves it off, telling him not to sweat it. Even though the kid repeatedly tries to offer assistance, Han repeatedly turns down any favors. As Han turns to leave, the boy yells out that the only reason he approached him was because Han reminds him of his little brother. They share the exact same dark hair, dark eyes, and a very similar build. Before the kid can get overly emotional, Han cuts him short, stating he has no interest in a sob story. Instead, he tells the kid to stop talking and lead him directly to that jeweler. Entering the store, he spots their archer proudly examining a brand new longbow. He quickly inspects its stats, only to find it's a measly D-rank weapon, rendering it completely worthless for their level. Instead, he advises her to buy elemental stones, as the master can refine them into valuable promotion materials. As he browses the shelves, he spots a regenerative stone, a handy item that lets heroes replay previously cleared boss battles. As they step back outside, the archer asks Han about the kid trailing behind him. Han acts like he's a stranger, but the kid proudly steps up and introduces himself as Josh, the official guide. The boy starts rambling about some secret investment opportunity, but Han cuts him off by tossing him another gold coin. Ecstatic, Josh thanks him profusely and promises to return the favor, though Han insists he doesn't expect anything back. Before parting ways, Han tells Josh that if he ever crosses paths with the witch, he should do whatever he can to aid her. Josh is left stunned by the request, but by the time he blinks, Han has already vanished into the crowd. When the archer asks who this witch is, Han clarifies she's the same girl they rescued back on the 15th floor. He reminds her they still have plenty of free hours left on the clock, suggesting she go explore by herself. Once their 2 days are up, the entire party is pulled out and teleported back to the main lobby. The mage pouts and complains that she couldn't reach the shore because that section of the map was restricted. Han explains that new maps unlock every 10 floors they clear, and once they conquer all 100 floors, the entire continent will be wide open to them. Glancing around the lobby, he notices several unfamiliar rookies and asks how much time has passed in the real world. To their surprise, a full week had elapsed back home, even though their vacation felt like a mere 2 days. During their absence, a handful of other heroes had successfully climbed up to the 2nd floor. Han dismisses his squad, telling them to get some proper shut-eye because training resumes first thing tomorrow. The girls readily agree and head off to enjoy a relaxing bath. But Han spots the blonde warrior heading straight toward the training area and questions why he isn't taking a break. His teammate insists he wants to squeeze in a bit of practice, but Han firmly tells him to hold off until the morning. Watching him go, Han reflects on the hardworking but talentless players he used to know in his own lobby. For people with no innate gift, they either need to find another career or prepare to die on the battlefield. By the next morning, Usher is already locked in a heated sparring match with the dark-haired warrior. From across the grounds, Han and the archer quietly observe their session. The archer is stunned, never expecting the second team to push themselves with such intensity. She asks if something major has happened to spark this sudden motivation. Han points out that while the rest of the squad is sweating it out, Dika is nowhere to be found. Eventually, the unhinged fighter and the girl find themselves cast aside by their original party. Seeing this, the master decides to bump them up and promotes their quarters to the 2nd floor. The duo walks into the training grounds just as our primary team is in the middle of combat drills. The psychotic rookie remarks that the atmosphere on the 2nd floor is on a whole different level compared to the floor below. Noticing their arrival, Han pauses his drill, noting that they're about to receive some fresh additions to their ranks. The archer asks if she should fetch their usual lottery cup to assign the recruits, but Han tells her to hold on. He contemplates whether the master plans to bundle these two into one powerhouse squad instead. Meanwhile, a member from the 2nd team got downgraded back to floor, one after failing to secure a single kill on the last run. With their numbers dwindling, the girl pushed her training to the absolute limit, praying the master would summon some high-tier replacements. Without a full roster, their team was practically useless for upcoming raids. Observing the tense atmosphere, the unhinged fighter chuckles, asking why everyone looks like they want to murder him for simply saying hi. The female rookie, however, cuts straight to the chase, announcing she's there for a very specific purpose. She acknowledges they'll be drafted into either Party 1 or 2, but flatly states she only has eyes for the first squad. Velkus looks appalled, glaring daggers at her as he asks if she's lost her mind and forgotten her rank. She fires back that brute force is pointless compared to her utility skills, which are far more valuable in actual life or death fights. Han steps between them, reminding both that rookies don't get to handpick their assignments. Their placement is entirely up to either the master's whim or the discretion of the squad captains. The archer whispers to Han, wondering why this girl is so obsessed with joining their unit, but Han simply shrugs. Turning to the girl, he asks her straight up what makes Party 1 so appealing to her. She admits that her interest was piqued by the legendary rumors circulating about Han's leadership. While she initially dismissed the stories as exaggeration, seeing the squad's actual prowess made her a believer. Han quickly realizes she must have purchased a regenerative stone to review their previous battle records. While designed for training, the item also exposes the exact tactics and teamwork a squad used to beat a boss. When he inquires just how much of their performance she witnessed, she boldly claims she watched every single detail. She adds that the gossip doesn't even do justice to what his team is capable of doing in combat. To guarantee her own survival in this death game, she wants to be aligned with the absolute best. The dark-haired leader offers her a spot in Party 2, but the rookie instantly shoots down the offer. This rejection offends one of the Party 2 members, who angrily tries to defend their squad's reputation. Velkus chuckles mockingly, chiming in that he also has his sights set on Party 1. He boasts that his utility and power far outmatch anything she can bring to the table. Han reminds everyone that draft picks are traditionally determined by random draw, meaning it all comes down to pure luck. But the girl scoffs at leaving her survival to chance, demanding a far more practical selection method. Han asks if she'd prefer him to simply handpick the candidate himself. The dark-haired captain agrees to let Han choose, stating she has no interest in forcing reluctant recruits onto her team anyway. The archer girl pipes up, suggesting they stick to drawing straws to prevent any hard feelings over his choice. However, Han hesitates, feeling that standard draft rules won't cut it here. He senses that this particular dispute requires a much more definitive solution. If they refuse to leave their fate to random draws or hand-picked choices, they'll just have to earn their spot through merit. He instructs both candidates to enter the dueling arena and settle the matter with their weapons. The rule is simple. The last one standing earns the coveted slot in Party 1. The psychotic fighter strolls into the ring with an arrogant grin, casually asking if lethal force is permitted against his opponent. When Han calmly greenlights the request, the guy lets out a chilling, maniacal grin of pure excitement. Facing each other, the MC reiterates that there are no restrictions on their fighting style. His sole interest is evaluating the true extent of their raw combat potential. The girl reveals a vial of toxic fluid, which immediately ticks off her opponent. Pointing out his own words back to him, she coats her blades in the venom, reminding him that everything goes. Armed with high poison mastery, she explains that this paralytic agent is potent enough to completely freeze a target's motor functions. While she's successfully tested this tactic on countless beasts, she admits this is her maiden attempt using it against a person. The guy merely laughs off the threat, completely confident that she won't manage to land a single scratch on him. With both combatants locking in their agreement, the system dispatches a formal duel request to the master. Watching from the sidelines, the archer expresses concern that this petty rivalry is turning into a lethal fight to the death. Han nods solemnly, agreeing that a fatal outcome is indeed a real possibility. Moments later, a system pop-up flashes to confirm the master's official authorization for the fight. With the master's blessing secured, Han drops his hand to signal the start of the battle. The psychotic brawler lunges forward instantly, aiming to end her life with a quick, brutal strike. Nerissa counters with swift movements of her own, but he effortlessly weaves past her swings to launch a counteroffensive. Fortunately, her reflexes hold up as she narrowly avoids his lethal swings. The two dart around the arena, clash of metal ringing out as they trade lightning-fast blows. Studying the duel, Usher realizes that the crazy fighter had been pulling his punches when they sparred earlier. Han tells Usher to keep his eyes glued to the match, noting there is a lot to learn from their high-level clash. He points out that while their mechanical skill matches Usher's, their battlefield intuition is superior because they execute maneuvers with flawless timing. Mid-clash, Velka's aims a decapitating swing at her throat, but she slides out of harm's way with mere inches to spare. As the minutes tick by, she begins to fall behind because his movements are constantly picking up speed. Both his velocity and striking power ramp up the longer the battle drags on. Desperate, she darts to the flank and flings a hidden dagger directly at him. He reacts a fraction of a second too slow, and the toxic blade slices deep into his skin. The venom quickly turns his veins black, and the paralyzing effect begins to lock up his muscles. Assuming she's clinched the victory, the girl lowers her guard for just a second. But through sheer willpower, the crazy bastard forces his locked limbs to move anyway. Lurching forward, he rams the blunt hilt of his weapon directly into her gut with devastating force. Screaming in agony, the impact sends her flying back first into the steel cage, where she slumps down onto her knees. Despite being half paralyzed, he still managed to secure a technical knockout. Glaring back at Han, he proudly asks if there are any objections to his victory. Han acknowledges his impressive performance, calmly stating that his mind is already made up. The fighter grins from ear to ear, absolutely sure the spot is his. But without missing a beat, Han casually declares that the girl is the newest member of Party 1. Hearing the verdict, she lets out a weak but triumphant smile despite her bruised ribs. The guy, on the other hand, absolutely loses his mind with rage, screaming to know why he was rejected. Jenna points out that the girl actually put up a really solid fight. Listening to her and watching everyone else's blank reactions, Han quickly realizes that only Jenna and a select few actually understood what went down. She backed herself into a corner on purpose, baiting him to make a wild, careless charge. Her entire game plan was engineered around a single goal, landing one perfect, unobstructed blow right to his face. Now, that wild opponent definitely has raw talent and power, but his recklessness is his biggest flaw. He leans way too heavily on brute force, completely failing to notice the subtle traps his opponents lay out for him. Nerissa, however, spotted her opening, capitalized on it beautifully, and secured her spot. When the hot-headed challenger asks Han to repeat himself, the hero calmly states once more that the girl is joining Party 1. This answer pushes his frustration over the edge, and he aggressively demands an explanation. Han patiently breaks down the composition of their current party. He points out they already have a swordsman, a spearman, a mage, and an archer covered. What they actually need is a versatile fighter who can adapt to unpredictable threats on the fly, and this girl is the ideal fit. Han thought the challenger might be strong enough to make them overlook these balance issues, but he quickly realized he was mistaken. The guy snaps back, claiming her victory was purely the result of dirty, underhanded tactics. He insists that in a straight, honest fight, she wouldn't have lasted even 5 minutes against his blade. Han acknowledges his obvious skill, but reiterates that their team simply doesn't have a spot for him. He suggests that if the guy is so eager to prove his worth, he is welcome to try his luck in a match against Han himself. All he has to do is survive for just 60 seconds to secure a position in the squad. The offer infuriates him, but he isn't foolish enough to accept a fight against Han. Avoiding a direct clash with Han, he smirks and challenges one of the current party members instead. It soon becomes obvious that he's targeting the blonde spearman, identifying him as the easiest target. Han steps in to clarify that swordsmen and spearmen have entirely different roles on the battlefield, and sheer physical strength is not the sole measure of a fighter's value. Ultimately, what counts is their battle formation and how well they coordinate as a unit. The guy concedes the point, but scoffs, saying their current spear user isn't even handling his duties correctly. He boasts that he thoroughly analyzed all their combat recordings prior to arriving. While he commends their overall synergy, he maintains that the spearman is a glaring misfit in their ranks. This insult angers the archer, who speaks up to defend her teammate, saying he performs perfectly fine. He dismisses her, saying her own high talent blinds her, and warns that being overly protective can end up doing more harm than good. Cutting off the dispute, Han surprisingly agrees that team structures aren't set in stone and can be adjusted. If a candidate came along who proved to be more effective than Eren, the lineup would indeed be reshuffled. He looks at the challenger and asks directly if he honestly believes he offers more value than his companion. The challenger confidently replies that he wouldn't have spoken up if he doubted his own superiority. With that, he strides right up to the spearman and lays down a public challenge. Eren has remained silent throughout the encounter, and now everyone turns to see how he will react. Han turns back to Vel'Koz, confirming that there will be no turning back on his promise once this duel concludes. He reminds the challenger that his opponent has far more experience in this lobby, offering him one final chance to withdraw. Unbothered, the man replies that he has no issues, as he will simply join Team 2 if he happens to lose. Han then leaves the decision entirely up to the spearman, letting him either accept or decline the duel. Asking for a moment to clear his head, his friend walks off, deeply torn over what his next move should be. Han keeps a quiet eye on him from afar. He is well aware of the intense struggles his friend has faced and how dangerously hard he has been driving himself. A day might come when keeping pace is no longer possible and he must leave the party, but that moment hasn't arrived just yet. To break through his current limits and grow stronger, he desperately needs a strong source of motivation. After weighing his options, the spearman finds his resolve and accepts the challenge. A request is dispatched to the master, and the official system confirmation for the duel comes through shortly after. Before they begin, Han issues a final reminder. Whoever ends up defeated is permanently barred from joining his squad. With the stakes established, the two combatants step onto the sands of the dueling arena. Wasting no precious seconds, they immediately charge and clash. Looking on, the archer can't help but feel anxious, fearing that her teammate might suffer a defeat. Han comforts her, stating that victory is fully within reach if he simply sticks to what he practiced during his training. While they appear evenly matched in weapon mastery, the reckless challenger holds a minor edge with his passive traits. Yet, the spearman possesses a crucial advantage in actual combat experience. During a close exchange, he whips the blunt end of his spear upward, catching the challenger on the chin and drawing blood. Wiping his mouth with a smirk, the opponent admits that the spearman has surprising speed. Undeterred by the grin, our blonde hero remains deeply focused on the battle. Watching the arrogant challenger struggle, Usher begins cheering enthusiastically from the sidelines. Han acknowledges the newcomer's natural ability, but knows his combat history doesn't compare to Eren's. The rookie is a fresh arrival, whereas his longtime ally has survived grueling boss fights shoulder to shoulder with them. That history of surviving high-stakes battlefields elevates him far above a rookie who hasn't faced a true boss. The spearman unleashes a flurry of rapid thrusts, leaving numerous shallow cuts across his opponent. When his spear is sidestepped and the opponent tries to close the distance, Eren counters instantly, slamming a heavy blow into his back that draws a loud cry of pain. With no lead-up in his offensive, the duel rapidly begins to look like a completely one-sided affair. On the sidelines, a Team 2 member continues to mock him, yelling that they'll have him washing dishes once he gets relegated to their group. Historically, spears were the weapon of choice for hunts and wars, favored for their range and zoning potential. However, in tight, single combat scenarios, these advantages can quickly evaporate. An opponent with a sword or dagger just needs to slip past the point, instantly stripping the spearman of his leverage. They aren't suited for extreme ranges either, functioning best strictly in mid-range combat. Of course, these physical constraints only apply to ordinary humans. In a game world where players routinely break past human limits, the rules of combat are vastly different. Returning to the duel, Our spear-wielding ally continues to relentlessly drive his opponent backward, bleeding profusely. The challenger is visibly buckling under the intense pressure. The blonde warrior transitions to a wide, horizontal slashing motion. Anticipating the sweep, Velkas leaps high into the air to avoid the blade. From the ground, his opponent watches as Velkas elegantly rotates his body in mid-flight. Observing this acrobatic dodge, Han thinks that the challenger must have possessed immense natural talent even before arriving here. Unfortunately for him, he is currently testing his luck against a seasoned veteran. Eren has sparred with Han countless times, sharpening his reflexes against high-level swordplay, making this rookie's offense easy to manage. When the challenger tries to use the cage wall to gain height, Eren immediately thrusts his spear to keep him pinned. The archer girl senses something is off, noting that his current style seems uncharacteristically different. Her observation is proven correct, as we watch the rookie begin successfully dodging the incoming spear strikes. It appears he is beginning to decipher the exact rhythm of the spearman's attacks. Eren's style is quite straightforward, relying solely on basic thrusts since he lacks advanced combat skills. In contrast, the newcomer is highly perceptive with incredibly sharp eyes. His vision allowed him to read Nerissa's fast movements instantly, and compared to her, Eren's basic attacks are an open book. If he continues to push this acute level of battlefield observation, he might actually awaken a brand new skill right here. In an instant, the rookie closes the distance, stopping mere inches from Eren's face. They lock eyes for a split second, but instead of pressing the attack, the blonde spearman quickly leaps backward to create space. His opponent smiles mockingly, asking if Eren is looking down on him. He mentions hearing that Han's squad fights with lethal intent, yet Eren has consistently avoided targeting his vitals. Eren offers no reply, but Han suddenly calls out from the sidelines, telling him he has grown soft. With such basic, predictable attacks, his opponent quickly adapted, leaving him backed into a corner with few options left. Han demands to know, since when did he start worrying about preserving the lives of those he fights? Has he become so arrogant in his own strength that he no longer views his opponents as a real danger? The hero urges him to stop holding back and unleash his full, unrestricted power. Hearing this exchange, the challenger chuckles, noting that even Eren's leader is begging him to take things seriously. Eren finally realizes the gravity of the situation and knows he can no longer hold back. Spinning his weapon to prepare for a lethal clash, he silently offers an apology in case he accidentally ends the rookie's life. With both fighters fully committing, they charge toward each other for a final collision. Eren's spear speed suddenly reaches a terrifying level, catching the rookie completely off guard. Unleashing his full power, he lands a heavy hit and quickly shifts to the flank to deliver another devastating strike. The challenger is left scrambling, barely able to raise his guard in time. Somehow, the rookie manages to duck beneath the sweeping spear, finding a critical opening to counterattack. For a brief, tense second, the entire gallery falls deathly silent. The quiet is shattered only by the slow, rhythmic sound of blood dripping onto the arena floor. But despite the bleeding, he is not the one who has suffered defeat. The newcomer had somehow managed to slice clean through his opponent's right shoulder. Watching from the stands, Usher screams out in absolute shock. Just seconds prior, the blonde spearman was dominating the match and seemed on the verge of victory. How could the entire dynamic of the fight shift in the blink of an eye? He angrily accuses the rookie of resorting to some cheap, hidden trick to win. The rookie simply shrugs his shoulders, claiming he doesn't see what the issue is. No matter how they slice it, he is the undisputed winner of the match. Han carefully analyzes the newcomer's strategy in his mind. He realizes the guy had been studying Eren's attacks all along, purposely absorbing minor strikes to map out his timing and rhythm. The moment the perfect opening presented itself, he delivered a precise strike to the shoulder, completely shifting the momentum of the battle. He only needed that one clear window to secure his victory, and he made it count. A strategy like that required incredible nerve and absolute composure under fire. The newcomer remarks that the fight would have been even more fun if Eren hadn't held back in the beginning. Eren quietly reflects, acknowledging his own critical error in judgment. But regrets are meaningless now, as the outcome is already locked in. The rookie officially claims his spot in Team 1, and the spearman is dismissed. The finalized roster for Party 1 now features Han, Jenna, Ioka, Nerissa, and Velkist. Though Han is confused about why his friend didn't go all out, a loss is a loss, and he cannot compromise the team's rules. A member of the second squad tries to speak up for Eren, explaining he was likely trying to avoid seriously injuring a future teammate. But Han shuts down the sentiment immediately, refusing to accept any excuses. He coldly reminds everyone that they are fighting for survival, not to form emotional bonds. When the archer tries to argue further, Han cuts her off and instructs the group to turn in because of the late hour. Eren is left standing by himself in the empty arena, quietly dealing with the heavy weight of his defeat. In the meantime, the two new recruits are formally integrated into Party 1. They seem eager to fight alongside Han, but he warns them that being in this squad comes with immense hardship. They will have to face life-threatening danger on a daily basis. Unfazed, the wild swordsman smiles and says that is exactly the kind of environment he needs to grow stronger. After they dismiss, Han walks over to his dejected friend, reminding him that moping around won't fix his situation. Eren quietly admits that he just needs a moment to sit with his own failure. Han still demands to know why he actively avoided striking his opponent's vitals when he clearly held the upper hand early on. His friend explains that he hesitated because he believes future teammates shouldn't be butchering one another. He confesses that his mindset shifted the moment he accepted his own lack of natural talent. He knew that even if he scraped by with a win today, the rookie would eventually surpass him, so causing him serious harm felt pointless. He laments that regardless of his efforts, his lack of raw talent means he will never be able to outshine Han or the new recruits. He felt that losing high-potential fighters over a petty dispute would ultimately cripple their party's future. With the illusion shattered, he can finally see reality clearly and speak his truth without shame. Listening to his confession, Han realizes with a heavy heart that his friend has completely thrown in the towel. He informs Eren that the training facilities on the first floor are currently in desperate need of an instructor. They need a seasoned veteran to mentor and guide the incoming heroes. He believes that Eren and Dika are the absolute best candidates to take up this responsibility. Even with many applicants vying for the job, Han promises to put in a personal recommendation if Eren is interested. Noticing his hesitation, Han reminds him that his primary motivation has always been reuniting with his family, not pursuing endless power. And stepping into an instructor role is a viable, safer path to achieving that dream. His friend starts to protest, but stops himself, quietly accepting the recommendation to become an instructor. Han stops him, telling him he shouldn't force himself into a corner if his heart isn't truly set on it. He shares a story of someone he once knew, talentless, weak, and trapped at the bottom, who still managed to achieve something monumental. Han looks him in the eye and asks one final time if he still harbors the burning desire to grow stronger. Eren remains silent for a moment, but as Han turns to walk away, his emotions overflow and he falls to his knees in tears. He confesses through tears that he desperately wants to improve and hates feeling completely useless. Han smiles, reassuring him that achieving that strength is absolutely within his reach. He tells him to hold on until the next gate opens, promising to guide him directly to Nilfheimer. When Eren asks what that place is, Han simply grins and promises it's an incredibly thrilling destination. The scene shifts to the archer girl eagerly introducing herself to their new companions with a bright smile. Unfortunately, they completely brush her off and treat her like air. Han observes the interaction, noting that the atmosphere is still incredibly tense and awkward. He steps in to lay down some ground rules and clear instructions for the newcomers. He reminds them that based on his previous battles utilizing the regenerative stone, they should be well aware they rely heavily on flame attacks. The girl quickly infers, asking if acquiring fire resistance is their top priority. Han confirms, telling them they must secure that resistance by any means necessary, as quickly as possible. In response, the hot-headed sword user boasts he'll master it in 4 days, while the girl smugly claims she only needs 3. Han then turns to the archer, informing her that she will be stepping up to cover the blonde spearman's vacant position. She nods confidently, assuring him she can handle the responsibility with her archery skills. Since the hot-headed newcomer relies on a sword, Han cautions him to maintain a distance that allows their backline to offer cover. He bluntly states that if the guy cannot coordinate with the rest of the unit, he will be entirely useless to them. Meanwhile, the new girl possesses a highly diverse toolkit, ranging from swords and daggers to stealth. She is highly proficient in throwing weapons, ambush tactics, poisons, and advanced sensory skills. When Han inquires about her background, she confesses she operated essentially as an assassin, though without official training. Given her versatile skill set, Han places her in a mid-range position but expects her to dynamically adapt as battles shift. Her core responsibilities are safeguarding the ranged combatants, scouting for intel, and executing his commands. She nods, promising to keep his directions firmly in mind. Even though she agrees, Han remains skeptical, worrying she might have picked up toxic habits from the cutthroat first-floor culture. With the duties distributed, Han spots the dark-haired girl entering the area. Guessing that she is struggling to fill her roster, he suggests scouting the first floor since the master isn't offering paid summons right now. He points out that even among standard summons, there could be hidden gems with incredible latent potential. He suggests she ask Dika to help scout, leveraging his position as a training ground instructor. Out of the 20 adventurers currently stuck on the first floor, at least one is bound to have real talent. She appreciates the suggestion, but Han quickly cautions her to keep her search low-key and discreet. He warns that if the toxic elements find out a rookie has high potential, they will actively target and bully them to halt their progress. Right on cue, we see a gang of thugs closing in on a defenseless girl, intending to harass her. The narrative returns to the training ground, where Han decides a sparring match is the best way to analyze each other's strengths and weaknesses. To ensure raw performance, he declares a no-rules bout where they can wield whatever arms they prefer. Thrilled by the prospect of a chaotic battle, the hot-headed swordsman eagerly steps up first. Sensing the newcomer stands no chance alone, Han invites the newly recruited girl to join the fray as well. But when the swordsman boasts too confidently, Han decides a direct one-on-one is necessary to humble him. Their resident chef notes that during his time training on the first floor, a group of toxic veterans had tried to corner and intimidate him. Instead of backing down, he easily dismantled them, leaving 2 of his harassers severely injured. Following that humiliation, those thugs took out their frustration by bullying weaker rookies, focusing on anyone showing promise for the second floor. They attempted to corner another girl later on, but she quickly handed them a ruthless beating of her own. As it stands, there aren't any challengers left on the lower levels capable of threatening the second floor roster. Back in the present, the arrogant swordsman rushes forward with complete confidence. Han knows the guy's arrogance stems from being a big fish in the small pond of the first floor. The challenger aims a strike directly at his head, but Han casually deflects the blow and disarms him with a single swipe. He wants to make it abundantly clear that the power scale on this floor is entirely different, and he needs to learn his place. Shaken by the display of absolute power, Velkus nervously realizes that aligning with Party 1 was indeed the correct path. Humbled, he quickly agrees to team up with the girl to face Han together. Our protagonist stares at her as she coats her blade in deadly poison, questioning if she actually plans on using something that lethal in a simple spar. She calmly fires back, reminding him that he was the one who told them not to hold anything back. Meanwhile, the hot-headed newcomer is fully convinced that by joining forces, they can easily overpower him. Too bad for them, because Han is definitely not the type of guy to hold back during a fight. In fact, he points out that with their current level, even the archer girl would completely wipe the floor with them. He calls Jenna over to the sparring ground, setting up a handicap match where she will take on both of them at once. To make things more interesting, he declares that these rookies won't get another shot at him until they manage to beat her first. The hot-headed rookie feels insulted, assuming they are being severely underestimated because he thinks defeating Jenna will be a total walk in the park. Our boy shrugs it off, telling them to stop talking a big game and show him what they've got in action. Too proud to cooperate with his female teammate, the arrogant rookie decides to charge and all by himself. Though he blocks the initial shot, he quickly panics as she unleashes a rapid barrage of arrows far beyond what he expected. He scrambles to dodge her relentless assault, but the deadly projectiles just keep flying at him without stopping. An arrow grazes past his neck. A close call she carefully calculated because she had no intention of actually taking his life. From the sidelines, our protagonist yells out, reminding them that Jenna is way out of their league individually, so they need to coordinate and fight as a unit. He sets a strict deadline, giving the rookies just 2 days to secure a victory against the expert archer. Determined to prove herself, Nerissa claims she hasn't even shown her true skills yet, so Han gives her the green light to take her shot. But as everyone anticipated, she gets absolutely dominated by our resident archer. Individually, neither of the rookies can even survive a single minute against her skills. With their pride shattered, they finally admit that cooperating is their only realistic shot at winning. As the next round starts, they rush forward together, hoping to close the gap before she can use her bow. But instead of fumbling with her bow, Jenna swiftly draws a dagger at point-blank range and cuts Nerissa down first. She quickly scales the wall to create some breathing room, seamlessly pulling out her bow once more. Before the hot-headed rookie can even register what is happening, he gets peppered by a dozen arrows. Our protagonist calls out to them from the sidelines, highly unimpressed with their performance. He bluntly points out that they are somehow fighting even worse together than they did during their solo attempts. He warns them that if they can't follow basic instructions, they might as well transfer to Party 2, where the training is a lot softer. The arrogant rookie demands another try, blaming his teammate for their failure, though she quickly fires back that he didn't do anything useful either. It is clear that Jenna's overwhelming skills have severely bruised both of their massive egos. Having spent her life in the wild, she knows exactly how to handle aggressive, beast-like opponents who charge blindly. Thanks to her harsh survival background, dealing with reckless, uncoordinated attackers is effortless for her. If they want even a slight hope of winning, they absolutely have to learn how to sync their attacks and move as one. Solo moves are completely useless against an expert like her. Their only shot at victory lies in total synchronization. Cut to a bit later, and the results are painful. The girl is bleeding with an arrow lodged in her, while the guy has taken 2 direct hits himself. Our boy steps in, advising them to stop being stubborn and pushing past their limits so carelessly. He points out that stepping off the combat floor will trigger the lobby's rapid recovery effects. Following his advice, they step out of the bounds, and the healing magic instantly goes to work on their wounds. The 2 are completely drained, left physically and mentally exhausted after getting totally schooled by Jenna. Right on cue, our resident mage pops up to gloat, teasing them about how absolutely miserable they look. However, Han quickly shuts her down, scolding her and telling her she should be focusing on practicing her telekinesis instead of wasting time. He threatens her with a 10-second countdown to get lost, or else he'll cut her off from getting decent meals. Unsurprisingly, the threat of losing her food is enough to make her scramble away instantly. Once he catches his breath, the hothead wants to go for another round, but our protagonist shuts him down and tells him they are done for the day. Even when Nerissa tries to argue, he points out that Jenna has already humored them for 10 straight rounds, and they need to respect her energy. He drops a bombshell, warning them that if they fail to beat Jenna tomorrow, he will start scouting for replacements for his squad. The rookie tries to play it off as a joke, but one look at Han's deadpan expression tells him he is dead serious. Tomorrow, they will get exactly one shot to prove themselves. If they mess it up, they are getting kicked out of the group immediately. Leaving them with that chilling reality check, our protagonist walks away, advising them not to let him down. Afterwards, Jenna walks up to him, curious if he's actually serious about throwing the rookies out. He nods, explaining that raw potential is completely worthless if they can't coordinate as a unit. There's no denying their talent, but they desperately need to learn how to adapt to one another. If they can manage to bridge that gap, they have the potential to reach incredible new heights. When the next morning arrives, our protagonist and the girls wait around for the newcomers to make their appearance. He notes that they apparently headed down to the first floor to fit in some extra practice. The mage hopes this means they get a free pass on training today, but Han quickly shatters her dreams by saying their absence means they'll just have to work twice as hard. Just as they are discussing this, the two rookies finally walk through the door. Our protagonist looks them over, asking if they are ready for the test, and they both nod with determination. The group moves to the combat arena, where the conditions for the challenge remain strictly unchanged. They are free to use any gear and tactics they like, but they are playing with only a single life to make it count. Jenna gets into her combat stance, ready for action. Nerissa whispers a final reminder about staying in sync, and her partner begrudgingly agrees, knowing his pride won't save them here. As the duel kicks off, they avoid their previous mistake of charging blindly, choosing instead to hold their ground and keep their distance. Thrown off by this new tactic, Jenna lets loose an arrow toward the girl, but the male rookie instantly jumps in front to take the hit for his partner. Taking advantage of the opening, Nerissa hurls a throwing weapon at Jenna, who dodges easily and fires back with a rapid volley of arrows. To everyone's surprise, the hot-headed rookie is actually able to track the trajectory of her shots this time. As he successfully deflects the incoming projectiles, a system alert pops up, revealing he has unlocked a new skill called Throw Resistance. With the arrows cleared, the duo charges forward in a coordinated pincer movement. Jenna smirks, firing another wave of projectiles, but they cover each other's blind spots and split up to flank her. Finding herself trapped, the agile archer leaps toward the ceiling, scaling it to gain some breathing room once more. But before she can stabilize, a massive wave of pure, murderous intent washes over her from behind. The hot-headed rookie lunges in, but her sharp reflexes allow her to narrowly dodge and leap backward. Unfortunately for Jenna, Nerissa was already positioned perfectly behind her landing zone. Working as a perfect duo, they trap her with no room left to escape. With Nerissa holding a cold dagger right against her throat, Jenna is left with absolutely no cards to play. As Nerissa calls the match, our resident archer raising her hands, conceding defeat. Riding the high of their win, the arrogant rookie scoffs, claiming the challenge was actually pretty easy after all. Hearing his bragging, our protagonist dryly reminds him that they wasted an entire day struggling with something that simple. He explains the mechanics of their success, noting how Velkist's overwhelming bloodlust masked Nerissa's presence, letting her strike from the shadows. When one combatant draws all the attention, it allows their ally to fade into the background and deliver the decisive blow. Stepping out of the training grounds, Han officially announces that they have passed the test. He sternly advises them to never let go of the valuable lesson they just learned about teamwork. The arrogant rookie shrugs off the advice, eagerly asking if their new combo is enough to take down Han himself. Our protagonist gladly gives them that chance, and while they put up a fight, he ultimately had to tap into his berserker mode to put them in their place. He showed no mercy, delivering brutal strikes every time they left even the smallest opening. His blows were so devastating that every single hit made them feel like they were staring death right in the face. The screen transition brings us back to the comfort of the waiting area. Since they are currently enjoying a brief recess before taking on higher floors, the Master has yet to assign them any major quests. They've used this downtime wisely, fully reforming their core squad with the addition of these fresh recruits. Back at base, Han announces that Jenna will be teaming up with him for their upcoming training matches. The rookies pale in terror, but Han clarifies that he plans to constantly shuffle team lineups to ensure everyone learns adaptability. The hot-headed rookie argues that individual strength should be the main focus, pointing out how he watched Han single-handedly wipe out entire squads on the 5th, 10th, and 15th floors. When he questions the actual need for coordination, our protagonist reminds him that what is broadcasted through the recording stones doesn't always show the full reality. He emphasizes that solo runs have limits, and several upcoming challenges cannot be cleared without cooperation. Trying to tackle them alone is a guaranteed recipe for failure. While a powerhouse can temporarily carry a squad, he bluntly tells them that no one in this room has the raw power to solo entire missions yet. Once they build a solid foundation of cooperation, they will have plenty of time to refine their personal mechanics. Reluctantly agreeing with the logic, the rookie heads back into the training arena alongside his partner. Our protagonist watches their progress from afar, secretly quite impressed by their rapid growth. They've adapted so well that they can now hold their own even in complex 2 volts, 2 matchups. Their schedule is brutal. Basic physical conditioning at dawn, weapon drills during the afternoon, and intense mock battles to wrap up the day. He keeps everyone on their toes by constantly shuffling the groups, forcing them to adapt on the fly. The only constant is that whichever side Han is on, they end up securing an effortless victory. Despite the tough regime, the rookies are slowly but surely grasping the true essence of cooperation. A week later, Ioka finally joins the active training sessions as well. Han takes the opportunity to drill the rookies on defensive strategies, showing them how to shield Ioka and Jenna while keeping a solid formation. Absorbing these tactics, the female rookie admits she had no idea combat could be so deeply strategic. She teases him about his mysterious background, joking that he should drop the humble farmer act because absolutely no one is buying it anymore. Their banter is cut short as the fairy's voice echoes from outside, summoning Party One. The news immediately hypes up the hot-headed rookie, who has been itching for some real action. He comments that going out there is infinitely better than swinging his sword at lifeless wooden targets all day. On their way out, they brush past the blonde warrior, who offers Han a quiet word of caution. Han simply nods back with confidence, reassuring him that he'll make it back in one piece. Stepping out, they are greeted by a massive gathering of adventurers. As Han questions their presence, Nerissa explains that these are the disgruntled fighters unhappy with the current floor division system. She warns him that nasty rumors have been circulating about their party, but our protagonist reveals he's already well aware of the gossip. He notes that the lobby is currently split into 3 distinct generations of summoned fighters. The first generation consists of the absolute elite, featuring veterans like Han, Jenna, and Edis. The second generation is made of high-potential prospects selected for their raw talent, much like their 2 new recruits. Meanwhile, the third generation consists of lower-tier summons who arrived right after the floor division took place. As their squad walks past, a bitter voice from the crowd calls them out for being incredibly arrogant. This instantly triggers the hot-headed rookie's temper, and he barks out, demanding to know exactly who said that. Fortunately, Han grabs him and holds him back before he can draw his blade and slice someone up. Just then, an odd fellow steps forward, pleading with them and claiming to be suffering from a chronic illness. The man begs to be carried to the second floor, but Han ruthlessly shoves him aside, telling him to get out of the way. He's fully aware of the scam, knowing that the lobby's passive healing completely cures all forms of sickness and disease. Right on time, the fairy descends, furiously yelling at the mob for crowding around and keeping the master waiting. As they step through the gateway, the squad talks about how much more toxic and desperate people have become since the split. Our protagonist tells them to tune out the noise and keep their minds strictly on the upcoming objective. Upon entering the waiting area, a system prompt flashes, confirming their deployment to the 16th floor. Han gives them a final stern warning that absolute obedience to his commands is required the moment they land. Enveloped in a brilliant flash of light, they are warped onto the 16th floor to begin an exploration-type quest. Never having done a quest like this before, the hot-headed rookie looks around in total confusion. Jenna chimes in, remembering how they easily wrapped up a comparable exploration quest back on the 6th floor. Han warns her not to get comfortable, noting that while the 6th floor was a breeze, this zone will be a completely different beast. Although the mansion looks stunningly luxurious, the new female recruit can't shake off a deeply unsettling vibe from the place. Han notices her unease and asks if the estate looks familiar, though she hesitates, unable to confirm it just yet. He simply advises her to speak up immediately if any detail triggers her memory. With that, they begin their search, combing through the halls to locate the path leading upward. When Han tries to open one of the main doors, he finds it completely sealed off by a magic barrier. He directs Nerissa to use her scouting abilities to scope out the area, and she slips away into the shadows. While she scouts ahead, the remaining squad members advance carefully through the corridors in a defensive search pattern. The interiors are grand, adorned with lavish tapestries and extremely costly ornaments. The sheer emptiness of such a grand place gives the entire area a deeply eerie atmosphere. Han calms their nerves, pointing out that the lack of dust means it is well maintained, suggesting they're bound to run into someone soon. Since all the side doors remain sealed tight, their only choice is to follow the main path. As they navigate deeper, it doesn't take long for them to realize the architecture of this place is incredibly strange. The mystery behind the bizarre layout is quickly made clear. Right in front of them, the corridor branches out into 3 entirely separate directions. Realizing the estate is basically a giant labyrinth, Han decides it's smartest to halt and wait for their scout to return with intel. The downtime makes the group restless, as wandering a quiet, confusing maze with no visible enemies is starting to test their patience. Despite the lack of active threats, Han warns them to keep their guard up, as things could go south in an instant. 5 minutes pass before Nerissa finally slips back to report on her findings. She explains that the branching paths actually merge back into a single hallway, meaning the layout isn't as complex as it looks. While she didn't trigger any traps or spot any hostile guards, she did run into something very peculiar. When Han presses for specifics, she simply replies that it is something they need to witness with their own eyes to truly comprehend. Guided by the scout, the party finds a badly wounded maid covered in blood and groaning in deep agony. Strangely, she completely ignores them, her behavior and injuries appearing highly bizarre and unnatural. The hot-headed rookie immediately proposes putting her down to avoid any trap, but Han holds him back, arguing that meddling with unknown anomalies is a bad idea. He cautions the group that jumping to action without information is highly reckless. Jenna briefly hesitates, wanting to offer aid, but ultimately decides to stick to the plan while repeatedly looking back with concern. As they push forward, they test other doors along the path, but every single lock is secured by the same magic wards. The lack of combat is clearly testing their nerves, but Han keeps them steady, promising that the action is bound to start shortly. The initial corridors they pass through are completely identical, making navigation surprisingly straightforward. But as they turn into the fourth corridor, the quiet atmosphere abruptly shifts. Sprinting back from the front, Nerissa reports a squad of 7 heavily armed guards waiting ahead, equipped with blades, spears, and crossbows. Han instantly devises a strategy to catch them completely off guard the moment they step into the zone. He assigns the girls to neutralize the ranged snipers first, leaving the melee combatants to the rest of the squad. Our protagonist peers around the corner, waiting for the perfect timing before giving the hand signal to launch the ambush. A guard casually sipping water catches a glimpse of them too late, and Han instantly silences him with a precise throw of his dagger. Sliding through the shadows, Velkis slips behind an opponent to take his head cleanly, immediately turning his blade to execute a second guard. Jenna releases a twin arrow shot that pierces 2 targets simultaneously, while Nerissa and Han quickly finish off the remaining survivors. Within mere seconds, all 7 hostile soldiers are cleared out with flawless precision. Ahead lies a grand staircase climbing upward, leading to 3 massive double doors. While everyone is distracted, looking at the path ahead, Han notices something off about the rear entrance and decides to hurl his shield toward the upper doors to test the boundary. The moment his shield hits a specific point, a glowing barrier flickers to life, confirming the path to the second floor is still locked. Deducing the situation, he barks an order to their mage, telling her to unleash her magic directly at the door they just came through. Though she looks at him with utter confusion, Han's interface has already flashed a system alert warning him of ambushers hiding right behind that rear door. As she unleashes a blast of destructive spells, Han commands the frontline fighters to storm the breach immediately. Leaping straight through the smoke and fire, Han catches the ambushers off guard, rapidly slicing through their ranks. The rest of the party charges in right behind him, and in no time, the remaining enemy force is completely wiped out. Flicking the blood off his blade, Han scans the area, confirming that the threat has been thoroughly neutralized. As they regroup, the curious mage asks him how on earth he managed to detect those hidden troops. He breaks it down for her, explaining that since the barrier didn't lift after clearing the first wave, it meant more hostiles were still lurking nearby. That detail made it obvious there were leftover enemies hiding somewhere in the vicinity. Sure enough, with the final batch of ambushers dead, the magic ward blocking the stairs instantly dissipates. Han deduces that passing through these newly unlocked upper doors will successfully wrap up this floor's quest. As they ascend the steps, he advises the team to mentally prepare for the next level, while the hothead scoffs, complaining that this floor was way too easy. Just as anticipated, the moment they step through the threshold, the entire party is flashed back to safety. Back in the communal area, Jenna questions if they should expect similar exploration-type tasks on the coming floors. She admits she dislikes these exploration quests because they drag on and eat up way too much time. Han offers a brief word of praise for their solid teamwork before the squad begins to disperse. Spotting the new recruit lingering behind, he stops and asks if she has something on her mind. She quietly mentions that she actually holds critical information regarding the very estate they just cleared. The pair retreats to the second floor, settling down for a quiet conversation over a hot cup of tea. Han takes a sip and asks her to go ahead and share whatever was on her mind. To his surprise, she confesses that she didn't just recognize the layout. She used to be employed inside that very mansion. He pays close attention as she explains how her knowledge could drastically boost their party's survival rate. She explains that the property is known as the Golden Mansion, owned by the Halgian House, one of the 4 pillars upholding the ruling empire. These houses hold so much sway that even the emperor can't fully control them, alongside the other 3 major families, Schutternberg, Lantia, and Asinus. Han questions if this was indeed the exact same Halgian estate, and while Nerissa admits she can't be absolutely sure, she notes the main entrance and facade were identical. Oddly enough, the layout inside had been completely altered from what she remembered. While the ultimate goal of their quest remains a mystery, she strongly suspects it ties directly into these strange modifications within the estate. The Grand Mansion was structured with 5 levels, home to families whose lineages were blended with beast blood. According to the girl, this wasn't just any ordinary beast blood. It was pure dragon blood running through their veins. This revelation sends our protagonist deep into thought, comparing her details with the game's various levels. The tower's initial 20 levels serve as training ground for beginners, meaning only those who conquer all of them earn the title of a true master. This high standard exists because a special boss guards the 20th floor, boasting power that dwarfs regular boss monsters. Statistically, only a third of these masters manage to pass the 5th level, and reaching the 20th is a feat very few ever achieve. Although she remembers him rescuing a princess back on floor 15, she is still puzzled as to why this mansion is manifesting at this particular time. Recognizing that her connection to this family is unclear, the hero offers her an easy way out of the quest if she prefers to sit it out. Flashing a sinister grin, she remarks that those people were complete beasts who deserved a fate far more painful than death, making her more than eager to join. Once she finishes dumping all her intel, she simply stands up and walks away. With a weary sigh, our protagonist summons the fairy who had been secretly eavesdropping on their entire talk. When questioned about her presence, she nervously claims she just wanted to praise his progress, despite her lingering dread about this place and her concern for his safety. He points out that everything below the 20th floor is essentially child's play. The actual nightmare only begins once they move past that point. Curious, the fairy asks if he managed to extract any useful clues from their new recruit. Piecing the puzzle together, he concludes that a specific faction is targeting the princess they previously rescued, and they are tied directly to the Haljian family. Even the bounties and wanted posters placed on her were financed by their deep pockets. While he still doesn't have the complete picture, he suspects a deeper connection involving the goddess. This prompts her to ask if there's an actual link between the 15th and 20th levels. Standing up, our protagonist admits that the odds of them being linked are incredibly high. His conversation with Nerissa actually brought two major realizations to light. The first detail is the structural design of the estate. Its 5-story layout perfectly matches the 5-level gap separating floors 15 and 20. On top of that, since the occupants are rumored to carry dragon blood, it's highly likely that the formidable 20th floor boss is a dragon itself. These beasts are virtually flawless and overpoweringly strong, though this particular hybrid dragon might be a bit diluted and less formidable than a purebred. Still, their only smart move is to brace for the absolute worst-case scenario. He reminds her that no other team currently has what it takes to survive this quest. All he asks from her is to back them up whenever she finds an opportunity. Swallowing her fear, the fairy nods and vows to do whatever she can to assist. As dawn breaks, the portals flare back to life, sending our primary team straight onto the 17th level. Upon arrival, they are greeted by 5 massive, looming tunnels stretching out in front of them. Our resident wildcard immediately whines about the multiple paths, claiming this setup looks even more tedious than the last floor. But our protagonist cuts him off, telling everyone to stay sharp because this raid could easily drag on for days. The archer voices her anxiety about running out of food during a long campaign, but he comforts her by stating that adhering strictly to the dungeon's rules guarantees their safety. His real worry stems from the sheer difficulty multiplier of their current account, which seems abnormally boosted. He carefully documents their surroundings as they press deeper into the structure. They run into several traps and defensive troops along the way, but dismantle them with absolute ease. After a few days of grinding, they finally step onto the 18th floor, which marks the 3rd level of the Golden Estate. This floor turns out to be another walk in the park, resulting in a quick and effortless clear. With that out of the way, only the 19th and 20th levels stand between them and their goal. Transported to the 19th floor, the archer displays her prowess, taking down waves of hostile guards with rapid-fire volleys. They wrap up the floor in just a few days, and her stellar combat display earns her the MVP title. Recharging in the lobby, she stretches comfortably and jokes that he got them worried over nothing since these stages are incredibly simple. The newcomer points out that while the labyrinthine routes were indeed tricky, the leader's guidance made the navigation look effortless. Right then, a system alert pops up announcing that the master is setting up a new check room right in the lobby. The mage tilts her head, highly curious about this new construction project. Our protagonist steps in to explain that a check room essentially serves as a storage vault for crucial equipment. However, instead of holding standard loot, this place acts as a repository for the belongings of fallen challengers. This facility lets the master extract and preserve the final memories and data of those who lose their lives. We then cut to the training arena where the members of Party 1 have assembled. The leader informs them that Party 2 has been deployed to the 16th level, stressing that the remaining squads still require heavy training. It won't be long before Party 3 is also sent up to join them on level 16, which implies their own deployment to the 20th floor is fast approaching. He directs the archer to focus entirely on polishing her heavy archery techniques. The mage is told to boost her pyromancy output and fortify her fire barrier, a task she reluctantly accepts while noting its sheer difficulty. The new recruit plans to raid the weekly instance to farm a wider assortment of toxins, understanding that simple paralyzing agents won't cut it anymore. Meanwhile, our resident hothead insists on a sparring session with our hero using live steel. While the hero suggests starting at sunrise, the eager fighter insists on beginning right away, claiming daylight is irrelevant. This eagerness brings a smile to our protagonist's face, marveling at the guy's unwavering resolve, despite being beaten to a pulp repeatedly. His mental strength is clearly on a completely different level compared to his peers. Out of nowhere, Ioka pipes up, declaring her desire to train her close quarters fighting so she doesn't end up as an exhibit in the check room. Ever since the leader casually described the room as a mausoleum for fallen warriors, Her anxiety has been through the roof. He explained that the administration was just laying the groundwork for the upcoming 20th floor trials. Since recovering lost corpses is physically impossible, this memorial is their only way to preserve their memory. It acts as a final resting tribute to those who didn't make it back. Our eccentric swordsman scoffs, suggesting that building another gym would have been a far better use of resources. Jenna takes a much warmer view, interpreting the gesture as proof of the master's genuine concern for their well-being. Her optimistic comment immediately triggers a petty squabble with the mage. The newcomer approaches our protagonist, quietly noting how exceptionally strong the archer actually is. With a grin, he points out that her sheer mental grit is what kept her alive, which is precisely why he values her presence. Sensing the heavy stakes, the girl predicts a brutal mission ahead, prompting him to look over and ask if she's feeling cold feet. She retorts that if fear ruled her decisions, she would have opted for a backline support role rather than a frontline DPS. At this stage of the game, there is no option left but to press forward. Taking a quick look at her, he softly remarks that changing her mind is still an option if she wants it. She offers no verbal reply to his offer, letting only a quiet smile speak for her. Fast forward to their current routine, and the team is once again sweating it out in training. It's a handicap 2-on-1 match, pitting our protagonist against the eager swordsman and the mage. They synchronize their attacks in a desperate bid to land a blow, but he effortlessly parries their onslaught. In the heat of the clash, the wild swordsman's aggressive pressure triggers a level up in his mastery of the blade. Simultaneously, our protagonist's own sword technique climbs to the next level. Over in another corner, the archer rains a continuous barrage onto a practice dummy, obliterating it to splinters with her newly acquired strongbow technique. Every single member is pushing their absolute limits to self-improve before the big raid. Following the combat drills, our protagonist goes for road work, strapping massive iron weights to his wrists. The sheer density of these weights is proven when he drops them, leaving fractures in the hard floor. Jenna is likewise putting herself through the ringer with her own heavy resistance training. In the meantime, fresh talent begins populating the base camp on the second floor. An alchemist takes up residence in the magic laboratory to churn out high-grade recovery drafts. Dika has also made his return, now carrying the official title of an instructor. More support personnel are coming online as well, including a blacksmith who is upgraded to forging D+ rank gear. Simultaneously, Party 3 maintains their ascent up the lower levels, keeping in mind that the 20th floor might require a multi-team operation. Thanks to their flawless run, they have positioned themselves to qualify as an elite squad on the second floor, alongside our current roster. Late into the evening, we find our main guy hunched over his desk, studying his strategic journals. He is fully aware of the meat grinder that awaits them, having barely survived it during his own past playthrough. His former squad was wiped out 3 consecutive times on this stage, making him realize that slipping up now means instant death. And that absolute standard of survival applies to the 20th level and every single trial thereafter. Gathering everyone in the staging area the next morning, he dryly advises them to tie up any loose ends before they cross the threshold. He jokingly invites them to draft their last testaments, promising to rip them up the second they kick the bucket. Jenna playfully teases that the mage is already furiously scribbling down her final wishes. Instantly triggered, the spellcaster snaps back, telling them to keep their noses out of her affairs. Looking at his main squad, he reassures them that as long as they follow his lead blindly, survival is guaranteed. As they approach the staging gate, a flashing screen reveals that this raid strictly demands a 3-party deployment. Party 2 materializes in the room, prompting whispers about whether they are heading straight into a major raid encounter. Unsure of the horrors ahead, they accept that unity is their only path to success. Another system prompt clarifies that the administrator can deploy the teams dynamically as the situation demands, rather than sending them all together. Party 3 joins the queue, with their captain stepping up to pledge their absolute dedication. The deployment must be sequential, restricted by a specific cooldown timer between each party entrance. Amid their tactical discussions, the archer's eyes land on a random challenger shaking violently with terror nearby. The leader clarifies that the shivering fellow is merely a sacrificial lamb, sent into the 20th floor ahead of time to map out the threat. Instead of being melted down for materials, useless recruits are discarded as disposable scouts. This expendable scouting method has actually been in play ever since they conquered floor 16. As the poor guy freezes in absolute terror, the fairy appears and screams at him to get moving through the portal. Unsurprisingly, the guy doesn't survive even 60 seconds inside, getting obliterated instantly. With the initial scout gone, the administrator designates Party 1 to lead the vanguard charge. Flashing his iconic, confident smirk, our protagonist tells his crew to lock in. At the same time, the fairy barks orders at the team, demanding they follow the leader's instructions to the letter. Right before they step through, Edis reassures our protagonist that her team will be ready to back them up the moment they are called. With their preparations complete, they step into the portal as the master begins streaming the encounter. They materialize on the 5th floor of the Golden Estate, immediately facing a pitch-black, eerie corridor. Standing before the heavy double doors, the leader warns his team that crossing this threshold marks the real beginning of the nightmare. He urges everyone to apply every single shred of training they've received, then pushes the heavy barrier open. With weapons drawn, the rest of the squad files in close behind him. The instant they step through, red alerts flash, stating their primary objective: eradicate all hostile forces to clear the stage. The suffocating aura in this room is unlike any pressure they have encountered on the lower levels. The archer immediately notches a heavy arrow, while the mage starts gathering her destructive mana. The entire front line locks into a high-alert defensive stance, waiting for the first strike. Not far off, a solitary figure stands in the shadows, watching their arrival with a sickening, distorted grin. He screams that they are solely responsible for this ruin, promising that none of them will leave this place alive. Instantly identifying the target as their primary threat, our protagonist barks the command to engage. The archer unleashes a devastating shot with maximum draw weight, paired alongside a massive wave of incited fire from the mage. The sheer kinetic force of the arrow obliterates the man's flank, ripping away his arm and half his rib cage. A microsecond later, the torrential firestorm engulfs what remains, turning the spot into an absolute inferno. The leader commands his backline to maintain long-range artillery pressure while the melee units advance. He, the wild swordsman, and the newcomer dash forward to close the distance. Deep within the raging firestorm, a massive, predatory eye suddenly snaps open. The burning silhouette mutates, transforming into a terrifying draconic hybrid named Halgarath. Our protagonist snaps his team out of their daze, screaming that they cannot pause their offensive even for a second. Positioned at the rear, the archer begins drawing a heavy shot, condensing her entire mana pool into a single projectile. She releases the heavy string, aiming the shot straight between the beast's eyes. A colossal detonation echoes through the hall, yet the arrow never actually makes contact with its hide. An invisible energy field deflects the projectile, draining all its momentum until it falls harmlessly onto the stone. The beast grins as a Crimson System pop-up reveals that the hybrid is completely immune to physical damage. Unwilling to back down, the mage channels a higher-tier flame spell, but a bright crimson shield absorbs it entirely. The hybrid narrows its eyes on our protagonist, who had slipped within striking distance to blind the beast. But even his fully charged strike is effortlessly nullified by that frustrating energetic barrier. The remaining vanguard throws everything they have at the beast, but none of their strikes can bypass the defense. Rearing back, the dragon slams its weight down, launching sharp, scale-like projectiles that rain down across the entire chamber. Recognizing the lethal shrapnel, the leader screams for a full retreat. An urgent notification flashes on his screen, indicating the newcomer is bleeding and her HP is plummeting. Spotting her injury, he tries to intervene, but she downs a healing draft and claims she is perfectly fine. Believing that the eyes might still bypass the protection, the archer takes another shot, only for the same barrier to flare up. The frustrating red prompt repeats itself. Physical strikes are entirely ineffective. Frustration mounts as she realizes they can't even scratch the beast, and it hasn't even begun to exert itself. Velkus grumbles that their damage output is simply too low to penetrate the hybrid's dense armor. But our protagonist corrects him, pointing out that armor isn't the issue. Their strikes aren't even registering on the beast's actual body. When pressed for details, the leader brushes him off, shouting that they have no time for explanations. The trio coordinates another desperate assault, but their weapons bounce off the barrier once more. Fed up, our protagonist orders a temporary fallback and decides to test the beast single-handedly. He lunges forward for a solo strike, but the exact same system warning flashes. The dragon retaliates with a volley of razor-sharp scales, but he manages to bring his shield up just in time. Han notes that the beast is focusing its aggro on only one person at a time, suggesting they rotate attacks to find a blind spot. Suddenly, the shattered scales littered across the floor amid a dark aura, reforming into level 14 shadow spawns. Our protagonist commands his team to clear out these newly spawned adds, and they gladly leap into action. While they clear the field, the dragon swipes heavy claws, which the leader barely absorbs with his shield. Slicing through the shadow beasts, the wild swordsman laughs, relieved that these minor spawns actually bleed. As his squad cleans up the adds, our protagonist is left wondering what it will take to crack the boss. Despite its devastating variety, the dragon's actual attack loops are surprisingly simple. The only real obstacle standing in their way is that impenetrable energy shield. He repeatedly hacks at its throat, but the warning pop-up keeps appearing, pushing his frustration to the boiling point. Despite absorbing heavy shockwaves from all angles, he stubbornly holds his ground. His HP bar continues to bleed, yet his offensive posture remains completely unbroken. The archer screams his name in panic, but he barks back, ordering her to keep her focus on the spawns. Over on the magic flank, Ioka loses her cool as the tide of shadow spawns seems completely endless. Her spells are constantly interrupted, leaving her paralyzed by the fear of an impending wipeout. She screams in desperation, demanding to know how much longer they have to endure this torment. Though he shares their desperation, our protagonist is completely blind as to when this phase will actually end. With a deafening roar from the hybrid, another fresh wave of shadows spawns into the room. Glancing up briefly, he spots a row of human soldiers standing perfectly still atop the surrounding parapet. They had clearly lined the walls without triggering any of his tactical alarms. Before he can analyze their presence, the beast lunges again, forcing him into a desperate evasion. The eccentric warrior lets out a manic laugh, claiming he finally gets why watching the leader's struggles was always so thrilling. Now that he is stuck in the same meat grinder, he's actually starting to find it incredibly fun. He jokingly asks if the leader actually has a viable strategy to slay this absolute unit of a beast. Our protagonist ignores the banter, dismissing it as typical combat psychosis. But right then, a radiant blue glow begins pulsing behind the dragon's massive frame. A system notification chimes, declaring that the combat field formation is finally fully operational. This allows the master to deploy the backup team into the active zone. The interface prompts the administrator to select their secondary deployment squad. Wasting 0 precious seconds, the administrator locks in Party 2, instantly teleporting them into the fray. The moment Edith materializes, her eyes scan the arena, spotting our protagonist locked in a solo duel against the Titanic dragon. Our resident Lancer, watching from the secondary squad, instantly feels a surge of panic seeing his leader in such critical condition. But as they rush forward to assist, an energetic wall blocks their path, keeping them from joining the main floor. Right at that moment, the silent army of human sentries stationed before them springs to life. As the designated rearguard, their objective isn't to assist the front line directly, but to secure a separate flank. This scenario is a multi-objective battle, explaining the system's strict requirement for multiple squads. But the bitter consequence of this setup is that our protagonist is left entirely alone to tank the boss. And to make matters worse, his offensive strikes are still yielding 0 results. The dark-haired warrior barks a quick order to her ally to ready her heavy crossbow, immediately launching a barrage into the advancing soldiers. Edda screams over the din of battle, telling the leader to survive while she pushes through to reach the statue. The remaining forces of Party 2 lock shields, driving a heavy wedge directly through the enemy ranks. From the center of the storm, our protagonist roars that they must eradicate every single shadow beast before the backup team can secure the monument. Although the mage girl is confused about why this is necessary, he snaps at her to quit stalling and immediately start channeling third-tier fire magic. As she focuses on casting her spell, the archer stays close by to keep her safe. Meanwhile, our protagonist does his best to keep the dragon's attention on himself. Swarms of monsters charge toward the mage, giving her no choice but to repeatedly fire off her most destructive spells. She obliterates entire hordes with basic fire spells, upgrades to Tier 2 magic, and then unleashes a colossal fire vortex that completely vaporizes every monster in her path. Casting all those spells leaves her completely exhausted, prompting Jenna to quickly slide over a mana potion. Now, only the main boss is left standing. The dragon sweeps its massive tail toward the hero, who barely deflects it with his blade. Suddenly, a bright yellow light sweeps across the battlefield, catching him off guard as his own sword begins to glow. A system alert pops up, revealing that the backup team has successfully secured the altar. As the dark-haired girl makes contact with the statue, its sacred power triggers, parting the storm clouds and bathing them in divine light. The following notification confirms that the holy enchantment is active, boosting everyone's weaponry. The team can only watch in disbelief as their gear radiates with new power. Armed with the goddess's blessing, our lead character rallies his squad to prepare for the final push to put this beast down for good. With the dragon's defense finally penetrable, the protagonist wastes no time organizing his force into 3 separate squads. He decides to go solo as Team 1 assigns Velkist and Nerissa to Team 2 and pairs Iolka with Jenna for Team 3. The beast unleashes a volley of sharp scales, kicking up a massive screen of dust across the area. Right through the haze, Team 2 bursts out at breakneck speed, heading straight for the monster. And for once, their offensive strikes actually leave a mark. Our resident psycho carves massive gashes into the beast, while the girl follows up with a series of lightning-fast, heavy blows. But during the chaos, even more shadow creatures begin to emerge from the rear. Our main guy yells out to his allies to swap places with him shortly, knowing he'll need a breather from handling the boss. The archer keeps up her rhythm, taking down several shadow monsters with well-placed shots. She abruptly stops, and it takes only a second for the hero to realize her quiver is empty. Spotting her spent arrows littered across the dirt, he begins hacking through the monsters to clear a path for her. Catching on immediately, she runs to retrieve the arrows, firing them off as soon as she pulls them from the ground. She falls into a loop of retrieving and firing, while the hero keeps the front line clear to shield her. He suddenly tells her to quit wasting precious ammo on small fry enemies and focus her fire entirely on the dragon. Promising to handle the remaining shadows himself, he unleashes a massive slash that cuts through multiple foes at once. Jenna pulls back her heavy bow, lines up the shot, and releases it with everything she's got. The projectile tears through the air with immense velocity. The moment it pierces the dragon, the beast lets out a painful shriek. A massive fountain of blood begins to gush from the wound. Sensing the fresh blood, a bloodthirsty Velkist wastes no time in targeting that exact weak point. Simultaneously, Han hurls a small blade with pinpoint accuracy and shouts for a tactical rotation. The blade embeds itself directly into the dragon's eye, forcing a roar of pure agony from the monster. Leaping onto the beast, the hero grips the handle of the dagger and wrenches it deeper into the socket. He then pulls the blade straight down, slicing the entire eye wide open. This effectively blinds the beast on one side of its face. The dragon swings its heavy talons in retaliation, but Argai evades the counterattack with ease. From the rear, Edis screams that her squad is reaching its absolute limit. The hero notices that the second team is getting completely swamped by the endless wave of enemy troops scaling their position. If they fail, they will lose the altar's blessing, stripping away their only means of damaging the dragon. In the midst of the struggle, a spearman manages to drive a weapon clean through Usher. Their commander instantly yells for someone to drag him to safety while she holds the defensive line by herself. The mage starts to lose her cool, shouting that everything is going sideways. And unfortunately, our protagonist knows she isn't exaggerating. With everyone exhausted, they are running on fumes and won't last much longer. With one member already down in Team 2, the survivors only have a few minutes left in them. Just then, a violent tremor ripples across the entire arena. An instant later, a colossal structure resembling a fortress starts to materialize on the field. This is the moment their master chooses to bring in the next squad. Following another flash of light, the third party finally spawns in. The second they materialize, the hero screams at them to start running. Though their leader is baffled, he demands she scale the tower and fire the ballista at the boss. Nodding in agreement, she and her team begin carving a path through the enemy soldiers. Over on the front line, our resident wildcard signals the hero that it's time to swap places. Han doesn't hesitate for a second and instantly trades spots with him. The maniac then lunges at the dragon, severing its tongue with one brutal, decisive swing. With its eye gouged and venom coursing through its system, the dragon is in rough shape. Our lead character urges everyone to capitalize on this opening. Meanwhile, Jenna takes up her longbow again, landing heavily damaging shots on the beast. When the hero inquires about her remaining heavy ammunition, she replies she has only 5 left, prompting him to tell her to fire them all without delay. His anxiety spikes as the situation grows grimmer. With Team 2 on the verge of falling apart, they need to put this dragon down immediately. In the meantime, the third squad finally makes it up to the siege weapon. Han is well aware that if the enemy forces retake the statue, their divine buffs will vanish, making the dragon immune to their damage once again. Should that happen, their odds of survival will plummet to 0. He bellows at the leader to designate one person to run the ballista while the rest of the squad holds off the approaching guards. She freezes for a moment, having no clue how to operate the giant bow, but forces herself to figure it out on the fly. Edis screams once more, warning that her defenses are about to break. With the archer completely out of arrows, she resorts to her dagger while our protagonist dives back into the heat of battle. The girl from the third squad finally gets the ballista ready, but as she tries to aim, she realizes the dragon is moving far too quickly to lock onto. Hearing her distress, our lead character orders his teammates to pin the beast down, even if only for a brief moment. They charge from left and right to hold the beast in place, but its raw strength is still far too much to handle. With a sweep of its massive claw, the dragon smashes into the crazy fighter, throwing him across the field. Knowing they are out of options, the hero dashes headfirst toward the monster. Launching himself into the air, he plunges his sword right through its claw, pinning the massive limb to the earth. Even though this is their golden window for a clean shot, the girl at the ballista is still struggling to get it ready. In her panic, memories of how helpless she felt upon first arriving in this bizarre world come flooding back. She had no clue what purpose she served, though she knew everyone else was just trying to survive the same nightmare. Just like her peers, she pushed herself to adapt quickly, doing whatever it took to keep breathing. Her mind drifts even further back to her early childhood. She was raised in utter destitution, lacking basic necessities like proper meals or clean clothing. Her older sister was the only family she had left in the world. However, as she grew slightly older, her own sister sold her off to work on a vessel. From that moment on, she endured grueling labor in a hostile environment, completely isolated but always giving it her all. But even that harsh routine was shattered. One afternoon, a massive sea monster ambushed their vessel. The beast was nightmare fuel, looking like it crawled straight out of a ghost ship legend. A crewmate screamed at her to snap out of it and load the cannon, but terror kept her rooted to the spot. The flashback dissolves, pulling her right back to the brutal reality of the present. She is facing the exact same pressure, but this time, she refuses to let her comrades down. Acting purely on instinct, she releases the trigger, launching a massive bolt that strikes the dragon with the force of a cannon shot. It takes her a second to register that she actually managed to land the hit. Her confidence returns as she realizes that, unlike her past, effort in this world actually yields results. Here, if she works hard, she can actually become powerful. Noticing her lowering her guard, the hero screams that the fight is far from finished. Unfortunately for her, it actually is over. A split second later, a stray arrow pierces her skull, ending her life instantly. It turns out not even a tragic backstory could give her plot armor. Meanwhile, the enemy archer who fired the fatal shot remains completely unfazed. Her sudden death sends shockwaves through her squad, causing them to completely lose their minds. Amidst the panic, the hero commands them to clear her body and reload the ballista, but the recruits are too paralyzed by fear to move. Listening to their cries, the crazy fighter remarks that their entire plan is going down the drain. With Team 3 completely failing their objective, even our protagonist decides to cut his losses and abandon them. As they continue clashing with the dragon, system notifications begin flashing with alerts of players dying one by one. Before long, the system confirms the total annihilation of the third squad. The protagonist orders his remaining allies to retreat, deciding to take on the dragon by himself. To make matters worse, a new alert warns that Usher from Team 2 is on the verge of death. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, our lead character decides to bet everything on one final gamble. Taking advantage of the remaining statue buff, he locks his sights onto the dragon's heart. The previous ballista shot had managed to tear a small crack in the dragon's armored hide. He reasons that a precise strike to that exact weakness would allow him to slide his blade right into the beast's chest. Meanwhile, Edis does her best to stabilize her teammate, reassuring him that the nightmare is almost over. However, her voice barely reaches him as his consciousness fades. He merely mumbles to himself, drifting on the edge of consciousness. Her other companion, Duran, isn't doing any better. The moment he glances behind him, an enemy soldier materializes and drives a blade straight through his torso. Coughing up blood, he tumbles off the ledge and falls directly into the waiting hands of the enemy horde. Leaving him with absolutely no hope of survival, the surrounding troops immediately set upon him with their blades. He tries to scream for backup, but his remaining allies are too busy fighting for their own lives to hear him. His dying comrade faintly hears his screams while clinging to his own fading life. Before his vision goes dark, he catches sight of several enemy soldiers closing in to deliver the final blows. In his final moments, a memory from his old life flashes before his eyes. He remembers being told to stay behind with the cargo instead of trying to act like a real warrior. They ridiculed his dream of becoming a mercenary, mocking the fact that he couldn't even wield a blade properly. They had walked off laughing, leaving him to stare at his hands in frustration, questioning why something so basic was so hard for him. The memory fades, snapping back to the grim present. Tightening his grip on his weapon, he declares to himself that he indeed knows how to fight. In the meantime, our protagonist is throwing everything he's got at the dragon. Unfortunately, his strikes fail to penetrate, and the dreaded warning pop-up returns. It turns out Team 2 has lost control of the altar, causing the goddess's blessing to vanish. Usher has passed away as well, joining the rest of the fallen third squad. To make matters worse, the second team is in tatters, with zero chance of them reclaiming the objective. With all odds stacked against him, even our protagonist begins to lose heart. The update screen displays the current status of all player cards, painting a very grim picture of their survival rate. The dragon swings a devastating claw down on the hero, forcing him to raise his shield to block the impact. While he is pushed back by the force, the archer reminds him of a similar close call on the 5th floor, desperately asking for a plan. Reclaiming the altar is crucial, but he knows they lack the strength to fight for it right now. Instead, he suddenly demands Velkist's hand over his blade. Though puzzled by the sudden request, the warrior hands it over anyway. Our lead character then tells the mage to channel her fire magic directly into the sword. The plan is to mimic the goddess's divine blessing using her pure offensive magic. With her fire flowing through it, the weapon radiates a lethal heat. She warns him that while she can channel the spell into the metal, the output is currently far too weak. She could cast a much stronger enchantment, but she needs a proper window of time to chant it. The protagonist simply smiles, assuring her that a 4th-tier spell will get the job done. As he continues fighting off the shadow monsters, the crazy swordsman asks for their next move. The hero instructs them to focus entirely on shielding the mage while she prepares. At the same time, he prepares to launch himself back into a solo fight with the beast. While the line holds, Iolka begins channeling a massive spell that requires her complete focus. With his blade engulfed in flames, Han charges headlong toward the dragon. When he closes the distance to strike, the dragon guards itself using its claws and heavy tail. It becomes clear to him that the beast is actively guarding its previous injury. Defying the odds, he slips past the dragon's defense and gets close enough to slash at the massive gash. But to his dismay, the notification flashes again, stating the beast remains resistant to standard attacks. The makeshift fire enchantment simply isn't potent enough to bypass its defenses. He quickly weighs his options. Should they try to recapture the altar, load another ballista shot, or just stall until the beast bleeds out? These tactical thoughts flash through his mind while he is forced to dodge the dragon's relentless assault. Struggling to keep his guard up, he finds it nearly impossible to focus as the clock ticks down. Even so, he refuses to back down, desperately searching for any path to victory. From the sidelines, his comrades can only watch his desperate struggle. One of them points out how amazing he is for fighting under such conditions, but the archer snaps at them to stop hyping him up and keep their focus on the approaching shadows. In the center of the storm, our protagonist is swinging blindly at anything in range. While most of his desperate swings bounce off, one somehow manages to slice through. He quickly realizes that because the tail was previously injured, the defensive barrier in that specific area has dropped. If his theory is correct, this might be the golden opening he needs. He just needs to keep hammering at the pre-existing wounds until he locates the sweet spot where the armor fails. With a plan in mind, he slides directly beneath the dragon, targeting the massive hole left by the ballista bolt. He thrusts his weapon into the opening, and the blow connects perfectly. The impact rips the flesh even wider. Losing its mind from the intense pain, the dragon snaps and lunges at him with its massive jaws wide open. Though he raises his shield to block, the sheer momentum of the beast is far too much. The barrier is violently ripped from his hands, clattering across the stone floor. As the shield skids away, the beast's gaze shifts to track its movement. This unfortunately draws its focus straight toward the vulnerable mage. Realizing the danger, our protagonist sprints to intercept before she can be shredded by the incoming scales. Although he shields her from the brunt of the volley, several sharp scales pierce deep into his own limbs. Though the archer is horrified by his injuries, he shouts at her to maintain her position and keep guarding the caster. The ground is littered with the beast's scales, which threaten to hatch into fresh monsters at any moment. But things are about to get infinitely worse. Fresh crimson warnings fill the air as the dragon enters a state of absolute frenzy, letting out an ear-splitting shriek. Not one to back down, our protagonist matches its energy and triggers his own berserk mode. The battle devolves into a savage brawl between two wild beasts, but the raw power difference shows when the beast's tail hits the hero, sending him reeling. He manages to deflect the blow with his sword, but the sheer force of the impact shatters the steel into pieces. The moment his blade crumbles, he yells to Nerissa to toss him hers. Without hesitation, she hurls her weapon through the air toward him. While the blade is still airborne, the mage coats it in a burst of fire, allowing the hero to catch it and resume his relentless assault. But since he is unfamiliar with its balance, the borrowed blade quickly snaps under the intense pressure. Left completely unarmed, he bellows at his squad to throw every remaining weapon they have to him. As the dragon targets the mage once more, Jenna slides her backup dagger toward him to keep him in the game. By now, he is pushing his body far past its breaking point, and his vision is beginning to blur. But the harsh truth keeps him moving. If he stops fighting for even a second, everyone dies. His dagger shatters next, just as he spots the beast launching itself toward Ioka. Wasting no time, he grabs yet another spare weapon and leaps at the monster with every ounce of strength remaining in his body. After a series of bleak moments, we finally get a breakthrough when the hero unlocks a powerful new skill by surpassing his absolute limits. This breakthrough upgrades his berserk skill twice, granting him a colossal boost to all of his stats. He manages to drive his blade deep into the dragon's skull, making the beast roar in sheer agony. Meanwhile, his weaponless teammates are forced to fend off the remaining shadows with their bare hands. He relentlessly hammers his sword deeper into the wound until the blade finally snaps inside. Sensing his sudden lack of a weapon, the dragon thrashes violently, trying to shake him off its skull. But our guy holds on with a death grip, riding the thrashing beast like a sandworm straight out of Dune. With all his weapons shattered and no other choice left, he wraps his hands around its throat and rips its neck apart with raw force. A moment later, the dragon's severed head spins through the air as our hero stands there looking like an absolute demon. Standing triumphantly on top of the beast's corpse, he unlocks a brand new skill, Dragon's Lair. But right at that moment, his berserk mode finally wears off, leaving him completely drained of energy. As he collapses toward the floor, Jenna quickly dashes forward to catch him in her arms. Before she can even utter a word, our wild protagonist yells at her, warning that the battle isn't finished yet. Even though its head is completely gone, the headless dragon still seems to have some lingering signs of life. Without the protection of the blessing, making a quick retreat is easily their smartest move. But our hero just grins, pointing out that their mage has already completed preparation for her big spell. Stealing the spotlight for a brief moment, she unleashes her ultimate, devastating fire spell. The blinding flash of light practically swallows the dragon whole, leaving the entire party speechless. And she is far from finished. Weaving a quick hand sign, she conjures a massive, glowing sphere of fire deep within the beast's battered carcass. Following a tense second of silence, a colossal cross of pure fire rains down from above, obliterating what is left in a massive blast. That final strike does the trick, completely wiping out the boss and clearing the floor once and for all. Every survivor gets a massive level-up boost, and our main lead is officially crowned the MVP. The system sends out a message congratulating the master, officially elevating him to a true master status. With this achievement, brand new dungeons unlock in the lobby, alongside a fresh facility. Additionally, they now have a hero ready to be upgraded to the next rank. On top of all that, the newly unlocked gate is now ready to be opened. Once they return safely, the archer girl giggles, pointing out that at least their own squad didn't suffer any casualties. Realizing she is still clinging tightly to him, the hero snaps and tells her to back off already. As he stands up, Velkist approaches him, genuinely questioning if he is even human, considering no normal person rips out a dragon's throat with their bare hands. Looking around at the gathering, the hero notices that the only survivors left are his immediate squad and a few members from the second team. Feeling guilty, Edis apologizes to him, believing they completely messed up their assignment. Reassuring her, he explains that their victory was only possible because of their hard work, urging her not to lose heart over this. Still, clearing the floor came at a heavy price, having lost nearly 2 entire squads in the process. After declaring tomorrow a designated rest day for everyone, the hero heads back to his private room. On his walk back, he runs into the fairy, who presents him with a wooden horse figurine, calling it a gift from their master. While he has zero use for such a toy, he accepts it anyway, just to keep the master from feeling rejected. Elsewhere, the dark-haired girl sits alone in her room, her clothes and skin completely stained with blood. Collapsing right by the doorway, she mutters to herself about being the sole survivor who made it out alive. Overwhelmed by the crushing reality, she breaks down into tears. The following morning, he spots the archer girl wandering outside and questions why she isn't relaxing on her day off. She explains that she originally planned to stop by the check room, but has decided to just head over to the lounge area to wind down. Leaving her to her plans, he makes his way toward the main facility. The dark-haired girl had high hopes for Usher because of his quick intellect and constant drive to grow stronger. He and Darren, who unfortunately perished as well, could have formed a formidable duo. The loss of Party 3 was equally tragic, as the fallen members were actually quite talented. Their only real shortcoming was a lack of high-stakes boss battle experience. Meanwhile, the surviving members of the second party are shown silently, staring at the belongings of their fallen comrades. Among them all, Edis appears to be taking the tragedy the hardest. At that exact moment, the master logs back into the game and receives the alert regarding a potential hero promotion. Because this upgrade requires reaching a 3-star tier, he needs a completely different class of stone. To obtain it, he upgrades his synthesis chamber to enable the hero conversion feature. Without wasting time, he starts the process by instructing the fairy to place a hero inside the chamber. This action yields a basic spirit stone, which is essential for crafting the high-tier stones needed for ranking up. This upgraded facility is incredibly practical, especially since fusing low-tier heroes with elite ones rarely yields good results. Instead, they can now be broken down directly into valuable upgrade items. As the master fuses the necessary stones together, our main character finally ascends to 3-star status. While taking the promotion stone from her hands, he inquires about her remaining intervention points, hoping to establish contact with the master once more. Looking rather guilty, the fairy admits she wasted quite a bit of energy watching YouTube, leaving her with very little. Even so, she estimates she can stretch her power to keep him connected for roughly 30 minutes. Deeming that plenty of time, he instructs her to get everything ready while he steps into the upgrade pod. Stepping up to the altar, he rests the stone in place, triggering a flash of light that teleports him to a familiar, mysterious void. He finds himself in what looks like an ordinary room, where a small child is weeping nearby. Trapped behind the invisible barrier, he can do nothing but listen to the child's soft, continuous sobbing. Annoyed by his sheer helplessness, our lead kicks some nearby furniture and patiently waits out the process. Upon exiting, he is officially registered as a 3-star unit, with his character portrait getting a brand new look. This milestone also marks the perfect moment for him to select a specialized class. On his stroll back, he spots the little fairy fast asleep on a bench. Giving her a gentle slap to wake her up, they both head back toward his quarters. Meanwhile, the player pulls the gacha to summon several brand new heroes. Back in his quarters, the fairy defends herself by claiming her web surfing was actually highly productive research. She reveals that during her digging, she discovered their master had actually subscribed to his fan club. This leaves him utterly baffled, while the fairy rants on about how even their master can't deny Loki's immense charisma. Irritated by her chatter, he cuts her off and asks what other information she managed to gather. The fairy drops a bombshell, revealing that she found highly intriguing news concerning Niflheimer. It turns out they have posted an recruitment ad seeking new trainees. These students will be brought into the main lobby to undergo training with elite mentors and state-of-the-art gear. When the hero demands more details, she opens up the actual forum thread. She is absolutely livid that someone would make such a post when the real Loki is standing right in front of them. He calmly points out that it makes perfect sense, considering he has been using her link to browse the web anyway. This implies that the recruitment notice was authored by the active heroes inside Niflheimer itself. He honestly never expected them to take things to such extremes. But as he examines the details further, our protagonist spots something far more jarring. Reading through the list of strict qualifications, it almost feels as if the entire advertisement was custom-tailored just for him. The fairy is looking at some glowing documents, completely baffled. It has been 5 Earth months since Niflheimer posted a single thing, so why is there suddenly a brand new recruitment ad floating around? Especially when the real, actual Loki, our boy Han Seojin, is sitting right here next to her. Han is not even sweating it, though. He explains that back when he vanished, only 2 heroes had the clearance to inherit his authority. Cirrus, who was sitting comfortably at rank 1, and Yurnath, who was right behind them. This whole recruitment drive is undoubtedly Yurnath's doing. This service basically lets players train heroes from other lobbies using Niflheimer's elite facilities. It sounds like a cheat code, but the competition is an absolute nightmare. We are talking a 1 in 100 acceptance rate, and it costs a whopping 500 gems per hero. The fairy is immediately skeptical, doubting whether their master, Anyting, is actually going to cough up that kind of premium currency. Han just smirks. He is confident their master is already hooked. Anyting signed up for the Ragnar Loki program and even joined Han's fan cafe, which is proof enough the guy realized who sent those files. With Han's green light, the fairy fires off a message. But despite their last email, there is just radio silence from the Earth side. Anyting is not replying, leaving them to wonder if the master simply has nothing left to say in return. Later that night, the city square is dead quiet under the glow of the street lamps. Edis slips through a set of creaking double doors into a traditional wooden building to meet Han. They sit across from one another at a long dining table, lit by just a single candelabra. Han takes one look at her tired posture and asks if she has even slept. She tries to brush it off, but she is clearly stressed to the limit. When Han asks how the other members of the lobby are holding up, Edis drops some harsh truth. Roderick is doing fine, and Aaron is training harder than ever, but the rookies on the first floor are falling apart. After the third party got completely wiped in the recent raid, morale hit rock bottom. The rookies have lost their resolve, openly complaining that they would rather do menial work than risk their lives. Han gets it. Low-rank survival rates are notoriously brutal, and the balance between combatants, supporters, and sub-parties is incredibly fragile. Edis asks if there is any way to resolve this, and Han explains it requires systematic training and actual combat experience. But Edis points out the catch-22. The rookies died precisely because they lacked experience against bosses. They do not have replay stones to practice past battles, and their current training facilities are far too poor to bridge the gap. Honestly, any solution is ultimately going to depend on how many resources and funds Anytung is willing to invest in their facilities. Edis just stares at him, flustered and deeply impressed by how he always maintains such clarity and rational judgment. She admits she is amazed by how he always knows exactly what to do, confessing she never imagined he would manage to defeat the dragon essentially on his own. Han, being a humble king, gently reminds her that he could never have succeeded alone. Accepting his words, Edis apologizes. But before she can fully recover, Han drops a total bomb on her. He will be leaving the lobby for about a month. Edis is completely shocked. She asks if he is going on an expedition, but Han explains he is going somewhere much farther, to another lobby entirely. He tells her she will need to take charge in his absence because there is a massive amount of work to do to improve their ranks. He emphasizes that Edis is the most vital hero in the lobby next to himself. Neither Jenna nor Roderick possess her natural leadership, and there is simply no substitute for her. Deciding she is finally ready to know the truth, Han clasps her hand to steady her and reveals the true scale of their reality. There are over 100 million lobbies just like theirs. Imagine finding out your entire universe is basically just one server in a massive multiplayer game. The revelation leaves Edis in complete disbelief, but Han reassures her they will likely only ever encounter about 10 of those lobbies, so there is no need to panic. Though overwhelmed by the baffling nature of their world, Edis composes herself and confidently agrees to carry out his instructions. Han nods, reaffirming his absolute trust in her. As Han walks away, his thoughts turn to his own growth. His Berserk skill finally leveled up, and when combined with his Indomitability and Dragon Slayer skills, the overall stat bonus from Berserk is nearly 10. Indomitability is huge because it slows down the progression of negative status effects like bleeding or poisoning, making it a perfect match for the high-risk Berserk state. And Dragon Slayer, a unique achievement-based skill that grants a massive bonus when fighting dragons, was awarded to him because he landed the critical blow on Halgarath, even though Ioka technically delivered the final strike. Reflecting on his journey, Han muses that while his luck is often terrible, he also possesses an uncanny streak of good fortune. Looking out into the night, he realizes that before long, he will finally meet the very heroes he personally raised in his past life. Meanwhile, a brand new system feature unlocks for Master Anytung, the Crack of Space and Time. Available to masters at level 20 or higher, this free facility allows access to external game content, including dispatches, wars, and special events. But it comes with a stern warning. Opening the crack will connect the lobby to a dimensional community, but it will also leave them vulnerable to invasions from other users. Solo players are advised to proceed with caution. Despite the warning, Anytung does not hesitate and confirms the choice. When the system prompts one final time to verify the decision, the master clicks yes, initiating a surge of energy that tears open the rift. A series of notifications confirm the successful opening of the Crack of Space and Time, and the menu expands to include new options for dispatch, war, and events. Discussing the development with the Fairy, Han confirms that with the crack open, Niflheimer has officially accepted Anytung's registration. When the Fairy asks what Han actually wrote to the Master to prompt this, Han explains that his message contained 3 vital points. The first was the instructions regarding registration. The second was a critical piece of playing advice. The fairy notes that Han had already provided a comprehensive manual, but Han argues that their current progress is simply not enough. Focusing solely on raising low-ranking heroes is a decent starter strategy, but it will not sustain them in the long run. The third and most important point was a warning. The master must not rely entirely on the manual. A lobby's management has to adapt dynamically to every unique situation, and eventually, any Tang will have to make independent, critical judgments. Now that the Dimension community is active, any Tang can interact with other masters, but new rules come into play. Under the Protection of Beginners policy, which lasts until floor 40 is cleared, death protection is active. While heroes who die in battle will not permanently disappear and can be resurrected, their stats, levels, and skills will be severely penalized, making them far less effective. The game literally advises that utilizing synthesis or conversion on these weakened heroes is often more practical than keeping them. Harnessing his newfound power, Han prepares for what lies ahead. Opening the crack unlocks immense possibilities, allowing them to communicate with other users, travel between lobbies, and participate in global events. But it also means their sanctuary is no longer private. Other users can now stage invasions against them. The system prompts them to set an emergency evacuation route to keep non-combat heroes safe during potential raids, reminding them that residential quarters remain secure from attack. With his sword slung over his shoulder, Han looks toward the future. While he travels to Niflheimer to secure their next advantage, this lobby will have to stand strong and grow more powerful in his absence. Ultimately, to fully utilize these new dimensional features and secure their safety, they will eventually need to construct a flying ship. A massive undertaking requiring a main frame, an engine, a dimensional core, blueprints, and a skilled magic engineer to pilot it. Over in the training grounds, Eren and Velkist are absolutely going at it. They are trading high-speed, heavy blows, making the whole chamber echo with the sound of clashing metal. Velkist lunges in with a flurry of rapid attacks, but Eren isn't backing down, throwing back heavy counters of his own. The exchange finally stops with Velkist's blade resting just inches from Eren's throat. Sweating and completely out of breath, Velkist lets out a massive sigh. He is basically asking why they are pushing themselves to the absolute limit when they are supposed to be on a break. Right on cue, Han steps into the training hall, looking incredibly serious. He doesn't even comment on the spar, he just tells Eren they need to talk. Meanwhile, over in the lounge, Jenna is passing the time by playing chess with another companion. Jenna wins with a smug, confident grin, leaving her opponent clutching their head in absolute despair. The poor guy is practically crying, grumbling that he spent his entire life living in the woods and literally just learned how to play today. Jenna has zero mercy. But before she can celebrate her victory, Han opens the door. He asks the other companion to give them the room, sitting down at the table with Jenna and Eren. With a grave expression, Han drops a massive bombshell. They need to get ready to leave this place. Jenna and Eren just stare at him, completely dumbfounded. They ask if the three of them are actually traveling to a different lobby. Han doesn't blink. He reminds them of how badly they wanted to grow stronger, and when Eren asks if this is that prestigious lobby he mentioned before, Han confirms it. They are heading straight to Niflheimer. But this isn't some casual vacation. Han lays out the brutal reality. While only a month will pass in their home lobby, this journey is going to be incredibly long and dangerous for them, and there is a very real chance Eren might not make it back alive. Han looks Eren dead in the eye and asks if he truly understands the weight of this. With their lobby's instructor position currently vacant, training duties are a mess, but Han makes it clear that Eren doesn't have to force himself to remain a combatant. If the risk is too high, he can choose a peaceful, safe path. Han offers to give him some time to think it over, telling him there is no need to walk down such a painful road. Eren clenches his fist, the sheer pressure weighing on his shoulders. But he shakes off the doubt, sits up straight, and firmly declares that he is going. Han respects the resolve and accepts his choice. He tells Eren to have Edis temporarily release him from the party, warning him that their training in Niflheimer isn't going to take just a month. To actually get strong enough to survive what's coming, they need a full year. That sounds like an eternity, but Han explains that time in Niflheimer flows differently, running much faster than in their world. And even then, a single year is barely enough to change their ultimate fate. Before they set off, the group gathers around the dining table for one last meal. Velkist, chewing on a piece of bread, is grumbling like a true tsundere, demanding to know why he has to stay behind. The other members are also feeling pretty down about it, but Han calms them down, promising that their turn will come when the time is right. He tells everyone to follow Edis's lead while he's gone. But Velkist is too sharp. He stares Han down and asks the question everyone is thinking. Is Han actually planning to stay in Niflheimer permanently and never come back? Han is impressed by the kid's intuition, but he gives a reassuring reply. He admits the thought crossed his mind, but promises he is definitely coming back. Around the same time, Master Anyteng gets a massive system notification. Niflheimer's legendary flying ship, the Rangrid 07, is requesting permission to land. It costs a whopping 1,500 gems to secure the landing, and shockingly, the Master doesn't hesitate. He coughs up the premium currency, proving Han was right all along. The master is fully hooked. With everything set, Han, Jenna, and Aaron put on their travel gear. As they prepare to head out, the lobby gathers to say their goodbyes. Velkist wishes them luck, but then the fairy comes running in, crying her eyes out. She heard a rumor that Han is leaving for good, and she is absolutely devastated. Jenna just laughs, promising she'll physically drag him back if she has to, while the fairy wails about the Niflheimer people being a bunch of tyrannical thieves. Han tells her to stop whining and promises he'll return. One of the other companions can only sigh, noting that Han is literally the only person the fairy ever acts this dramatic around. With their goodbyes said, the trio steps through the portal and is instantly hit by the freezing, icy winds of Niflheimer. And they aren't alone. Waiting to greet them are Han's former subordinates. Cirrus, the rank 1 hunter, gives them a warm smile and a wave, while Yernath stands nearby, a menacing figure in dark armor with glowing eyes. Han just smiles, looking up at the towering, majestic domed fortress of Niflheimer, complete with a massive ram skull hanging over the entrance. Seeing his old home again, Han can't help but smile. What a sight. Jenna is looking up at this absolute unit of a flying ship, the Rangrid 07, and her eyes are basically the size of dinner plates. Aaron is right there with her, nodding in total agreement. Back in his old life, only the high and mighty nobles got to ride these gold and dark wood steampunk airships, so actually stepping onto one is a massive deal for him. Before they can even set foot on the ramp, a blue system prompt pops up in the sky like a giant digital bouncer, confirming their identities. Once the master hits approve on his end, their affiliation officially swaps over to Niflheimer for the duration of the trip. The metallic stairs hiss open, and the pink-haired drill guide, Liddell, welcomes them aboard. Jenna and Aaron look around the deck, instantly realizing this ship is way more advanced and high-tech than any of the older models they've seen back home. Our boy Han steps onto the deck and immediately spots the magic engineer at the helm. He can't quite remember her name. Cut him some slack. He commanded hundreds of these engineers back when he was Loki. But he knows exactly what her specialized role is. Moments later, the order is given, and the Rangrid 07 slowly drifts away from the harbor. As Taunia shrinks in the distance, the reality of the situation starts sinking in. Jenna is clutching her bow, sweating nervously and whispering if they're actually going to be okay. It doesn't help that the ship's dark corridors are filled with other trainees from different lobbies, laughing and talking like they don't have a care in the world. Han tells Jenna and Aaron to keep their composure. This isn't a casual cruise. This boat is carrying the absolute elite of multiple worlds, so keeping a cool head is survival 101. The blue engines flare up, and the ship ascends at crazy speeds. Looking down, they see a barren, dead wasteland. The crew casually drops a massive bombshell that's actually a version of Taunia from another dimension that has already collapsed. Talk about a depressing view. The Rangrid 07 is literally jumping through dimensions to gather its 20 select passengers from different worlds, all while soaring toward the massive, sky-piercing dimensional tower in the distance. During the 2-day trip, Jenna is just chilling in a hammock in their shared room, completely overwhelmed by the sheer variety of worlds she's glimpsed. Some are frozen, some are burning, and some are completely submerged. She asks Han why things are like this, and Han, who is literally just lying on the floor, gives the ultimate helpful response. How should I know? Classic. 2 days later, a loud announcement echoes through the ship, telling everyone to head to the deck because they are almost there. Jenna walks into the room looking for Aaron, but Han tells her our boy Aaron found an empty storage closet to squeeze in some extra training. The grind truly never stops for this man. As they enter the airspace of the 1106th dimension, the guide warns everyone to step back from the railings and stay behind the protective barriers. The sky turns a violent, angry crimson, filled with sparks and floating chunks of rock over rivers of actual lava. And then, breaking through the clouds, they see the true scale of Niflheimer's military. A gargantuan flying battleship named the Siegdrith PA-01 looms in the sky. This thing is so massive, it can literally carry 37 standard battleships inside it, flanked by smaller guard ships. Aaron and Jenna are just standing there, jaws on the floor. Welcome to Niflheimer, guys. The ship docks in Hangar Bay 5, and they step out into a massive, blue-lit corridor buzzing with people. Waiting for them is a group of high-ranking Niflheimer officers. The guy in charge is Elderkin Brog, a white-haired instructor wearing a dark coat and a black feathered cape. He is the 114th rank advanced instructor. Han recognizes him immediately, but seeing his old digital character standing there in the flesh is a surreal moment. Brog leads them to a balcony to show off the sprawling, futuristic cityscape, complete with glowing blue structures and floating platforms. Aaron asks how big this place is, and Brog casually mentions this is just a tiny fraction of Niflheimer, which is divided into 4 more massive sectors. While everyone is in awe, some arrogant recruit decides to mutter a disrespectful comment about the instructor. Big mistake. Before the guy can even finish his sentence, Brog moves with blinding speed. He punches the guy straight into the dirt, draws his sword, and pins his head down, repeating coldly, 1 at a time. The other trainees are practically vibrating with fear. They couldn't even see the guy move. Even Han, with his mind's eye skill, couldn't track Brog's speed. When he tries to peek at his stats, the system just slaps him with a red warning. You cannot see He target status window. Jenna leans in, shaking, and asks if this guy is stronger than him. Han just whispers, of course. So behave. They pile into a massive glass elevator that drops them off at the second-floor training facility, a grand stone hall with giant pillars and arches. Brog tells them to line up and stay quiet because the Major General is arriving. Suddenly, a sharp, mocking voice cuts through the air, laughing at Brog's obsession with lines. Enter Major General Velek. She's got wild red hair, heavy armor, and an aura that screams pure dominance. Without saying another word, she flexes her intimidation skill. A massive, terrifying, red-eyed beast manifests in the air behind her, and the sheer gravity of her presence crushes the room. The trainees are instantly brought to their knees, sweating, gasping for breath, and struggling to stay conscious. Han realizes the brutal logic of this place. These trainees were all hotshot leaders and elites in their own home lobbies. They've got massive egos, and the only way to keep them in line is to completely break them with overwhelming force right off the bat. Velek glares down at the kneeling crowd, leaving them with a chilling warning. If they act arrogant and cross the line, they're going to get beaten to a pulp. Right after Velek finishes flexing her terrifying aura, some brave, or incredibly stupid, muscular trainee actually stands up to complain. He openly questions whether listening to these instructors is even going to make them any stronger. Bold strategy. Let's see how it plays out for him. Before things can get ugly, a woman named Eclair Parcita steps onto the raised platform in front of a massive arched door. With her long hair and a clean black and gold military uniform, she carries herself with the kind of absolute confidence you'd expect from the rank 9 training general of Niflheim. Watching her from the crowd, our boy Han is just quietly looking down, feeling a bit nostalgic. Seeing this rigid military structure again really brings him back to his Earth days. Jenna looks up at him, sweating nervously, but Han keeps his cool. Eclair doesn't waste any time. She looks out at the crowd and reminds everyone that they are basically just temporary guests here. To put things into perspective, she singles out one visibly shaking trainee. Hey, you. How many airships does your territory have? The poor guy stammers out that they have 2. Eclair just smiles. Yeah, Niflheim has about 3,000 times that. Talk about an absolute flex. She then drops a heavy question on the recruits. Do you actually have great masters? The kind you'd gladly lay down your lives for? The crowd starts murmuring, and Jenna asks Han what Eclair is even getting at. Before Han can answer, Eclair delivers the punchline. I'm asking if your masters can even compare to Lord Loki. Right then, the pieces click together for Han. He realizes Niflheim's entire recruitment strategy is basically a massive, predatory corporate poaching scheme. They charge other masters 500 gems per hero for this training, pulling in an easy 50,000 gems per session, and then they use the opportunity to steal the best talent right out from under them. Eclair doesn't sugarcoat it either. She tells the recruits that if they go back home, 80% of them are going to die, pointless deaths as expendable chess pieces, and another 10% will just be sacrificed for someone else's gain. She calls them toys that will be thrown away like trash. But Niflheim, if they prove their worth, they can get permanent residency in the legendary lobby. She even uses herself as an example. Eclair was once an enemy of Niflheim, captured on the 80th floor after an ally betrayed her. While others wanted her executed, Niflheim's master chose to keep her and build up her strength instead. Hearing this, Jenna and Aaron are completely stunned. Jenna turns to Han, who confirms the grim reality. Accepting this deal means their waiting room changes forever. It's high-level corporate thievery, plain and simple. With the pitch over, the instructors split the 100 trainees into 54 warriors and 46 thieves. It's time for the skill evaluations. Warriors go to the red flag, thieves to the blue flag. The system is going to grade their stats and skills into 4 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and expert. Jenna waves goodbye to Aaron as they head to their separate tests. Han stands in line, watching a level 20 beginner spearman get evaluated. The kid's spearmanship is stuck at level 4, and the grading is so brutally strict that the other recruits are already starting to panic. Then, it's Han's turn. Our boy steps up with a quiet smirk on his face. This is hilarious because he's the one who literally designed this entire grading system in the first place. The vice instructor pulls up Han's stats on a glowing purple screen and completely loses his mind, gasping in utter disbelief. A level 20 with these kinds of numbers? Even the head instructor, Brog, runs over to look. When he realizes this absolute monster of a combatant was summoned as a mere 1-star hero, he immediately pulls Han aside and sends him to a private waiting room. Han sits in the private room, completely at ease, just soaking in the nostalgia of being inside the facilities he personally built. Brog comes in and remarks on how relaxed Han is, warning him that the Major General is coming to see him in a minute. But when the door finally opens, it isn't the Major General. It's Eclair Parcita. She asks if he is Han Ilot. Han stands up, completely unfazed, and tells her straight up, You're not here to recruit me. You're here to interrogate me. Eclair smiles sharply and, without a single word of warning, draws her sword and lunges straight at him. Sparks fly as Han reacts instantly, clashing his blade against hers. She praises his reflexes, but smugly remarks that he still lacks the experience to beat her. Han just holds his ground, replying that he at least knows that much. Eclair lowers her weapon slightly, her purple eyes glowing with sudden intensity. She demands to know how he got info on Lord Loki's disappearance, leaning her sword closer and asking who he really is. Han just smirks, completely unimpressed by the threat. Now this isn't any fun. You want to know who I am? Before she can force an answer out of him, Eclair suddenly senses something terrifying and looks toward the shadows. A massive, explosive wave of pink energy rips through the room, scattering the air. Han just smiles, knowing there isn't a single corner of this place she can't see. As the pink energy clears, a legendary figure steps forward. It's Yurnet, the rank 2 hero of Niflheim, hovering slightly above the stone floor with her pinkish-white hair flowing under a glowing golden halo. Eclair instantly drops to her knees in absolute terror and reverence, whispering her name. But Yurnet completely ignores her. Her serene red eyes lock onto Han. She bows low and says, "I greet the master." Meanwhile, back in our home base of Taunia, the lobby is as busy as ever. A fresh batch of rookies has just materialized in the snowy courtyard, and one big, bearded mountain guy steps up to Dika. He tries to play the confident tough guy, offering a handshake while casually mentioning that Dika looks way too young to be their instructor. Big mistake. Dika isn't about to let some rookie disrespect his authority. His golden eyes flare up, and he clamps down on the guy's hand with absolute, bone-crushing force. As the mountaineer starts trembling in pain, Dika leans in and drops a cold warning. Shape up and give it your all, or you're going to end up dead. Safe to say, the new recruits are absolutely terrified. Inside the facility, Velkus is just chilling with his arms crossed, listening to the commotion outside. He, Edis, and Patrick are keeping an eye on things, noting how well their newer recruits like Roderick and Anon are starting to coordinate. Honestly, Velkus is almost jealous of how well they're working together. But before they can get too comfortable, a massive purple light flares up. Strangely, the summoning energy is manifesting on the second-floor balcony instead of the usual spot. Velkus's eyes light up as a mysterious figure steps through a glowing portal, wearing spiked boots that practically radiate a heavy purple aura. Looks like Taunia just got a serious powerhouse. But let's get back to the main event on the 13th floor of Niflheimer. Yurnet is still kneeling in absolute reverence before Han. Our boy just looks down at her, lets out a massive sigh, and remarks that she sure took her sweet time. Meanwhile, Eclair is standing there with her jaw on the floor. Imagine being a top-tier general, only to watch the legendary rank 2 hero of your entire nation drop to her knees and worship a guy you thought was just a low-ranked trainee. The confusion must be physically painful. And it's about to get worse for her. Yurnet turns her gaze toward Eclair, and the temperature in the room instantly drops to absolute zero. Her single visible red eye locks onto Eclair with pure, murderous intent as she demands to know how Eclair plans to make up for the sin of pointing a weapon at their master. Eclair is literally shivering on the floor, completely paralyzed by the sheer pressure. Thankfully, Han steps in to de-escalate before Yurnet actually deletes her. He calmly points out that Eclair was just doing her job, and honestly, who would expect their old master to show up as a weak, low-level recruit? Yurnet's terrifying aura vanishes in a split second, replaced by a sweet, innocent smile as she claims she knew he would. Han can only sigh. Yeah, she's definitely an outlier. Eclair is just sitting there sweating, realizing her legendary superior is completely volatile. Realizing this dusty training hall isn't the best place for a reunion, Yurnet snaps her fingers, instantly teleporting them away. They materialize on a gorgeous, sunlit balcony overlooking Niflheimer's floating forests. It's incredibly fancy, decorated with blooming flowers and elegant stone pillars. Yurnet's secretary, Nisselred, steps up in a spotless maid uniform to serve them some hot tea. Han takes a sip and asks the obvious question, how did she know it was him? Yurnet explains her logic. Only the absolute highest floors knew the master had been inactive for over 3 months. Since there was no info leak, anyone else showing up with that kind of knowledge had to be the master himself. The moment his connection vanished, she knew he had fallen into Mobius. Right now, only Yurnet, Nisselred, and Eclair actually know he's here. She eagerly offers to summon all the other high-level heroes to see him. Han asks about Cirrus, but Yurnet explains that while some are away on missions, Cirrus's absence during an event like this is actually pretty rare. Han sets his cup down and looks at her. He asks bluntly if she hates him, admitting he honestly expected to get stabbed. After all, he did spend years using them as expendable chess pieces. Yurnet looks genuinely surprised, then smiles softly. How could she ever hate him? He never discriminated against them, always gave them a chance, and his brilliant strategies saved Niflheimer from ruin. To her, he is more than enough. She eagerly tells Han that she's already prepared a massive, ultra-luxurious mansion in the center of the 13th floor for him to rest in. But Han flatly refuses. He's not a master anymore, just a regular trainee, and he doesn't need that kind of special treatment. This completely breaks Yurnet. She starts frantically trying to bargain with him, offering to go down to the second floor, send all the trainees back, or even fire all the instructors. She's desperately trying to upgrade his living conditions, but Han rejects every single option until she literally slumps over the table in defeat, whining about his dignity. Han just dryly responds, asking what dignity he has left. Even her secretary Nisselred is staring in shock at her master completely losing her composure. Han stands up, ready to head back to the lower floors, and asks for a quiet, low-key portal. But before he steps through, he looks at Yurnet and asks if she still considers this current, weaker version of him to be her master. Yurnet looks up, her red eyes filled with absolute, unwavering loyalty. Of course she does. Suddenly, a massive shockwave rumbles through the entire estate. The sky flares up as someone completely tears through the magical barriers, and a furious, booming voice echoes across the gardens, demanding to know where the master is. Yurnet just smiles. Looks like Lidijon noticed the commotion, and when that guy gets mad, he is incredibly hard to handle. Han decides he does not want to deal with that headache right now. He quickly steps into the swirling blue portal and bails. Han materializes back in the quiet, dimly lit corridor of the second floor dorms. Finally, some peace and quiet. Or so he thinks. As the portal closes, Han realizes he isn't alone. Nisselred, the tiny maid secretary, actually stepped through with him. She quickly casts an illusion spell to hide their presence and calmly directs him back to his room. Han is completely startled, asking why she even came with him. Nisselred looks up from her frilly cap, her purple eyes glowing with a quiet, terrifying intensity. She tells him it's for his safety, warning him that if anyone dares to lay a hand on him, she will crush their spine. Han just stares at her, completely exhausted. Bro is fighting for his life in a death game, and now he has to manage a team of overprotective, homicidal subordinates. He can only think to himself that he just wants to go home. The next morning, the sun rises over the gorgeous, steampunk towers of Niflheim, casting a warm glow over the entire academy. Han wakes up in a beautifully arranged room on the 5th floor. Normally, new recruits are crammed like sardines into the crowded 4th floor dorms, but apparently, an unexplained fire conveniently broke out there, forcing the staff to relocate Han to the quiet, highly exclusive 5th floor reserved for instructors. Han just smirks, laying there with his hands behind his head. He knows exactly who set that convenient fire. Yurnet is already abusing her admin privileges to make sure her beloved master is living in luxury. As Han is standing up to adjust his shirt, Nisselred quietly slips into the room to check on him. She asks if the place is to his liking, though she still looks a little depressed about it, murmuring that the room is basically a filthy dumpster compared to his old quarters on the 13th floor. Han asks if she managed to keep his identity on the down low. Nisselred immediately clasps her hands, swearing absolute, unquestioning silence. But as Han steps out into the hallway, he spots another maid passed out cold on the floor. Nisselred definitely took keeping a secret a bit too literally. Heading down the grand staircase, Han meets back up with Jenna and Aaron. Jenna is absolutely thrilled, waving cheerfully and gushing about how amazing the beds are and how well she slept. Aaron, on the other hand, is practically vibrating with anxiety, letting out a nervous laugh as the sheer, absurd scale of Niflheim continues to overwhelm him. Nearby, a group of other recruits are gossiping about how Niflheim has a legendary, undefeated record in Master versus Master arena battles. To outsiders, this place is basically a paradise. It has safety, fair performance evaluations, and absolutely no discrimination. Some trainees ask Jenna and Aaron if they want to aim for the top spots to earn permanent residency here. Our duo doesn't hesitate, immediately saying they want to get back to their squad in Townia. But Han is just standing there with some pretty dark thoughts running through his head. He knows that if they perform too well, their actual master, Anytongue, might get greedy and sell them to Niflheim for a massive gem payout. In a brutal system like this, low-tier lobbies have zero leverage. A bit later, the recruits gather in a massive, tiered lecture hall lined with weapons. Elderkin Brog stands at the podium, ready to drop some harsh reality checks on the class. He asks a simple question. This world doesn't play by normal rules, so what is the one thing you need to survive? One enthusiastic blonde trainee immediately yells out that it is information. Brog nods, pulling up a series of complex holographic charts showing off stats, skills, and combat positions. But then, he places a chessboard on his desk and slams his hand down hard onto a single pawn. He looks at the class and tells them flat out that they are nothing more than pieces in the hands of their master. To the gods above, heroes are just toys. If they don't accept that brutal reality, they will not survive. Looking at Jenna, Aaron, and the other recruits, you can see the absolute dread washing over their faces. The lecture gets Han thinking about a deeper conversation he had with Yurnet back in the quiet, rose-filled gardens of the 13th floor. Sitting across from her at an elegant tea table, Han had actually agreed with Brog's bleak outlook. He knows that right now, he's just another game piece being pushed around for some master's amusement. But he wanted to know how Yurnet figured out his identity so fast. Pouring him a fresh cup of tea, Yurnet explains the concept of interference power. She reveals that when a master truly cares for and bonds with their heroes, a powerful, invisible connection is forged. This bond grants the heroes unique interference power, which actually allows them to bypass and interact directly with the system itself. Because Han had poured his absolute heart and soul into his top 5 heroes during his glory days as Loki, Yurnet managed to reach a mind-boggling 6.5-star rating. That insane level of power is the exact reason she could sense his account going inactive, knowing the exact second his soul fell into Mobius. Han is genuinely stunned. He didn't realize her power could bend the system's rules to this extent. Yurnet goes on to explain that 7-star heroes exist on a completely different plane of reality. They operate as half hero, half master, totally unbound by standard rules or the level 99 cap. Hearing this, Han's mind flashes back to a terrifying server boundary crisis from his past, remembering a ruined, burning battlefield where he had to face off against one of those transcendent, godlike beings. Han then asks about Cirrus. Yurnet explains that Cirrus didn't ignore him. She actually set off on an incredibly dangerous investigation mission to find him, taking the entire blame for his disappearance onto her own shoulders. Han connects the dots and realizes Yurnet has also been quietly pulling strings behind the scenes to handle his lobby's missing guide fairy. She has been looking out for him from the very beginning. As twilight begins to fall over the Grand Hall, casting long shadows beneath a massive golden chandelier, the light-hearted mood completely vanishes. Floating pages of a magical covenant materialize in the air, crackling with volatile, purple energy. Yurnet looks at him, her eyes burning with a desperate, unwavering devotion. She confesses that when she realized he had fallen to this place, she felt both regret and joy. Regret for his fate, but pure joy because she could finally see him again. She steps closer, pleading with him to stay in Niflheim. Even if he is technically a hero now, he is still her master. She promises that with her full support, he can reclaim his throne. To prove it, she offers to transfer her entire submaster authority of Niflheim directly to him, promising that they can form an alliance with Taunia to keep his friends safe and strong without him having to lift a finger. Yurnet drops to her knees on the cold tile floor, bowing her head in absolute, unconditional submission. She begs him to accept, telling him how desperately they all need him. And right on cue, a dark, elegant system interface flickers to life directly in front of Han's eyes. The prompt reads, Yurnet transfers the submaster authority of Niflheim to you. Do you accept? Yes or no? So, Yurnet is literally on her knees, offering our boy Han the entire submaster authority of Niflheim. It's a literal cheat code handed to him on a silver platter. But Han just stands there, looking down at her with a quiet, heavy look. He tells her straight up that he's not a master anymore. Yurnet desperately tries to plead her case, promising they'll back him completely and even keep Taunia showered in resources so he doesn't have to worry about a thing. Han just smirks. He reaches out and taps, no on the floating screen, triggering a loud, tragic rejection chime that echoes through the hall. Yurnet is absolutely devastated, her red eyes wide with shock. She scrambles to her feet, asking with mounting distress if they are lacking in some way. But Han cuts her off. It's not that they're lacking, and he doesn't hate Niflheim. He explains that his path now is to go back to Taunia and claw his way up through his own power as a hero. No shortcuts, no easy mode. Yurnet bows her head, accepting his choice, but you can tell her resolve isn't broken. She looks up at him with a dead, serious expression and asks a heavy question. If he can never return to Earth, what will he do then? Han closes his eyes, letting the silence hang in the air for a long moment. When he finally looks back at her, he tells her that if that day comes, he'll do whatever she wants. To help him on this grueling path, Yurnet leads Han into a dimly lit chamber. Suddenly, this swirling pink magical energy starts rising around her. Han's immediately on guard, asking what kind of trick she's pulling now. Turns out, she's setting up a body double spell. It will project an illusion of him to go through the motions in the lower floor training facilities, while the real Han sneaks up to the high-level floors to get some actual, high-yield training in. Han just sighs and agrees to the hustle. Meanwhile, things are not going well for Eren. He is trapped in a massive, psychological storm of a nightmare. In his dream, he's standing in a rain-soaked, blood-stained arena, gripping his spear and gasping for air. Then, the scene violently shifts to the wooden deck of a ship under a pitch-black, starry sky. A terrifying, armored knight with a glowing sword is absolutely butchering his comrades. Eren is completely frozen in sheer terror. His commander screams at him to move, to go and kill them, while another teammate panics, crying out that they can't hold on. Watching his friends get slaughtered triggers something desperate deep inside Eren. This massive surge of blue energy wraps around his arm, and with a roar, he swings his weapon, letting loose a devastating blast of energy that completely vaporizes the armored knight. In the vision, Jenna is stunned, wondering where he got that kind of insane power, while Velkist is sweating, thinking Eren has been sandbagging during their spars. But the victory is bitter. Eren's commander is lying in a pool of blood, smiling weakly as he gasps out his final words of praise. Eren screams out in agony and snaps awake, tossing the sheets off in his quiet dorm room. He's panting, trying to calm his racing heart, realizing it was just a brutal reminder of his past. The next morning back at the academy, the toll of everything is showing. Jenna is completely wiped out, fast asleep and snoring face down on her desk. Eren is sitting next to her, but his eyes are totally blank, still clearly haunted by that nightmare. While they're dealing with that, Han is getting the VIP treatment. Nisselred is guiding him through Niflheim's main building. As they walk past high-ranking soldiers marching in flawless military formation, Han notes they're from the Central Division. They take an exclusive golden elevator decorated with a ram skull design directly to the 13th floor, right back to Yurnet's private gardens. Sitting at the sunlit balcony, Han and Yurnet are having tea. Yurnet casually rests her chin on her hand and mentions she's thinking of casually dropping a cool 1 million gems onto Townia just to help out. Han doesn't even blink. He takes a sip of his tea and tells her flat out not to interfere with Townia in any way. Yurnet immediately collapses onto the table in dramatic, comical despair. Seeing her mistress sad, Nisselred goes full chibi panic mode, lunging forward and grabbing Han's arm, begging to know what they can do to make things right. Han just deadpans, telling her she's being uncomfortable and literally pushing her away. Later on, Han heads out to a rugged, harsh training ground set deep in the Black Iron Mountains. Looking at the massive, clean cracks carved straight into the solid stone, Han is seriously impressed. This stuff is multiple times stronger than steel, and yet someone carved through it like butter. Analyzing the clean, precise cuts, Han knows there's only one person who could do this. This hero is such an absolute cheat code that Han used to think he was a straight-up bug in the game system, the Heavenly Sword, master of Clayam Saleh. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling voice echoes from the shadows, telling Han he has been waiting for him. Han turns around to see a massive, heavily scarred warrior standing against the bright sky. It's Lidigion, Niflheim's rank 3 hero. Even though he started as a humble 2-star unit, he grew to become the single greatest genius Han ever pulled back on Earth. Lidigion looks at Han, his intense eyes locked onto him, noting that this is their first time meeting face to face. Kneeling on the cracked mountain stone, the legendary swordmaster drives his glowing blade straight into the earth, sending a shockwave of dust and debris flying. He looks up at Han with absolute, undying loyalty, promising that just like Han made him strong in the past, he is going to make Han strong now. Under the misty, jagged peaks of the Black Iron Mountains, Lidigion kneels before Han, driving his sword deep into the cracked earth. He rumbles with quiet reverence, promising that just as Han made him strong in the past, he is going to return the favor now. Han stands before him, looking down at the legendary rank 3 warrior, and immediately notices something bizarre. He can't detect even a single trace of Lidigion's physical presence. It's like staring at an inanimate object. Han recognizes this uncanny feeling instantly. It is the absolute pinnacle of the composure skill, tranquility. On top of that, Lidigion has mastered the incredibly rare state of sword and body unity. When Han tells him to stand and pulls up his status window, the sheer scale of this warrior becomes clear. Lidigion is a level 99 weapon master with flawless attributes. But to ensure Han actually gets a meaningful training session out of this, Lidigion has intentionally suppressed his active stats down to a total of 40. That is the exact baseline of a regular, level 1, 1-star hero. It is the ultimate flex, forcing Han to rely purely on strategy and technique rather than trying to power through with raw stats. Han smirks, deeply impressed, and agrees to begin. Suddenly, the system notifies Han that he is entering his level 6 berserk state. A violent, crimson aura erupts around him as he draws his weapon, warning the swordmaster that he won't be holding back. Han lunges forward, unleashing a massive energy slash, and Lidigion meets the attack head-on. The impact of their clashing steel sends a violent shockwave of red, blue, and yellow energy tearing through the terrain, shattering the solid stone around them. Lidigion immediately launches a counterattack, swinging his blade downward with fluid, effortless precision. On paper, Han should have the upper hand here. Thanks to his berserk boost, his physical speed and strength are technically superior. For every 3 movements Han makes, Lidigion only moves once. Yet, despite Han's massive physical advantage, Lidigion completely neutralizes every single attack. Within seconds, Lidigion slips right past Han's guard, dives low, and pins him flat to the rocky ground. Han lies there, defeated, realizing with absolute clarity that he was completely helpless. Immediately, Lidigion drops to his knees and lowers his head, begging for forgiveness for pointing his sword at his master. Han just sighs, brushing himself off and telling Lidigion to stop doing that because it is getting annoying. Lidigion, ever humble, remarks that if he were at the same level as Han, the battle would have been much more difficult. Han scoffs at the flattery, but Lidigion is dead serious. He looks at Han with genuine admiration, pointing out that Han reached beginner swordsmanship level 10 when he was only level 7. To achieve a skill level that high at such a low character level is practically unheard of. Han smirks, adjusting his gear. He knows his own worth. Objectively, his old player self was top tier, possessing 10 highly synergized skills. He would gladly spend 5,000 gems to recruit his current self. But Lidijon is on an entirely different level, an existence far too valuable to ever be bought with gems. And honestly, Han needs this. Back in Townia, none of his crew could ever give him the experience of a true, crushing defeat. In his home lobby, Han is always the one fighting from a position of absolute superiority and knowledge. But here, he is the underdog. To grow, he has to understand, defeat, and Lidijon is the perfect opponent to teach him. With a competitive grin, Han grips his sword and asks for another round. Lidijon raises his weapon, smiling confidently. As their blades clash again, Lidijon starts dropping crucial, high-level guidance. He explains that a stronger swing doesn't actually mean a stronger sword, and the same goes for speed. Even if Han swings with the power of 10, it doesn't mean all that strength is actually being transferred into the strike. Han immediately absorbs the advice, realizing the physical limitations of his power sword technique as Lidijon demonstrates the fluid, logic-defying movements of the gentle sword style. Meanwhile, things are a lot less elegant back at the dining hall of Niflheim's training barracks. The massive room is filled with the loud chatter of hundreds of recruits. Jenna and Eren are sitting at a table, their trays absolutely loaded with food. Jenna takes a bite, looking thoughtfully at Eren, and asks if he thinks Boss Han has been acting a little unusual lately. Eren, busy stuffing a massive forkful of food into his mouth, just blinks in surprise. Before they can really discuss it, a loud commotion erupts nearby. An arrogant, long-haired recruit from Rugia slams his fists on a table, shouting that no warrior in his homeland is stronger than him, and that it is infuriating to receive the same training as these small fries. Another recruit with a red mohawk laughs, flashing clawed fingers and mocking him. Within seconds, a massive, bloody brawl breaks out, with fists flying, blood splattering, and tables being flipped left and right. At their table, Jenna and Eren watch the absolute chaos unfold with complete, deadpan indifference, casually continuing to eat their lunch. Having survived Han's terrifying, life-or-death training regimens, a standard cafeteria riot is basically background noise. Jenna slowly chews her food and remarks that Han seems pretty much the same as usual. Eren agrees, completely unfazed by the violence happening 2 feet away. Suddenly, the cafeteria doors slam open, and a furious female instructor with long brown hair marches in. She screams at the recruits, asking if they want to be thrown out, and quickly subdues the troublemakers while warning everyone about the severe consequences of unsanctioned infighting. As the instructor restores order, Jenna leans closer to Eren, still feeling like something is slightly off. Eren, holding a pen, just looks at her skeptically. Right next to them, another boastful recruit claims he can defeat someone with a single finger, only to get immediately punched square in the face. Once again, Jenna and Eren remain utterly unimpressed. Back in the rugged peaks of the Black Iron Mountains, the relentless training shows no signs of stopping. Han lunges forward, his blade glowing with that fierce crimson berserk aura, but Lidijon effortlessly shifts his stance, deflecting the attack without a hint of strain. Han's eyes narrow in shock. Lidijon didn't just block the strike, he seamlessly altered his entire sword form mid-motion. Even with the master's stats suppressed to a meager 40, Han realizes he can't land even a single scratch on him. Gritting his teeth, Han pushes himself past his physical limits, fully embracing the brutal, invaluable lesson of true defeat as their swords clash under the open sky. Let's check in on Training General Eclair Parcita, who is currently having a massive, high-key panic attack back at Niflheim's Grand Academy Hall. She is literally slamming her gloved fist against a metal wall, sweating bullets. Ever since she realized the true identity of that quiet, dark-haired recruit she tried to interrogate earlier, her mind has been a complete mess. She hasn't been able to summon him because of their conflicting schedules, and she is just pacing around the polished marble floor, clutching her head in pure mortification. It is the ultimate I accidentally yelled at my boss's boss situation, and she is absolutely dying of regret for being so incredibly rude to Lord Loki. Meanwhile, completely oblivious to his subordinate's existential dread, Han is busy getting put through the ringer in the Black Iron Mountains. The rugged peaks are practically shaking from the sound of clashing steel as he and Lidijon trade blows at blinding speeds. Lidijon casually tells him that even just 6 months of this training would make him monstrously strong, but our boy Han is barely holding on, panting heavily as he launches another aggressive strike. As their weapons clash in a shower of sparks, Lidijon notes that Han's combat style is incredibly unique. He estimates that you could search all of Mobius and only find a handful of 3-star heroes who could actually match him. And if Han keeps growing at this rate, he is easily on track to become the strongest. Han just wipes the sweat off his face and scoffs. Sure, it sounds easy when a legendary swordmaster says it, but Han knows he has a massive, highly illegal cheat code active. Normally, the system doesn't let a hero run Composure and Berserk at the same time. One represents ice-cold focus, while the other is wild, volatile rage. By actively pairing them together, Han has bypassed the game's standard restrictions, rendering himself a beautifully bugged anomaly. Littlejohn even comments that Han is fighting more like a 7-star hero right now, though Han points out that real 7 stars are all level 100 plus with maxed out skills. Littlejohn muses that their skills must be just as broken, likely combining things that shouldn't be combined. That is when Han drops another piece of deep lore. 7 stars also have absurdly high synthesis efficiency. In this world, when a normal hero is sacrificed to power up another, over 90% of their raw strength is lost in the transfer. If you sacrifice a hero with 100 strength, the recipient usually only gets a measly 10-point boost. Littlejohn steps back, resting his sword, and notes that Han clearly received some formal swordsmanship training in his base data. Han looks down at his blade, thinking back to Shay Lathastery, the elite 4-star hero who was synthesized into his body weight back when he was a measly 1-star. He asks if his current genius talent is just carrying over from that high-tier hero. But Littlejohn gently corrects him. Sure, synthesis has some influence, but it is not a magic shortcut. A hero's true technique ultimately comes down to their own raw focus and training. Hearing this, Han's eyes light up with determination. He grips his hilt and lunges back into the fray, pushing his physical vessel to its absolute limits until a blue system notification flares in his mind. His basic sword shield technique has finally awakened and reached level 9. Littlejohn praises the sharper angles of Han's defense, but his expression quickly turns solemn as he delivers a crucial warning. Synthesis is not just free experience points. If Han's efficiency is too high, there is a massive catch. If he synthesizes too many heroes too fast, there is a severe risk of negative influence, where his core data and mind can start to mix up and fragment. To prevent his mind from turning into corrupted information, Han has to stabilize his core abilities the old-fashioned way, through physical training and body-sword unity. Thankfully, the heavy warning is cut short by the blessed sound of rolling wheels. Nisselred emerges from a rocky path, pushing a silver cart to announce that lunch is served. She didn't just bring field rations, either. She sets up an elegant table right there in the middle of the barren, dusty wasteland, serving fresh bread, roasted meat with asparagus, and a fresh mozzarella salad. Han immediately sheathes his sword with a sigh, more than ready to take a break. While Han is enjoying a gourmet lunch in the mountains, the recruits back in Townia are fighting for their actual lives. Down on the 18th floor, a sub-party is locked in a desperate struggle, getting absolutely ambushed by heavily armored knights. Anan, the spiky-haired blonde warrior, is screaming for cover as he charges forward. Rosa deflects a strike, while Lilini, her purple hair flying, desperately tries to cast support magic. Even Bennick is forced to adjust, realizing his arrows aren't doing jack against the knight's heavy armor. The enemy knights are using highly advanced, coordinated sword techniques, forcing our recruits to fight tooth and nail. But despite coughing up blood and taking some nasty hits, their teamwork actually holds. With one final, desperate push, they break the knights' defenses and secure the stage clear. Anan and Lilini manage to level up, bagging a sweet 50,000 gold reward, while Ryman snags the MVP. Near the dungeon exit, Rosa gives Lilini a warm, proud smile, leaving the purple-haired girl blushing and completely flustered. But things are a lot less cheerful back at the first-floor training camp. A couple of low-rank recruits are sitting on a brick wall, watching the high-tier teams return with deep envy. They whisper about how Party 3 got promoted to the second floor immediately, while they are stuck on the first floor, sick and tired of eating nothing but potatoes. They start complaining about the cooking, wondering if Julia would be better since she has kids, only to remind themselves that her cooking is absolute garbage anyway. Standing nearby in the shadows, Edis is leaning against the wall, listening to their idle chatter with a heavy, sinking heart. She looks down at her hands, fully aware of the dark, unforgiving reality of this lobby. The system is brutal. If you excel, you get put into the elite raid parties, securing safety and a comfortable room on the second floor. But if you fail to prove your worth, no parties will be formed for you. You are left to rot on the first floor, living every single day under the terrifying, constant threat of being synthesized or permanently converted into fuel, just to keep the lobby's chosen few alive. Back in Townia, things are getting incredibly sweaty. The recruits are fighting for a spot in the Elite Party 2, but the selection trial is a brutal 2 versus 5 match against senior defenders who are absolutely running pockets. To make things worse, the instructors are throwing explosive attacks right into the arena, screaming at them to fight like their lives are on the line. And honestly, they aren't wrong. If you let your guard down for even a second on a real battlefield, you are done, no matter how many allies you have with you. Anan is out here gasping for air, clutching his collar, and begging for just one more chance. He pours every single drop of his remaining stamina into one final, desperate swing, and somehow manages to land a clean blow, barely securing a passing score. After the dust settles, Edis, the deeply traumatized leader of Team 2, hosts a dinner in a warm, cozy dining hall to welcome the 3 successful rookies, Anan, Bennick, and Lilini. There is a massive, delicious spread of steak, fresh bread, and salad, but Lilini can't even touch her food. She is sitting there completely frozen, staring at her plate in absolute terror. She admits that she's been shaking with fear ever since she arrived in this nightmare of a lobby, and she's terrified of what will happen if someone weak like her joins party 2. Edis doesn't sugarcoat it at all. Her eyes are cold as she basically tells her that if she wants to stay on the first floor, she can go right ahead, but she is going to die either way. She reminds Lilini of all the recruits who have already vanished. If you don't step up, the Master is just going to use you as a human shield for scouting missions, or turn you into an experiment to buff the main squad. It's a harsh reality check, and Lilini is left with a lot to think about. Outside the dining hall, the emotional gap between the recruits is only getting wider. Rosa is completely devastated that she got rejected, while her close friend Lilini actually made the cut. Meanwhile, over at the local tavern, the cocky, eye-patched veteran Ryman is busy showing off. He challenges Anan to a quick spar on the stone platform and easily folds him. Anan is left wiping blood off his chin while Ryman just laughs it off, boasting about how he climbed to the 11th floor in just 2 weeks and is basically guaranteed a spot in the elite ranks soon. While the recruits are struggling with their existential dread, their master, Anyting, is staring at his cold, digital system interface, getting ready to hit the conversion button. This is where the game turns into a straight-up horror movie. Inside a glowing, domed chamber, 3 of the low-performing rookies who didn't get selected are dragged up to an altar. They start screaming in pure terror, sobbing and begging for their lives, but the system doesn't care about their feelings. Within seconds, they are completely vaporized, leaving behind nothing but 3 low-grade soul stones. Anytung doesn't even blink. He immediately goes to work, synthesizing those soul stones with some low-grade advancement stones. He has a 91% success rate, and just like that, he crafts mid-grade advancement stones. With these freshly mined materials, he officially promotes Anan, Benik, and Lilini to 3-star status, their character cards glowing with a fancy new golden border. It's a massive upgrade for them, but it literally cost 3 of their peers' lives to make it happen. Down in the barracks, the rest of the low-rank recruits are whispering in absolute horror. They immediately notice that 3 of their friends just vanished into thin air. Sitting on the wall, they can only complain about their miserable diet of potatoes and dream of somehow getting promoted to the 2nd floor. In this brutal system, the 2nd floor elite teams get comfortable rooms and safety, while the people stuck on the 1st floor are essentially living on borrowed time, waiting to see if they'll be the next ones tossed into the furnace to level up someone else. Meanwhile, back in the rugged peaks of the Black Iron Mountains, Han's training is reaching a fever pitch. He and Lidijan are trading sword strikes so fast they look like flashes of lightning. While they clash, Lidijan drops some sage advice. Once Han's skills hit level 10, he should actually disassemble them. It sounds counterintuitive, but it's the key to customizing and rebuilding a technique from the ground up. Lidijan uses a chess analogy to explain how intermediate weapon techniques work. He explains that combat is like 2 kingdoms building their castles and trying to pressure each other. You have to defend your own territory while breaking into the enemies. Right now, Han's forms are just basic fences. If he wants to survive, he needs to upgrade those flimsy fences into solid, unbreakable castle walls. Han locks in, absorbing every single word as his sword shield technique starts glowing with a brilliant blue energy. Right on cue, a system alert pops up in his mind. His beginner sword and shield proficiency has officially hit level 10. That is the absolute limit for a beginner skill, meaning the path is finally open for him to evolve his style into something much more dangerous once he meets the right conditions. Lidijan steps back with a warm smile, calling it incredible. He tells Han that at the very peak of this path, a true master can cut down their enemies without even swinging their sword. But our boy Han is entirely deadpan. He just sheathes his blade and says he has absolutely no intention of trying to become some legendary virtuoso. He wipes the sweat from his face, throws his shirt back on, and calls out to Yernet. He knows he's been away from his own lobby for too long and needs to check on how the training is going down there. He gives Yernet a direct, serious command. Open up a dimensional portal to dimension 0584, where Muden is, before tomorrow afternoon. Yernet asks if he's sure, and Han just stares out at the horizon with a cold, resolute look on his face. Someone is about to get sent over there, and things are about to get very interesting. The morning sun is shining down on the massive 13th floor mansion, and Han is already up, looking sharp in a black turtleneck and suspenders. There's a polite knock at the door, and Nisselred walks in with her entire squad of maids. They immediately start cleaning the place with the kind of absolute, obsessive dedication you only see in anime. Han is honestly a bit amused by the whole thing and asks if all this is really necessary, but Nisselred is completely devoted, telling him it's the bare minimum they can do for their master. Han doesn't argue. He sits down to sync up with his illusionary clone, who has been pulling double duty, standing in for him down at the lower floor training facility. With some glowing white energy swirling around him, Han gets ready to head down himself. He tells Nisselred he wants to see how the recruits are progressing and talk to a few people, but only for the morning. He's got big plans for the afternoon. Down at the training hall, Han runs into Jenna, who is casually carrying her bow. She tilts her head and looks him up and down with a curious smile, pointing out that he looks a bit different today. Han asks how, but she can't quite put her finger on it, just that his vibe is off. Meanwhile, poor Aaron is standing right next to them, looking completely clueless. Han just smirks to himself. Jenna is scary, sharp. Even if he's using a clone to cover his tracks, his overall presence is just too different from a normal hero. As they walk down the marble corridor, Jenna stretches and complains about how incredibly sick she is of boring classroom lectures, practically begging for a change of pace. Before they split up to go to their respective classes, Han taps Aaron on the shoulder and tells him to meet him in the back gardens once his schedule is clear. During the mock battles later that morning, Han watches from the sidelines to see how everyone is doing. The instructor tells the recruits to put their theoretical lessons into action, and Jenna immediately steals the show. Her growth rate is honestly absurd for someone who started as a basic one-star hero. She's darting around the field with ridiculous agility, dodging attacks, and landing shots with her bow like she's playing on creative mode. When afternoon finally rolls around, Han meets up with Aaron in the corridor. Aaron is visibly nervous, looking around and asking where they are even going. They reach the end of the hall, the doors swing open, and they step into a magical landscape. This is the Garden of Fog, a stunning area filled with floating petals, warm light, and lush greenery. Aaron is sweating bullets when Nisselred casually mentions this is the 13th floor. To a low-level recruit, the 13th floor is basically the realm of gods. It's where the absolute strongest entities in this entire place live. Yurnet is waiting for them on a pink stone bridge surrounded by yellow roses, introducing herself with a warm smile as the master's right arm. Aaron, completely overwhelmed, mutters, "Wait, isn't Cirrus his right arm?" You can practically see Yurnet's smile twitching at that one, but Han just ignores the tension. He asks Yurnet if the dimension window to Mutin is ready to go, and she confirms it's already open. Poor Aaron is standing there looking back and forth between them, totally lost. Han decides to lay it out straight. Aaron wanted to get stronger, so Han is offering him a shortcut. It's a choice, though. Aaron can walk away right now, get trained to be an instructor, and live a relatively safe life back in Townia. Yurnet actually recommends this option. She's seen plenty of people try to make up for a lack of talent with pure effort, only to eventually run face first into an unbreakable wall. But Han adds a bit of perspective. He points out that while that's how it usually goes, exceptions do exist. There's one specific idiot who had absolutely zero talent, yet somehow climbed all the way to their level when nobody could even figure out how to teach him. Yurnet channels her magic, tearing open a swirling pink and purple portal that reveals a creepy, cosmic void of floating dark rocks and a glowing nebula. This is Luanen, the site of a brutal world raid from 2 years ago, and it's where Mutin is currently surviving. The catch? The atmosphere literally drains your life force, and the survival rate is a depressing 3%. Yurnet warns him that if he values his life, he should turn back, especially since time flows differently on the other side. Aaron stands right on the edge of the rift, his hand squeezing his spear so hard his veins are practically popping. He looks into the void, grits his teeth, and decides that if this is what it takes to get strong, he's going. He whispers Nina's name one last time, steals his resolve, and steps straight into the portal. Han and Yurnet watch the rift close. Han knows there's a very real chance Aaron is never coming back, but it was his choice to make. With that taken care of, Han heads back to the rugged peaks of the Black Iron Mountains for his own final training session. He and Littlejohn trade high-speed blows, steel clashing against steel, until Han lands a solid upward kick and a clean sword strike. Han is absolutely spent, panting for air with sweat dripping down his chest as Littlejohn smiles and sheathes his weapon, letting him know he's finally reached his goal. Checking his status, Han sees his level is still 20 and his core stats haven't changed, but his skills have undergone a massive shift. His basic sword shield technique has officially evolved into intermediate sword technique level 1. He actually chose to disassemble his shield proficiency, sacrificing his defense to fully commit to pure, lethal swordsmanship. Along with his passive skills like pain tolerance, composure, berserk, and indomitability leveling up, he has officially unlocked the specialized warrior class. He's not the only one getting a massive upgrade, either. Back at the dorms, Jenna has been absolutely running pockets. After putting together a ridiculous 37-win streak in training duels, she got exempted from normal group classes. Instead, she's been taking advanced, private archery lessons from Nezel Lexna, the 13th ranked hero, officially unlocking the rogue class. Now, the time has come for Han to head out. Back in the 13th floor garden, Yurnet presents him with a glowing purple ring known as the Proof of Fallen Heaven, or the Ring of Darkness. It's a magic grade ring that acts as a symbol of his master status and allows them to communicate across dimensions, though its efficiency will drop once Townia's master reaches the 50th floor. Han slips it on, acting casual, but Yurnet immediately bursts into dramatic tears at the thought of him leaving again. Han just deadpans, telling her to stop being so dramatic since they'll obviously meet again. Hearing that, Yurnet instantly snaps out of it, her eyes sparkling. As Han turns to make his exit, Yurnet realizes she forgot the most important part of the send-off. Han stops, his dark eyes narrowing with sudden purpose. He doesn't plan on going back empty-handed. He looks back and commands her to open up the weapons storage. He's taking a weapon from Niflheimer. Han and Yurnet step into the high-tech weapons storage, and this place is basically a whale account's dream. We're talking rows of glowing blue display cases filled with legendary gear. Our boy Han stops to check out a B+ rank steel sword, probably thinking it looks decent, but Yurnet immediately hits him with the "please step away from the trash" master vibe. She politely guides him deeper into the vault, straight to the inner sanctum where the real cheat codes are kept. This is where all the S rank and above weapons live. The absolute masterpieces Han crafted himself back in the day. Han looks around and casually drops the exact number, 132. Am I right? Yurnet just smiles, completely unfazed. Yeah, our boy literally built a gallery of over 100 god-tier weapons. Yurnet tries to sell him on some of the top-shelf stuff. First, she points out Mistiltine, an S-rank immortal sword made of black steel and a cursed branch from the Tree of Life. This thing literally ignores special defenses, which would make climbing the tower a breeze. But Han takes one look and passes. Next, they check out Balisarda, a glowing red sword made from the Shadow Demon King that boasts insane physical penetration. Han touches the hilt, thinks about it, and lets it go. Since it doesn't work against magic defenses, he can't use it to deflect magic attacks. He even passes on Gungnir, a spear that literally shoots lightning. Talk about being picky. Yurnet tells him he can literally walk out with all of them if he wants. He made them, after all. But Han is actually pretty humble here. He points out that without Yurnet and the crew, his absolute limit would have been a B-rank weapon. Plus, a lot of these legendary weapons are already being used by active squads, and he's not about to cripple his own army's power just to get a head start. He realizes what he actually wants isn't sitting on a shelf. If he wants the ultimate weapon, he's going to have to cook it himself. So, they head down to Niflheimer's massive industrial forge, dominated by the first ever blast furnace level max. The place is a churning, roaring hellscape of molten metal and intense heat. Han raises his hand, hooks into the system, and links up his master authorities. He starts setting up the blueprint, a growth-type longsword using the casting method. Now, the system immediately flags this, warning him that casting is going to slap him with some massive penalties. But Han doesn't care. He throws in 55 premium materials, including Niflheimer, Star Iron, and Mithril, and commands the system to summon the workers. Suddenly, a magic circle flares up, and out pops Alter, the veteran master blacksmith, coughing up a storm from the heat. He's looking around like, "Yurnet, why did you pull me away from my work?" But then he looks up at the balcony and sees Han standing there. Alter completely freezes. The realization hits him like a truck. The master is actually back. Immediately, a grade 1 call-up order blasts across the entire realm, summoning every single master blacksmith above rank 1. The forge goes from a quiet workspace to an absolute madhouse as these legendary crafters rush to their stations. Han gives the word, sending the premium ingredients down into the furnace. The veteran blacksmiths are looking at the setup, absolutely sweating. They start whispering that the difficulty of this craft is way past the entry to Hell rank. One of them even wonders if this is the same extreme difficulty used to forge the 5 divine weapons. Han just smirks. Divine rank? This is going to be way harder than that. To unlock the ultimate, hidden difficulty, Han accesses the furnace's sacrifice protocol. He decides to sacrifice 3 of his own legendary S-rank creations, Stormbringer, Begalta, and Azoth. He presses confirmation, and we watch these 3 legendary swords float over the molten pool and dissolve into the furnace. Just like that, gone. The system goes absolutely wild, announcing that because of his worthy offerings, the gates of hell are officially open. The difficulty is set to Supreme Divinity, but with great difficulty comes a massive penalty that tanks the forge's effectiveness by 33%. The success rate is listed as impossible. Guaranteed. It's literally begging him not to do this. Yurnet looks at the screen, visibly worried, pointing out that the system is telling them to abort. But Han just smirks. He already melted down his 3 legendary swords. There's no hitting the undo button now. He hits yes to proceed, and the entire forge erupts in a blinding, roaring flash of light. The system finalizes the challenge. 13 Super Hell tier puzzles, amplified by the penalty. The very first challenge materializes right in front of him. A massive, glowing blue digital matrix. A 27 by 27 cube puzzle. Han looks over at Yurnet, asking if she's ready. Her golden eyes flare with absolute resolve. Standing against the roaring fire of the ultimate furnace, Han is ready to face the absolute madness of the trial. Han stands on the elevated metal platform of this massive, high-tech forge, looking up at the giant blue crystalline structures humming with raw energy. He reaches out to a glowing purple interface to kick off the crafting process, and the system immediately spits out an insanely long, complex sequence of directional inputs. But just as he's about to start, a massive red warning flares across his screen. The system slaps him with a penalty called the Curse of the Blind. Before he can even react, His vision is completely cut off, plunging him into absolute, pitch-black darkness with a 29-minute timer ticking down in the void. Normal players would be having a massive panic attack right about now, but Han is completely unfazed. His eyes start glowing with this bright blue energy, and he just hovers his hands over the holographic keyboard with a smirk. He literally says, "I can't see anything, but I've already calculated the formula." Bro is playing on pure muscle memory. His fingers fly across the keys in a blinding clatter, entering a crazy long sequence of inputs entirely from memory. 3 left, 3 right, 5 up, 4 down, 2 left, 2 right, 2 up, 8 down. Clear. It took him 14 seconds with perfect accuracy. A glowing blue cube hovers over a burst of flames as the system announces that Hellfire has been successfully imbued into the Genesis Forge. Unit hops on the comms, confirming the interference power transference is complete and telling the equipment workshop to start processing. And that is when the absolute gauntlet begins. The second challenge kicks off immediately, a rhythm game on peak hell difficulty with a penalty. Han doesn't even break a sweat, focusing his senses as his fingers dance across a glowing piano interface, hitting consecutive perfects as colorful lights explode around him. Next up is Tetris, except it's running at triple speed with 5 blind blocks. Han is inputting commands like a professional esports player, easily building a 15-block combo. Then we slide right into pinball at triple speed, where Han is working these glowing blue flippers to keep a high-velocity sphere from draining. Right after that, it's square logic, and you can practically feel the tense, sweaty focus coming off him as he fills out the grid. By the time the 6th challenge, Spot the Difference, rolls around, the people downstairs are starting to notice. Alter, the veteran blacksmith standing in the workshop below, is watching Han's inhuman progress with his jaw practically hitting the floor. He's whispering to himself, "How is this possible? Has he really returned?" Meanwhile, Yurnet is standing in the middle of these glowing, multicolored magic circles, managing the alloy insertion. Han quickly identifies and marks all the differences on his schematics, clearing yet another board. From there, the puzzles just keep coming in a relentless cascade. Jigsaw puzzle? Cleared. A glowing green labyrinth maze? Navigated. Spot the hidden markers? Targeted. Minesweeper? Done. A cast puzzle where he has to uncouple glowing blue pieces? Handled. And then, a high-stakes password puzzle where a single mistake means instant failure. Han doesn't slip up once, entering the complex password with ease. Finally, he reaches the 13th challenge, a block puzzle. Standing under the red forge sky, Han looks around at the massive mechanical structures humming around him and just lets out a dry laugh. He realizes how ridiculous this entire situation is, thinking to himself that he must have been absolutely insane to try and complete these exact same tasks on a tiny phone screen back on Earth. But now, he's a hero who has completely transcended the limits of a normal human. Something like this is basically child's play. With a swift wave of his hands, he clears the final block. Down in the workshop, it is absolute chaos. The blacksmiths are running around frantically, screaming at each other to move faster and keeping the materials organized just to keep pace with Han's speed. Han sits down on the platform, his hands visibly trembling from the sheer speed of his inputs. Yurnet walks up behind him, consulting her glowing book, and casually reports that he just cleared 13 Super Hell tier puzzles in about 5 minutes. His skills have actually leveled up from the sheer intensity of it. Han catches his breath, his eyes narrowing as he mutters, "This is only the beginning." He isn't lying, either. The hidden mechanics of the Supreme Divinity difficulty suddenly spark to life, unlocking the secret stages. A giant, glowing purple 35 by 35 cube puzzle materializes in front of him. Peak divine difficulty with a double penalty. Even with the system actively trying to ruin his day, Han doesn't flinch. He spreads his arms and starts keying in these ridiculously long, complex directional strings like he's entering a cheat code. The cube flashes, dissolves into the forge, and imbuing even more hellfire into the mix. Sculpting is officially complete, and they move to the next stage. Next is another maze with a 30-minute timer. Han flies through it, pushing more hellfire into the forge. The enchantment phase finally initiates, and these giant, glowing, circular rings of light flare up around the weapon's mold. The system alerts start stacking up. Automatic recovery enchantment success, special bound enchantment success, and superior strengthening enchantment success. Han is sweating profusely, looking up at the screen to see what the final step is, but his eyes suddenly widen in pure shock. The system drops a brutal, unforgiving twist right at the finish line. It's demanding he solve 2 puzzles at the exact same time. He's got a massive 100 by 100 jigsaw puzzle with a 2-hour limit on one side and a spot the difference puzzle with a 30-minute limit on the other. The twin holographic boards hover in the air, showing 0% progress, surrounded by cracked, burning walls. Han grits his teeth, a fierce blue energy flaring from his eyes as he prepares to push his reflexes past the absolute limit. He mutters to himself that these things weren't even made to be solved by humans, bracing himself to face the ultimate trial.